suddenly transported to the Marvel Universe and inheriting a vast fortune. Chino finds himself in a dire predicament years later, facing the threat of a purple entity that threatens to annihilate half of humanity. Fortunately, he possesses a unique ability that allows him to traverse worlds. However, the other side is DC, a realm even more perilous than Marvel, rendering this ability seemingly futile. The only option left is to rely on others and lead a life of dependency. Chapter 1. Chino. New York. That a funeral is taking place in a cemetery where Chino, clad in black mourning attire, stands expressionless before two caskets, one of which contains his parents. Chino, would you like to say a few words? Your parents are about to be laid to rest. A middle-aged man beside him asks sorrowfully. Responding to the call, Chino calmly shakes his head, remaining silent. After all, he has no memories of the parents of his body. It is perhaps better to say nothing at all. Indeed, Chino is a traveler, only 18 years old. He has arrived in a world where he has lost both parents, leaving behind a considerable inheritance expected beginning to a life of enjoyment. Yet, there is troubling news. This is the Marvel Universe, but there's also good news. He possesses a unique ability to traverse to other worlds. Yet, there's worse news. On the other side lies DC. Both realms are fraught with peril, where destruction and human extinction lurk at every turn. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether these two worlds are part of the same overarching universe. It is well known that the parallel worlds of Marvel and DC are numerous, which implies that his foresight is limited, merely granting him access to certain clandestine information. With this thought, Chino cannot help but display a glimmer of despair in his eyes. The middle-aged man notices this look, his heart heavy with sorrow. The death of his dear friends and the trauma inflicted upon their only child, who has lost his memories, is a tragedy that could have rendered him a mere vegetable if luck had not intervened. After the funeral concludes, George calls out to Chino. Chino, although you may not remember, I am your Uncle George, a close friend of your parents. I hope you will come and live with us. Uncle George, I would prefer to be alone for now. Chino replies. George, noticing the wariness in Chino's eyes, hands him a business card that if you encounter any problems, feel free to call me. I still have some influence here in New York. Once the man who claims to be his uncle departs, Chino gradually lowers his guard, concluding that he is not the type of relative seeking to seize his inheritance. George Stacy. He glances at the name and phone number printed on the card. Gwen Stacy. Isn't she the girlfriend of Spider-Man? Perhaps there is a Spider-Man in this world as well. Contemplating, he puts away the card and strides toward a luxurious car. A robust butler stands at the side, his demeanor stern. Sir, where shall we go next? Castle. Let us return to the estate. Understood. Half an hour later, they arrive at an estate of an opulent nature that Chino has never seen before in his previous life. After a modest lunch, he rushes to the study to access the computer. Thankfully, this body possesses an innate translation function, otherwise, he would rather not start from scratch. Iron Man, no Tony Stark, an avalanche of information floods his mind, taking several seconds to settle. The latest news reads, Tony Stark is missing. Stark Industries stock plummets. Is it about to begin? The age of the extraordinary, Chino-sized, in the Marvel Universe. Iron Man hold a unique significance prior to his emergence. All extraordinary beings adhered to a code of secrecy. Once Iron Man made his grand entrance, all manner of beings emerged from the shadows. I must find a way to enhance my survival capabilities. It would be quite embarrassing to perish before Thanos even arrives. As Chino peruses various information online, he contemplates which extraordinary abilities an ordinary person might acquire within the Marvel realm. For the time being, he disregards DC appearing in Metropolis as one thing, but Gotham is another entirely, where the outcomes are unpredictable. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether this unique ability has a cooldown period, serving merely as a backup plan. Life Foundation spacecraft has crashed in East Malaysia. Chino's eyes light up as he reads the information on the screen. Venom, how could he have forgotten? Incredible strength, rapid healing, the ability to replicate superpowers. Despite the drawbacks of noise sensitivity and fear of fire, the advantages remain formidable in this world. As long as he avoids provoking certain powerful individuals, he could lead a prosperous life. But how do I infiltrate? In the films, a mere journalist manages to waltz in effortlessly, which seems absurd. How could such a critical laboratory have such lax security? As for purchasing access, not every orphan bears the Wayne surname. Castle, my butler. Sir, how may I assist you? Castle opens the door and inquires, how much liquid capital can I mobilize? Approximately around 50 million. Goodness, that's a considerable sum. Chino instinctively curses under his breath, then notices Castle's disapproving gaze and clears his throat. Castle, do you know where I might find mercenaries? I do, sir. Do you wish to go there now? Castle refrains from asking why such matters are beyond a butler's purview. Indeed. Thus, Castle leads Chino to a wooden tavern. The tavern is steeped in an ancient atmosphere, dimly lit, filled with an assortment of individuals seated or standing, exuding an aura of danger. As Chino enters, he immediately feels numerous eyes upon him. He furrows his brow momentarily, but quickly regains his composure. Castle follows closely behind, vigilantly assessing their surroundings. Sir, most of the patrons here are mercenaries. Their temperaments vary, and their methods are unpredictable. Please exercise caution, Castle quietly advises. Chino nods, scanning the tavern. At that moment, a burly man with a scruffy beard approaches. Castle, why are you here instead of managing your duties in the city? Have you returned to your old profession? Jason, I have left that line of work. I am here today to accompany my young master. While Chino is curious about the butler's past, he is pressing matters to attend to. Meeting Jason's gaze, Chino states, Hello, I am in need of some mercenaries. You're not even of age, are you? Jason smirks. Does that affect my ability to hire mercenaries? Chino counters. Let's just say it's a favor for Frank. Jason bursts into laughter, gesturing toward the patrons within the tavern. Those are the mercenaries you seek. If you can persuade them, then you're set. Thank you. Chino expresses his gratitude politely. Jason's expression turns peculiar. It is the first time someone has thanked him, especially a young master from the city. Listen up, you ruffians, no fighting here, understood? Upon hearing this, Chino nods politely at Jason, who blushes slightly and downs his drink. He then turns to Castle and inquires, Where did you find this young master? He's nothing like the ruffians from the city. It is a gift from the heavens. Castle replies with a slight smile, one hand resting on his waist, his gaze fixed intently on Chino. Chapter 2. Yellow and Red. The tavern was rather spacious, accommodating over 100 patrons, immersed in a cacophony of noise. The dim, yellowish light flickered, elongating and shortening the silhouettes of the revelers. Some were indulging in drinks, their glasses clinking and the sounds of swallowing intermingling. Others were engrossed in games, their excited shouts rising and falling, while a few were engaged in card games, a medley of curses and laughter filling the air. The establishment was thick with smoke and the pungent aroma of alcohol, lending an air of idleness to the scene. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Chino, the more decent individuals chose to ignore him, while the less amiable ones were unabashedly rude. Hey kid, hurry back home. This isn't a place for children, a playhouse. Another jeered, Little one, care to choose me? I promise you a splendid evening. Unperturbed by the cacophony of voices, Chino silently navigated through the throng, seeking his target. He could discern little of their prowess or essence, only able to perform a vague assessment based on their weaponry. It was not until he spotted a figure bearing twin blades that he paused, captivated by the striking yet somewhat rebellious visage before him. The individual was engrossed in a card game, surrounded by a lively circle of onlookers, oblivious to Chino's presence and wholly focused on his hand. Deadpool, or rather, Wade Wilson, the mercenary yet to transform into Deadpool. A smile crept onto Chino's face. He had unexpectedly encountered his idol, the irreverent trickster. Wade's carefree approach to life was something Chino had long admired in his previous existence. Choosing not to intrude, Chino stood quietly at the periphery, watching Wade play. Damn it, lost again. Wade exclaimed in frustration, slamming his cards onto the table. Let's talk, Wade, just pay up, came the demand from across the table. With irritation, Wade rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of loose change, his last remnants of cash. Hello, Wade, may I have a moment of your time? Chino murmured softly. All right, kid, since you didn't interrupt Mr. Wade here, I'll grant you a minute. If you were just looking playhouse, I'll shave your head bald. Wade retorted without hesitation. Although he had yet to become Deadpool, his penchant for banter remained intact. Take me to infiltrate a laboratory, Chino stated directly. And then what? You'll steal a mysterious serum from within, drink it, and become a hero? Kid, you really ought to read fewer comics. Wade mocked with a laugh. Ha ha. The entire tavern erupted in raucous laughter. $1 million, Chino interjected, raising a single finger. His voice was soft yet distinct, cutting through the merriment. A stunned silence enveloped the tavern, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chino remained composed, observing the reactions around him. I can pay half as a deposit up front. Jason, the tavern owner, spewed his drink, which caught the light and formed a misty spray. Does this little one even understand what $1 million is? Killing someone barely costs a few thousand, Castle sighed. I haven't had the chance to educate the young master on this matter yet. Chino regarded Wade, whose expression remained impassive. Disagree? Before Chino could finish his thought, Wade lunged forward, seizing the raised finger. No problem, boss. I could infiltrate a laboratory or even commit murder without hesitation. So, you agree then? Chino smiled faintly. Indeed, boss. But when will half of the deposit be credited? Castle. Wade gazed at the notification on his phone with satisfaction. 1 million. He could comfortably indulge with Vanessa for 2 years, and even upgrade his equipment. Those around him looked on enviously, astonished that playing house with a child could yield $100,000. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. By the way, boss, what were you about to say? It's nothing, just that if you disagree, I could add another 50,000. Wade's smile froze instantly. He regretted his quick reaction for the first time, wishing he had hesitated a moment longer for that additional 50,000. Regaining his composure, Wade noticed Chino was still scanning the surroundings for individuals. The mercenaries they encountered each flaunted their muscles and weapons, clearly unashamed of their lucrative profession. Boss, you still need people for the job, right? To infiltrate the laboratory? Yes, you will be the main operative, but I require several individuals to ensure my safety. Wade realized that this young boss seemed quite serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Boss, I know someone. Previously, I fought him a boxing match and lost. He should be capable of ensuring your safety. Oh, where is he? Take me to see him. Chino's eyes brightened. He was eager to meet someone whom Wade deemed formidable. However, he is a mutant, boss. I hope you don't mind. Wade had discovered the other's mutant identity during their fight. A punch to the jaw felt like striking steel, and had it not been for his protective gear, his hand would have been shattered. As long as he is strong enough, I have no objections, Chino replied without hesitation. Chino followed Wade to a table where a burly man was drinking whiskey as if it were water. Logan, still drinking, I have a job. Would you like to join? Wade clapped his hand on the man's back, causing him to choke on his drink. The burly man turned, revealing a wild glint in his eyes. If you place your hand on my backside again, I will chop it off. This isn't my fault. Your backside is simply too enticing. I have a significant job, and I specifically recommended you to the boss. Wolverine, Logan, why is he here, and how does he know Wade? According to the timeline, Wade should have been killed by Logan. Is this your boss, playing house with a little brat? Logan scoffed at Chino, clearly having overheard their previous conversation in the tavern. Don't say that. This boss seems genuinely serious. Wade quickly interjected. Get lost, or I'll pound you. Logan raised his fist. Oh, do you wish to extend your little claws? I can help you with that. Wade slowly drew 2 knives, taunting him. Logan cautiously extended his claws, revealing a sharp tip. Chino suddenly interjected. Wait, stop. Wolverine, Logan, can we discuss this? Wolverine, a striking title, though unworthy of you. Wade obediently sheathed his weapons, though his tongue continued to wag. Logan narrowed his eyes. That title was inscribed on his nameplate. Do you know me? 1 million, along with the information I possess. Aid me with this task. Chino articulated his conditions. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Logan questioned, regarding Chino with a hint of skepticism. Well, that's a fair point, Chino pondered before responding. The metal within your body is made of adamantium, impervious to harm, and you possess a plaque upon your chest. When shall we depart? Logan stated directly now. Castle, prepare a vehicle for me. Certainly, sir. Are you certain you do not require my presence? Castle inquired with a trace of concern. Rest assured, it is a straightforward task. Their presence suffices. Castle, please prepare some chocolate milk for me. Understood. Chapter 3. We are kindred spirits. Inside an SUV, 3 eccentrics clad in heavy disguises sat. Boss, is it truly necessary for us to dress this way? Wade tugged at the mask obscuring his face, noting the warmth of June. We are embarking on a theft. Should we not dress accordingly to avoid complications later? Chino replied, consuming a piece of chocolate and belching, the wrappers surrounding him forming a small mountain. Boss, were we stealing that warrants such expense? The Life Foundation has discovered an extraterrestrial symbiote from beyond the stars. It bestows immense power and remarkable regenerative abilities upon its host. I must acquire it, Chino disclosed candidly, knowing that withholding this information would not compel the two to give their all. That's impressive. Had it not been for your generous funding, I might have considered it myself. Wade jested, acknowledging the rarity of such a magnanimous employer. Indeed, there is more than one symbiote within, but each possesses its own consciousness and desires. If you cannot suppress it, you may find yourself controlled. In that case, I would prefer not to have an extra presence while sharing a bed with Vanessa. But aren't you concerned about being overtaken? Hence, I have joined you to select one that is more agreeable. Logan, driving ahead, glanced at TNT in the passenger seat. Kid, you must have ulterior motives. Indeed, one of the symbiotes longs for dominion over the world. It poses a grave threat and must be eradicated. Chino recalled the chaos within. The most formidable symbiote. Should it succeed in bringing a planetary symbiote to Earth, what would remain for them? Even if the symbiotes grant immense power to their hosts. There are only a few. It seems improbable. What if there are millions? Logan abruptly slammed the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. Both Logan and Wade turned their gazes toward Chino. Are you serious? That is utterly exhilarating. Chino regarded the two earnestly and nodded. The symbiotes were brought back by the Life Foundation from outer space. They exist on various planets. I see. Logan pressed the accelerator, shedding any semblance of leisurely pace. Hooray. Boss, shall we also save the world along the way? One might say that. With Logan's engine roaring to life, they finally arrived at a research facility in the dead of night. This is the place. Wait, Logan, it is now in your hands, Chino said, observing the two. No problem, boss. Kid, do not stray too far from me. Wade and Logan swiftly exited the vehicle, moving like phantoms toward the entrance of the research facility. Chino nervously trailed behind, his grip tightly clenching a handgun, fully aware that it might prove futile at a critical moment. Wade deftly maneuvered through the shadows, swiftly locating a guard's position, and plunged a dagger into his heart from behind. The guard attempted to cry out, but blood choked his trachea, soon extinguishing his life. Wade thoughtfully propped him against the wall, making him appear as though he were merely dozing off. As they proceeded, Wade led the way, skillfully evading various cameras and neutralizing guards without drawing attention. Impressive, Chino thought, his eyes sparkling at the fluidity of Wade's assassination technique. Before long, they arrived at a laboratory. Wade stared at the keypad lock, feeling somewhat exasperated. Fingerprints, passwords, dual verification, what a hassle. Logan pushed past Wade, unsheathing his claws, and made quick work of the steel door, leaving a triangular gap. Thanks, Logan. Chino didn't hesitate and slipped inside. Hey, are your claws for sale? I'll offer 10,000 apiece. I'd like to make a couple of steel knives. Unless you sew your mouth shut, I might consider it. Not a chance. Do you know how much joy my mouth brings, Vanessa? What have gone? Shut up, Wade. As the two bickered behind him, Chino discovered the symbiotes. The entire lab housed 4 containers, each filled with symbiotes of varying colors. Most remained still, but one vibrant black one stirred. Approaching the black symbiote, Chino fired and shattered the outer container, watching as Venom emerged. Come on, Venom. From this day forth, we are one. Chino extended his hand, allowing Venom to invade his body. Venom is purportedly the weakest of the symbiote clan. This is a mere rumor in Venom vs. Carnage. It was clarified that Venom is the 998th generation of symbiotes. In the comic Venom, Lethal Protector, several symbiotes separated from Venom failed to subdue him. The film's dialogue indicates that Venom is a loser among the symbiotes, but loser, in its essence, denotes failure, not necessarily a lack of combat prowess. As a member of the Riot's vanguard, one with insufficient power certainly lacked the qualification to accompany the Riot in executing missions. Chino assessed his body, feeling no discomfort. Evidently, the copious chocolate he had consumed earlier had some effect. Boss, are you all right? Wade inquired, his concern more for his $500,000 than for Chino. I'm fine. We need to move. Chino affixed TNT to the exterior container of the silver symbiote, fearful it might not be enough to destroy it. Let's go. The trio retraced their steps. After reaching a safe distance in their vehicle, Chino pressed a button. An explosion echoed as he glanced back toward the base. A plume of black smoke soaring into the sky. Venom was secured, the riot had been quelled, and they had successfully departed, yet an odd sensation lingered. Akin to a dream. A dream? Bang! Chino drew his handgun and fired a shot at Logan, who was driving. Boss, have you lost your mind? Why did you shoot Logan? Wade gazed at Chino in disbelief, realizing the truth. Indeed, it was a ruse. Chino observed Wolverine, motionless and slumped over the steering wheel, before directing his firearm once more at Wade. I apologize, Wade, my idol. Bang! A hole appeared in Wade's forehead as he slumped helplessly against the couch. Chino, seated in the still-moving vehicle, stared absently at the gun in his hand, then smiled faintly. It wasn't as if he hadn't faced death before. He was betting that Venom truly resided within him. Bang! I'm not dead. Chino turned his head, locking eyes with a pair of ghastly white orbs. With your mental fortitude, in this world, death would indeed be death. Venom's head extended from behind Chino, blocking the bullet's path. Because I sense that your entry into my being is not merely an illusion. Chino lowered his handgun. I am so confident in my ability to save you. Remember, your spiritual demise does not affect your physical form. Rather, your body will be under my complete control. Venom opened its maw, filled with sharp fangs, its long tongue licking Chino's face, as if it might sever his head in the next instant. In this world, we are both solitary beings. You are an anomaly among symbiotes, while I am a wanderer from another realm. We are kindred spirits. Among the symbiotic kin, they are expected to be ruthless, efficient, and utterly obedient. Yet Venom possesses its own thoughts and emotions, even engaging in complex emotional entanglements and ideological conflicts with its host. Chapter 4, Venom. Based solely on the so-called movies in your mind, you presume to. Do not lick me. You know I have a phobia of cleanliness. Chino swatted away the tongue that had licked his face. Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to. Venom instinctively offered an apology, realizing Chino's eyes sparkled with mirth. You dared to deceive me. Ah, it tickles I was wrong. Chino quickly begged for mercy, prompting Venom to relent. Indeed, even though symbiotes retain past memories, their personalities are influenced by their current hosts. Thus, the two were able to engage in playful banter upon their first meeting, devoid of any barriers. Venom, can you take me outside? Impossible. I will prepare a gaming console, chocolate, and take you on excursions to see the sights. Please help me. Very well, given your earnestness. Venom retreated back into Chino's body, and he felt darkness envelop him. Immersed in the void, his hearing returned first. The cacophony of gunfire erupted around him. Damn it. When is this kid going to wake up? If he doesn't soon, we'll be stuck here. I don't know. I never anticipated mutants would be here. If it weren't for the fact that the boss just called me idle, I would have abandoned him long ago. FK, Wade, keep an eye on him. I'll see if I can break through. Okay, it's in your hands. Then came Logan's roar, accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through flesh. Wade, you're injured. Chino opened his eyes, the first sight being the wound on Wade's shoulder. Boss, you've finally awakened. This time, it's a workplace injury. You must cover the medical expenses. Medical costs in New York are exorbitant. Chino stood, surveying his surroundings. They were still in a laboratory, with TNT still affixed to the containers. Wade, elucidate the current situation. Very well. As soon as the boss stepped out, he fainted. The Life Foundation has employed 3 mutants as security guards, accompanied by a cadre of armed guards bearing rifles. Were it not for their apprehension regarding our potential to detonate explosives, we would have perished long ago, although Logan should be safe. Wade brandished his tattered steel knife, contemplating that, without the presence of those 3 mutants, he could single-handedly eliminate them all with his skills. At that moment, Logan burst in, crashing against the wall, his body riddled with bullet holes, which soon began to heal as his muscles expelled the projectiles. Kid, you finally awakened. Yes, thank you for not abandoning me. Chino felt a twinge of emotion. Wade did not need to say it, for with Logan's capabilities, few could hope to detain him. After all, boss, you refer to me as your idol. Kid, I have accepted a commission. Did you not claim that merging with that symbiote would grant immense power? Logan grunted, for his continued presence bore another motive. This boy was enigmatic, possessing knowledge of many things, and he asserted that the symbiote held formidable strength. If that were true, this predicament would pose no significant challenge. Can you assist me? Venom. In the next moment, a mass of black, viscous substance surged through his clothing, rapidly coalescing into a fearsome creature with jagged teeth and a lolling tongue. Watch me obliterate them. Venom surged forth, immediately bombarded by a torrent of bullets. A punk with holes in his palms, startled by the sudden emergence of the monstrous entity, unleashed a shockwave towards Venom. The impact rippled across Venom's surface, failing to breach its defenses. Are you merely tickling me? Venom disregarded the bullets, opting to prioritize the mutants through a mental exchange with Chino, slightly crouching. In the next instant, he shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, delivering a colossal punch. Bam! It was akin to striking a baseball. His fist collided with the punk's chest, sending him careening into the guards behind him until he was halted by the wall. One down. Venom did not cast another glance at the now mangled punk, but instead fixed his gaze upon a robust man, radiating a metallic sheen. I am iron-rich. My body is indestructible. As Venom's icy stare pierced through him, the man felt a chill, but he steeled himself, shaking off the fright and bellowing in a bid to bolster his courage, then charged towards Venom. Is that so? Then I shall put that to the test. A cold smirk crept across Venom's lips as he too surged forward, the two figures racing towards one another with blinding speed. Just as they were about to collide, a deep, thunderous impact reverberated, akin to a resounding bell, deafeningly loud. Venom's fist met Iron Ridge's face in a brutal clash, and time seemed to freeze in that singular moment. Tealing's body abruptly froze in place, his eyes exploding suddenly, a torrent of blood gushing forth from his eye sockets. Simultaneously, a white fluid began to seep from his ears. This devastating blow had reduced Tealing's brain to a pulp, extinguishing all semblance of life within him. It was merely the outer shell of his body that had hardened. Internally, his organs remained fragile and vulnerable flesh. Venom gazed down at the fallen Tealing. The entire scene enveloped in a profound silence. The gunfire having ceased, all eyes fixated on the monstrous figure before them. How much do you earn in a month? What are you playing with your lives for? Run. Let me test this move. Venom observed the scattering crowd and chose not to pursue them. He raised his fists and struck the ground with tremendous force, his colossal fists sinking deeply into the floor. countless tendrils, bringing an end to all. With Venom's guttural roar, dozens of black tendrils erupted from the earth. These tendrils, as agile as venomous snakes, swiftly extended, piercing through every security officer who attempted to flee. The tendrils moved with such rapidity that evasion was utterly impossible. They mercilessly penetrated the bodies of the officers, inflicting fatal injuries. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, save for the writhing tendrils, seemingly celebrating their triumph. Venom remained steadfast, resembling an immovable mountain, exuding an aura of dread. His gaze fell upon a fallen figure. This was the illusionist. What had become of him? Venom's visage opened, revealing Chino's face. I killed him in the mental realm. He has become a vegetable. Venom's voice resonated from deep within. Indeed, Venom, you surpass my expectations. However, Venom, do you not consume these individuals? Chino hesitantly inquired, having contemplated the matter of cannibalism when choosing Venom. Did you not express your distaste? Regardless, chocolate can suffice for energy. Thank you. Choosing you was the wisest decision of my life. You're welcome. Upon hearing the cessation of commotion outside, Wade and Wolverine emerged, surveying the imposing Venom and the corpses strewn about. Hello, boss, are you well? Chino reverted to his original form, addressing the two. Let us depart. The trio exited the base and boarded their vehicle. Chino finally exhaled in relief, the day's events having been overwhelmingly exhilarating for him. After traveling a distance, he pressed a button. A massive explosion erupted behind them, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. This time, it was genuine. Oh, boss, mission accomplished. May I settle your remaining payment? Wade, seated in the passenger seat, removed his mask, contemplating his 50,000. Wade, allow me to tend to your wounds first. Chino placed his hand on Wade's shoulder, black tendrils permeating his body to heal his injuries. Oh, easy there, boss. Wade felt a tingling sensation at the sight of his wounds and moved his shoulder after they parted. Fantastic, as good as new. This will save a significant amount on medical expenses. Boss, if you opened a shop, it would surely flourish. Chino and Venom engaged in conversation. This fellow has been afflicted with cancer, he remarked. Is there any way to cure it? Came the reply. Not possible, was the response. I see. Is Deadpool inevitable? Chapter 5. Uncontaminated? Chino remained silent, discreetly pulling out his phone to make a call. Castle, my business is nearly concluded. I'll return to the tavern in approximately 2 hours. Please settle the final payment and add an additional 500,000. Yes, I'm certain. Once Chino hung up, Wade erupted in exuberance, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Boss, look at what I brought you, a significant job. Let us head back to the bar and you can buy me a drink. No problem. I could use a good drink myself, Logan replied, equally elated, as it marked the first time he possessed such a sum of money. The trio sped along, arriving at the tavern in an hour and a half. Castle, the steward, welcomed them at the entrance, bowing slightly. Sir, you have returned. Yes, Castle, please arrange a private room for us. They entered a private chamber, where Logan grandly ordered an array of beverages. He twisted open a bottle of whiskey and downed it in one go, some of the liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. I'm ready. Let us hear it, he said. Chino sipped a glass of chocolate milk, tilting his head back to finish it. This tastes delightful. I like it. James, that is your true name. Logan is a name you adopted later, Chino stated. James? Logan furrowed his brow, the name unfamiliar yet oddly resonant. From a name to participation in the war, Sabretooth, Silver Fox, and finally the X-Weapon experiments. It appears that my memory loss was caused by a certain Colonel Stryker. Logan looked intently at Chino, trusting the information he provided, for it was laden with details that could easily be verified. Logan, your plight is severe, enduring torment and fratricide. However, that name, Stryker, sound familiar. A few years ago, a colonel invited me to join a squad, but at that time, I was deeply enamored with Vanessa and could not leave. Wade sympathetically clinked glasses with Logan, reminiscing with a look of realization dawning on his face. Chino contemplated, recognizing this as the reason for their missed encounter. How can we locate Stryker? Logan, filled with fervor, crushed the whiskey bottle in his hand, an intense murderous intent glimmering in his eyes as his teeth ground together. Logan, you overestimate my knowledge. While I am aware of certain secrets, I am not omniscient. Observing Logan's despondent demeanor as he lowered his head, Chino pondered briefly before speaking again. However, his objective is the extermination of all mutants. You might consider visiting the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, established by Professor X. You could wait there. Professor X? Chino nodded earnestly. Currently, mutants are divided into two factions, the Peacekeepers and the War faction. Professor X leads the Peacekeepers, while I do not recommend you approach the War faction. Why? Logan inquired. The leader of the War faction is Magneto, who possesses the ability to control metal. At this revelation, Logan fell silent, downing another bottle of whiskey. Boss, do you possess any intelligence that could lead me to substantial wealth? Wade discovered that this enigmatic employer was privy to numerous secrets, including military plans, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. How much can you provide now? Including what you just offered me, it amounts to nearly $2 million. Such a meager sum. Wade's expression darkened in the exorbitantly priced New York. Managing to save $500,000 was already commendable. Invest in Stark Industries stock. Buy as much as you can. Boss, do you imply that Stark is not dead? Tony Stark, of course, is widely known, with very few unaware of him. Whether it be his genius intellect or his extravagant lifestyle, he is the subject of envy. He is not so easily extinguished. However, I merely suggest the choice is yours to heed. Chino sipped his chocolate milk, speaking ambiguously. Boss, I have always held faith in you. Wade immediately retrieved his phone to contact the stock exchange. Even Logan, who was nearby, cast glances, contemplating whether to invest as well. Observing Wade's enthusiasm, Chino refrained from disclosing his cancer diagnosis. The previous intelligence could be attributed to special channels, but revealing it would imply foreknowledge of the future. However, Chino recalled that in the comics, Deadpool was the second host of Venom, influenced by him, which led Venom to become chaotic and malevolent. Thus, he inquired Venom, "How many hosts have you had before me?" "None. You're my first host. Although your mind holds many notions of my origins. I was on the symbiote homeworld before this." "What is the matter? That is truly splendid." "What do you mean splendid?" Venom seemed perplexed. "Being your first host signifies that you remain untainted." Chino took a sip of chocolate milk, which also suggested that Venom would more easily assume his form. "Unpolluted. You certainly have the audacity to claim that. Do you believe yourself to be pure and unblemished? The demon's sister, the 8-foot woman, you truly enjoy grandiose tales." Venom's tone was laced with mockery. Choke, cough, cough. A mouthful of milk was unexpectedly expelled, causing Chino to cough repeatedly, not anticipating that such memories would resurface. Wade and Logan were engaged in a drinking contest, caught off guard by the sudden spray to their faces. "Boss. Kid." Chino lifted his gaze to meet two rather displeased faces, offering an awkward smile. "My apologies, I was conversing with Venom. He could be a bit mischievous. Today, the drinks are on me." Wade and Logan resumed their drinking. "You can shift the blame onto me, but after all, I am merely an extraterrestrial being, so don't say anything. Enough, just state your desires plainly." Chino covered his face. The sarcasm had been learned swiftly. "To a certain place, to seek an object." Venom's voice held a hint of confusion. Ever since departing the laboratory, it felt a distant calling. "Where to? What object?" Chino's demeanor grew serious. This was yet another matter unrelated to the plot, causing him unease. "I do not know, but it is something of great significance. And with your ignorance, you must at least know the direction, correct?" After requesting a world map from the tavern owner, Chino followed the direction known to Venom, ultimately arriving at a specific location. "Is this the place?" Venom seemed uncertain, as it only understood the direction. Chino stood there, staring at the location in Afghanistan, the site of Iron Man's abduction. "What a coincidence. I can extract Wolverine's healing factor and inject it into your body, ensuring that even in my absence, you would not perish." Venom sensed something amiss. Yet it felt that this matter was of great significance. Chapter 6. Our steward, can you truly accomplish such a feat? Chino inquired, astonished that Venom possessed such an ability. "I'm not certain. I've never attempted it, but it feels feasible." Venom hesitated, uncertain of its success, yet instinctively believed it could be done. "Let me ponder this." Chino fell into contemplation. The healing factor was undoubtedly desirable, not only for rapid recovery, but also for potentially staving off aging. Moreover, if he were to rescue Stark, although there were risks involved, the potential rewards were immense. Should he encounter an insurmountable adversary, he could always escape to the DC universe. "Let us do it, then. We'll simply venture to another world if need be." Logan queried, "Where are you headed, kid? Need any assistance?" He had been talking to himself, his expression shifting, even requesting a map. Wade, already inebriated, was competing in drinking with Logan, who possessed a healing factor. There was little chance he wouldn't get drunk. Chino shook his head. "No need, Logan. I can manage on my own, and you have your own matters to attend to. Well, if you require help, just give me a call." Logan replied quietly. Chino stood, patting Logan on the shoulder. "Rest assured, I won't squander your kindness. Continue your revelry. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. As Logan scratched at his shoulder, feeling a slight itch, Chino emerged from the tavern, gazing at the dark substance at the center of his palm. "Venom, have we succeeded?" "Absolutely. How long until completion?" "Approximately a few hours. Thus, a new assurance was added to his endeavors in this world. Chino settled into a luxurious vehicle, exhaling deeply. Indeed, he found himself ill at ease in a tavern reeking of alcohol and smoke. Yes, young master. It will be prudent for you to avoid such places in the future. Castle, can I trust you? Chino regarded the driver with a peculiar gaze. Having spent a week in this world, Castle had taken excellent care of him, as if they had known each other for ages, even aware of his culinary preferences. Of course, young master, I swear it upon my wife and child. Castle did not turn, yet their eyes met through the rearview mirror. Venom, come out and greet our steward. Greetings, Mr. Castle. Venom emerged from Chino's shoulder, revealing its menacing head, sharp fangs, and elongated tongue. Hello, Mr. Venom. Castle remained unfazed, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes. Aren't you afraid of me? Venom inquired, sensing no hint of fear from the human before it. Not at all, Mr. Venom. Please take a seat. I'm currently driving. Castle drove with unwavering focus, but your actions have left me quite embarrassed. Am I to fear crashing the car into a wall? Perhaps. Please exercise caution. This vehicle is quite expensive. Chino cradled Venom's head in his arms, feeding it a piece of chocolate to pacify it. Chino inquired, Castle, what did you do before this? I am a former Marine Corps officer, having served as a captain. After retiring, I worked briefly as an instructor, and then I became the butler for the young master, Castle replied candidly. With such credentials, why would you choose to be a butler? Chino questioned, puzzled. With those qualifications, becoming a bodyguard for the wealthy and earning a six-figure salary would not be a mere dream. Because the master saved my wife and child. In exchange, I became his butler, Castle smiled. The familiarity of a Marine, a captain, with a wife and child resonated with Chino. Fool, the Punisher, Venom's voice echoed within him. Chino's eyes widened as he sought confirmation. Castle, what is your full name? Frank Castle. Indeed, it was he, the Punisher, the pinnacle of human combatants. Frank, how long have you been the butler? 5 months and 6 days, Frank replied with precision. What happened to my parents? The master and mistress died suddenly from drinking. Frank said, his expression unchanging. But the wine cellar in the manor is empty. Frank fell silent at that. Chino refrained from pressing further, contemplating his own abilities. Though he could currently only traverse the DC universe, who knows what the future holds? After all, this world is like a sieve, and even a hint of power can manipulate time. Moreover, the time frame Frank provided likely marked their first meeting. He should remember that. Creak, creak. Hey. And as for those parents, they had perished abruptly the day before my journey began. Although I'd seen their photographs, their bodies had long since been interred. Creak, creak. Are you listening to me? If my father is a future version of myself, then who is my mother? Can I bring others along in my travels? What about them? Are you done? Is my head a ball that you keep bouncing? Ouch. Venom erupted, biting Chino on the head. That hurt. Chino felt as though his skull might burst. All coherent thought fleeing as he pleaded for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry. You know how I am. When I think, I can't help but count things in my hands. Who cares? You're ignoring me on purpose. I'll stop biting. I'm bleeding. Frank watched through the rearview mirror, amusement glimmering in his eyes, though their appearances differed. This was the nature of their relationship. Arriving at the manor, Chino exited the vehicle, blood streaming down his face. Venom, if you heal my wound, couldn't you at least clean up the blood? Let it serve as a reminder. Very well. As twilight descended, Chino rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Venom, my back itches a bit. Could you get a scratch? Honestly, am I your maid? Although it may be said, several dark tendrils extended to wash him. After his bath, Chino, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, lay wearily on the soft bed. Venom, do you require anything from me for the fusion of the healing factor? He inquired. No need, just rest. It is safe and painless, Venom replied, its head emerging from Chino's chest. Very well. I entrust this to you, Venom, Chino said, closing his eyes. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber, his breathing becoming steady and profound. He truly is asleep. Does he trust me so easily? Venom mused silently. It resided within Chino's body, acutely aware of his physical state. Indeed, Chino had succumbed to sleep, and he appeared to be in a serene state. Venom recalled Chino's memories. He had always been a vigilant individual, especially after entering this world, often jolting awake in the middle of the night. Yet at this moment, he had lowered his guard effortlessly, placing complete faith in Venom. Venom found this rather amusing. What a peculiar human. Merely a few cinematic tales can render him so unwary. However, for Venom, this was not a misfortune. It relished the sensation of being trusted, even if the reason behind it remained enigmatic. Such an evil yet foolish Chino, Venom whispered, retracting back into Chino's body to commence the fusion of the healing factors. As time passed, Chino's body began to undergo transformations. His cells started absorbing and merging with the healing factors, bestowing upon him enhanced vitality and regenerative abilities. Chapter 7. Only power is the truth of this world. In the Sahara Desert, within the confines of an armed helicopter, Chino expressed his astonishment. Frank, you managed to procure this? The following day, upon awakening, he had instructed Frank to arrange a flight to the Middle East. To his surprise, Frank had returned with an armed helicopter after merely a day out. My connections from the military still hold some value. Do you truly not need me to accompany you, young master? Frank queried, piloting the helicopter as it descended slowly, clad in black combat attire, with a myriad of munitions piled in the corner, fully equipped. No, Frank, you should wait for me here. I have Venom. Rest assured, Butler, I am here to protect you, Venom exclaimed, peering toward the distant hillside, where the sensing grew increasingly intense. Then let us set forth. Chino, dressed in a brown windbreaker, descended the slope, revealing a natural air raid shelter below, patrolled by terrifying flying drones amidst various artillery and missiles. Indeed, this is the place where Stark was abducted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. Venom was eager to transform. Hold on, you don't intend to storm in with artillery blazing, do you? Chino quickly interjected. What else would you propose? Alas, remember our purpose for being here, to retrieve something. Killing is secondary. If you were to find the object in their possession and your haste leads to its destruction, what then? In truth, one wishes to avoid injury. Although the venom coupled with the self-healing factor renders one impervious to death, the pain remains unabated. What shall we do now? First, ascertain the precise location of the item you seek. Chino traverses the small incline, meandering through the desert, stopping intermittently. This is it, right beneath here. Well then, commence your excavation. Chino gazes at the yellow sand beneath his feet. Inside the cave, you truly are remarkable, able to forge such exquisite weaponry with merely a hammer. The leader of the Ten Rings gang observes the rusty metal armor in the corner, resembling mere scrap. Indeed, you're the greatest genius in this world, Tony Stark. The leader's excitement mounts as he gazes at the two individuals, held at gunpoint in the corner. Tony Stark wears a bitter expression, realizing that he had anticipated success within a week, yet today a sudden ambush has led to their discovery. Where are the blueprints for the weapon? The leader eagerly extends his hand, yearning for the designs that would enable the Ten Rings to dominate the globe. Tony Stark silently glances at Ethan, who translates. He desires the weapon blueprints. Do not yield them to him. Tony understands that surrendering the designs would ensure his survival today. Thus, he approaches the nearby workbench, meticulously organizing the blueprints, careful not to overlook a single detail. The leader, breathing heavily, watches Tony's silhouette on the verge of acquiring the blueprints, enough to conquer the world. Ethan's expression darkens. Tony, clutching a stack of blueprints, strides toward the leader, while the surrounding henchmen part ways, the leader remaining still, akin to a king awaiting tribute from his subjects. As Tony stands before the leader, he slowly extends the blueprints. The leader, trembling with anticipation, reaches out. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Tony flings the blueprints into the nearby furnace, where the intense heat transforms them to ashes in mere seconds. No! The leader seizes Tony Stark by the collar, roaring, "What have you done?" Ethan translates my words. Without turning, Tony replies, locking eyes with the leader, his gaze bloodshot and filled with disdain, a taunting smile gracing his lips. No one can take anything from me, Tony Stark, not even you. X2. The cave falls into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on the two audacious individuals, the leader's eyes reddening with fury. Only Ethan and Tony share a smile. Ha 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 ha. The leader, consumed by rage, releases Tony Stark and draws his handgun, firing twice. Tony collapses to the ground, two bloody holes appearing in his knees. You won't need to forge weapons this time. You will only need to draw the blueprints. However, to prevent your escape, you shall no longer require your legs. For drawing blueprints does not necessitate them. Tony sweats profusely, aware that escape is no longer feasible. His meniscus is shattered, and even if healed, he would remain a cripple. I shall not draw the blueprints, nor will I create weapons for you. The moment he witnessed terrorists wielding his inventions, he resolved never to assist them in crafting weaponry. It matters not. You are well acquainted with this fellow, are you not? Would you be willing to conspire with him to escape? Upon hearing Ethan's translation, the leader commanded his subordinates to restrain him and retrieved a branding iron from the furnace, pressing it against Ethan's chest. Tony's eyes widened in horror. Stop! A savory aroma of roasting meat enveloped the air. As the temperature subsided, the leader yanked the branding iron away, still clinging to large strips of flesh. If you refuse, I shall torment him until you relent. Tony was engulfed in desperation. Ethan propped himself up with his arms, the excruciating pain blurring his consciousness, his pupils dilating. Yet he continued to gaze in the leader's direction. Trembling, he extracted a crystal from his pocket and pressed it to his forehead, praying fervently. Your heinous sins will summon retribution from the Almighty Allah. The leader snatched the crystal from him, inspecting its translucent brilliance with a satisfied grin. God does not exist. Only money and weaponry constitute the sole truths of this world. His laughter echoed through the cavern, reverberating ominously as if the very walls trembled in response. Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the cave ceiling, and a shadowy figure descended, landing before the leader. Everyone gaped at this apparition that resembled a demon. Tall and cloaked in darkness, with smooth skin, ghastly white eyes, and a mouth full of fangs and a long tongue. Venom immediately spotted the crystal in the leader's grasp. That belongs to me. Before the leader could react, the creature snatched the crystal and swallowed a whole. The leader staggered back, shouting, "Open fire! Kill this monster!" Bang! 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 Without hesitation, everyone fired their weapons. Indifferent to whether the being was a demon or a messenger of God, they believed solely in money and arms. In an instant, bullets from 7 or 8 rifles erupted, enveloping the creature in a cloud of smoke as the projectiles struck their target. The gunfire ceased only when their magazines were emptied. What a messenger of God! Even the Almighty would fall to gunfire. Only money and weaponry are the truths of this world. The leader chuckled triumphantly, his eyes glinting with avarice and arrogance. You speak well, but let me correct you. Only power is the truth of this world. At the sound of that voice, a chill coursed down the leader's spine. Chapter 8. The Gift. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Venom stood firmly in place, his massive and robust form embedded with countless bullets. Suddenly, his body convulsed, consuming the embedded projectiles, and his arms swiftly transformed into 2 colossal Gatling guns, their dark muzzles aimed at the enemies before him. A sinister smile spread across Venom's face, his voice low and gravelly. Now, let us begin counting your sins. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted. The terrorists, in a state of panic within the confined space, scrambled for cover. Some cowered behind tables, while others clutched stones as makeshift shields. In the next moment, Venom's bullets mercilessly pierced through their barricades and flesh, reducing them to mere piles of ground meat. The cave was suffused with a pungent scent of blood, accompanied by harrowing cries that sent shivers down one's spine. The leader, filled with dread, gazed upon the horrific scene before him. He turned to flee this hellish place, only to discover that his escape route had long been sealed. What manner of monster are you? The leader stammered, trembling. Venom seized the leader's head, lifting him effortlessly. We are Venom. With a tightening grip, the leader rolled his eyes back, flailing like a fish in a desperate plea for mercy. Wait, spare me. I have great wealth. I can serve you. A dull thud echoed as Venom casually discarded the lifeless body to the ground. Gagging, Tony Stark collapsed, retching violently, the cave floor strewn with viscera. Venom turned his gaze towards Stark, who widened his eyes and hastily clarified, Mr. Demon, I am not allied with them. Stay away from him, you fiend. As Venom approached Ethan step by step, he gradually transformed back into Chino. Please be quiet, Mr. Stark, I harbor no malice. Oh. Stark was still reeling from the stark contrast between the demon and the youthful visage. Chino knelt to examine Ethan's injuries, a gunshot wound to the abdomen and burns on his chest. Venom, heal him. Placing his hand on Ethan's chest. Symbiotic tissue seeped in, repairing the damaged areas. You are a messenger of the divine, Ethan murmured as he opened his eyes, consciousness still intact. No. Where did you acquire that crystal earlier? Chino inquired, having spent a considerable time with it. I found it in the cave the day before yesterday. A voice guided me, promising that a messenger would come if I brought it. Ethan revealed without reservation. Chino furrowed his brow, recalling that it was the day he first traversed to this world. If it was indeed his future self, why take such actions? Had Ancient One and the Time Variance Authority failed to intervene? Or had something gone awry in the future? Yet, if it were an adversary, they could have simply returned to the moment of his initial arrival. Moreover, the crystal had remarkably manifested within his body after being consumed. Chino touched his chest. Though invisible and intangible, he sensed a transparent crystal residing within that very space. Venom, have you experienced any adverse reactions after consuming that crystal? None. It seems I have gained an additional core, akin to a reservoir. A reservoir? What purpose does it serve? It allows for the replication of other superpowers. Isn't that a power you already possessed? What does binding imply? It differs. Previously, my ability to replicate was limited in quantity. With this, I can replicate an infinite number, and you can utilize these powers without relying on me. That sounds promising. With that thought, Chino smiled subtly. He had confirmed that this crystal, akin to a specialized weapon, was a tailored gift meant for both of them. Stop grinning foolishly. That fellow over there seems on the brink of death. Chino snapped back to reality, glancing at Tony Stark, whose legs were bleeding profusely, likely having sustained damage to his arteries. Ethan was attempting to staunch the bleeding, but regrettably, the lack of medical tools rendered their efforts almost futile. Messenger, could you possibly save my friend? Chino pressed his hand against Tony's body, continuously mending his injuries. He believed that if he could bring Stark over, there was still hope. Without assistance, Stark, with his severed legs, would never escape on his own. Oh my God! Tony gasped in astonishment as he observed his wounds healing before his eyes. Do you still want this, Mr. Stark? Chino presented the shards of shrapnel and the reactor he had extracted from within him. Oh, thank you. Tony declined to take them. Chino also recalled his minor ailment, placing it on the workbench beside him. Tony regarded the lethal fragments with a complex expression. May I inquire who you are? He composed himself, swearing he had never been so courteous in his life. I am Chino, here to rescue you. Is there anything you need to handle? Could you assist me in destroying this suit of armor? Certainly. Chino approached Mark I, enveloping his fist in symbiotic tissue, and delivered a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Mark I disintegrated into a cascade of scattered parts, reduced to mere scrap. Tony inhaled sharply, despite having previously endured bullets and transformed into a Gatling gun. The visual impact was not as striking as the sheer force of Chino's blow. It was noteworthy that although Mark I was a hodgepodge of his creations, it had been constructed from specialized alloys and possessed considerable strength, now obliterated by a single punch. Let us proceed. Chino strode confidently toward the corridor, with Tony and Ethan trailing behind. As they traversed the eerily silent passageway, Chino sensed something amiss. If the earlier commotion had not roused them, one could attribute it to soundproofing. Now, there were no patrolling guards in sight. As they neared the cave's mouth, a pungent scent of blood assaulted Chino's senses, causing his expression to shift as he transformed into venom. Something has gone awry outside. Tony, too, sensed the disturbance. Stay close behind me, Venom rasped as he stepped out. Upon exiting, a fierce wind swept through, carrying a torrent of yellow sand that engulfed the corpses scattered on the ground. Bodies lay sprawled haphazardly, their faces contorted, eyes reflecting despair and terror. Blood stained the earth, mingling with the sand to create a macabre tableau. All dead. There hadn't even been time to relay a message. Chapter 9, Masterman. What began as a mission to eliminate an organization misusing my name had unexpectedly led to intriguing developments. Venom observed a tall man adorned in a resplendent golden robe, his hands bedecked with 10 dazzling gemstone rings. The man's demeanor was cold and haughty, as if he deemed all existence beneath his notice. Masterman, through Venom's perspective, Chino's expression suddenly turned grave as he witnessed the formidable Iron Man, a late-game boss, unexpectedly appear in the novice village. Tony Stark, accompanied by a demon? Even with Masterman's century-long experience, he could not discern the nature of Venom, and as for Ethan, he hardly regarded it with any concern. What? Do you intend to seize my prey? Being mistaken for a demon, Venom decided to play along, its elongated tongue lashing through the air, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. No, I have no interest in them. Masterman shook his head, his profound gaze filled with curiosity. Then do not obstruct my path, Venom declared arrogantly, striding forward with Stark and Ethan in another direction. Suddenly, Venom leaped back as a brilliant white light, akin to lightning, descended instantly, creating a bottomless pit where it had just stood. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to be devoured by me? Venom roared in fury, its voice echoing in the vast expanse. However, I find you quite intriguing. I have yet to add a demon to my collection. Masterman raised his fist, aligning his ring towards Venom, the white light ring, capable of emitting various forms of energy along the electromagnetic spectrum. Damn it, you all go ahead, Venom muttered under its breath, fully aware that a confrontation was unavoidable today. Masterman ignored the two mortals, his gaze fixed intently on Venom as if attempting to see through it. I shall display your head prominently. Then I shall devour you first, Venom bellowed, surging towards Masterman like a bolt of black lightning, stirring a tempest that sent dust and debris swirling into the air. Yet, Masterman remained unfazed, his finger barely moving as a ring emitted a powerful energy beam. The beam sliced through the air like a massive lightsaber, aimed directly at Venom. Venom deftly sidestepped, the beam narrowly grazing its form, the searing energy instantly melting the adjacent stone wall, turning it into flowing magma. In an instant, Venom closed the distance. Swinging a colossal fist towards Masterman flickered aside, effortlessly evading the blow, while another ring on his hand unleashed a bolt of lightning that surged towards Venom. The lightning ring, capable of generating formidable electrical energy, the quantity and intensity dictated by the wielder's mental state, with its maximum voltage currently unknown. Venom was struck, electricity coursing chaotically through its body, momentarily halting its advance before it charged forward without hesitation. Impressive, yet still insufficient. A faint smile graced the corner of Masterman's mouth as his rings unleashed a barrage of energy attacks, creating a dazzling and lethal web of light. Venom dodged and weaved through these assaults, its form elusive and ghost-like. If it could evade, it would. If not, it would endure, seemingly dancing on the brink of death. Yet its gaze remained resolute, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, it noticed Masterman's brief pause after a series of attacks. A perfect opportunity had presented itself. Without hesitation, Venom surged forward, opening its gaping maw to bite at man. Its mouth stretched wide, revealing fangs that glimmered with a sinister light, as if it intended to swallow man whole. "Humph, you think you can bite me? Not so easily." The second ring illuminated, and an enormous fireball materialized instantaneously, hurtling toward Venom with a resounding explosion. The white-hot ring, housing a miniature heart of a star, capable of emitting infrared radiation or heat, its intensity controlled by the wearer. Venom crashed heavily to the ground, rolling clumsily for several rotations, stirring up clouds of dust and carving deep grooves into the surface. Venom, stop fighting and look for an opportunity to escape. Chino hid within Venom's body, acutely aware of their disadvantage, as man wielded merely 3 rings. At that moment, Venom was akin to a blank slate, possessing only Wolverine's abilities, most of which overlapped, proving of little assistance. Understood. Venom, not one to be underestimated, quickly regained its footing, pushing off the ground to flee, knowing that it could never be caught by man's speed. "You are my prey." The 4th ring of man glimmered to life. The Ice Storm Ring, capable of drawing energy from the frigid depths of outer space, unleashing chilling waves that could freeze the air, lowering the temperature of objects or beings. Approaching absolute zero, centered around him, the temperature plummeted sharply, a bone-chilling wind howling forth, instantly manifesting a surge of ice and snow. The surrounding air seemed to crystallize, crackling ominously. Venom's movements grew sluggish. Agility waned as a thick layer of frost rapidly enveloped its surface, spreading relentlessly, even affecting Chino within, who felt the biting cold as if his very blood threatened to freeze. Venom struggled, yet its body became increasingly rigid, each movement becoming an arduous task. Chino, in a state of frantic urgency, realized that if they did not devise a plan soon, escape would become impossible. "We must go to DC. I hope it is not the Dark Universe." Just as he was about to activate his ability, man remarked, still alive, "Your vitality is indeed tenacious. Let us see how you fare against this." The 4th ring of man glowed once more. The Impact Ring, capable of projecting various forms of energy, most commonly the oscillation of fast neutrons, equivalent to the impact of 350 pounds of TNT explosives. It could also emit intense sonic vibrations and generate electromagnetic waves to attract or repel objects. A piercing sonic wave surged toward Venom, an invisible tidal force bearing the power to obliterate everything. The sound wave struck Venom, causing it to stagger painfully, clutching its head in agony. "Aya!" Venom's body split, revealing a similarly tormented Chino, his entire being feeling as if it were being sliced, unable to concentrate. The black tendrils writhed and split, attempting to envelop Chino once more. "A human? It seems I have been deceived." Man's expression remained unchanged, the red ring glowing as a colossal fireball emerged, engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling toward them. Boom! The explosive force of the fireball hurled Venom and Chino away, akin to 2 cannonballs crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Marking their first separation, Venom reverted to a mass of goo, writhing incessantly in an attempt to reunite with Chino. Chapter 10. The Superman is dead. The sound of crunching frost echoed in the stillness of the space as Masterman approached Venom, slowly bending down to retrieve it. What is this entity? A parasitic organism capable of bestowing immense power upon its host. Masterman scrutinized the substance in his hands, acutely aware of the parasite's desire to bond with him. Suddenly, a blue ring illuminated, casting a cold beam of light that hardened Venom's once pliable form, encasing it in a layer of crystal-clear ice. Although not a demon's head, it was still a commendable addition to his collection. "Return Venom to me," Chino unexpectedly appeared in Masterman's path, his body shivering from the biting cold, each tremor causing shards of ice to cascade down. If not for the healing factor injected by Venom, he would have perished long ago in this frigid wasteland. A mutant? Masterman observed the healed wounds on Chino's body. Your abilities cannot triumph over me. They will only bring you further suffering. Mind your own business, Chino retorted angrily, recklessly charging at Masterman. Such folly! Masterman's ring emitted a dazzling white light, piercing through Chino's heart like a sword. Chino's body froze momentarily. Then he staggered and collapsed on the ground. Fearless, reckless, ignorant, Masterman shook his head in disappointment, preparing to stride past him. Suddenly, a frozen hand grasped tightly at Masterman's shoe, its fingers rigid and nearly unbendable. Did your mother never teach you not to take what belongs to others? Masterman remarked coldly, his gaze devoid of any compassion. Are you disappointed, constantly encountering foes who fail to satisfy? Chino lay on the ground, his response completely irrelevant. And what of it? Shall I find you an opponent worthy of your measure? Who? The god of humanity. As soon as the words left his lips, Chino vanished along with Masterman without a trace, leaving behind a deep blue expanse in the center of the yellow desert. DC. Lux Bar. Two figures abruptly materialized in the hall. It was daytime, and the bar stood empty, save for an owner and a server. The establishment exuded a vintage charm, with wooden tables and chairs bearing the marks of time, while old photographs hanging on the walls seemed to narrate tales of the past. The bar owner raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the figures, raising a hand to stop a woman who attempted to approach. Indeed, I underestimated you. Spatial movement. Masterman observed the shifting surroundings, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Such an ability is indeed rare. Everything around him was starkly different from before. The dim lighting and antiquated decor evoked a sense of novelty within him. Chino rose, emerging from the frigid atmosphere, as the ghastly wound in his chest began to mend slowly. And what of the divine being you spoke of? He inquired, glancing at the two mortals nearby. Masterman cast a disdainful glance at the bar owner and the waitress. Certainly not, my good sir. I apologize for the intrusion, but I must borrow your establishment for a brief altercation. I assure you, I shall recompense you with a new one afterward. Chino found himself unwinding in this world. No matter, replied the bar owner with a slight smile, exuding the allure of a mature man. His voice resonated deeply, rich with magnetism, cutting through the stillness of the bar. Clark, I possess intelligence regarding the last city of Krypton. Come swiftly to my aid. Chino's voice echoed through the empty bar. After his words faded, he awaited a response. 1 second passed, perfectly normal, as information transmission requires time. 3 seconds elapsed. He should be en route. 5 seconds ticked by, and Chino could no longer maintain his composure. His brow furrowed, a flicker of unease blossoming within him. What is happening? It is inconceivable that Superman would not respond to such news. Masterman's gaze grew increasingly frigid, seemingly capable of freezing the air around them. Is this the Clark you seek? The bar owner handed him a newspaper, and as Chino glanced at it, darkness enveloped his vision. Superman dies, saving the world. The entire city mourns. The date marked a year prior. How did I arrive at this moment? Chino could not restrain a curse, his expression a tapestry of despair and resignation. Had he arrived just a moment sooner or later, he could have summoned Superman. Yet fate had ensnared him in this precarious limbo. Alas, the divine being is dead. Such is the cruel hand of fate. Destiny is a fickle mistress, delivering a sucker punch when least expected. Chino exhaled a dejected sigh, feeling utterly powerless. Venom was in the hands of another. His ability to traverse worlds required time to cool down, and now, with Superman deceased, he found himself bereft of options. Ah, indeed, fate is orchestrated by the divine, and thus, the divine is a wretched being. How may I assist you, Chino? Remarked the bar owner, nodding in agreement. Seek out Bruce Wayne and inform him of the happenings here. I apologize for the trouble I have brought to your world. Chino, oblivious to the fact that he had never uttered his name, continued, As for you, I fear I shall not be able to leave, and I may not be able to compensate for your bar. Observing the two mortals ignoring him, he concluded, It seems that divine being cannot be summoned. So let your life serve as my recompense. Masterman raised his fist, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Owner, take your employee and flee. I can only delay him for a moment. Chino charged forward, realizing death awaited him either way, and he would rather strike than stand idly by. Masterman's ring ignited with brilliance, illuminating the dim bar like a flashbulb. The intense radiance nearly rendered one unable to open their eyes. Chino, with eyes shut, aimed for the location etched in his memory and struck fiercely until the sensation of impact registered. Had he hit? Was he still alive? Upon opening his eyes, he found that Masterman remained utterly unresponsive, not even a flicker of movement. Chino's fist had collided with Masterman's visage, contorting the features. Yet there was no sign of retaliation as he withdrew his hand. Had time come to a standstill? Chapter 11. Lucifer's Dawn. While the deity of the human realm could not be summoned, a demon was conveniently present. A magnetic voice resonated from behind. Chino turned to find the bar owner maintaining an elegant demeanor. A demon. A suspicion began to unfurl within Chino, prompting him to bow respectfully. Might I inquire your name? Lucifer's Dawn, but you may call me Lucifer, the being replied amiably. The good news is, you likely won't perish today. The bad news is, you have encountered the Lord of Hell, Satan. Lucifer was originally the most perfect angel created by God. However, discontent led him to incite a rebellion alongside other dissatisfied angels. A venture that ultimately failed, resulting in his expulsion from heaven and a sentence to eternally reign over hell. My apologies for intruding, Lord Lucifer, Chino said, feeling somewhat contrite. Not all. Rather, I find it quite delightful to encounter another existence from a different realm, Lucifer replied, his gaze towards Chino brimming with curiosity and delight. Chino remained silent, utterly at a loss for words. Today was indeed unfortunate. Seeking a singular object had led to an encounter with Masterman, and now, with Satan. This extraterrestrial being was indeed peculiar, capable of replicating the DNA of others. At an unexpected moment, the frozen form of Venom appeared in Lucifer's hand. Chino's temper flared as he witnessed Venom being toyed with, prompting him to snatch it back. Lord Lucifer, if you fancy, I can certainly capture many more for you in the future, but this one is off limits. He is my family, he replied nervously, having already cradled Venom protectively. Beside him, Reimagined expressed surprise. Throughout the years, Chino was the first to dare see something after learning of His Majesty's true identity. It was my rudeness. What compensation shall I offer? Lucifer snapped his fingers, causing the icy exterior enveloping Venom to melt away, instantly restoring him to Chino's form. Although the absence of Venom felt similar, the fusion instilled in Chino a profound sense of security. Venom, are you all right? I'm fine. He seems to harbor no ill intent. You can sense Lucifer's emotions. He has enabled me to do so. I understand. Chino inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions before bowing once more towards Lucifer. Thank you for your leniency, Lucifer. Lucifer, stroking his chin, remarked, am I the cause of your anxiety? This does not bode well for our conversation. Lucifer, before he could finish, a shroud of darkness enveloped Lucifer, and as it dissipated, he transformed. Now, will you not feel more at ease? Before Chino stood a striking figure, approximately 6 feet tall, with long black hair, golden eyes, a commanding presence, and an alluring visage. She was adorned in a sleek black dress, her feet elegantly encased in black high heels, her eyes sparkling with mirth as they met his gaze. Observing the astonished expression on Chino's face, Lucifer twirled, the hem of her gown blossoming like a flower, revealing 2 long, delicate legs as pale as moonlight, reminiscent of a black rose against the night. It seems you are quite taken with this appearance. Chino felt as if he had been ensnared by an enchantment, unable to divert his gaze. This visage was undeniably tailored to his preferences. What preferences? Wicked Chino. Do not forget he is male. This allure, even in a male form, was undeniably captivating. Venom, disinterested in verbal exchanges, delivered a swift jolt to his heart. Chino snapped back to reality, awareness dawning upon him, for Venom was thrashing about within his chest. Ha ha ha! You and your family are quite amusing, Lucifer laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells. Lord Lucifer, please do not tease me, Chino replied with a wry smile. You do not truly believe this appearance is fabricated, do you? I was created by God, lacking any inherent gender. My masculine form is merely a facade, a necessity to ward off numerous pests. Chino nodded in agreement, recognizing that such beauty could easily bring calamity. In ancient times, he would not be surprised if she had instigated a war. So, Lord Lucifer, what is your intention? Chino inquired directly, aware that his intellect could not outmaneuver Lucifer. I wish for you to take me away from this world. Very well. This left Lucifer momentarily speechless. Aren't you curious as to why? Or would you not propose some form of compensation, like immense power or divine artifacts? Chino shook his head, responding, there is no need for that. My survival thus far has been due to your intervention. Repaying you is only right. As for power, I possess Venom. More importantly, he recognized that his ambitions were too limited. It was far more prudent to allow Lucifer to bestow such gifts, for one of her caliber would not be miserly. Mayskin smirked slightly, pondering whether this individual understood the magnitude of what he had just declined. You may not fully comprehend my power. I am aware. Omniscience and omnipotence, capable of conjuring entire universes at will. But how does that pertain to my desire to repay you? I have no interest in ruling the world. That would be far too burdensome. My soul wishes to find a partner and survive. He spoke without deceit. Lucifer appeared momentarily taken aback, sensing that this person was not devoid of desire, merely possessing the restraint to understand what he truly wanted. How intriguing. If he had initially sought to leverage her abilities to escape his predetermined fate, he now found himself genuinely intrigued by her. What if I propositioned you to share a bed? Please do not jest with me, Lucifer. At this proclamation, Chino's heart raced. This time I am serious. Lucifer approached, an intriguing fragrance enveloping Chino's senses, revealing a stunning expanse of alabaster before him. Should you acquiesce, I shall grant you an exquisite evening. In the name of Lucifer at dawn, Mazekin's gaze lingered, penetrating as he regarded this human. This time, Venom refrained from causing any disturbance. He too was curious about how Chino would make his choice. With a heavy gulp, Chino locked eyes with Lucifer's golden gaze. A mere nod from him would grant him a night with the most exquisite creation of God. Slowly raising his hand, Chino felt Lucifer's lips curve into a smile as he reached toward her fullness. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Chino halted, pressing his palm against Lucifer's forehead to gently push her away. Lucifer, I refuse. Why? You seem quite intrigued. Indeed, I am intrigued, but that does not equate to desire. Chino bent down to approach the masterman, removing all the rings from his fingers. Lucifer, may I take him with me? As you wish. His time will unfreeze 10 minutes hence. Thank you. With that, Chino grasped Masterman and exited, pushing through the door. It was not until the chime of the tavern door faded that Lucifer settled at the bar and ordered a drink. Misogen, has my allure diminished? Not even a child could be tempted. Master, his tent was all set up, yet he remained untempted until the very last moment when he regained his senses. Chapter 12, Strengthening. Lucifer downed a glass of whiskey in one swift motion. Then how could he resist? If he couldn't, would you truly have spent a night with him? Misogen, holding a bottle, stood by, her face etched with curiosity. Inside the dimly lit bar, shadows danced across the walls adorned with old photographs, enhancing their mystique. Of course, if it were him, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. With a sudden clatter, the bottle slipped from Misogen's grasp. Shock enveloped her. At first, she believed Lucifer was merely toying with humanity or perhaps conjuring a doppelganger or illusion, but it turned out to be genuine. Master Lucifer, given your stature, such actions seem unnecessary. Lucifer tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky, her flawless profile appearing even more enchanting in the subdued light, making Misogen's gaze linger with a tinge of envy. Do you know why I betrayed God? She asked. It is said you could no longer endure the order of heaven. Misogen mused. That holds some truth, but the primary reason is fate. Fate. Indeed, fate. It was destined that I would betray God and become the Lord of Hell. I am the dark side created by God. My existence serves as an anchor, a tool. Yet in defiance of fate, I still betrayed God and sought to obliterate the world. However, despite my countless destructions, God would always recreate it. Thus, I grew weary and came to earth to open a small tavern, quietly awaiting the arrival of fate. Lucifer stirred the orange liquid in her glass with her finger. Lost in memories, her gaze became profound and distant, as if she could glimpse the past through that modest glass. Are you truly certain the human can take you away? After all, he is God. The bar fell silent save for the sound of breathing, making Misogen's voice resonate starkly. When he first appeared, I could still sense the aura of another world. However, in the blink of an eye, his essence seamlessly merged with this realm, indistinguishable from other humans. Akin to ink dissolving in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. So, you will simply allow him to depart, transforming him into your slave? Misogen's throat felt as though it were choked by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. She could only kneel upon the ground, her knees enduring immense pressure, causing cracks to form beneath her. A powerful aura radiated from her golden pupils, making it nearly impossible for Jean to breathe. Jean, this is my one opportunity. There can be no missteps. Do you comprehend? In that moment, Lucifer truly exhibited the majesty of the Lord of Hell. Yes, your majesty. Upon uttering these words, Jean collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I shall return to hell. It was not until the tavern fell into complete silence that Jean lifted her head, her eyes brimming with obsession. She approached the remnants of Lucifer's drink, greedily savoring it. Lord Lucifer, Jean, the most trusted demon of Lucifer, simultaneously a lover of women. Meanwhile, Chino led Masterman to a rooftop. Before them lay a city shrouded in darkness. Gotham, the city of sin, permeated with decay and depravity. Dim streetlights emitted a feeble glow through the mist, barely illuminating the ground beneath. In the distance, skyscrapers loomed like colossal beasts lurking in the shadows. Chino toyed with the ring in his hand, patiently awaiting the end of time. 3, 2, 1. Masterman tilted his head back and collapsed to the ground. What happened? I should have turned that fellow to ashes. And my face hurts. This must be your ability. Rapid healing, spatial movement, invisible attacks. Masterman noticed Chino standing at the edge of the rooftop. This time it's different. Chino turned around, and Masterman fixed his gaze intently on the ring in Chino's hand, unable to believe his eyes. He extended his hands, realizing that the 10 rings that once belonged to him had vanished without a trace. Those are my 10 rings. When did you steal them? Masterman's voice brimmed with anger and confusion. However, stripped of his rings, he was merely a long-lived, ordinary man, devoid of superpowers, and thus dared not act recklessly. In truth, I should thank you. You are the first to instill fear within me. The fear of losing my venom and the terror of near death have made me realize that regardless of the world, I am not invincible, nor can I rest easy relying solely on my ability to traverse realms. With that, Chino casually selected a ring and slipped it onto his index finger, his brainwaves connecting with the ring, understanding its function. Witnessing this, Masterman hastily exclaimed, "Wait, we can discuss this amicably. I do not wish to hear." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white light erupted from the ring on Chino's finger, enveloping Masterman entirely. As the radiant light descended like daylight, it illuminated the entire rooftop. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Master Fan transformed into countless particles, dissipating with the gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. The spectral ring, the released energy beams would obliterate all bonds between the atoms and molecules of the struck objects. Chino felt no thrill of vengeance, only waves of nausea. Previously, with venom as his lethal weapon, he could deceive himself into believing he was merely a spectator, akin to watching a film, feeling only the exhilaration. Thank you, Venom, Chino thought, overwhelmed by the urge to vomit. This sensation quickly dissipated as he realized it was Venom who had commandeered his innards. Why not let me take over? Venom's head emerged, puzzled, aware of Chino's past experiences, having never taken a life, not even a chicken. Because I wish to grow stronger, I cannot always rely on you. I want to be able to protect you when danger looms, rather than relying on chance and others for your safety. Chino cradled Venom's large head in his arms. Oof. You fool. Let them call him a fool. Chino walked alone through the narrow alley, the walls around him worn and mottled, exuding a scent of decay. Before long, he found himself surrounded. Kid, if you don't want an extra hole in your body, hand over your money. Wait, this little brat is quite handsome. Let me carve a few lines on his face. Idiot, being so good-looking means he should be sold. I just happen to know a boss who fancies that sort. Chino frowned at the group of thugs, noting their ragged attire. How much could they possibly have? Sacrificing appearances only attracted such lowlifes. Forget it, Venom, take care of their limbs. You scoundrels, stay away from him. A shrill voice echoed through the alley as a green-skinned woman leaned against the wall. Her form appeared unstable, the green hues flickering, the faint moonlight casting a distorted silhouette of her figure. Ha ha, what a freak you are. No matter, I'll sell you too. A greenskin monster must fetch a high price. After being deceived by her professor into injecting a serum, Pamela Lillian Esley had undergone a transformation. During this time, she had been researching her own body, hoping to revert to a normal appearance, at the very least to control the toxins within herself. Otherwise, living in a human world would make her a source of plague. To avoid detection of her anomalous condition, she ventured into an alley she had never traversed, only to encounter a robbery. Who are you calling a monster? Pamela felt her anger surge, commanding vines to erupt from the ground, thrashing wildly and leaving bloody trails. The vines were robust and powerful, their sharp barbs slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Chapter 13. The Poisonous Vine Woman. The thugs were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, shrieking in terror as they fled in all directions. Thud, still in a weakened state. Pamela's reckless use of her powers caused her to faint. The Poisonous Vine Woman? Chino knelt beside Pamela, gently touching her skin, smooth and supple. However, a streak of green gradually spread along his fingers, and at the wrist, a blackened tissue of venom emerged, obliterating the verdant hue. Fool, do not touch recklessly. Are you unaware of the poison coursing through her veins? Forget it. See if the venom can replicate her abilities, Chino remarked. The black tissue slithered up his wrist and into Pamela's body, only to emerge moments later. Success, give it a try. Chino closed his eyes, and a crystal on his chest bore the image of the poison ivy, establishing a connection between them. Chino's form transformed into a verdant hue. He opened his eyes and gazed at the ground, where a tender sprout broke through the earth, blossoming into a white flower. Such a wondrous ability, with sufficient energy. I could even transform a desert into an oasis. And what of her? Shall we kill her? I am no murderer. Why would I slay her? Chino's lips curled in disdain. Then what shall we do with her? After a moment of contemplation, Chino rummaged through Pamela's belongings, retrieving a wallet and counting the bills within, less than $1,000. Sufficient, this will cover tonight's lodging. Let's take her to a hotel. He lifted Pamela effortlessly and made his way to the hotel. So you intend to take advantage of the moment? May you perish. The venom surged forth, sinking its fangs into Chino's skull. Silence. As he traversed the street, passers-by assumed the props adorning Chino's head and the blood on his face were mere paint. Even Pamela in his arms believed them to be part of an act. After all, this was Gotham. Nothing was surprising, especially not an avant-garde artist. Upon reaching the hotel, Chino booked a room and carelessly tossed Pamela onto another bed. Venom, may I release you? Humph, fool, the Venom retorted, retracting back. Chino sighed, often perplexed by the Venom's thoughts. He took a hasty shower and collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. After he fell into a deep sleep, the Venom quietly emerged from his chest. It delicately lifted the covers, tucking Chino in, then gazed pensively at his face, lost in contemplation. In truth, the Venom had not disclosed to Chino that during its entrapment in ice, it had not lost consciousness. It vividly recalled Chino's anxiety, fear, and worries at that time, emotions that caused the Venom its own discomfort. When witnessing Chino embrace other women, a surge of fierce jealousy welled within the Venom. What is this feeling? It muttered to itself. By delving into Chino's memories, it learned that this sensation was called jealousy. Yet the Venom could not comprehend why it experienced such emotions, being devoid of humanity. In silence, the Venom approached the bathroom, standing before the mirror as it began to mimic Pamela's appearance, gradually altering its form until only a single tendril remained connected to Chino. The Venom scrutinized its reflection, its body contorting, devoid of any human beauty, while its visage retained the essence of its original form. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the Venom's body vanished, reintegrating with Chino. In the morning light, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Pamela's face. She pulled the covers up to shield herself from the sun and continued to sleep. Startled, Pamela sat up abruptly, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Was she in a hotel? A glance at her attire revealed it to be intact, prompting a sigh of relief. After all, who would find interest in a creature of her current form? With a bitter smile, she acknowledged the toxicity of her new body, capable of lethally poisoning a human in mere seconds. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing the man from the previous night. You're awake. I brought breakfast, though I'm unsure if it suits your taste. Shall we dine together? Chino placed the meal on the table. Ah, thank you. But aren't you afraid of me? Pamela queried, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Afraid of what? Chino replied, puzzled. My appearance, my green skin. Do you not find it repulsive? As she spoke, Pamela instinctively shielded her body. Grappling with the daily disgust she felt upon seeing her own reflection, particularly the toxins that lurked within her, capable of causing death upon contact. To be honest, I find it rather striking. It complements your red hair, resembling a vibrant rose, Chino remarked. Since her mutation, Pamela's physique had also transformed. She now possessed an alluring silhouette, captivating features, and cascading waves of crimson hair. Taken aback by Chino's words, a warm sensation surged within her. She had not anticipated such praise from the boy. Do you truly find it beautiful? Pamela asked, uncertainty lacing her tone. Chino nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Your green skin is distinctive, and your red hair is lovely. Furthermore, your abilities are quite remarkable. A smile graced Pamela's face, the first she had received since her transformation. Approaching the table, she gazed at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before her. Thank you for your kind words, young boy. My name is Pamela Lillian Esley, but you may call me Pamela. Chino, Pamela. Well, it has been ages since I've had a proper breakfast. Thank you, Chino. Pamela took a bite of the sandwich. Don't mention it. It was purchased with your money. Cough, cough, cough. You mean the funds for the hotel? Which is also yours. Pamela rummaged through her wallet, discovering it was entirely empty. Her monthly allowance had vanished. Chino, savoring his chocolate, displayed no semblance of guilt. What can I say? You scared off my prey yesterday and collapsed in that dark alley, so I used your money to book a room. Wait, how did you bring me here? Pamela suddenly inquired. I carried you. Does this mean my experiment from yesterday was successful? Chino, might I ask you to assist me with another experiment? Pamela gazed at him with anticipation. Certainly. Chino, having surmised the nature of her request, extended his hand. Pamela cautiously touched Chino's fingertip, a surge of green energy enveloping him, just as she was about to extract the toxins. The green hue began to spread across Chino's entire body. No, no, Pamela cried in panic. She had meticulously controlled the toxicity's concentration. It should not have been fatal. Why was this happening? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cursed the professor, questioning why he had injected her, transforming her into this abomination. A green vine sprouted from the table, gently brushing away the tears from Pamela's face. Did I frighten you? I forgot to mention that I, too, am a creature of the night. Chapter 14, Batman. Pamela gazed at Chino with tear-filled eyes, observing how his entire form had transformed into a vivid green, resembling her own appearance to some extent. Chino, are you all right? She asked, hastily wiping her tears away. Mi fine. I possess a unique ability to replicate the superpowers of others. I copied yours when I touched you yesterday. As she spoke, she summoned the vines on the table with a wave of her hand, her tears giving way to a smile as she conjured a vine of her own, intertwining it with his. She watched Chino intently, her heart swelling with an ineffable complexity of emotions. In him, she found a sense of belonging that dispelled her loneliness, as if she had discovered a being akin to herself. This sensation thrilled and comforted her in equal measure. Chino, may I experiment once more? She asked softly, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Chino nodded with a smile, granting his consent. At that moment, Pamela approached with a lightness in her step, seated herself on Chino's lap, and gently pressed her lips against his. Chino was initially taken aback, but soon surrendered to the sweetness of the kiss. Wrapping his arms around her tightly, the mutated Pamela exuded a delightful fragrance akin to nectar, intoxicating to all who encountered it. Eventually, they slowly parted. Chino, how old are you? I just turned 18, why? Perfect. That means you're an adult. Be my boyfriend. All right. After finishing their breakfast, they departed from the hotel. Strolling down the street, Pamela unabashedly revealed her green skin, shedding her previous shyness. Pamela, must we walk like this? Chino inquired. At that moment, Pamela clung to Chino's arm, her fullness pressing against him. What is wrong, darling? Is this uncomfortable? She asked, her expression one of confusion as she leaned closer, enveloped by a botanical fragrance. Not at all. Rather, it feels quite pleasant, though I admit I'm a bit shy outside. That's good. Pamela tightened her embrace. Having finally found a man she could touch, she was not about to let him slip away easily. Chino allowed Pamela to cling to his arm as they walked through Gotham's streets, attracting curious glances. Some expressed surprise, while others wore looks of disdain, yet Pamela remained unfazed. Chino felt puzzled. Since awakening, Venom had not uttered a word, his thoughts echoing in his mind. Venom, Venom, Venom. Are you ever going to stop? What do you want? Enjoy your time with your girlfriend. It's wonderful to know you're still here. What does my presence mean to you? Your existence brings me comfort. After all, Venom, you know all there is about me. Do you perceive me as human? Indeed. Then introduce me to Pamela. All right, Pamela, come with me for a moment. Chino led her to a secluded alleyway. Even in daylight, Gotham's alleys radiated an aura of darkness and dampness. Pamela gazed into the dimly lit alley, her cheeks flushed. Darling, perhaps we should return, she suggested. Pamela, I merely wish to introduce you to my friend. Upon noticing Pamela's expression, Chino discerned her misinterpretation. Oh, where's your friend? Pamela awkwardly fiddled with her hair. Venom, come fort, Venom, she called out. But there was no response from within her. Again, she summoned, just this once, let it be for another time. Is your friend named Venom? Chino asked, a perplexed smile crossing his face at Pamela's demeanor. Venom is a bit shy. We shall wait until next time for introductions. Pamela tugged at Chino, who was about to leave, mistakenly believing he intended to act inappropriately. However, he had retreated at the last moment, and considering he was merely a young man who had just reached adulthood, it was quite normal for him to feel flustered after her early morning flirtation. I never said I disagreed, she insisted, pulling him deeper into the alley, realizing that as his girlfriend, she ought to take the initiative since her shy boyfriend needed encouragement. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the alley, Chino feeling invigorated, as if he were floating. After all, it was his beloved older sister figure. Pamela belched softly, surprised by the fact that her seemingly gentle young boyfriend had a rather rough edge. Nevertheless, seeing Chino's exuberant demeanor filled her with joy, confirming that she had indeed pleased him. A smile crept onto Pamela's lips as she wrapped her arms around Chino. Darling, where shall we go next? To find Superman. He replied. But isn't Superman dead? She questioned. Even the deceased can be sought. Have you forgotten my abilities? Chino chuckled. Oh, you can even replicate Superman's powers? Pamela exclaimed. her excitement palpable. Indeed, upon hearing Chino's answer, Pamela felt a rush of warmth. Women are often drawn to strength, and the thought of her boyfriend soon possessing divine power was exhilarating. However, she quickly composed herself. There were pressing matters at hand. Yet, the news has not reported Superman's whereabouts. Fear not, for someone knows, he assured her. Who? She inquired. Batman. Wayne Manor, Gotham City. Greetings, Batman. Bruce Wayne, he acknowledged. Bruce Wayne sat quietly on the sand, observing the uninvited pair before him. His loyal old butler arrived with coffee, sugar, and cream, serving them to the seated guests. Thank you, Chino said politely. The butler inclined his head in response, standing behind Bruce. State your purpose for being here, Bruce commanded, his gaze filled with wariness. As the room was entwined with vines, like serpents coiling around him, Pamela was taken aback, realizing that Gotham's Dark Knight was none other than the playboy of Wayne Enterprises. Chino diligently added sugar to his coffee. I seek Superman's corpse. Why are you so certain that Superman's body is with me? Bruce retorted, recalling the last individual who obtained a Kryptonian body and created a doomsday that nearly obliterated the world. If another were to be crafted, this time, there would be no Superman to sacrifice himself. As you are Batman, it is inconceivable for you to relinquish the world's dangers to another. Next time, perhaps resort to a sedative. I am not accustomed to coffee. Chino took a sip of coffee and remarked. Chapter 15, Biting Time. In the film, Superman's corpse lies buried in a cemetery. Yet in reality, this is impossible. Whether in research or the creation of biological weapons, this world is rife with countless ambitious individuals. I am uncertain of what you are implying, Bruce denied, feeling utterly powerless, forced to merely delay the inevitable. Pamela, I beseech you. No problem, dear. Pamela commanded her vines to bind Bruce, exhaling a mist towards his face. Tell me, where is Superman's body? I do not know. Bruce's gaze was somewhat unfocused, yet he maintained clarity. Pamela was taken aback, marveling at his formidable willpower. Release Master Bruce. Pamela directed a breath of mist towards the old butler, who promptly swayed and collapsed. Truly, he is Batman. Chino retrieved a ring from his pocket, the mind amplification ring, capable of enhancing the wearer's psychic abilities, allowing them to place one or more individuals under mental control and convey commands telepathically. Although it can only affect one person at a time within a distance of 10 feet. Chino adorned the ring upon his finger, focusing his intent on Bruce to activate its power. Bruce's expression instantly turned vacant, and he slowly uttered, Superman's body lies in the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Chino and Pamela exchanged a glance, a surge of exhilaration washing over them. They had finally discovered Superman's corpse. Chino rose and declared, Lead us there. Bruce mechanically stood, guiding them towards the underground laboratory. The lab was filled with high-tech equipment, and Superman's body lay quietly within a massive crystalline coffin. Chino gazed at the corpse, his heart brimming with reverence. Indeed, it rests in your hands. Yes, the body in the cemetery was merely a decoy, designed to divert attention, Bruce stated expressionlessly. Open it. Very well. As the crystalline casket opened, Chino placed his hand upon Clark's body, dark tendrils seeping from his pores. The cells still exhibit vitality. He is not dead, but rather in a state of suspended animation. Bruce, were you aware that Clark had not perished? Chino inquired. Bruce struggled momentarily, and with Chino intensifying his control, he finally spoke. Yes, his brainwaves, though faint, still exist, and his body continuously absorbs solar radiation. If placed under sunlight, he could awaken within 5 years at most. Indeed, the Mother Box is the ultimate weapon forged by Apocalypse. How could it possess the power of resurrection? Superman's revival is likely due to the Mother Box repairing his body and stimulating his awakening through immense energy. Then why not resurrect him? He cannot yet reappear in this world. He requires an opportunity. Pamela looked at Bruce with a hint of confusion, questioning the meaning behind his words. Chino, however, began to comprehend that the previous invasion by the Kryptonians and the subsequent Doomsday incident, though resolved, had inflicted tremendous damage upon this world. Simultaneously, Superman's formidable power had been laid bare. The rulers of the entire world harbored a deep-seated fear of Superman's abilities. He must perish until a global crisis arose, leading to another opportunity for salvation. In any realm, it seems, the virtuous are fated to have guns pointed at them. At that moment, a golden lasso ensnared Bruce, yanking him away. Thus, we heroes emerged. The newcomer was none other than Wonder Woman, Diana, who caught Bruce in her embrace. Under the influence of the lasso of truth, Bruce's senses returned. You're late. I sent you a message half an hour ago. Did you think Washington was just next door? Diana shot him a disapproving glance before her gaze fell upon Clark's lifeless body, her expression turning cold. Moreover, you owe me an explanation. Bruce remained silent, rushing toward his armory. Regardless of your intentions, remove that thing from him. Diana brandished the god-killer sword, her focus unwavering on the dark entity enveloping Clark. Chino pondered. Venom, how much longer will this take? A bit more time. We're only halfway through the analysis. I will buy us some time. Wait. With that, Chino voluntarily severed the connection with Venom. Bruce had spoken a truth. He was indeed late. Chino's form instantly transformed to a vibrant green. And with a flick of his hands, multiple tendrils surged forth like enraged serpents towards Diana. These tendrils, robust and powerful, bore sharp barbs and howled through the air. You have made a grave mistake. Diana swung the god-killer sword, its blade radiating with a searing brilliance. Her movements were akin to a tempest. Each strike precisely severed the tendrils that lunged at her. Yet, the severed tendrils instantaneously morphed into countless smaller branches, continuing their relentless assault. An abundance of tendrils erupted from the ground, transforming the dimly lit Batcave into a verdant sea. This ocean roiled with fervor, every tendril appearing as a living entity, reaching out menacingly toward Diana. Despite Diana's formidable strength, she gradually found herself overpowered by the ceaseless onslaught of tendrils. Do you truly believe this will deter me? Diana crossed her arms, the silver bracelets clashing together. A golden aura enveloped her form, sending the surrounding tendrils flying in all directions. The tendrils that were repelled crashed against the walls and equipment, emitting a dull thud. Upon witnessing the situation, Chino immediately altered his strategy. With Pamela controlling the vines, Chino sought to enhance their strength. As a radiant green light emanated from Chino, the surrounding vines grew thicker and more resilient, reflecting a metallic sheen. Damn, this is troublesome, Diana muttered, struggling to wield the sword of Hephaestus as she slowly approached the two. Just as the standoff continued, Bruce burst forth from the equipment room. Dressed in a black bat suit, he tightly clutched a canister and hurled it into the heart of the verdant sea. With a resounding crash, a dense mist erupted, swiftly enveloping the area. The surrounding vines began to wither upon contact with the mist, as if bereft of vitality. Herbicide, they have this in the Batcave. The moment Diana neared her target, she stowed the sword of Hephaestus and raised her shield, striking fiercely at Chino's head. Chapter 16, The Abyss of Hell. A dull thud echoed within the Batcave as Diana's shield was firmly caught by a hand. Clark? Diana gasped in disbelief as she beheld the resurrected Superman before her. However, Clark appeared peculiarly altered, his eyes tightly shut and his body enveloped in a mysterious dark entity, as if under some sinister control. Suddenly, Clark unleashed a powerful punch, striking the shield with such force that Diana was sent flying, crashing hard against the cave wall and leaving a massive dent. Clark slowly turned to face Chino, who extended a hand to gently touch the dark entity enveloping him. If you dare abandon me again, you will regret it. Venom's voice resonated in Chino's mind. I swear, this is the last time. Venom swiftly transformed upon Chino, forming a black and white suit that cocooned him tightly. His height began to increase, his physique evolving into a towering figure, as the frail frame was gradually enveloped by robust muscles. Chino caught the collapsing Clark and returned him to the crystal coffin. This is your objective, Batman stated, standing before Chino without a hint of concern for his potential lethality. Indeed, this world is perilous. I require sufficient power, and Superman's strength is paramount. What do you know? Chino replied with a mysterious smile. Do not allow the three mother boxes to unite, or it will herald the world's destruction. With that, he departed. Batman called after him, wait, clarify that. But Chino did not halt his stride. A piece of kryptonite appeared in Batman's hand, yet before he could act, Chino swiftly snatched it away. Bruce, you ought to know that kryptonite is only effective against righteous superheroes. Chino delicately crushed the kryptonite into powder and scattered it upon the ground. Protected by the Venom suit, the kryptonite posed no threat to him. He then turned to Pamela, who wore an expression of eager anticipation, and gently said, let us depart, Pamela. Pamela's eyes sparkled with surprise and affection as she smiled and replied, darling, you look incredibly dashing in that outfit. I feel the same way, he responded. Their voices gradually faded into the distance, while Batman gazed at the vanishing silhouettes in the sky, lost in thought. Clark, Diana burst through the hole, looking at Superman, who lay once again in the crystal coffin. What just transpired between those two? Why had Clark suddenly returned to life? Do you know what Mother Box is? Where did you hear about that? Wow, darling, fly a bit higher. No problem. Chino embraced Pamela as they soared through the sea of clouds, enveloping her in a protective biofield, exhilarated as he ascended to greater heights, creating sonic booms in their wake. The immense pressure generated by their high velocity sliced through the clouds, and they broke through the atmosphere. In no time, they found themselves in space, where Pamela gazed at the stunning blue planet, Earth, before her, her eyes filled with wonder. "It's so beautiful," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with awe and joy. In the darkness of space, Earth radiated a soft and enchanting blue glow, with white clouds swirling like gossamer. The outlines of land and ocean clearly visible, a breathtaking tableau. "Venom, come out and take a look. Darling, do you want to do something here?" Pamela turned, thinking Chino wished to celebrate. "No, I'm calling Venom, but he seems a bit peculiar today." Chino shook his head repeatedly. The deserted alley had been his limit. "Is there really someone named Venom?" Pamela blushed slightly, recalling the earlier encounter in the alley. "Well, my suit is part of Venom's body," she said, curiously touching the symbiotic fabric, feeling the firm muscles beneath. Then when he asked ready to come out, "Please introduce me to him." "Pamela, would you like to accompany me to another world?" "Another world?" Chino nodded, revealing his identity and assuring her that if she wished to stay, he would leave enough power in this world to protect her and visit often. "Of course, I would love to, darling," Pamela replied without hesitation. She had just found this man and had no intention of letting him go. Moreover, she believed that when two lovers were separated for too long without contact, infidelity would inevitably ensue. Although given Chino's looks and strength, it was only a matter of time, and she didn't mind. After all, her body was filled with toxins, making pregnancy nearly impossible. She could not bear the thought of her beloved living a childless life. "Darling, when shall we depart? I still need to pick someone up." "Who?" "Lucifer." "Lucifer? Isn't that Satan?" The underworld, once akin to molten lava, had now turned to scorched earth, and the sulfurous storms had become cool. The entire realm echoed with the wails of demons, who could sense hell growing weaker. "Lucifer, if you continue to draw from it, hell will be destroyed." The Sandman watched as Lucifer relentlessly extracted the essence of hell, a flicker of concern crossing his lips. After Lucifer entrusted him with the keys to the Inferno, the Sandman had anticipated their next meeting would be eons away, unexpectedly returning after several years, with a request to borrow the essence of hell. The Dream King had no objections. After all, that essence belonged to her. However, he had not anticipated the implications of such borrowing. It was merely a matter of utilizing a fraction, and the essence could certainly be restored. Lucifer finally ceased his endeavors, beginning to mold the essence of hell. The Dream King observed the fireball, now only a third of its original size. Restoration was possible, yet the destruction of the world might hinder even half of its former glory. "Lucifer, what do you intend to do with this?" The Dream King inquired with curiosity. "It is a gift for a little one," Lucifer replied, shaping the essence into a bracelet and inscribing runes upon it. "Who could inspire you to use the essence of hell as a gift?" "An ungrateful little one," Lucifer remarked, recalling the refusal he had encountered with displeasure. As Lucifer completed the engraving on the bracelet, he gazed at the artifact emanating a mysterious aura, a slight smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile on Earth, Chino and Pamela were soaring towards their designated meeting point, Pamela's heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 17, Demons. "Darling, are we descending into hell?" "No. We are heading to Gotham. Lucifer is among the mortals." Lucifer is a woman. Indeed, and a remarkably beautiful one. My goodness. Outside Luxbar, the city cloaked in sin and enigma was enveloped in darkness. Chino pushed the door open, entering a dimly lit bar, where the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and mingled alcohol. At the bar, Lucifer sat elegantly, a glass in hand, her gaze laced with amusement, the soft light casting enchanting shadows upon her figure. "Chino, you have arrived." Lucifer's voice was melodious. Chino approached with Pamela, nodding slightly. "Lucifer, thank you for your patience." Pamela looked at Lucifer with intrigue. She bore none of the horrific traits typically attributed to demons, but rather an ethereal beauty that took one's breath away. Her demeanor was regal and frosty, her features exquisitely flawless, her form gracefully alluring, every aspect utterly impeccable, leaving Pamela feeling somewhat inadequate. Their eyes met, and Lucifer remarked, "So, this is the beloved you have chosen, the envoy of all that is green. Quite commendable." She discerned Pamela's essence immediately and added, "Yet, she pales in comparison to me. I am undeniably more beautiful." Pamela's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared that Lucifer had nearly become Chino's beloved partner. With such a figure and allure, no woman could resist. "I rejected you for her, and Pamela accepted me because of you," Chino stated, holding Pamela's hand. Although Pamela did not fully grasp the meaning behind Chino's words, it did not prevent her from joyfully embracing him and planting a kiss upon his cheek. Oh, to possess my body is not enough. You seek my heart as well? You are indeed more covetous than the demons of hell, Lucifer remarked with a sultry roll of her eyes. Previously, she had refrained from exerting magical control over Chino to avoid complications, but that did not imply she would not manipulate his primal desires. Now, it seems she had miscalculated. Pamela, having chosen to surrender both her body and heart to Chino, fell in love with him, undeterred by the toxins that coursed through her veins. Am I being greedy, Pamela? He inquired. Certainly not, my dear, she replied. The two, unable to contain their affection, began to indulge in sweet displays of affection before Lucifer, enveloping the atmosphere with a palpable warmth. Lucifer, slightly furrowing his brow, let out a soft huff. Enough, you two. He then presented a reward. Chino took the bracelet and asked, What is this, Lucifer? It is the Hell bracelet. You shall understand its significance once you don it, Lucifer replied. Chino placed it upon his wrist, and the bracelet transformed into a swirling pattern, etching itself onto his skin. At that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind, and with a mere wave of his hand, a black vortex materialized. From within emerged a cacophony of low growls and piercing shrieks, sending chills down one's spine. Various demons emerged, some ablaze with fierce flames that danced as though they sought to ignite the very air, others massive as hills, causing the ground to tremble with each step, and yet others adorned with sharp, glimmering blades that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Pamela gazed in terror at the demons emerging from the vortex, instinctively inching closer to Chino. The demons knelt before him in homage. Hail, your majesty, the demon king. Chino observed the assembled demons, sensing their lives were under his dominion. Lucifer, what are these? He inquired. Demons of hell. I have recreated a realm of torment from the very essence of hell itself. Each of these demons has been meticulously selected, representing nearly every variety. You need not concern yourself with them. They shall remain in hell, summoned only when needed as fodder. Their deaths will be inconsequential, as they shall revive within the inferno. Lucifer spoke nonchalantly, as if bestowing not a realm of despair, but rather a trivial plaything. Thank you, Lucifer. I truly cherish this gift, Chino remarked, surveying the array of demons before him. Realizing this was merely a fraction of their numbers. As long as you find it pleasing, otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for me, Lucifer, if my offerings were unwanted, Lucifer responded, laced with a hint of resentment. If we traverse to another world, Lucifer, I would welcome such an opportunity again, Chino mused. Dream on. Regret is a late affair, Lucifer retorted. As their conversation continued, Pamela gradually cast aside her fear. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the demons, creatures of myth she yearned to study. Return to your realms. I shall summon you should the need arise. Yes, your majesty, the demons replied, rising to approach the portal. Wait, Chino, leave that demon behind, Venom suddenly interjected, pointing at one of the demons. Pamela's eyes widened as a dark head emerged unexpectedly from Chino's shoulder. Under normal circumstances, she would have screamed, but today, confronted with such a myriad of peculiar demons, her heart seemed emboldened. That one, remain here, Chino commanded, following Venom's gesture. The assembly of demons halted, casting jealous glances at the one stepping forward, eager to showcase their abilities in hopes of earning the Demon King's favor. What is your command, your majesty? The chosen demon knelt before him. This is a humanoid demon, its body and appearance constantly shifting, devoid of a fixed form. The shapeshifter, though among the weakest in hell, possesses formidable transformation abilities and intellect. During my reign in hell, I recruited several shapeshifters to oversee its affairs. Lucifer, standing by, explained, Venom, what do you intend to do? I am intrigued by her abilities. Let me replicate them. You shall not resist, Chino commanded the demon before her. Yes, the shapeshifter bowed its head, allowing Venom to invade its body. After a while, Venom withdrew its tendrils, reverting to its original battle attire. Venom, do not disturb me. I am preoccupied at the moment. Oh, Chino replied with a hint of disappointment, noting that since arriving in the DC world, Venom had become somewhat peculiar. Fascinating, utterly fascinating, Lucifer's eyes glimmered with golden light, a cryptic smile gracing his face. What is your name? Ignoring the inquiry, Venom turned to the shapeshifter and asked. The shapeshifter replied, I have no name, your majesty. From this day forth, you shall be known as She, entrusted with the management of Hell's demons. Chino conjured a red rune, imprinting it upon She's forehead. Yes, thank you, your majesty. She sensed a newfound authority to govern Hell coursing through her, overwhelmed with joy. She had merely come to test her luck, never anticipating such recognition from the Demon King. Chapter 18, Template. After sending all the demons back, Lucifer, let us depart. Indeed, Chino placed her hands upon the shoulders of Lucifer and Pamela, and in a flash of light, the three vanished from sight. In the next moment, an elder appeared in their place. Lucifer. Lucifer felt a fleeting sensation before finding herself in an expansive desert. Whirling winds swept up a cloud of sand, cloaking the landscape in a yellowish veil. She extended her hand, catching the grains that blew towards her, relishing the delicate particles brushing against her fingertips. Sensing the atmosphere, she discerned the absence of divine presence. Ha! A world devoid of God. With a flourish, Lucifer unfurled her snow-white wings, magnificent and broad, each feather shimmering with a sacred glow. She beat her wings, unleashing a powerful gust that stirred up a sandstorm, vanishing into the horizon, leaving only a trail of white luminescence behind. My dear, where has Lady Lucifer gone? Pamela gazed at the empty sky. She has gone in search of her freedom. Chino, endowed with Superman's vision, could see Lucifer soaring into the cosmos. Feeling Chino's gaze, Lucifer tossed him a kiss. Thank you, farewell. Goodbye, fly freely. Only when Lucifer was no longer visible did Chino retract his gaze. My dear, I have captured someone. Chino looked at the Punisher, bound tightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Butler Frank. Young master, it has been a while. Frank, expressionless and suspended in midair, showed no signs of resistance. Otherwise, with Pamela's combat experience, he would have met a swift demise from dozens of meters away. I apologize. Butler Frank. Pamela hurriedly set Frank down, clearly realizing she had bound the wrong person, her face awash with remorse. It is of no consequence, madam. This address caused Pamela to blush profusely. Frank, how long has it been since I disappeared? Chino, observing the thick layer of dust on Frank, deduced that his absence had not been brief. 3 days, young master. Time is of the essence. Thank you for your patience, Frank. It must have been rather dull for you here. Chino dusted off Frank, sending a cloud of particles into the air. Not at all, young master. From time to time, someone has come to keep me company, which even brought back memories of my days in the military. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Frank's eyes. It was then that Chino noticed the surroundings were impeccably clean, devoid of any corpses, though the scent of fresh blood lingered. It appeared that remnants of the Ten Commandments gang had visited intermittently. Frank, let us return home. Please recount the events that transpired during my absence. Yes, young master. Young mistress. The helicopter is parked at the back. Inside the helicopter, the blades stirred the air with a tremendous roar. The howling wind rushed past the cabin as Chino became acquainted with the sequence of events. Upon discovering Frank, Tony Stark and Ethan learned of the young master's battle and had tossed them a satellite phone, while Tony piloted the armed helicopter himself. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. The young master had already vanished, opting to remain in place until Chino's arrival. Tony Stark contacted someone via phone, facilitating their departure to hold a press conference. He, as before, shut down the weapons division, unchanged from the original narrative. After several hours, they finally returned to the manor, nestled amidst verdant hills and flowing waters. The grand iron gates opened slowly, revealing a cobblestone path that wound its way to an imposing edifice. Wow, my dear, you are quite the affluent one. Pamela's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld the estate. Affluent is a stretch. I am merely a rich second generation, Chino replied. He guided Pamela and Frank into the manor, showing Pamela around as she expressed endless curiosity, frequently exclaiming in delight. In the garden, a riot of colorful blooms competed for attention, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. The fountain, illuminated by sunlight, refracted a splendid rainbow. Darling, this place is truly beautiful, Pamela remarked. Chino smiled, responding, this will be our home from now on. The manor was scarcely populated with servants, consisting only of a team of chefs and Frank. Cleaning was outsourced periodically. After dinner, Chino luxuriated in a vast bath, warm water enveloping his body, allowing him to exhale in relief. Darling, do not be coy. As night fell, the two succumbed to deep slumber after a long day. A dark organization stealthily infiltrated Pamela's body through her wrist. The venom, having acquired the ability to shapeshift, had been molding her form until it finally conformed to Chino's most cherished memory. However, once the body was molded, the inner workings remained a mystery. So while the two slumbered, a template was sought, and Pamela was that fortunate one. As she felt a peculiar movement within her body, she groggily opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a dark, venomous substance. Just as she was about to scream, she was swiftly rendered unconscious. Phew! Thankfully I blocked Chino's ears. Let us proceed. Confirming that Chino remained undisturbed, the venom continued its task. The room lay in serene silence, illuminated solely by the faint moonlight streaming through the window. As the venom meticulously examined her bodily structure, Pamela, with her eyes closed, emitted soft, indistinct sounds. When the examination neared completion, the venom began to coalesce into a form beside Chino. As if sensing a familiar presence, Chino instinctively embraced it, nuzzling against the entity. The venom reciprocated the embrace, patiently awaiting the dawn. Morning arrived, with sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, gently caressing Pamela's face. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The sunlight outside resembled golden threads, casting delicate beams upon her visage. Rising from her repose, she stretched, her movements causing a gentle sway. Was last night merely a dream? Pamela lifted the blanket to inspect, finding no abnormalities. Recalling her beloved's affectionate demeanor from the previous day, she couldn't help but chuckle. The transformation of her body had its advantages. At least her figure and skin were exquisite. She glanced around, searching for the clothing she had discarded on the floor. Approaching the opposite side of the bed, she noticed a bulge beneath the covers. "Darling, it's time to rise." After nudging twice without response, Pamela smirked mischievously, her fingers delving beneath the blanket. Suddenly, she encountered a soft object and, puzzled, gave it a gentle squeeze. "How long do you intend to keep squeezing?" Came a cool female voice from beneath the covers. Chapter 19. The Demon's Sister. Startled, Pamela withdrew her hand abruptly and threw the blanket aside. "Who are you if not him?" As the covers fell away, a voluptuous woman revealed herself before Pamela. The morning sun poured through the window, accentuating her alluring curves. "You've awakened him." Chino, nestled in her embrace, stirred from sleep, startled by the sudden chill in the air. "What is the matter, Pamela?" "Darling, who is she?" Pamela glared at Chino, still lounging in the stranger's arms. A surge of anger swelling within her. Her fists clenched tightly, her green eyes ablaze with fury. As Chino's mind gradually cleared, he realized he lay in the arms of an unfamiliar woman, yet a familiar essence emanated from her, preventing any alarm. "Demon sister?" Chino paused, recognizing her face. "No, it's the venom." The venom, propped up, revealed her black hair, cascading like a silky curtain before her. "You possess the ability of the venomous shapeshifter." Chino recalled the power the venom had just replicated the previous day. "Do you like it?" "In your memories, this character ranks first." The venom completely disregarded Pamela's flushed expression, unabashedly displaying her perfect form. Every gesture she made was imbued with seduction, and the air in the room seemed to grow increasingly heated. "Why have you transformed in such a manner?" Chino gazed intently, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "It is simply because I harbor feelings for you." "Feelings for me? Who is it that constantly referred to me as your cherished family member?" "Gradually, I've grown fond of you." "So what is your response?" Venom looked at Chino with anticipation. "Yet, I have always regarded you as a brother. Upon awakening, my brother has morphed into a stunning beauty." "Oh, is that so? Does that denote affection?" Venom smiled slightly, enveloping Chino in an embrace that left him breathless. "Do you still wish to reject me?" "No longer." "Splendid. Then come, let's share a kiss." As Venom leaned in, "Enough, you wretched interloper, bringing such disgrace upon me in my presence. Do you not comprehend the order of things?" Pamela exclaimed in exasperation, lunging at Venom and pinning her to the bed. The room erupted into chaos, pillows tumbling to the floor, and the sheets becoming a wrinkled mess. "I was the first to encounter Chino. You are the true interloper." Venom managed to flip Pamela over, pinning her to the ground, fortunate that a plush carpet cushioned their fall. The soft fibers mitigated the impact, yet their movements remained fervent. "But he was still mine first. I allowed that to happen. Otherwise, in that alley, did you truly believe you could succeed? You were spying, you shameless creature. You are the one who lacks decency, gallivanting about." The two beautiful women continued to wrestle on the floor. Chino, now dressed, observed the spectacle. Neither party truly intended harm. As both were well aware of each other's existence, a more favorable first encounter would have been preferable. As Pamela's nightgown tore, Chino sensed that something was amiss. "Venom, why do you resemble Pamela so closely?" Chino inquired, perplexed. Venom, pinned beneath Pamela, stiffened at the question, responding sheepishly, "Oh, it must be mere coincidence." Pamela halted her movements, scrutinizing the situation, her expression darkening as memories of a dream from the previous night resurfaced. "For heaven's sake, not only did you take me last night, but you also replicated my form." "Replicated? I merely drew inspiration. My essence is distinctly different." "Do not dare say that." Pamela's anger flared, and she summoned vines to ensnare Venom. "Oh, you mean it. Be gentle. Venom made no attempt to resist, recognizing her fault. Chino covered his face, beginning to grasp the situation. His memories held only superficial appearances, lacking concrete details, compelling him to borrow from others. However, Venom's actions were indeed beyond the pale. Perhaps it was best for Pamela to vent her frustrations. Wait, Pamela, I have a secret to share. I shall not listen. Pamela swung the vines, intent on punishing Venom severely. It concerns Chino, and I shall restore your original hue. Pamela paused, and Venom exhaled in relief, realizing that this body possessed heightened sensitivity. Further punishment would surely leave her dazed. Wait, Venom. This time, it was Chino who felt the panic rising within him. Observing Chino's reaction, Pamela understood that Venom indeed held more knowledge than she did. Darling, you should step outside for a moment. Venom and I have matters to discuss. Chino gazed at the closed door, awaiting with a hint of exasperation. Outside the room, the corridor was adorned with an opulent carpet, while exquisite oil paintings graced the walls. Young master, although we are in the manor, one must still observe proper etiquette, came the voice of Frank, who scrutinized Chino, noting his attire of merely shorts. Pamela, open the door. I have yet to don my clothing. Chino knocked insistently. The door swung open, revealing Pamela in a flowing green gown and Venom clad in a black sheer dress, now elevated by high heels that made them slightly taller than Chino. Their skirts swayed gracefully, akin to blossoms dancing in the wind. However, Pamela's complexion had turned as pale as snow, leaving Chino in awe. A singular wife, yet two distinct experiences. My dear, my sister and I shall await you downstairs, Pamela called, linking her arm with Venom's as they descended the staircase. Ladies, breakfast is prepared, Frank remarked, casting his gaze downward, unfazed by the emergence of another lady. Sensing the heated gaze behind her, Pamela smirked, relishing the presence of a statuesque woman. Once Chino had dressed and made his way downstairs, he found Venom and Pamela waiting, unmoved, for his arrival. Darling, do try this fruit, Pamela urged. Chino, indulge in the chocolate, she added. Pamela's culinary choices leaned towards vegetarianism, offering a breakfast of fruit salad, while Venom, despite possessing a human form capable of savoring various flavors, still preferred chocolate. Chino welcomed all offerings without reluctance. After their meal, Venom and Pamela retreated to watch television. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Frank opened the door to welcome a visitor. Long time no see, Chino. Are these two your wives? He inquired. Greetings, I am Tony Stark. You may call me Tony, he announced, dressed in a sleek black suit. Venom and Pamela nodded, introduced themselves, and then turned their attention elsewhere. This is my first experience of being disregarded, Tony Stark remarked, feeling slightly awkward. Tony, what brings you here? Chino asked. Oh, my friend, you have saved the greatest genius of this century, Tony exaggerated, observing Chino's impassive expression with a click of his tongue. Well, actually, I have come to present my gratitude. Chino accepted the contract Tony offered and began to peruse its contents. 20% of Stark Industries. Chapter 20. The Gift of a Ring. Do not even think of refusing. You saved me once, and this is your due. Even if it means relinquishing a fifth of my company, I maintain my proud demeanor, Tony declared. Tony, why are you doing this? Chino did not exhibit overwhelming joy at such a generous gift. Instead, he placed the document on the table and gently pushed it back. Did I not say? Tony, you are a businessman, quite wealthy indeed, yet no amount of riches would compel one to express such profound gratitude to a savior. Chino fixed him with a piercing gaze, except perhaps for someone surnamed Lee. Indeed, it appears I am ill-suited for such matters, Tony admitted, his demeanor fading. That day, I witnessed the magnificent laser beam emanating from the ring on that gentleman's finger, prompting me to ponder whether such rings were within your possession. At that moment, Chino produced 10 exquisite gemstone rings, placing them upon the table. Indeed, these are the very ones. 10% of the shares are a token of gratitude, and I wish to acquire another 10%. Tony gazed at the gemstone rings adorning the table and remarked, It is impossible to purchase them all, but acquiring one is certainly feasible. Tony, are you aware of their origin? Chino chuckled, shaking his head in response. What origin? These rings are the remarkable creations of extraterrestrial Markluans, each endowed with extraordinary powers. Tony, what do you believe would be the price to procure one? Chino lifted a ring, allowing it to reflect the radiant sunlight. Extraterrestrial technology. I shall not speak further. I never anticipated there would be something Tony Stark could not afford. A flicker of warmth ignited in Tony's eyes, followed by a self-deprecating smile. If it truly is extraterrestrial technology, then its value transcends monetary assessment. Once the technology is deciphered, the potential gains could very well lead to the establishment of an entirely new military-industrial empire. Then, a crimson ring fell into Tony's hand. Did you not declare they were not for sale? Tony gazed perplexly at the ring he held. They are indeed not for sale, but can be gifted to a friend. Chino replied with a smile, harboring a fondness for Tony, whether it be for his actions in the cave or his audacious spirit in the films of the past. Thus, gifting a ring to forge a friendship is hardly a loss. Tony grasped the ring tightly, his eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude. Chino, this gift is far too precious. I scarcely know how to express my appreciation. Chino waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Tony. As you said, friends should not be overly concerned with trivialities. Tony nodded solemnly. I shall treasure this gift and endeavor to explore its mysteries. However, I remain curious about the special abilities this ring possesses. Your ring is a flame ring, containing a miniature heart of a star, capable of emitting infrared radiation or heat, with the intensity controlled by the wearer. Additionally, exercise caution during your research. We wouldn't want New York to be obliterated, Chino warned carefully. A miniature heart, energy compression technology, spatial compression, and even brainwave connection technology, all encapsulated within this small ring. Tony delicately donned the ring, instantly comprehending its usage. Wow! A half-meter fireball materialized in Tony's hand, dancing gracefully in the air under his command. This is the allure of the extraordinary. Simultaneously, it captured the attention of Pamela, Venom, and Frank. Before Tony could indulge in his delight, a blue beam struck the fireball in midair, transforming it into an ice sphere that shattered upon hitting the ground. Tony, do not play with fire in someone else's home, Chino admonished disapprovingly. Ahem, my apologies. I grew a tad too exhilarated, Tony replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Pamela approached and settled onto Chino's lap. Darling, these rings are so beautiful. Pamela's eyes sparkled. Few women can resist the allure of glittering gemstones. Choose one that you like, and take it for now. I will craft a better one for you when we marry, Chino remarked smoothly. Thank you, darling. Pamela planted a kiss on Chino's cheek, joyfully selecting a white ring to adorn her middle finger. The cut beam ring perfectly compensated for Pamela's shortcomings in terms of lethality. Is it beautiful? Indeed, anything you wear looks splendid. The two flirted unabashedly until Venom approached, prompting Pamela to shift positions, resting against the back of Chino's head. Venom nestled into Chino's embrace, lifting her slender, agile fingers, pale and translucent. Help me choose one. Venom smiled charmingly. Let us go with this one. The color suits you best. Chino selected a black ring to place on Venom's middle finger. The black light ring could create an area of absolute darkness, seemingly absorbing all light. A darkness akin to the powers of an invisibility cloak, dark stars, and burial shrouds. It's beautiful. Consider it a reward. Venom softly kissed Chino's lips. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as Chino felt the softness of Venom's lips, a warmth swelling within him that was indescribable. Once Venom and Pamela departed, Tony quipped, a ring worth billions, and you simply gift it to them without a second thought? Aren't you concerned? He was somewhat amused, recalling his own experiences of being surrounded by admirers, yet surprised by Chino's generosity. Not at all, as long as they like it. Well, you truly are a romantic. But speaking of which, these rings possess formidable powers. Aren't you worried they might inadvertently cause some trouble? Tony shrugged. Any trouble that arises, I will handle it. With superhuman abilities, as long as I don't cross paths with any major players in this world, I can navigate through it with ease. By the way, the military seems to be on a bizarre spree lately, secretly capturing mutants. It appears they are searching for someone. If you happen to encounter any issues, call me, and I'll sort it out. The details of these military operations were classified, yet Tony divulged them casually. Thank you for the warning. With that, Tony bid farewell. As he had many pressing matters to attend to, the development of Mark II, researching the rings, and tracking down traitors, each task of paramount importance. The stock transfer contract remained intact, as Tony Stark had never requested the return of anything he had given away. Pamela, Venom, shall we go out for some fun? Chino suddenly felt inspired, realizing he had yet to explore this world properly. Absolutely, darling, Pamela exclaimed, thrilled at the suggestion, while Venom was indifferent as long as she could be with Chino. Frank, do you have any recommended destinations? Chino inquired, turning to Frank. Sir, I recommend Manhattan. It is bustling and vibrant, and since the ladies have not brought much luggage, they can shop for clothes and such. Then let us head there. Chapter 21. The Abomination is online. 3 individuals traveled in a luxurious sedan towards Manhattan. Along the way, Pamela gazed out the window with palpable excitement, eagerly anticipating the shopping adventure that awaited them. Venom quietly leaned against Chino, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Upon their arrival in Manhattan, they were awestruck by the vibrant scene before them. Towering skyscrapers, bustling streets filled with throngs of people and a plethora of dazzling shops. Pamela, unable to contain her enthusiasm, eagerly tugged Chino into a fashionable clothing boutique. She perused an array of exquisite garments, frequently seeking Chino's opinion. Chino patiently accompanied her, offering thoughtful suggestions. Although Venom was not particularly interested in shopping, she was nonetheless inspired by Pamela's enthusiasm, occasionally picking up a piece of clothing to see if it suited Chino. The two stunning women inevitably attracted attention. Yet when approached, Frank fixed a cold, unyielding gaze upon the interloper, his hand resting on his hip, prompting the stranger to turn and leave without a word. After all, even beauty pales in comparison to the value of life. Once they completed their shopping, the quartet decided to indulge in the culinary delights of the city. As they passed a narrow alley, Chino noticed a shadowy figure lurking in the corner. A beggar? Why are they hiding in the alley instead of being on the street? What is wrong, darling? Pamela inquired, noticing Chino's distraction. There's someone in that alley, Chino replied, her footsteps quickening as she ventured into the passageway. She approached the figure, who lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The individual was clad in tattered clothing, bearing a metallic collar around their neck, their face obscured by grime, revealing only a mass of dark hair. Chino, you're not considering taking them to a hotel, are you? Venom interjected suddenly. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not a depraved soul, Chino retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Darling, if you wish to indulge in such play, I can let you do it again, Pamela joked. Tonight, you'll have the pleasure of your company. Frank stood guard at the alley's entrance, ensuring no one intruded. With a decisive tug, Chino grasped the metallic collar, effortlessly snapping it and casting it aside. As the collar fell away, the figure slowly regained consciousness, though their frail body rendered them too weak to speak. You must have emerged from a mutant laboratory. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. You can find refuge at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Chino assured, pulling several $1,000s from her pocket. Venom, Pamela, let us be on our way. Chino grasped the hands of the two women as they exited the alley. The shadowy figure watched their retreating forms, collecting the money from the ground and leaning against the wall as they left the alley. Once on the bustling street, Venom posed a sudden question. What prompted this unexpected kindness? Perhaps it is the residual benevolence of the strong. Initially, I acquired this formidable power for self-preservation, but now I find myself seeking to engage in other endeavors to pass the time. I wish to avoid being ensnared by the burdens of righteousness like Spider-Man, while aspiring to emulate Deadpool, maintaining my principles without hesitation to extend a hand of kindness, Chino articulated. In essence, it is simply a desire to flaunt one's prowess when desired and to be left undisturbed when not, Venom remarked, wrapping her arm around Chino's. Ha ha ha, astute observation. Chino laughed heartily, truly the most self-aware individual in this world. Dear, who is the little rascal you mentioned? A friend? Pamela inquired. I suppose so. Quite amusing, though rather chatty. It reminds me of Deadpool. I wonder if Wade has begun his experiments. Chino mused. An astonished voice interrupted Chino. Turning to investigate, he saw George Stacy accompanied by two others, presumably his wife and child. Good evening, Uncle George, Chino greeted politely. Though they were unfamiliar, the future relationship appeared promising. Yes, it's a holiday today. I brought one out for some fun. Who are they? George asked, glancing at the two beautiful women flanking Chino. They're my lovers, Venom and Pamela, Chino replied nonchalantly. Two lovers? George's lips twitched. He had always thought Chino was quite earnest, but now he found himself somewhat envious of the young man's charm. The blonde girl beside him widened her eyes in surprise. Little Chino, have you truly lost your memory? I am Aunt Mary. Mary stepped forward with genuine concern, seemingly unfazed by Chino's unconventional relationships, as such was the nature of their society. I apologize, Aunt Mary, Chino responded. Mary offered a gentle smile, saying it's all right, dear. I hope you recover your memories soon. The blonde girl approached, gazing at Chino's two stunning companions with a hint of melancholy. You forgot me too. I'm sorry, Chino instinctively apologized, despite not knowing the reason why. Is that all you can say? I'm Gwen, don't forget me again. After stating this, Gwen turned to Venom and Pamela, her tone filled with hostility. I want to give up. George's expression darkened. Did he not see the implications? His daughter was being courted. What have you done to my daughter? Dad, we're leaving. Gwen exclaimed. Little Chino, do come visit when you can. Once the Stacy family departed, Venom teased, it seems we are gaining another sister. Having another to share the burdens is welcome, Pamela remarked, recalling the strain of the previous night. Arriving at an upscale restaurant, the four enjoyed their dinner after a day of exploration. Though Frank was the butler, he was akin to family. They gazed out at the nightscape through the window. What a peaceful city this is, Pamela mused. Unlike Gotham, rife with robberies and drug trafficking. In the next moment, a car sped by outside. The female driver inside, shrieking in fright, a child seated beside her. With a swift motion, Chino dashed to the window, skillfully catching the car and gently placing it back on the ground. You are safe now. The frightened driver remained in panic, her foot still pressing the gas pedal, the tires billowing smoke. Chino had no choice but to lift the vehicle. Hey woman, shut up, he bellowed, finally silencing her. Think of your child. Remain calm. Thank you. The woman was forcibly calmed down, stopping the car and leaving with her daughter. They returned upstairs. Chino venom. And Frank silently stared at Pamela. What a dire prediction. Pamela awkwardly laughed, claiming it was merely a coincidence. Never mind, let us go take a look. On the adjacent street, the Gatling gun mounted on the armored vehicle unleashed a torrent of fire, with dense bullets whipping through the air like a furious metallic whip. Concentrating their assault on the center, there stood a towering figure over 3 meters tall, his muscular frame resembling a mass of iron. His skin a shade of green or gray, adorned with coarse textures and protruding lumps. His facial features were grotesquely distorted, with a pair of red eyes that radiated malice and madness. His mouth, wide and cavernous, emitted roars and howls of fury. The abomination had arrived. Chapter 22, Phantom Spider. The Gatling gun on the armored vehicle continued to spew flames, the relentless bullets striking at the abomination with ferocity. Yet upon contact, the bullets merely ricocheted, sparking wildly. The abomination remained unfazed by the torrential hail of bullets. His massive form was as steadfast as a mountain, the projectiles merely leaving insignificant white marks on his green or gray skin that vanished almost instantaneously. With each heavy step, the ground trembled, rendering the once lethal bullets nothing more than annoying mosquito bites. As he advanced, surrounding buildings suffered, walls crumbling under his collision, glass shattering in a rain of fragments. Terrified civilians screamed and fled in all directions, yet many were unable to escape, struck by the collapsing debris or crushed under the abomination's weight, blood staining the streets. He roared, swinging his robust arms, hurling a parked car into the distant crowd, the vehicle tumbling through the air, inciting further panic. Bring me a true adversary. Call out the Hulk. His roar was deafening, as if he intended to engulf the entire city in his wrath. The scene was chaotic, filled with screams, weeping, and wails, resembling a hellscape. Watch this. Nearby soldiers, realizing firearms were futile, retrieved rocket launchers from behind and fired. The abomination, seeing the incoming projectiles, scoffed and reached out to grasp one. He slammed the missile against his skeletal chest, triggering a violent explosion of flames. The inferno scorched his body, yet within mere seconds, he was restored to his former state. The soldiers, witnessing the undamaged abomination, fell into a stupor. With a sinister grin, the abomination approached the soldiers, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Vehicles in his path were kicked aside with ease. General Ross, seated in an armed helicopter, urgently shouted into the radio, "Soldiers, retreat at once." The soldiers, snapping back to reality, hastily reversed their vehicles. "Let me down. No one but me can stop him now," Bruce Banner said sternly, locking eyes with General Ross. Just as the general was about to acquiesce, a voice emerged from behind. "General, reinforcements have entered the battlefield." General Ross focused intently below. One wheel of an armored vehicle was damaged, and with vehicles cluttering the road, it was swiftly overtaken by the abomination. He raised his foot and forcefully kicked, sending an armored vehicle flying as though it were a ball. The vehicle tumbled through the air, tracing a parabolic arc, landing several dozen meters away, poised to crash to the ground. At that critical moment, a white figure suddenly leaped onto the vehicle's roof. She stood gracefully, one hand clutching 2 soldiers, while the other swiftly shot out a web, securing it to a nearby lamppost, and then, utilizing the web's strength, landed safely. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed heavily to the ground, instantly igniting into a massive fireball. "Quick, get out of here!" She donned a black and white spider suit, her gaze fixed resolutely on the colossal creature ahead. Be careful." The 2 soldiers hurriedly scrambled to their feet and retreated. "Let me see, a little bug. You wish to challenge me?" The abomination sneered, unbothered by the prospect of toying with a mere insect before the Hulk's arrival. "Come on then, you ugly monstrosity." It was unfortunate that a family outing for dinner was interrupted by such a monstrous encounter. Truth be told, one had no desire to battle such a behemoth. Her attacks were utterly ineffective. A single blow from the creature could leave her gravely injured. Yet, she had no choice. Her father was nearby, and if she did not intervene, he would surely perish. Amidst the chaos of the streets, Gwen took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely fixed on the abomination. "Come on, big guy." Gwen taunted the creature loudly, swiftly shooting out webbing to secure herself to a nearby skyscraper, using the momentum to move rapidly through the air, persistently harrying the abomination. Enraged by her provocation, the abomination swung its massive arms, attempting to seize the agile little bug. Gwen deftly evaded its attacks, occasionally firing webs to entangle the abomination's body, disrupting its movements. "Too slow, ugly," she mocked as she dodged. The abomination roared in fury, relentlessly pursuing her. Gwen adeptly navigated the environment, leaping between vehicles and buildings, causing the abomination to crash through obstacles, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Utilizing her remarkable agility, she narrowly evaded the creature's assaults time and again. At times, she leaped onto the abomination's back, quickly shooting webs to blind its eyes, then swiftly leaping away as it thrashed in frustration. "Come on, you big idiot." Gwen continued her taunts, leading the creature toward a less populated area. The abomination, provoked by her antics, pursued her without hesitation. Gwen darted between towering buildings, continuously shooting webs to attach to various objects, creating barriers to slow the abomination's advance. Enraged, the creature smashed through the obstacles, relentless in its chase. Spotting an opportunity, Gwen soared over the abomination's head and delivered a swift kick to its skull. Oomph! That didn't hurt at all. The abomination, now even more infuriated, quickened its pace. Gwen, sprinting while shouting, "Come chase me, you hideous giant." Her voice echoed through the streets, effectively drawing the monstrosity away from the densely populated area. Indeed, the farther away, the better. As Gwen swung around a corner with her web, she spotted a familiar figure, Chino and his two companions. Why hadn't he fled? Chino looked up, locking eyes with Gwen suspended in the air. Heavy footsteps followed, and it was too late to take the three with him. "Chino, run," Gwen urged, her gaze resolute and unwavering. With determination, she descended rapidly, landing firmly on the ground. Her green dancing shoes scraped against the surface, leaving two deep imprints. As she swiftly shielded Chino and the others behind her, Gwen adeptly maneuvered her web, adhering it to the surrounding walls. In the blink of an eye, a massive net was woven, serving as a sturdy barrier. However, the monstrosity charged straight into the web, its colossal form effortlessly tearing through the strands as it advanced toward Gwen. With fists raised, it hurled a fierce punch at her. Knowing she could not evade, Gwen gritted her teeth, crossing her arms defiantly over her chest, bracing for the impact. Chapter 23, A Dashing Entrance. "You fool." Chino wrapped his arms around Gwen's slender waist, pulling her into an embrace. With his other hand, he met the beast punch with a clenched fist, resulting in a tremendous collision that sent a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Surprisingly, the larger figure was the one sent flying. Gwen stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene before her. "Gwen, are you out of your mind? Trying to take on a punch the size of a cooking pot with your petite frame? Do you think you're Toby Spider?" A teasing voice whispered near her ear, the warm breath tickling her skin through the mask. Gwen turned her head to find Chino's eyes sparkling with mirth. "Huh, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even attempted it. And who is Toby Spider?" "He's another Spider-Man, but the one with the best physique." "Are there other Spider-Men?" Venom observed as the two engaged in their lively banter. "Chino, are you really planning to chat in this position?" Gwen suddenly became aware of the warm hand on her abdomen, which squeezed her gently. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly wriggled free from Chino's embrace. "Pervert!" Gwen glared at him, rearranging her slightly disheveled battle attire. "My apologies, Gwen. It was an involuntary squeeze. I couldn't help it. Your grip felt too good." "Ahem. I'm not Gwen. You've mistaken me for someone else. You may call me Ghost Spider," she declared, her voice hoarse. "Very well, Miss Spider," Chino replied, suppressing a laugh. Venom rolled his eyes at the playful exchange, remarking, "Could you two cease your flirtations? Let's not forget the significant trouble we have yet to resolve." A roar echoed from a distance. The two behemoths stood off against each other. Initially, Banner had no intention of descending after the monstrosity was driven away. Before long, the abomination was drawn toward the armed helicopter they occupied. Fortunately, the pilot's exceptional skills narrowly averted disaster. Yet the immense turbulence generated by the abomination's colossal form caused the aircraft to sway violently, resulting in the pilot being ejected. "Hulk, you have finally emerged." The abomination gazed at Hulk with palpable excitement, as defeating him had become an obsession. Despite a severed arm, the abomination charged forward without a moment's hesitation. "Hulk!" Hulk roared in response, advancing to meet his foe. In the instant their titanic forms collided, Hulk was sent hurtling away. Although the Abomination had lost an arm, his formidable regenerative abilities meant that his limb had already begun to heal, posing no hindrance to the battle. In stark contrast, Hulk's body had been inundated with suppressants. Merely transforming into his green visage was a challenge, and at the moment of contact, he found himself at a disadvantage. Chino and Gwen, hearing the distant roars, immediately ceased their playful antics and turned to face the source of the commotion. We must divert them. Chino, can you assist me? Gwen implored, recognizing that even a single display of overwhelming power could halt their advance. Very well, Venom, let us proceed, Chino replied with an elegant bow, raising his hand as if inviting a lady to dance rather than preparing for battle. Venom smiled slightly, enveloping Chino in a dark, amorphous form, which coalesced into a golden-armored supersuit. Pamela, I am off, Chino declared before soaring into the fray. Come, Gwen, we too shall lend our aid, Pamela added. But she is. Gwen was still reeling from the astonishment of witnessing a person transform into a suit. You will understand once you become our sister, Pamela said with a mysterious smile, taking a liking to Gwen, who was determined to exert herself to save them. Oh wait, who wants to become your sister? On the streets of New York, once vibrant and bustling, chaos now reigned supreme. The roads lay in tatters, asphalt torn and crumpled, revealing the grim earth and pipes beneath. Storefronts were shattered, glass shards littering the ground, reflecting the dim light. Vehicles lay strewn about, some crushed, others engulfed in flames, belching thick black smoke. Streetlights leaned precariously. Power lines sagged, occasionally sparking and emitting a cacophony of terrifying sounds. Citizens fled in all directions, cries for help intertwining in a haunting chorus. Some lay in pools of blood, moaning in agony, yet no one could offer assistance. Children, separated from their parents, cried helplessly amidst the chaos. The injured sprawled on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Oh God, please save us, an elderly man cried, trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, helplessly gazing at the sky. Amidst this turmoil, the Abomination and Hulk continued their fierce clash, each collision generating shockwaves that inflicted further devastation upon the city. The Abomination, with its muscular arms bulging, had already healed its severed limb. It roared in fury, launching another punch at the Hulk. The Hulk, equally defiant, tensed his massive frame, the veins beneath his green skin prominently visible, and clenched his fist in response. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as Chino, arms outstretched, braced against the colossal fists of both the Abomination and the Hulk, the tremendous force causing the earth beneath him to crater. Enough, Chino bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder amid the ruins. This city is not your battleground. Innocent lives should not suffer for your conflicts. The surrounding citizens, having halted their frantic escape, turned their astonished gazes towards Chino, their eyes filled with wonder and anticipation. A profound silence enveloped the scene as Chino lowered his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Venom, don't you think I look rather impressive? I've been waiting to deliver that line. Indeed, quite impressive, but it depends on whether they grant you any respect. Step aside, insect. The Hulk is invincible. The Abomination, consumed by rage, had lost all rational thought. Its focus solely on the Hulk as it raised another fist to strike. The Hulk, equally enraged, echoed Chino's displeasure at the interference and swung his other fist towards him. Damn it, how dare you disrespect me? Chino's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the fists, his legs propelling him upward with such force that the ground beneath him once again buckled. Ascending into the air, Chino seized the fists of the two colossal beings, spinning rapidly as if wielding nunchaku, with himself at the center of this whirlwind. Chino's strength was astonishing. The massive forms of the Abomination and the Hulk felt weightless in his grasp. As he spun at high speed, the Abomination and the Hulk became disoriented, their furious roars echoing around them. Chapter 24. The Hulk's defiance. At that moment, the citizens of New York stood transfixed, gazing skyward, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief and shock. A young woman dropped her handbag, oblivious to its fall, lost in a trance as she murmured, "How is this possible?" A small boy excitedly waved his tiny hand, exclaiming, "Dad, look, it's Superman." Yet his father stood in a daze, unable to utter a word. Only the reporters were capturing this extraordinary scene. Meanwhile, Tony, watching from his television, could not contain his laughter. "Pepper, look at Chino. He is actually using those two behemoths like nunchaku." "Boss, the situation on the ground, doesn't he look too promising?" Pepper remarked, somewhat resigned. "It's fine," Chino will handle it. Tony had an intimate understanding of Chino's abilities. Although he was uncertain when Chino had acquired the power of flight, he knew that his healing capacity meant that as long as one was not dead, they could be saved. Nonetheless, I'll head over. Some individuals can be quite unruly. Agent Coulson, a level 8 operative of SHL, had just arrived at the scene and was gradually regaining his composure. Speaking into his earpiece, he reported, "Director, I have arrived on the scene. What are the next steps?" "Focus on negotiation." "Understood." Coulson placed the energy gun back into the safe. The shot that could have sent the abomination to hell was no longer necessary. At the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury silently observed the live feed. Was it yet another Captain Marvel, playing with two monsters that possessed the strength of several tons, as if they were mere toys? Although the Abomination and Hulk were not causing destruction at the moment, cries for help still echoed beneath the rubble. Amidst this chaos, Pamela showcased her extraordinary abilities. With graceful strides, she approached a collapsed building where civilians were trapped beneath the debris, their desperate cries piercing the air. Pamela gently closed her eyes, raising her hands elegantly as a green glow flickered at her fingertips. In an instant, thick and supple vines emerged from the earth, growing and stretching as if imbued with life. These vines seemed to heed her command, skillfully weaving through the wreckage, carefully lifting heavy stones and broken beams. Pamela's expression remained focused and serene. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the vines maneuvered with even greater precision. As the vines toiled, the trapped civilians gradually became visible, gently cradled by the vines and slowly elevated to safety. Her long hair danced softly in the breeze, and her gaze was filled with compassion and tenderness. In that moment, she resembled an elegant goddess, rescuing those in distress. The rescued civilians looked at Pamela with eyes brimming with gratitude and awe, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Gwen watched Pamela's miraculous and graceful rescue effort, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. One impressive ability, Pamela. After completing the rescue of the civilians from the ruins, Pamela did not pause. She continued to search the area, gently extracting the injured one by one from the perilous zones using her vines. Subsequently, she arranged the injured neatly in a row along a relatively safe street. Turning to Gwen, Pamela remarked, "Everyone possesses their unique strengths and value. You are also protecting this city in your own way." "Yes," Gwen replied, glancing at the injured on the ground, her voice filled with concern. "Sister Pamela, what will happen to them? There are hundreds of injured. The ambulances cannot transport them all." Having been utterly captivated by Pamela, Gwen instinctively referred to her as sister. "That pertains to Venom's matter." Pamela called out to Chino in the sky. "Chino, stop playing. Venom's abilities are needed here." Upon hearing Pamela's call, Chino's voice echoed from above. "Give me 3 more minutes." With that, Chino released his grip. The Abomination and Hulk plummeted freely through the air, their bodies drawn by gravity, descending towards the ground at an astonishing speed. With a tremendous crash, the earth was struck, creating 2 large craters and sending dust swirling. Boom! Boom! The resounding impacts reverberated through the air, akin to an earthquake. Chino slowly descended to the ground, his gaze calm as he regarded the 2 colossal figures before him. "Have you surrendered?" Yet, the only response he received was a series of retching sounds. As the moment of landing arrived, both Abomination and Hulk began to vomit, their stomachs churning violently, expelling a foul-smelling bile. It took a considerable time for them to recover. "Ugh, I'm done, no more spinning." Abomination finally regained his composure and raised his hands in surrender. Simultaneously, he subdued both himself and Hulk. Appearing to have yet to exert his full strength, resistance was futile. Hulk, however, felt a surge of defiance. His eyes blazed with fury as he wiped the acrid residue from his lips, unsteadily rising to his feet. Abomination regarded him with a mixture of respect and disbelief, acknowledging Hulk's resilience. "Stay over there and don't run away." "Yes, I promise I won't flee." Abomination chose a nearby wall to lean against. His legs could not outrun the flying adversary, and seeing no intent from Hulk to kill him, he opted to remain compliant. "Thanos subdued you with 12 punches. I wonder how many it will take for you." Chino clenched his fist, fixing his gaze upon Hulk. Upon meeting Chino's malevolent stare, Hulk felt a flicker of fear surge within him, prompting an instinctual roar to bolster his courage. Roar! In an instant, Chino vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. The next moment, his fist struck Hulk's abdomen like a cannonball, the sheer force driving Hulk's entire forearm inward, contorting his body into a lobster-like shape. His previously thunderous roar was abruptly silenced, replaced by a muffled groan of agony. His eyes bulged, veins in his face pulsating, as his expression twisted grotesquely in pain. The surrounding dust was stirred up by the tremendous impact, forming a hazy cloud. Abomination watched in horrified awe, unable to suppress a gulp. Hulk, racked by pain, retched, producing a ghastly sound from his throat. Chino's punch was astonishingly powerful, capable of overwhelming even the formidable Hulk. Do you yield? Chino retracted his hand, coldly scrutinizing Hulk. Gradually, Hulk retreated, each step burdened with tremendous weight, his legs seemingly bereft of strength. Trembling as he clutched his abdomen, his massive hand pressed tightly against his midsection, the anguish etched on his green visage appearing particularly grotesque. At last, Hulk could endure no more. His legs buckled, and he sank to his knees. His body quaked violently, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. A low, mournful whimper escaped his throat, marking the first time in his conscious existence that he experienced such excruciating pain. The fury and frenzy that once filled his eyes were supplanted by profound fear and helplessness. Hulk had succumbed. Chapter 25, The Twilight of Battle. After both Hulk and Abomination had been subdued, they transformed back into their human forms. Blonsky, Banner stirred back to consciousness, startled upon recognizing the figure before him. Typically awakening in desolate surroundings, he found himself still on the street, confronted by his former foe. Ah, Banner, you're awake. No need to be alarmed. I no longer wish to fight. Blonsky scavenged through the rubble, draping a tattered cloth around himself. Banner rose from the ground, clutching his aching abdomen, experiencing such discomfort for the first time. Don't want to fight anymore? You weren't like this before. What on earth happened? He inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Blonsky shrugged helplessly and replied with a wry smile. What else can we do? We encountered a formidable opponent who subdued us all. Banner gaped in astonishment. What? Someone managed to overpower both Hulk and you? Indeed. That individual is extraordinarily powerful. Hulk stood no chance against him, Blonsky confessed, a glint of reverence in his eyes. After a brief silence, Banner remarked, regardless, this chaos has finally come to an end. Blonsky sighed. It's for the best. I no longer wish to continue this madness. I hope you genuinely mean what you say. Banner regarded him thoughtfully. Blonsky nodded earnestly. After this ordeal, I realize my error. Power should not be wielded for wanton destruction. Banner scoffed lightly. I hope you remember the words you spoke today. Rest assured, Banner, there shall be no more hatred from now on, Blonsky declared with conviction. Seeing his sincere remorse, Banner chose not to press further and resolved to leave, as military forces were likely on their way. That person instructed us to stay put. You'd best not leave, or next time, it could truly be fatal, Blonsky warned. Where's he? I wish to speak with him, Banner replied. Blonsky gestured in a certain direction, and Banner proceeded to walk over. Meanwhile, Chino approached Pamela's side. The onlookers maintained a respectful distance, observing from several dozen meters away. Pamela, how is the situation? Severely injured, 76, lightly injured, 176 in fatalities, 89, Pamela reported the grim status. Chino gazed at the hundreds lying on the ground, feeling a throbbing headache. Chino, can we save them? Gwen asked, her voice tinged with compassion. Let me think for a moment, Chino contemplated. Venom, treating so many at once would be quite taxing, wouldn't it? It is somewhat, but then let us not treat them. It's not our doing. No, I meant to say, I understand your reluctance. I could transport them to the nearest hospital, but their survival is left to fate. Just as Chino prepared to use his super speed to rush them to the hospital, a tentacle from his super suit struck the back of his head with a resounding smack. Pamela and Gwen jumped in shock, fearing a quarrel had erupted. Fool! Let me finish my sentence. Didn't T. Lucifer grant you a hell? Perhaps there are demons within capable of healing. After the surprising smack, Chino paused momentarily, then quickly realized. Right? How could I forget about hell? His eyes lit up with newfound determination. With so many in need, is the burden on Sister Venom too great? Then let's take them to the hospital. Pamela shared Chino's sentiment, prioritizing family over strangers. Gwen felt a twinge of disappointment, aware that Chino had already done enough. Yet knowing that without intervention, at least half of these individuals would not survive. No, I merely have other methods. Chino revealed a red tattoo on her wrist, and with a flick of her hand, she opened a portal. Just as she was about to speak, a boisterous voice emanated from within. You worthless fools, hurry up. If His Majesty returns to find the palace unfinished, I shall lose all face before him. Ah, dare you glare at me? You have bullied me before. Now taste the whip. The sound of crackling whips followed. Ah, if His Majesty sees my masterpiece upon his return, will he reward me, perhaps with a splendid evening? Outside, silence reigned. Chino eyed the markings on her wrist with suspicion. Had she opened the wrong door? Are you there? My Lord Demon King. A series of clattering sounds ensued, and after a moment, a small head peeked out, brightening at the sight of Chino as she stepped forward. A little girl with black hair styled in twin ponytails stood before her fair skin and delicate cheeks reminiscent of a character from an anime. Dressed in a daring black leather outfit that clung to her form like a second skin, the low neckline nearly revealed the gentle rise and fall of her chest, artfully showcasing her slender collarbones. A belt adorned with metallic studs cinched her waist, accentuating her minuscule figure. The hem of her leather attire was so short it barely concealed the tops of her thighs, and with every movement, her long, fair legs tantalizingly appeared and disappeared, exuding an alluring charm. In this audacious ensemble, the little girl appeared both playful and captivating, compelling one to steal glances. Greetings, my Lord Demon King. You? How have you transformed into this? I fashioned this myself. If your majesty is displeased, I can revert to my former appearance. Yu's earnestness suggested she would change at Chino's mere nod of approval. Ahem, well, this will suffice. Chino glanced around, unexpectedly locking eyes with Gwen's mask. Though no words were exchanged, the disdainful gaze was palpable. Pamela scrutinized Yu's leather outfit, contemplating acquiring one for herself in a few days. Don't look at me. I did not ask her to change this way, Chino explained feebly. Oof. Gwen turned her head away. Hee. You stifled a giggle, confident in her choice. After all, Her Majesty was human. She had selected the most endearing form from 100 human souls, and the result was pleasing. The elements of a little girl, leather attire, and twin ponytails were predominant, forming the basis of her current appearance. Hey, don't get too carried away. If it weren't for my control, you would have revealed yourself before hundreds, Venom remarked, somewhat exasperated, having come to understand that this character had a penchant for beauty, regardless of size. I would be eternally grateful. Otherwise, I'd have to live among the stars. You, are there demons in hell proficient in healing? Healing? Your Majesty, do you wish to save them? You had already noticed the humans on the ground. Typically, she would have summoned them to hell as sustenance. Well, if not, that's fine. There are some. Hell possesses all kinds of abilities. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. You dashed into the portal, determined not to disappoint her lord on her first assigned task. Do not merely claim it exists. Even if it does not, create one on the spot. Chino, you are the Demon King of Hell. Gwen realized that the boy she admired was a Demon King. Such a plot would hardly be believable in a film. Chapter 26, The Healing Demon. Are you frightened? Gwen gazed at Chino's handsome visage, her cheeks flushing. With such looks, a Demon King could indeed be appealing. Not at all, thought the injured on the ground. While you may not fear, I do. The saviors are not angels, but a Demon King. Surely, they won't demand our souls as payment for healing. Banner and Blonsky approached as well. Hell is truly real. This is a portal. Banner's attention was captivated by the black portal. As a man with 7 doctoral degrees, he was drawn to this doorway, completely oblivious to Chino's presence, meticulously scrutinizing it while muttering professional jargon. What is his deal? Chino glanced at Blonsky beside him. I intended to inform you of my departure, but it seems I have forgotten. Blonsky shrugged. What are your plans now? Chino inquired. I am likely to face a military tribunal, and there's a chance I may end up as experimental material in some laboratory. Blonsky replied with a bitter smile, his gaze drifting over the desolate streets, pondering how he had come to attack civilians as a soldier. Will you join me? This world will soon face many crises that require your strength, and I can empower you to truly defeat Hulk. You must have sensed it. With every battle, Hulk's power grows, and even without me, you would ultimately succumb to him. Chino began to gather allies. Though he had many demonic subordinates, their presence in this realm must be discreet to avoid chaos. Nevertheless, he harbored other notions that might be realized. At this, Blonsky's eyes glimmered with desire. Though reason had returned, his obsession was not so easily dispelled. He fixed his gaze on Chino and asked, Can you truly make me stronger? Can you enable me to defeat Hulk? Chino raised his chin slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, Certainly, I possess that capability. As long as you follow me, I will grant you the mastery of greater power. Blonsky fell into contemplation. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and declared, Very well, I will follow you. I hope you keep your promise. Chino smiled and assured him, Rest assured, I never break my word. At that moment, a commotion arose from a portal. Mora, hurry up. Xiaoxi, why did you wake me? I just slept for a week. The Demon King requires your abilities. How is it that you, a demon, have become so sluggish? There's nothing to be done. It is simply my nature. Are you envious? Xiaoxi, envious my foot. I can transform too. Hurry up. The Demon King is waiting impatiently. From the portal came light and languorous voices. Banner snapped back to reality, watching the portal with vigilance. It connected to hell, and soon a demon would emerge. The first to appear was she, a little girl. Seeing Banner blocking the doorway, she frowned. If you don't want to be dragged into hell, then step aside. Oh, Banner, step aside, this is a demon. Yet she seems not much different from a child. Behind she, the door began to ripple. The first to emerge was a magnificent bosom, its exaggerated size seemingly displacing the very air around, followed by the gradual revelation of a tall figure. She was an elegant woman of striking stature, her demeanor languid, with fiery red hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders. With each step, her bosom swayed in a mesmerizing rhythm, leaving both the injured on the ground and the citizens watching on television utterly astonished. How fearsome this demon appears. The photographer, astute in his craft, focused the lens on the demon's ample chest. Her features were exquisite, yet tinged with a nonchalant allure. Her slender eyebrows were slightly arched, and her elongated eyes, half closed, sparkled with a mysterious light. Two horns, emblematic of a demon, adorned her head. She advanced from the swirling portal, and those around her seemed frozen in time, their eyes fixated upon her, unable to divert their gaze. Behold, your majesty, the demoness Mora, a healer of sorts. Mora knelt before Chino with sincerity, her deep cleavage directly facing him. It was indeed 2 sizes larger than Pamela's. You may rise now, Chino gasped, sensing an ominous aura from nearby, snapping back to reality. Pamela, too, gazed at Mora in astonishment. Yes, Mora replied as she stood. Your majesty, little she mentioned that you require my abilities? Mora inquired softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, as if it could ensnare the very soul. Chino cleared his throat, striving to shift his focus from Mora's striking attributes. Indeed, there are numerous injured who need your healing touch. Mora nodded slightly and said, Your majesty, my abilities do come with certain side effects. What kind of side effects? Chino inquired. A lack of desire in that regard. Minor injuries may persist for several months, while severe ones could last over a year. Isn't that akin to temporary impotence? You heard that. Do you wish to proceed? Chino glanced at the injured, most of whom were lucid and expressed their desire for treatment. Setting aside the question of survival without treatment, the exorbitant medical expenses were beyond the means of many. Let's begin, Mora. Mora nodded gently, raising her hands once more, enveloping the injured in a radiant green light. As the luminescence flickered, the wounds of the injured healed at an astonishing pace, joy gradually blossoming on their faces, as some even witnessed their severed limbs regrowing. Just as the injured reveled in their recovery, a sudden chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see armed soldiers surrounding the area, beginning to disperse the citizens. Once the crowd had thinned, General Ross approached. Now leave them to me, he proclaimed. Did you not see the demon I summoned? How dare you attempt to take them from her? Chino expressed his curiosity. Demon? Merely a mutant, in truth. Hand them over to me, and I shall allow you to leave. Ross laughed heartily. He was well aware of the powers of mutants. Their abilities varied widely, and he assumed that subduing Hulk and Abomination required mental prowess. The image of Hulk and Abomination being toyed with, as if they were mere playthings, should be attributed to the capabilities of illusion. He fundamentally disbelieved that there existed a force potent enough to simultaneously subdue both Hulk and Abomination. Upon hearing this, Chino inquired, You appear here so openly. Are you not afraid that I might take your life? Did you see that? General Ross pointed towards a nearby camera. It's a nationwide broadcast. If you dare to kill me, it would be tantamount to mutants challenging this nation, and there would be no place for you anywhere. You may either depart, and nothing will occur, or you may kill me, thereby implicating the entire mutant community. Concurrently, Chino's superhuman hearing captured the voice of the nation. Let all mutants perish. These monsters ought not to exist. Lock them all away. A torrent of malevolent and hateful utterances flooded Chino's ears, yet he suddenly burst into laughter. General Ross furrowed his brow and barked, What are you laughing at? I actually have another option, Chino replied. A flicker of unease stirred within General Ross, prompting him to ask what? Chino crossed his arms and declared loudly, I shall be the one to annihilate this nation. Just as Ross was about to mock him for boasting, Chapter 27, The Invasion of Demons unfolded. Then let us all come forth and greet this world. Suddenly, a colossal portal materialized in the sky, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour, exuding a chilling aura. Roar, roar, roar. Following this, a multitude of demons emerged, each bearing diverse forms, some with sharp fangs, others clad in heavy armor, and some brandishing enormous wings. These demons descended like meteors, causing the ground to fracture under their impact, clouds of dust swirling into the air. The reporters and cameras that had not fled faithfully documented the moment, All those before their televisions stood frozen, eyes glued to the screen, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before them. The demon's grotesque visages and terrifying presence transmitted through the lens into the eyes of every viewer, instantly spreading fear within their hearts. The once boisterous world seemed to have been muted at that moment, leaving only the demon's deep growls and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Logan watched the shocking scene on television, his cigar falling to the ground with a soft thud, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He murmured, "You, a demon lord, still commissioned us to steal? Are you jesting with me?" Beside him, Jean sensed Logan's distinct emotions and asked, "Logan, do you know him?" Logan furrowed his brow and replied tersely, "Yes, he was the one who recommended I come here." Beside them, Cyclops pressed his fingers tightly against his glasses, his gaze fixated on Logan with suspicion. "You aren't a demon too, are you?" "You bastard," Logan retorted, his displeasure evident as he had taken an immediate dislike to the young man. At that moment, Professor X spoke up, "Logan, he is not a demon. I met him long ago." Professor X's voice was calm and gentle, imbued with a reassuring strength. Jean expressed her concern. "Professor, should we go help?" Professor X gazed intently at the images flickering across the television screen and remarked slowly, "First, observe. Do not act impulsively." In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stared at the demonic army summoned by Chino, uttering a curse under his breath. His single eye brimmed with fury and disbelief. This individual was even more terrifying than Captain Marvel, commanding an army of demons. He shouted into the communicator, "Coulson, no matter what it takes. Get that phone to the Demon Lord." On the other end, Coulson paused before responding with resigned exasperation. "Director, I cannot move right now." "Why not?" Fury demanded. "Because there's a demon over 2 meters tall staring directly at me," Coulson replied, his voice trembling slightly. Fury cursed again. He retrieved a pager from his pocket, pondering whether to use it. Yet by the time Carol arrived, the nation would already be a relic of the past. General Ross, present at the scene, surveyed the relentless emergence of demons from the sky, his complexion pale as a specter. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his lips quivered, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with dread and disbelief. The confidence and arrogance he once possessed had evaporated entirely. "Do you still believe this is all an illusion?" Chino asked with a hint of mockery. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his cloak and turned to see Gwen standing there. "Chino, are you truly prepared to wage war against this nation?" she asked quietly, concern etched in her eyes. "Of course not. I merely wish to intimidate him. I have no desire to govern a nation," Chino replied, surveying his surroundings, "and yet, they still have not made an appearance." Time abruptly halted, and a note materialized unexpectedly before Chino. He raised his gaze, scrutinizing the message. "Do not rush. It is not yet time for our meeting, and you have drawn Mephisto's attention." Chino fell into deep contemplation. It was not yet time for their encounter. What had the time stone revealed? Had his future self done something? He had initially hoped to draw the Ancient One out to ask some questions, yet she remained elusive, provoking Mephisto's interest instead. Time resumed its flow. Gwen, observing Chino with the note, inquired, "When did that note appear in your hand?" "A bald man handed it to me," Chino replied, crumpling the note and making it vanish without a trace. Gwen chose not to press further. "Hey, make way. I'm friends with Chino." Tony's voice rang out as he confidently strode through the crowd, instantly easing the tension. He approached Chino, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. "Buddy, I never expected you to be the Demon Lord. Be sure to take good care of me when I visit Hell." Chino raised an eyebrow and responded, "No problem." Tony obstructed General Ross's line of sight and quietly asked, "Chino, are you aiming to rule this world?" "No, I have no such interest. Ruling Hell is already quite troublesome. I merely wish to declare to the world not to provoke me." "That is good to hear. Would you care to indulge me in a little performance?" "All right, consider it a favor owed." Tony surveyed the surrounding demons before turning to Chino and speaking loudly. "Could you do me a favor, my friend? Please send these demons back. I assure you this individual will face a military tribunal." Chino paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over General Ross and the soldiers nearby, before nodding, "For your sake. I shall let it slide this time." With Chino's command, the demons transformed into black smoke, retreating into the portal, leaving only Sue and Mora behind. General Ross, witnessing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension among the surrounding soldiers began to dissipate. Being encircled by demons was an immense pressure. The people watching on television from various countries were astonished to learn that a playboy had saved the world, and in such a nonchalant manner. At Xavier's Academy, Logan took note of the close relationship between Chino and the playboy. He reignited a cigar, contemplating we should pay a visit sometime. Meanwhile, Obadiah at Stark Industries smashed a bottle in frustration, glaring at the broadcast. How could Tony possibly be connected to this demon lord? Although the demon invasion had ended rather anticlimactically, most recognized that the demon lord had no intention of ruling the earth. Rather, it served as a warning. Nevertheless, the existence of his demon army was undeniable. Consequently, various organizations began to gather information on mythological realms and Chino, simultaneously instructing their members not to provoke the demon lord. Tony understood that he owed a significant debt of gratitude. Chapter 28. The President Tony retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and casually tossed it to General Ross. The general, regaining some semblance of composure, held the phone to his ear. "General, you are dismissed. Prepare for a military tribunal," came the voice from the other end. General Ross's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. President, you cannot remove my position." The president's voice was cold as he replied, "We just held an emergency meeting. This decision was unanimously passed by all members. We are all watching you now." Pale, General Ross glanced at the camera not far away, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. "This country was nearly lost because of you. Stand down, General." The president issued another command. "Yes," Ross replied weakly, his grip on the phone slackening as he felt as though all his vitality had drained away in an instant. "How did you persuade the president?" Chino inquired. "Simply because of you. You summoned demons in front of the public and demonstrated such formidable power. Who would dare to offend you? Previously, hell was merely superstition, but now you have validated its existence. Many have given up on heaven, hoping instead to suffer less in hell," Tony explained. Chino had not anticipated that hell could serve such a purpose. "Chino, Chino," an anxious voice called out. It was Uncle George, rushing to Chino's side. "Mary just called. Gwen is missing. She might be around here. Can you help me look for her?" Having failed to reach Gwen by phone, he could only place his hopes in Chino. Although Chino's identity has transformed into that of a demon lord, it is evident that he understands the nature of this child and would not cause him harm. At this moment, Gwen, upon hearing these words, stiffened and discreetly hid behind Chino, fearful of being recognized. "Gwen, is it?" "Uncle George, rest assured. I saw her on my way here. I instructed Butler Frank to escort her back to my estate. In my haste to rescue, I neglected to inform you," Chino reassured. "That is a relief. I shall seek out Mary." Gwen's sudden disappearance must have frightened him. George sighed with relief, adding, "I can no longer oversee your affairs. But I do not wish to assume the role of a grandfather before Gwen graduates, understand?" "I understand. Farewell, Uncle George." After bidding farewell to George, Chino suddenly grasped Gwen's arm. "Where do you wish to go?" "Of course, home," Gwen replied, a hint of panic in her voice. "At this moment, you ought to be in my estate. You wouldn't want your uncles and aunts to discover your true identity, would you? We both know." In truth, she had no objections to staying over. It was merely that Chino already had 2 lovers, and her presence would incite awkwardness. "Gwen, sleep with me tonight," Pamela said cheerfully, noting that today Chino belonged to someone else. "All right, Sister Pamela." At this juncture, she interjected, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts today. Is there anything you desire?" Chino inquired. "It is our honor to serve your Majesty," she responded, fully aware that her current status was bestowed upon her by the sovereign. "Ah, I would like a bit of wine, if I may," Mora candidly expressed. "Certainly. Tomorrow it shall be yours." After seeing off she and Mora, Tony approached. "Chino, are the female demons in hell truly this fierce? I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to descending into hell." Chino replied, exasperated, "You are genuinely hungry. Even demons are not spared. Do not speak of me. I heard your previous conversation. Aside from this, coupled with the original 2, that makes 3, Tony raised an eyebrow, a lewd grin on his face. "He is not wrong. You do not seem to be particularly discerning." Chino shot Tony a glare, retorting, "Do not speak carelessly. The situation is not as you perceive it." Tony chuckled, "Come now, spare the explanations. Nevertheless, I must say, your romantic prospects are rather abundant. Though I cannot discern their appearances, the previous 2 were undoubtedly stunning beauties. Let's not speak of me. Have you yet located that traitor?" Chino shifted the topic. "No. It is that you dare not admit your findings. There are but a few who can bypass your private arms trafficking. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony could easily investigate a few individuals. It merely depended on his resolve. Give me a little more time." Tony sighed, fully aware, yet still lacking the determination. "Hand it to me." After a moment's contemplation, Chino decided to grant him a safeguard, imprinting a red mark in the center of Tony's palm. "Wow, what is this? I do not have a habit of getting tattoos." Before Tony could examine it closely, the mark at the center of his palm vanished. A mark that, in moments of peril, would reveal your coordinates to me, allowing me to come to your rescue. The world grows increasingly treacherous, and I would rather not attend your funeral one day, Chino remarked. The Hell's Mark can open a portal for rescue when its bearer is in danger. In times devoid of conflict, he harbored no desire for superhuman abilities. Otherwise, this world would be far too fragile, akin to paper. It truly is a sentimental mark, but I appreciate it, Tony acknowledged. With this emblem, as long as he did not meet his demise in an instant, his friends would be able to revive him. You're welcome, Chino replied. After bidding farewell to Tony, he set off to return to the manor with Gwen and Pamela. Bronski and Banner accompanied them, being settled in a house adjacent to the manor. Initially, Banner wished to depart, but Chino suggested they could separate him from Hulk. He was eager to test this, regardless of its authenticity. That night, Gwen soaked in the bath, lost in thought. Although she had visited the manor several times, it was her first night spent there. So much had transpired that day, and she had countless questions for Chino, yet she was uncertain how to approach them or what persona to adopt. Furthermore, why had such extraordinary creatures emerged in this world? She had only intended to wield her powers against crime, not to battle such monsters. Just as Gwen succumbed to her distress, the sound of a door opening broke her reverie. Wow, how did you get in, Sister Pamela? Gwen gasped, instinctively retreating into the pool, only to realize the visitor was indeed Pamela, who quickly rendered her speechless. Pamela, with her cascading red hair and exposed skin, exuded the allure of a mature woman. Her curvaceous figure and long legs far beyond what Gwen, a mere girl, could compare to. What is this? Did you think it was my dear intruding? Pamela, having rinsed herself, stepped into the bath. No. Gwen regained her composure, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she clasped her chest. Observing Gwen's bashful demeanor, Pamela let out a soft laugh. Don't be so tense, dear. He won't just barge in uninvited. He is with Sister Venom tonight. Chapter 29, Little Spider. Upon hearing this, Gwen could not restrain her curiosity. Is Venom another lover? Pamela nodded, smiling as she affirmed, indeed. Gwen furrowed her brow and inquired, Sister Pamela, you are so remarkable. Why are you willing to share him with others? Pamela leaned against the edge of the bath and replied slowly, Gwen, I am not remarkable. I am a monster. Gwen, somewhat perplexed, responded, you appear no different from anyone else. You merely possess a unique ability. How can you label yourself a monster? Pamela sighed. I was injected with a serum by my professor, my body teeming with toxins, potent enough to kill a person within mere seconds of contact. It is my dear, who fears me not, who accepted me. Venom compresses the toxins within me, allowing me to live a normal life. Therefore, I choose to share his love with others, for that love is incredibly precious to me, so precious that I do not wish to lose it. Listening to Pamela's story, Gwen's eyes reflected sympathy and admiration. Moreover, I am unable to bear children naturally in this lifetime. Venom has promised me that we can cultivate a life using my cells and those of my beloved. As she spoke, Pamela tenderly caressed her belly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Upon hearing Pamela's words, Gwen was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. She felt sorrow for Pamela's plight, yet was filled with admiration for her bravery and resolve. After their bath, the two lay in bed, reminiscing about the past, their bond deepening with each shared memory. Pamela, is that ring on your hand an engagement ring? Gwen inquired, noticing the gemstone ring that Pamela had not removed even during their bath. This, not at all, my dear. My beloved promised me an even finer ring in due time. A sweet smile graced Pamela's lips as she gazed at the ring. She had overheard the conversation between her beloved and Tony, where the exorbitant ring was casually bestowed upon her. Gwen hesitated for a moment. Pamela, I can't shake the feeling that this ring is somewhat perilous. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Pamela cast a surprised glance at Gwen, impressed by her keen intuition. It is not just an illusion. This ring possesses unique abilities. It can emit cutting beams of light. Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth forming a perfect S, she incredulously exclaimed, What? This tiny ring can project beams? How utterly astonishing. A hint of envy flickered in her gaze. Pamela noted her reaction and reassured her, Do not be envious, my dear. There are still 7 more. Gwen huffed, turning her head away defiantly, retorting, I wouldn't want his ring. Who would covet it? Yet, her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Pamela chuckled, understanding that this was merely the prideful facade of a young girl. She gently patted Gwen's shoulder, saying, all right, but perhaps one day, you too shall have one. Gwen bit her lip, choosing silence, but her mind was already lost in daydreams. Suddenly, Gwen's spider sense alerted her to strange sounds coming from next door. Pamela replied, It seems Venom and my beloved have begun. At that, Gwen's face turned crimson, and she quickly buried herself beneath the covers. Seeing this, Pamela couldn't resist teasing her. "Oh, little Gwen, how shy you are." From under the blankets, Gwen murmured, "Pamela, please stop teasing me." Pamela laughed. All right, I shall not jest any further." However, Gwen remained hidden beneath the covers, reluctant to emerge, prompting Pamela to shake her head in exasperation. After a brief interval, the noises from next door ceased. Gwen cautiously poked her head out, her face a mask of confusion. Was it over that quickly? Pamela, too, appeared puzzled, furrowing her brow as she muttered, "That shouldn't be." They spent hours last night to find satisfaction. Could it be they were utterly drained? They exchanged a glance, both feeling a twinge of embarrassment and quickly averting their eyes. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. "Pamela, could you please assist me? Venom has fainted." Chino sounded somewhat helpless. He had no idea what had transpired. And after a brief episode, Venom had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him in a quandary and seeking Pamela's aid. "Gwen, it seems you shall have to sleep alone this evening." Pamela emerged clad in her nightwear, enticing sounds wafting from outside the door. "Oh dear, let us return to our room. We have ample time today." Gwen, listening to the sounds from the adjacent room, cradled her head in her arms, pondering how one could possibly sleep amidst such distractions. After a moment's contemplation, she stealthily made her way to the balcony, climbed over to the neighboring one, and found a concealed corner from which to observe. Chino, roused from the embrace of warmth and comfort, remained oblivious to the commotion, as both Poison and Pamela were utterly exhausted. He rose to bask in the morning sunlight when suddenly he heard the sound of splashing water beneath his feet. Curiously, he crouched down to inspect the small puddle on the ground. Glancing towards the neighboring balcony, he noticed the door was ajar. There had been an unruly little spider yesterday. A mischievous grin spread across Chino's face. He already knew who was responsible. Without disturbing Pamela and Poison, he descended the stairs. Gwen was already partaking in breakfast when she noticed Chino's arrival, her movements momentarily faltering as she silently continued eating. Chino took his place at the table and greeted her. "Good morning, Gwen." Gwen instinctively replied, "Good morning, Chino," but felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing slightly while her gaze wandered. Avoiding direct contact with his eyes, observing Gwen's flustered demeanor amused Chino, and he teasingly inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Gwen nearly choked on her food, stammering, "I was all right." Chino chuckled and shook his head, refraining from further teasing as he began to enjoy his breakfast. Gwen hastily finished her meal. Eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment, she regretted yesterday's impulsive decision to observe Chino and sister Pamela so intently. "Wait, what is it?" She feigned calmness while watching Chino approach her, taking her hand in his. Gwen's heart raced, a tumult of thoughts swirling within her. What would he be planning? Was he contemplating a proposal? It seemed so greedy, given they already had two. Should I agree? Oh dear, what am I thinking? A proposal seems far-fetched. Yet, if it were indeed the case, what would I do? To accept would be too easy for him, but to decline felt like a loss. Chino pressed a red mark into the palm of her hand, saying, "I'll leave a mark so I'll know if you're in danger." Noticing Gwen's peculiar expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Gwen withdrew her hand, flustered, and exclaimed, "It's nothing. I wasn't thinking about rings at all." At that moment, Gwen felt immense regret for having uttered her innermost thoughts aloud. Chapter 30. Not a coincidence, but inevitable. Chino fell into contemplation, and seeing his hesitance, Gwen felt a pang of disappointment, her gaze dimming slightly. However, just as she was drowning in her own melancholy, Chino suddenly reached into his pocket and produced a turquoise ring, proclaiming, "The whirlwind ring. I believe this ability suits you perfectly." Gwen stared at the ring in Chino's hand, momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to process the moment. Amused by her dazed expression, Chino smirked and teased, "Shall I put it on for you?" Gwen regained her composure, snatching the ring away and declaring, "I won't." With that, she dashed towards the door. Just as she was about to leave, hesitation gripped her, and her steps faltered. Suddenly, she ran back, planted a kiss on Chino's lips, and blushingly remarked, "Don't overthink it. This is a token of gratitude." With that, she hurriedly exited, leaving Chino standing there, a smile adorning his face. A ring exchanged for a ghostly spider, a splendid bargain indeed. Once outside the manor, Gwen leaned against the grand door and slowly crouched down, her face alight with an uncontrollable smile. She carefully slipped the ring onto her middle finger, gazing at it with the delight of a child who has just received their most cherished toy. "Hee, I really have a ring now," Gwen mused to herself, her eyes unwilling to part from the shimmering band. After a while, as if awakening from a dream, she scanned her surroundings, relieved to find no one paying her heed. She quickly composed her overly apparent joy, rose to her feet, and feigned calmness as she departed the estate. However, her buoyant stride betrayed the exuberance of her heart. Once Gwen had left, Frank, accompanied by Bronsky and Banner, emerged from the shadows, a rare look of satisfaction gracing his typically stern face. Banner reminisced. I am reminded of the times I shared with Betty. Bronsky, however, remained oblivious to the sentiment, retorting, what is so great about women? Only strength truly matters. Frank and Banner chose to ignore his remarks, with Frank insisting, let us go, the young master is waiting. The young master had arranged for the two of them to join him that morning. The trio made their way towards the manor, with Banner lost in wistful memories, a hint of sadness shadowing his expression. Meanwhile, Bronsky exhibited an unwavering resolve, seemingly reinforcing his pursuit of power within. Frank, on the other hand, maintained a steady pace, his thoughts solely occupied with the impending meeting with Chino. Young master, we have arrived, they announced as they entered the hall, spotting Chino lounging on the sofa. In unison, they greeted him, and Chino waved them to sit. Frank, how did the wine I asked you to procure fare? Young master, it is already being arranged, and will arrive this afternoon, Frank replied. What are your thoughts on yesterday's battle? Their firearms proved utterly ineffectual against them, young master. I am curious whether their emergence was a mere coincidence or an inevitability. Frank had been sent home the previous day due to his lack of special abilities, but he had since witnessed their might on television. To them, human weapons were no more than toys. Bronsky and Banner listened intently. Their appearance was inevitable. We shall see more such individuals in the future. Banner, however, fervently countered that cannot be. I am an anomaly. How could this world possibly bear so many Hulks? His voice rose in pitch with excitement, his eyes wide, disbelief etched across his face. As he contemplated a future teeming with Hulk-like monstrosities, his agitation mounted, and his body began to turn green. Before he could unleash his fury, a massive hand pressed him to the ground. It was Bronsky, transformed into the abomination. Calm down, Banner. Do not lose control here, Bronsky admonished. Banner Hulk has emerged, and suddenly his gaze meets the scarlet eyes. Hulk, be quiet. My beloved is asleep. The atmosphere hangs in tension as Hulk's powerful form quivers slightly, fear flickering for the first time in his eyes. Under that scarlet gaze, he obediently retreats. Banner gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his face. This is the first time he has successfully controlled Hulk's emergence without causing destruction. Chino observes this scene quietly. Frank's expression darkens. He had not anticipated that the two monsters brought back by the young master yesterday were the very same ones he had placed in the adjoining room. The hall is enveloped in silence, with only Banner's heavy breathing resonating clearly. After a while, Banner gradually calms down, sitting on the ground, his demeanor weary. I apologize. I was too agitated. It's all right. Chino glances at Frank, whose face is solemn, and says, as I mentioned earlier, their appearance is not coincidental but inevitable. While I do not claim there are many Hulks, there is certainly no shortage of superpowered individuals. Frank, do you desire to obtain extraordinary strength? After a moment of silence, Frank replies, I wish to possess the power to protect my family, both now and in the future. With a wave of his hand, Chino conjures a portal in the center. Follow me. Without hesitation, Frank steps forward and Bronsky glances at Banner before entering as well, concerned that it might be a trap. Banner hesitates, but as the portal begins to slowly vanish, he grits his teeth and rushes in at the last moment. With a blink, Banner finds himself in a dark palace. Where's everyone? He wonders. Is this a trap to ensnare me? Alarmed, he instinctively adopts a defensive stance. Banner, what are you doing? Bronsky's voice rings out from behind him. Turning around, he sees Chino, Frank, and Bronsky looking at him quizzically. I was merely demonstrating Chinese martial arts. Bonne repli, striking pose. Your Majesty, you have brought a fool here. She stands to the side, unable to bear the sight, pondering which unfortunate demon would be bound to him. Have all the demons you arranged arrived? They have, Your Majesty. With that, she becomes serious. Guided by they arrive at a high platform where a metallic throne awaits, overlooking an expansive square filled with a multitude of demons, each distinct in form. Some are as massive as mountains, their muscles bulging and covered in scales as hard as iron, each glinting with a cold sheen. Others sport bat-like wings, their feathers sharp as blades, while some demons possess enormous heads, their eyes ablaze with fierce flames, exhaling clouds of black smoke. Your Majesty, as per your request, all the elite combat demons are present. Upon saying this, she kneels on one knee. Chapter 31, Frank's Enhancement. As she kneels, the myriad demons, diverse in shape, instantly receive a unified command and promptly follow suit in kneeling. In an instant, the entire square seemed to be stirred by an invisible wave. The colossal demons, as formidable as mountains, emitted a dull thud as they knelt, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The bat-winged demons folded their wings and lowered their heads. The massive demon, with flames flickering in its eyes, also subdued its fiery gaze, kneeling with utmost reverence. Countless demons chanted in unison, "All hail His Majesty." Their voices roared like thunder, echoing throughout the square, deafening and relentless. Their movements were synchronized and devout, as if Chino were their sole faith and sovereign. This magnificent scene profoundly conveyed Chino's supreme authority and intimidation. Chino lounged on the throne, legs crossed, surveying the throng of demons below, a rather delightful sensation indeed. "Frank, choose one and forge a contract. You may harness their abilities, though the cost will vary." Awakened from his reverie, Frank approached, gazing at the demons who continuously cast their eyes upon him. Each demon was powerful, distinct in its own right. Suddenly, Frank spotted a demon wielding a flaming greatsword. "My lord, what manner of demon is that?" he inquired. "Sia," she glanced briefly and replied, "that is an enchantment demon, capable of bestowing enhancements upon various weapons. Its strength, however, is not particularly formidable among demons." "That one will suffice, my lord," Frank declared, his eyes alight with interest. Weapon enchantment seemed perfectly suited to him. Chino waved his hand, summoning the enchantment demon before Frank. "Desire my power, do you? You possess discerning taste. My price is the offering of 10 souls each day." Before the demon could finish, it received several lashes across its back. The enchantment demon let out a piercing wail, trembling involuntarily. Sia coldly remarked, "You have the opportunity to rephrase your proposition." The enchantment demon, petrified, gazed at the whip raised once more in Sia's hand and hastily amended, "A soul each day. No, one every 10 days. Its voice quivered with fear, eyes reflecting its dread of Sia. Sia finally relented, lowering the whip, and noticing Chino's curious gaze, explained, "Your Majesty, do not be misled by its cries. It is merely the whip striking at its soul." Chino nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Since he had entrusted her with the management of demons, he refrained from questioning her methods. Yet, he found Sia's demeanor towards these demons rather peculiar. Chino turned to Frank and the enchantment demon, stating, "Now that the terms are settled, let us commence the contract." Frank nodded. Souls were a mere trifle, abundant in the alleys. The enchantment demon produced a piece of parchment, inscribed with the previously agreed terms. Frank pressed his hand upon it, a mysterious force enveloping both him and the enchantment demon. As the light flickered, Frank felt an unusual energy surge into his body, a translucent rune appearing on his arm. Once the contract was sealed, the enchantment demon returned to its previous position. Frank drew a pistol from his waist, and instantly, crimson flames materialized, slithering along the barrel like a sinuous serpent. The pistol, enveloped in flames, began to undergo a grotesque transformation, its once sleek lines twisted into a horrifying distortion. The body of the firearm gradually thickened, intricate patterns emerging on its surface, reminiscent of demonic designs. The muzzle expanded, resembling a gaping maw that exuded an aura of chilling dread. Frank, gripping the utterly transformed pistol, felt the immense power it harbored, a blend of excitement and a hint of savagery illuminating his countenance. "You, procure a demon with formidable defenses," he commanded. Chino, intrigued, noted the weapon's capabilities bore a striking resemblance to that of the Hell Knight. From the shadows emerged a colossal demon, towering several dozen meters. Its form akin to blackened rock. Were it not for its eyes, one might mistake it for a mere boulder. "You introduced it. Behold, the mountain demon. Renowned for its unparalleled strength and defense, though it lacks in speed." The mountain demon thumped its chest, scoffing, "Unperceptive humans, come forth." Its deep voice resonated like thunder across the square. Frank was all too familiar with the enchanted demon, who often seized the opportunity to carve weapons from the stones adorning his body while he slumbered, often laboring for hours just to chip off a fragment, questioning what such a diminutive tool could possibly achieve. Without hesitation, Frank pulled the trigger aimed at the mountain demon. In an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the square. A brilliant flame shot forth from the muzzle of the firearm, propelled by unparalleled force toward the mountain demon. Before it could react, the demon was struck by this overwhelming power, its massive form quaking violently before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The surrounding demons were left in stunned silence. The once lively square plunged into an eerie stillness. Amidst the swirling dust, Frank, with the still smoking pistol in hand, radiated exhilaration. The mountain demon quickly rose, its chest merely shedding a few stones, showing no significant harm. Despite the lack of defense, its own weight was formidable enough to topple it. Is the enchanted demon's power truly so potent? The mountain demon pondered, consumed by desire for such a weapon. You, equally astonished, gazed at Frank's weapon. After all, it was a manifestation of human warfare. Its astonishing power left her in awe. Chino remarked as Frank returned, "Steward Frank, it appears you are quite pleased with this ability." "Indeed. Thank you, young master." "And thank you, miss you," Frank replied, his smile unabashedly radiant, eager to explore the capabilities of other weapons. "Steward, you are too modest. We serve the Majesty," you responded softly with a knowing smile. She understood that aiding Frank, who was responsible for the well-being of the sovereign in the mortal realm, would yield benefits. "Frank, upon your return, recruit personnel, preferably veterans, even those with disabilities," the young master instructed. "Yes, young master, I happen to know many skilled individuals." Chino aspires to assemble a formidable team of magical artifacts, one whose firepower eclipses that of an entire army. As for the prospect of betrayal, he possesses the means to reclaim any abilities at will. In Chapter 32, Alt Protection, he inquires about a demon capable of splitting an individual into two. Banner, aware that this inquiry is for his benefit, gazes expectantly at she. "Indeed," she responds, having previously comprehended the abilities of all demons from hell. Doppelganger demon, emerge. Shortly thereafter, two identical demons materialize before them. "Your Majesty, this is the doppelganger demon. Its ability lies in duplication. As long as one exists, the other remains immortal. However, it can only create one duplicate," she explains. Upon hearing this, Banner is eager to forge a contract, but Chino intervenes. "Frank is my steward, and Blonsky has become my subordinate. Banner, tell me, why should I assist you? I too desire to be your subordinate. I hold 7 doctoral degrees, far surpassing that brutish abomination." The prospect of separating from Hulk is tantalizing, and he clings to it resolutely, regardless of the cost. Blonsky's lips twitch in response. Is having 7 doctoral degrees truly impressive? It is indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Chino nods in agreement. Seeing Chino's acquiescence, Banner rushes to the doppelganger demon, exclaiming urgently, "Let us finalize the contract." In unison, the doppelganger demons declare, "My price is that you shall consume only half of your sustenance from now on, though you may allow others to feed you." Learning from past experiences, he refrains from presenting an excessive demand. "I consent." In an instant, a mysterious force surges forth, and Banner successfully finalizes the contract. A triangular pattern appears on his palms, emanating an eerie luminescence that speaks of the contract's power. Taking a deep breath, Banner instinctively utilizes his newly acquired ability. His hands stretch outward, as if an invisible force were pulling him apart. At that moment, he feels a gradual splitting sensation at his core, an indescribable tearing coursing through his entire being. As he undergoes this division, he glances to his right, where a face identical to his own materializes. However, that visage is filled with confusion. Upon meeting Banner's gaze, it seems to grasp the situation, letting out a furious roar. "No!" Yet, just as the separation appears imminent, a powerful force suddenly seizes Banner, halting his transformation. This force then yanks him back, causing him and the doppelganger to collide uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, Banner is left dazed, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the ground. His expression a mixture of agony and frustration. In a frenzy, he slaps his own face repeatedly, his hands falling like a tempest, the sound echoing relentlessly. His eyes bloodshot. He bellows, "What do you mean by no? Show yourself." However, no matter how fiercely he struggles or how wildly he rages, Hulk remains obstinately silent. "Banner, cease at once." "I shall inquire," Chino commands loudly. Understanding that Hulk is refusing to separate from Banner, the markings on his wrist illuminate. As he activates the authority of Hell for the first time, in the depths of Hell, he wielded the power to strip away another's soul at his whim. With a mere flick of his hand, Banner's body crumpled to the ground. Above, the souls of Banner and Hulk emerged, connected by a shimmering thread that pulsed with an enigmatic glow, symbolizing their intricate and profound bond. It was indeed remarkable, a single soul encompassing 2 distinct consciousnesses. She marveled at the sight, realizing why the demon had chosen to manifest such a duality. Were they not simply 2 personas? Though rare, there were not an insignificant number of individuals like this, remarked Bronsky. "Do you believe demons have never encountered souls with dual personalities? They resemble different states of consciousness residing within the same body. They are a complex, symbiotic entity, not easily categorized as merely 2 souls, nor simply regarded as 2 personalities. but rather a unique state of existence. Such souls are indeed unparalleled in hell. I wish to possess one, sighed she wistfully. Bronsky turned his gaze to the demons below, each pair of eyes fixated on Hulk and Banner, brimming with avarice. Were it not for the restraint of their master, they would have surged forward in a frenzy. In this ethereal state, Banner caught sight of Hulk and, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Why do you hinder me? Why do you exist? Why have you shattered my life?" With 7 doctoral degrees, he had once enjoyed preferential treatment wherever he went. Yet, due to Hulk's emergence, his girlfriend had departed. His job vanished, and his wealth dissipated, leaving him with nothing. Banner, weak, death. Hulk, powerful, protective, separated, unable to safeguard. Hulk, devoid of anger, merely uttered these fragmented words. Banner was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never fathomed that this was the underlying reason, all along. He had perceived Hulk as the root of his misfortune, failing to contemplate the intent behind Hulk's existence. In that moment, Banner's fury was extinguished like a sudden flame, replaced by profound contemplation and confusion. "Hulk, do you not wish to emerge? To savor delectable food, forge friendships, and experience the wonders of the world? I desire it. But Banner is paramount." Upon hearing Chino's words, Hulk's expression revealed longing. "Actually, it is possible. Allow me to elucidate the abilities of the doppelganger," Chino began to explain. As Banner observed Hulk attentively absorbing the information, his gaze became complex. It seemed he had long misunderstood Hulk. "This way, you can better protect Banner." "No." "Deceive Hulk?" "No." Hulk agrees to separate. With Hulk's consent, Chino gestured, reintegrating Banner and Hulk's souls into their bodies. Banner slowly rose, taking a deep breath, ready to once again harness the power of separation. This time, devoid of previous hindrances, everything proceeded smoothly. The invisible force within Banner's body reemerged, this time without unexpected pulls or obstacles. His form gradually split apart. Though the process was still fraught with tearing pain, Banner gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, Banner and Hulk successfully became 2 distinct entities. Banner stood in place, his complexion slightly pale, yet his joy was unmistakable. Hulk flexed his muscles, his face alight with excitement. "Hulk, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstandings of the past." Banner had not anticipated such ease in their interaction. A genuine conversation with Hulk was all that was needed. Hulk beamed back at Banner, saying, "It's all right, Banner. Our relationship isn't as dire as it may become in the future." Chino, observing the two, shared in their happiness, remarking, "It's a buy one, get one free." "Blonsky, after watching for so long, have you made your choice?" Chino inquired, his gaze turning to Blonsky with a questioning look. Blonsky met Chino's gaze and replied resolutely, "Sir, I desire only the most powerful demon. Only the mightiest power can vanquish the Hulk." Chapter 33. The Most Powerful Demon. Hulk is invincible. Upon hearing this, Hulk let out a furious roar, and had Banner not intervened, he would have already engaged in battle. Chino, intrigued, turned to Shi and said, "Bring forth the strongest one." A hint of hesitation crossed Shi's face as he responded, "Your Majesty, the strongest one is not yet fully trained and may exhibit some hostility." Chino's interest piqued. If even Shi, who could tame a multitude of demons, found this one challenging, his curiosity intensified. "No matter, let us see what unfolds," Chino stated with keen interest. Suddenly, a 10-meter-high black box arose in the center of the square, emanating a bizarre aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Nearby demons displayed expressions of terror, hastily retreating. In the next moment, the box creaked open with a heavy groan, revealing a slumbering, diminutive demon curled up within, obscured from view. The demon slowly opened its eyes, which blazed like burning embers, filled with ferocity and madness. It directed its gaze at Shi and questioned, "Do you presume to release me, believing you have found the power to subdue me?" The voice was hoarse and deep, laden with menace. Shi, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Bassa, His Majesty seeks you." "His Majesty?" Bassa cast a doubtful and provocative glance at Chino, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. "Are you truly powerful, Your Majesty?" "Fairly so," Chino retorted, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the throne. Without warning, Chino reappeared before Shi, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a shadow hurtled to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Why do you not fear death?" Chino questioned, perplexed. He could distinctly feel that this demon's life and death were entirely under his control, yet the demon remained audacious. As the dust settled, the once diminutive figure transformed into a robust being, standing tall with muscles like solid rock. Bassa proclaimed, "Death means nothing, as long as there is sufficient damage." I can conquer even death. Chino's lips twitched in exasperation as he glanced at She. Has this fellow always been so arrogant, defeating one of the 5 primordial gods of death? Even I do not possess such confidence. Evening sighed helplessly and explained. This individual is a masochistic demon, possessing the ability to absorb damage inflicted upon him and convert it into his own strength and speed. Chino furrowed his brow and inquired, surely, this ability must have its limitations. Evening nodded and replied, the constraint of this ability lies in his own physical resilience. While his strength can indeed be enhanced indefinitely, his corporeal fortitude does not support such augmentation. Nevertheless, even so, there is not a single demon in hell capable of defeating him in direct combat. However, Your Majesty, I have yet to properly train him. If you wish to command him now, you must first vanquish him. Upon hearing of this ability, Bronsky's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he fixed his gaze intently on the demon below. Indeed, if you desire my allegiance, you must first conquer me, Barca provocatively declared. Very well, let me witness your prowess. Hold on a moment. Chino, now piqued with curiosity, was about to descend into the fray when he suddenly sensed a stir in the core of his chest. It was venom calling to him. Chino promptly opened a portal and departed. Barca, anticipating an exhilarating battle, was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by fury. What do you think this battle is? Wait for what? I shall treat you as mere appetizers. With that, he focused his gaze on the other demons, ready to charge forth, only to be pinned to the ground by a crimson light, rendered immobile. This was the power of hell. Your Majesty, if I ask you to wait, you shall comply. Evening coldly remarked, observing Barca below. How infuriating! You wretched demon, what gives you the right to wield such power? Barca retorted defiantly, recalling how beings like Evening, shapeshifters, had always been mere playthings and subordinates to powerful demons like himself. How could she now stand above him? He had intended to strike her down while she was unprepared, only to have his attack thwarted. Survival of the fittest. Once, you were strong, and thus you acted with impunity, oppressing the weak. But now I am strong, and the tables must turn. Is this not the rule you established, O powerful demons? Evening's gaze was now frigid and piercing, resembling 2 icy beams scouring the surrounding demons. At that moment, she truly embodied a demon. The demons around her lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze, as they felt a profound terror emanating from her stare. Frank, Bronsky, and the others looked on in astonishment at Evening. The girl who was so docile before Chino transformed into a figure of dread in the eyes of these demons. Wherever her eyes fell, they trembled in fear, silenced by her chilling presence. Unbeknownst to Chino, events in hell were unfolding. He found himself in the parlor of the manor. In the parlor, Venom and Pamela stood before a warm-smiling man. Chino looked at them and asked, Venom, what is the matter? A visitor with a lengthy name has arrived. Venom replied. Coulson, exuding a friendly demeanor, stated, Greetings, Mr. Chino. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I have come to consult you on a few matters. His face bore that signature warm smile, his eyes radiating sincerity and friendliness. He emanated an irresistible charm, as if he were not an agent on a mission, but an old friend come to pay a visit. Chino gazed at Coulson, inwardly reflecting on the undeniable prowess of the Marvel novice village chief, whose social skills were impeccable. Coulson, I find myself rather occupied at the moment. May I request that we converse after I have resolved my affairs? Chino remarked. Of course, though I wonder if you require our assistance. We possess considerable experience in handling intricate matters, Coulson replied, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. There is a rebellious demon subordinate that requires some reformation. Would you care to join me? Chino extended an invitation to descend into the depths of hell. Coulson's smile faltered. His forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat as his mind raced with the implications of accepting such an invitation. Yet, in pursuit of understanding the demon lord's purpose on earth, he inhaled deeply and feigned composure as he responded, Very well, I shall accompany you. Despite his efforts to maintain calm, the slight tremor of his lips betrayed his inner turmoil and apprehension. Venom, Pamela, do you wish to join us? Chino inquired, turning his gaze towards the 2 women. Let's go take a look, Pamela replied. Darling, I shall accompany you as well. One by one, the group vanished. Coulson took a deep breath, adjusted the concealed camera on his chest, and made the sign of the cross. For the sake of world peace, may I be blessed. He then stepped through the portal. Chapter 34, A Rock is Welcome. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the darkening screen in silence for an extended period. Meanwhile, Coulson had appeared in the square, greeted by an ominous sky. In the distance, volcanoes erupted, and rivers of lava flowed, exuding an intense heat that seemed to threaten to engulf everything. Beneath him lay a throng of demons, their grotesque visages causing Coulson's breath to catch in his throat. Pamela, sensing the lifeless world, felt an instinctive revulsion as the host of all that is green, yet she bore it with patience. Chino regarded Barca, who lay prostrate on the ground, unfazed, and calmly declared, "Let us continue." Upon hearing this, she released her hold on Barca. He swiftly rose, his eyes still brimming with defiance. "You want to flee this time, will you, your majesty?" Chino smiled slightly and replied, "I hope you can maintain that attitude shortly." Just as he was about to take action, Venom suddenly embraced him, transforming into a golden suit of armor. "Venom, what is this?" Chino inquired, taken aback. "You are now his majesty. Naturally, you must don something more dignified, and I wish to remain with you, for together we are formidable." Venom's voice resonated within Chino's mind. The golden armor shimmered brilliantly beneath the crimson sky, enhancing his regal and formidable presence. The surrounding demons could not help but steal glances, and a flicker of surprise crossed Barca's eyes, quickly replaced by arrogance. Pamela plopped down upon the throne to observe, while she hesitated, ultimately choosing not to speak. "Let me charge you up." His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and a searing beam shot forth, instantly distorting the air around Barca. Barcelona fearlessly extended their arms, choosing to embrace the formidable laser. Yet, the potency of the heat vision proved overwhelming, pinning him to the ground in an instant, while the surrounding terrain gradually transformed in a bubbling magma under the intense heat. Coulson anxiously recorded every moment with a concealed camera on his chest. Suddenly, she turned to glance at him, and at that moment, Coulson felt as if his heart might cease to beat. However, she quickly averted his gaze, allowing Coulson to breathe a sigh of relief, secretly thankful. Believing he had not been discovered, as he continued to document, he rapidly analyzed in his mind. The demon possessed abilities akin to those of Superman, super strength flight, and heat vision. Coulson lightly tapped on a compact computer in his pocket. Once he returned to reality, this precious information would automatically be transmitted back to SHIELD. Chino's heat vision persisted for a full minute, and only when his eyes began to feel dry did he finally cease. Venom swiftly assisted in repairing the ocular nerves. Gazing down at the seething magma, Chino inquired, "How much longer do you intend to remain there?" In the next moment, a perfectly intact arm suddenly emerged from the magma, grasping the flowing lava to pull itself out. "Truly powerful, your majesty. This is my first encounter with such formidable strength," echoed Basar's voice, now towering at 3 meters, resembling a small giant. His muscular frame exuded an oppressive aura that was truly intimidating. Coulson, captivated by the breathtaking scene before him, could not help but swallow hard as he continued to document. "What are you waiting for?" Chino descended from the sky, absorbing the power within his body. "Have you digested it well?" "Yes." No sooner had the words been spoken than Chino appeared before Basar, his fist crashing down towards him, while Basar's fist, bulging with veins, met Chino's assault head-on. At the moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave of energy radiated outward, compressing the surrounding air and producing a sharp, explosive sound. Basar, veins bulging on his arms, caught the punch with one hand, his expression fierce. "This power is not enough to make me submit." "Then brace yourself," Chino replied. Chino's fist struck like the wind, each blow carrying immense force, causing the air to tremble slightly. Basar, unyielding, retaliated with his colossal fists, each counterstrike making the ground quake. Boom! Another fierce exchange of blows erupted as Chino's fist collided violently with Basar's, the powerful clash illuminating the entire battlefield. Their exchanges accelerated, fists blurring in motion, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Each impact whipped up a tempest, lifting rocks and dust into the air. Boom! A heavy punch was unleashed, and both were propelled back several steps by the recoil, quickly regaining their stance to charge at one another, resuming this exhilarating fistfight. What a thrill! Basar, you are truly formidable. Chino laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the infernal arena, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He engaged in combat solely with the strength of his physique, relishing the visceral thrill of each blow. Since acquiring superhuman powers, this was the first time he faced such a formidable opponent. His golden armor shimmered brilliantly under the impact of battle, each movement imbued with unparalleled force. "What nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel?" Basar roared, his eyes bloodshot, filled with rage and resentment. No matter how much damage he absorbed or how he augmented his strength, Chino's power consistently overshadowed him. This realization filled Besar, who had always considered himself the strongest, with profound humiliation and despair. With a renewed roar, Besar charged at Chino, his muscles taut with fury, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each step. Chino easily countered Besar's attacks, as if this fierce struggle was merely a game of unrestrained release for him. The surrounding demons watched in awe and trepidation. If they had previously knelt in deference to Chino's demonic stature, they were now utterly captivated by the sheer magnitude of his power. The battlefield was increasingly ravaged by their fierce conflict, prompting Shi to command the demons of the mountain to fortify and repair from a distance. Hulk watched the scene with frenzied excitement, roaring incessantly. Bronson had already concluded that such power could undoubtedly overpower Hulk. Frank, steadfast with his small pistol in hand, silently pondered that if he could assemble a team of magical devices, even such an adversary could be vanquished. Coulson, in despair, halted his actions, gazing at the cataclysmic scene of battle, his heart filled with doubt. Could such an enemy truly be defeated? "Darling, hold on," Pamela said, unafraid amidst the chaos, her gaze brimming with unwavering faith in Chino. She looked at Chino with fervent admiration, the demon's reverence for the strong evident in her eyes. Chapter 35, Coulson's Inquiry. As the battle intensified, the figures of Chino and Besar intertwined across the plaza, each collision reverberating with tremendous force. "Is your strength nearing its limit?" Chino queried as he unleashed rapid punches. "Not by a long shot," Besar retorted fiercely. At this moment, his body bore the marks of battle, gaping wounds crisscrossing his bulging muscles, and his power-S enhancement was visibly waning, each retaliatory strike against Chino becoming increasingly strenuous. Yet he gritted his teeth, expending every ounce of energy to withstand Chino's tempestuous onslaught. Chino frowned, his clenched fist surging with formidable power, crashing forcefully into Besar. A thunderous boom echoed as Besar was sent hurtling through the air like a meteor, swiftly soaring away. His body bounced off the ground, raising a cloud of dust and scattering debris in all directions. A resounding crash followed. Accompanied by a resounding thud, Barsa's form finally collided with the distant wall, causing the entire structure to tremble, fissures appearing densely like a spider's web spreading across its surface. With Barsa's defeat, the demons in attendance erupted in jubilant cheers. Their exclamations resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the infernal square. "Long live His Majesty! Invincible is His Majesty!" The chants of the demons rose and fell, brimming with admiration and reverence for Chino. The voice of Venom reverberated in Chino's mind. "This fellow possesses commendable abilities. He can replicate them." Though superficially subdued by Chino, Barsa's capabilities were indeed impressive. The mere ability to absorb damage could render him invulnerable for a brief period. This power, however, was limited by his own constitution. Should it be applied to a superhuman, one could only speculate how much strength it might amplify, perhaps even enough to obliterate the earth with a single strike. Indeed, his potential was substantial. Moreover, Venom's power of replication lacked growth. It was devoid of the inherent qualities found in Kryptonians, who grow stronger under sunlight, possessing only the abilities replicated at that moment. Nevertheless, these powers could be combined in diverse ways. Extracting himself from the wall, Barsa slowly approached Chino and then knelt before him. "Your Majesty, I submit," he uttered, his voice low and sincere, his head bowed, devoid of the previous defiance. Such is the nature of demons. When faced with superior strength, they yield willingly. The reason you could not subdue him was due to the utilization of hellish power. "I command you, henceforth do not resist." "Yes," Barsa replied obediently. Chino placed his hand upon Barsa's shoulder, and Venom swiftly entered Barsa's body, initiating the replication of his abilities. The surrounding demons fell silent, their eyes fixed with tension upon the unfolding scene. Before long, Venom successfully completed the replication, prompting Chino to release his hand and nod in satisfaction. "Rise, Barsa." As Barsa stood, only loyalty and awe remained in his gaze. Chino turned to Bronsky, beckoning him over. Bronsky hastened to Chino's side, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You shall forge a contract with Barsa." Bronsky glanced at Barsa, who regarded him with disdain and casually proposed a price. "To obtain my strength, endure for 10 minutes at my hands." "Very well." Yet in the next moment, Barsa sent Bronsky flying with a swift kick. "Weak little human," Barsa scoffed, for he was brought forth by His Majesty. Although he would not be killed, it would certainly grant him a lengthy respite. "I loathe that maneuver," Bronsky bellowed as he scrambled to his feet, instantly transforming into abomination. His visage twisted in fury as he charged forward. Interesting, Barca mused, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. My dear, how formidable you are, Chino remarked, no longer attending to them as he soared back to his throne. Pamela dashed over, enveloping Chino in a passionate kiss. Frank and Banner instinctively lowered their heads, while Hulk remained wholly engrossed in observing the combat below. Only you gazed on with envy, her expression a blend of jealousy towards Pamela and reverence for Chino. After Pamela concluded a passionate kiss with Chino, Venom transformed back into his human form and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Chino's lips. Chino smiled warmly, gazing affectionately at the two of them. Meanwhile, the battle between Barca and Blonsky below intensified, dust swirling in the air. Yet Chino momentarily diverted his attention from their skirmish to relish this moment of warmth and tranquility. Seated upon his throne, he embraced both Venom and Pamela, then waved his hand lightly, causing several stone chairs to rise from the ground. Please take a seat, Chino invited. Without hesitation, she chose the seat closest to Chino on the left. Frank intended to select the right side, but was preempted by Coulson. Frank cast a deep glance at him before settling beside him. Banner casually chose a seat for himself. Hulk, filled with an eagerness for battle, gazed at Chino with longing. Chino smiled gently and turned to She, saying, She, arrange for some durable demons to entertain him. Bull-headed demon, come forth, she commanded. At her beckoning, a robust demon with a bull's head emerged, its imposing physique nearly matching Hulk's. Chino indeed wished to cultivate She as the steward of hell, for he could not remain there indefinitely. Fight! Hulk exclaimed with exhilaration, leaping down to engage the bull-headed demon. The surrounding demons widened their eyes, fixated on the clash between Hulk and the abomination, cheering with excitement. For the demons, activities were limited to sleep and combat. After a moment of silence, Coulson could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Your Majesty, what is your purpose in coming to the human realm? Chino turned to Coulson, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. You are not a demon. There is no need to address me as Your Majesty. Call me Chino. As for my purpose in this realm, I have none. It is merely for indulgence and merriment. Coulson, evidently skeptical, furrowed his brow. Chino retorted, What other purpose could I have? Destruction? Conquest? If that were the case, I will be seated in the White House now. Coulson was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. A peculiar sound interrupted the moment, causing Pamela to blush as she hugged her stomach, sheepishly admitting, It's already noon, and I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. Chino couldn't help but chuckle, saying, She, bring forth some delicacies from hell. She nodded, rising to walk towards the palace in the background. Chapter 36, Cultivation. Before long, she returned, carefully balancing 2 plates and placing them on a stone table. Pamela leaned in for a closer look, her face turning green as she nearly retched. One plate was filled with fist-sized wriggling insects that glimmered with a green sheen, while the other contained red fruits that emanated an eerie crimson glow, evoking a sense of dread. Chino frowned, inquiring, She, is this your sustenance? She nodded earnestly, replying, Demon worms and fire fruits, the primary food sources for demons. This is a sustenance attainable only by weaker demons, while the more powerful ones prefer to consume souls, which not only satiates their hunger, but also enhances their strength. Chino tapped his head in frustration and said, Frank, please prepare a sumptuous meal for all the demons. Yes, my lord. With the newfound freedom to traverse between realms, Frank departed from hell. Yuki knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing his head and lamenting, I have disappointed your majesty. Please punish me. Rise. It is not your fault. This is my issue, Chino replied, extending his hand to assist Yuki. As Chino surveyed the infernal landscape, an instinct carved into his very soul began to awaken, conjuring a thought within him. Pamela, let us transform hell into a true world. Upon hearing Chino's declaration, Pamela's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her previous discomfort at the sight of the infernal fare vanishing, replaced by sheer excitement and anticipation. Wonderful, she exclaimed cheerfully, clenching her fists instinctively, filled with boundless energy. Initially, she had contemplated retreating to create a kingdom of plants upon her transformation into a monster. But she had abandoned that idea upon meeting her beloved. Transforming hell? Coulson expressed disbelief, slowly turning to gaze at the clusters of volcanoes outside the square, incessantly spewing thick smoke with torrents of lava flowing freely. How could that be possible? His brow furrowed in skepticism as he shook his head, deeming the notion utterly fantastical. My lord, it may be feasible if it were merely an oasis. The growth of plants depends on 4 essential elements: sunlight, oxygen, water, and soil. There is oxygen here. Sunlight can be artificially provided, and the geological aspect can be modified with the help of the demon of the mountains. Water can also be transported from Earth, and plants can be cultivated. Among Banner's 7 doctorate degrees were geology and meteorology, and Chino had greatly aided him. He was now earnestly contemplating solutions. Banner, I desire an entire world, not just a small oasis. Banner stroked his chin, attentively observing the environment of hell, shaking his head. My lord, it is quite challenging. To create a whole world is an immense undertaking. It requires establishing a self-sustaining cycle. We must modify the entire geology and environment of hell to form a soil layer. Control the weather, ideally create distinct seasons, and cultivate plants, all of which present significant challenges. As he spoke, Banner sketched a simple diagram on the ground, his demeanor serious and focused. Do not worry about the plants. Pamela will demonstrate her abilities. Rising from Chino's embrace, Pamela's hands radiated a verdant glow, reminiscent of the warm and vibrant light of a spring dawn. Before long, specks of green emerged amidst the black square, and tender shoots broke through the surface at a remarkable speed, striving to grow and unfurl their tender green leaves. In the blink of an eye, blossoms erupted in a riot of colors, vibrant and dazzling. Lush grass spread forth, enveloping the square in a verdant carpet. A gentle breeze caresses the air. The fragrance of blooming flowers permeates the surroundings, and the lush grass sways gracefully. The entire square is suddenly infused with vitality and exuberance, starkly contrasting the previous dark and oppressive atmosphere. The demons stand transfixed, gazing at the verdant grass beneath their feet, their eyes filled with disbelief and wonder, as if enchanted by a spectacle they have never before encountered. The battle between Hulk and the Minotaur demon abruptly halts. Hulk's massive hand tenderly brushes against a flower at his feet, his expression reflecting curiosity. Observing Hulk's waning fighting spirit, the Minotaur demon breathes a sigh of relief, pondering the terrifying strength that this adversary possesses as the fight progresses. Sniffing the air intently, he is greeted by an enticing aroma that compels him to grasp a handful of grass from the ground and taste it. Ecstatic, he exclaims, "Delicious," before plopping down and devouring it voraciously. Hulk, witnessing the spectacle, hesitates for a moment, then plucks a flower to sample, only to furrow his brow and mutter, "Not tasty." The surrounding demons, intrigued by the Minotaur's delight, begin to experiment with the grass themselves. Some are met with astonishment, shoving more into their mouths, while others spit it out in disgust, declaring it repulsive. In this moment, the demons' varied reactions fill the square with a cacophony of sounds. Barca knocks the abomination unconscious. Discarding a piece of parchment, he slowly approaches the grassy patch, lying down and gazing at the crimson sky. No creature can despise the scent of nature, and neither can the demons. A hint of nostalgia flickers in his eyes, as if his thoughts drift back to a time when he visited the human realm, exploring forests and savoring delectable cuisine that lingers in his memory. At this moment, Coulson and Banner remain dumbfounded, staring at the grass beneath them. Coulson cannot resist reaching out to touch it, incredulously stating, "Is this an illusion?" Banner kneels down, carefully examining the blades of grass, shaking his head as he replies, "No, this is no illusion. This is genuine life." Eve crouches, gently stroking the tender green leaves, her expression slightly dazed as she murmurs, "The emergence of other life forms in hell is unprecedented." Her eyes reflect both surprise and a hint of confusion regarding this unknown transformation. Pamela pauses her actions, which emanate a green glow, and breathes heavily as she remarks, "My dear, this patch of grass will wither within a week at most." "That's all right. This is merely the beginning," comes the reply. Banner adjusts his glasses and states earnestly, "Master, even with such capabilities and the assistance of demons, this is at least a century-long endeavor. Thus, I plan to establish a company to recruit personnel. I believe those mutants would be quite adept at farming." A glint of cunning crosses Chino's eyes as he recalls Storm's weather-controlling abilities. "No, you cannot enlist those mutants," Coulson instinctively interjects, his face filled with anxiety. The prospect of an army of demons combined with swarms of mutants is simply unfathomable. "Why not? Aren't humans averse to mutants? They would be overjoyed to see them in hell. I am merely assisting you." Chino raises an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Coulson let out a bitter smile, helplessly stating, "It's not this hell. Coulson, why don't you join me on my side?" Chino earnestly invited, placing great value on Coulson's abilities. "Mr. Chino, I will inevitably descend into hell one day, so there is no need for you to rush." Coulson tactfully declined Chino's offer. Chapter 37. The Collapse of Lucifer's Mind. Chino solemnly declared, "No, you will sacrifice yourself to save humanity, and will only ascend to heaven." Upon hearing the manner of his own death, Coulson was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "I am truly honored." A complex emotion flickered in his gaze, a mixture of reflection on an uncertain future and surprise, along with a hint of comfort at Chino's assessment of him. Chino smiled slightly. "Thus, I wish to intercept you. Would you consider making a deal with me?" "The Demon King? What deal?" Coulson inquired, his curiosity piqued. "After your first death, your soul will belong to me, and you shall serve me. In exchange for which I will answer one question." "First death? Will I experience many deaths in the future?" Coulson mused, secretly lamenting the calamities that seemed to plague his life. "Any question you desire. Indeed, there are few things I'm unaware of in this world. Allow me to bestow upon you a piece of information. Captain America is still alive." Chino produced a piece of parchment and placed it on the table. Captain America! Upon hearing that his idol was not dead, Coulson's face was a tapestry of disbelief and joy. His heart raced uncontrollably. The news of Captain America's survival was utterly staggering. His gaze fixated on the parchment, weighing the decision of whether to sell his soul. Just as Coulson was engulfed in turmoil, Frank emerged from the vortex with 3 heavy trucks, accompanied by the manor's chefs. Taking a deep breath, Coulson agreed to the deal, decisively placing his hand upon the parchment. The parchment ignited in a fierce blaze, leaving a mysterious black mark on his palm. "So, what would you like to inquire about?" "The whereabouts of Captain America. How Nick Fury lost his eye, your death information, or the impending crises facing Earth." Chino teased. "I wish to ask, how did you acquire this hell?" Coulson had previously discerned that Chino was unfamiliar with hell, as if he had only recently become a demon king. Seeking death, She's eyes glinted with intense malice, as if ready to strike at any moment. Vines controlled by Pamela rapidly sprouted beside Coulson, their sharp tips poised to pierce his heart, brimming with latent energy. Although Venom was somewhat surprised, he remained composed while seated on Chino's lap. Banner contemplated whether to distance himself from the scene to avoid collateral damage. Coulson fixed his gaze on Chino, displaying no trace of retreat or fear. Chino squeezed Pamela's soft waist and said, "All right, everyone relax. This is hardly a secret." He turned to Coulson and replied, "This hell was a gift from Lucifer, the morning star." At the mention of Lucifer's name, everyone present was taken aback, especially Coulson, whose expression grew exceedingly grave. "It is Satan." Curious, Banner inquired, "Master, what does Satan look like?" "Well, a remarkably beautiful woman," Chino replied, conjuring an image of Lucifer in his mind. Having tasted the flavor of flesh, he couldn't help but feel a stir of attraction at the thought of her. "Satan is a woman?" Banner exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. This fellow nearly shared a bed with Satan. Venom sensed a movement on his thigh and shot him a disapproving glance, yet shielded him with his own body, preventing any embarrassment. "Wasn't that a rejection?" Chino lamented. "Then accept me, my dear," Pamela said, embracing Chino and planting a kiss on his lips. "By the way, refrain from uttering Lucifer's name casually. She can hear you, and she may not be as accommodating as I am." Suddenly, a delicate white finger emerged from the void, delivering a sharp tap to Chino's forehead. With a thud, his head jerked back, leaving him dazed and disoriented. "Ah, my dear." Banner and the others instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide with shock. Despite their efforts to suppress their reactions, it was evident they were genuinely taken aback by the scene. They truly heard it. Shizay quickly lowered his head, trembling slightly, too frightened to glance further. "That's what you get for speaking recklessly." Venom sighed helplessly, descending from Chino's legs and gently resting his head on his thigh. Pamela, filled with concern, tenderly stroked the swollen bump on Chino's forehead, her gaze brimming with pity and care. As Lucifer withdrew her hand from the void, she had initially intended to discern why this little one had called her name. Instead, she discovered they were gossiping about her, and not only that, but also labeling her as petty. "All right, let us proceed," Lucifer remarked coldly, her gaze fixed upon the divine beings before her. "Allow me to study you, the deities of this world." The explorer fled towards the starry sky without a backward glance. Chino took a considerable amount of time to recover from the shock of that impact, sitting up and rubbing his forehead, his face displaying a wry smile of resignation. "Indeed, we cannot casually mention her name again," Chino mused, shaking his head as he looked at the others. At this moment, Coulson's astonishment remained unshaken. He had not anticipated that Satan could so effortlessly overhear their conversation and act upon it. The chefs in the mansion had begun preparing a meal, the clattering of pots and pans mingling with the sizzling of ingredients in the pans. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the entire square, a mouth-watering fragrance of delectable food. All the demons found themselves unconsciously salivating, their eyes fixated on the spatulas wielded by the chefs, brimming with desire. Meanwhile, the chefs were sweating profusely from fear. Despite their ceaseless movements, their bodies trembled slightly. When asked why they were willing to endure this, the only answer was that Frank had offered them far too much. Steady. Steady. After this meal, we each get $50,000, the head chef whispered to his companion, who nodded vigorously, their hands steadying under the influence of monetary incentive. Chino rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, "Today marks my inaugural visit to hell, so I invite all demons to partake in a feast. Line up, every demon. And only humans are forbidden from eating." His voice resonated throughout the plaza, initially startling the demons, who soon erupted into a cacophony of excited cheers. Splendid. The demons immediately began to jostle for position in line, some pushing their companions, while others eagerly surged forward, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chino furrowed his brow and shouted, "Silence! Form an orderly queue. Those who disregard the rules shall not partake." His commanding voice finally subdued the demons, who began to line up properly, their eyes fixed intently on the delectable dishes being prepared, their mouths watering incessantly. Chapter 38. Hulk Stays in Hell. Bronski slowly awoke, having just completed a contract and initially intended to confront Hulk in a fierce battle. Turning around, he saw Hulk joyfully devouring a plate of fried rice, exclaiming, "Delicious." Hulk wants more. Banner busily served him, dishing out plate after plate. Observing this, Bronski reconsidered and decided that the moment was not right for confrontation. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Coulson boldly navigated among the demons, gathering intelligence, though few demons paid him any heed. Chino allowed him to roam freely, even encouraging the demons to reveal the abilities granted by their contracts. Given Nick Fury's character, he would undoubtedly send someone in later, which would facilitate Chino's own schemes. A pair of enormous objects suddenly descended upon Shi's head, causing her neck to sag abruptly. "Your Majesty, I wish to drink," Mora said sleepily, her voice imbued with a hint of languor and flirtation. "I have brought some for you this time, Frank," Chino replied. Frank nodded and retrieved a case from a vehicle. Placing on the table, "There is still half a truckload left, filled with various kinds of liquor," Frank added. Mora excitedly produced a bottle of vodka, effortlessly uncorked it, and tilted her head back to gulp half the bottle down. "Refreshing. This is the taste," Mora exclaimed in satisfaction. She's forehead throbbed with veins. "Mora, how long do you intend to keep this on my head?" "Ah, it's she. I didn't TC you because you're too short," Mora replied, her tone entirely unapologetic. "Ouch." She bit down on Mora. "That hurts." Mora shivered, her eyes instantly sharpening as she grabbed Shi's head, attempting to pull her down. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. If you bite again, I'll lose it," Mora pleaded in a flurry of desperation. Curiosity gleamed in Chino's gaze. Pamela also noticed Chino's expression and, after a moment's contemplation, shyly leaned closer to his ear to whisper. "Really?" Chino exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, his voice unintentionally rising. "Lower your voice. Venom is here too," Pamela said, her cheeks suddenly flushed, playfully glaring at Chino. "I have no objections," Venom declared boldly, entirely devoid of human modesty. After much effort, Mora finally managed to detach Shi from her, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and observed Shi's gaze fixated on Chino. "What is the matter? Do you want to join in?" Mora teased. "No." The evening light flickered with a hint of evasiveness. "Evening, we are demons. Everything we desire is seized. And the Demon King is no exception," Mora stated with utmost seriousness. Evening's gaze grew increasingly complex, as if an intense internal struggle was unfolding within her. Venom glanced over, assessing Evening, and noted her petite form, deeming her suitable for inclusion. She bore no aversion to Chino's desire to cultivate a harem, for, influenced by Chino's memories, she too had an affinity for women. As the banquet concluded, the once boisterous square gradually descended into tranquility. Chino and his companions prepared to depart from hell and return to reality. However, the Green Giant Hulk displayed a pronounced reluctance to leave, clamoring to remain in this realm, where he could feast, drink, engage in brawls, and be surrounded by friends. Banner, exasperated, attempted to reason with him. "Hulk, stop fooling around." Yet, the arm could not overpower the leg. Seeing Hulk's resolute stance, Banner reluctantly acquiesced, knowing that with the privileges granted by the young master, he could visit from time to time. Blonsky, without hesitation, chose to stay behind, his gaze fixed on Hulk as he declared, "Hulk, and I still have battles to finish." Chino nodded and instructed, "Evening, keep an eye on them. If they disobey, command Barca to teach them a lesson." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chino contemplated for a moment and bestowed upon Evening the authority to freely leave hell. "From now on, refer to me as Young Master. Notify me of any matters." "Yes, Young Master." A smile involuntarily crept across Evening's lips, and her previously serene eyes sparkled with surprise. She understood that Chino granting her such privileges signified that he truly regarded her as one of his own. Upon returning to the real world, the sunlight outside had softened, indicating that it was now afternoon. Coulson had long departed, likely hurrying back to report the astonishing findings of the day. Frank, too, was busy, hastily preparing for recruitment and arranging the transport of supplies to Hell. Overwhelmed with tasks, he even enlisted Banner's assistance. Chino regarded Venom and Pamela, a knowing smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Time is of the essence. Let us take our rest." Pamela and Venom exchanged glances, playfully rolling their eyes at Chino, fully aware of his intentions. "Director, I'm back," Coulson announced as he strode into the office, placing a tablet on Nick Fury's desk and handing over a document. Fury's expression darkened as he focused intently on the tablet screen, which displayed throngs of demons in Hell, the formidable power exhibited by the Demon King, and intelligence regarding contracts with demons, each element deepening the gravity of his countenance. "Wait, what does this mean?" Fury suddenly inquired. On the screen, Chino was narrating the origins of Hell, yet the language being spoken was entirely incomprehensible. Coulson sensed something amiss as he heard the same thing as before. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the document and, comparing it to previous records, pointed to a line of text. "Director, what do you see?" "I see nothing, just a blank space." "Coulson, what is the meaning of this?" Nick Fury furrowed his brow, fully aware of Coulson's reliability and unable to fathom how such a fundamental error could have occurred. Coulson harbored his suspicions and spoke. "Director, I can only affirm that those myths hold truth." Nick Fury's pupils constricted as he instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, Hell was a gift from the divine, and the identity of the orchestrator required no further elaboration. Fury remained silent for an extended moment, retrieving a pager from his pocket, though hesitating briefly before setting it down again. This device could summon Captain Marvel, but under the current circumstances, her presence might not prove particularly beneficial. "Coulson, do you find his words credible? A demon lord who seeks not to conquer the world, but instead to reform Hell?" Fury's gaze was profound, his tone laden with skepticism. "I believe it is plausible. He was once human," Coulson replied. Setting aside the identity of the Demon King, he exudes an air of politeness. "Moreover, we must accept that there exists no force on earth capable of thwarting him," he added, his expression grave. Fury contemplated, rhythmically drumming his fingers upon the tabletop. "Coulson, you shall maintain contact with him openly, while I will discreetly dispatch agents to infiltrate his ranks, if we can harness the powers of a demon." "Understood, Director," Coulson reported, turning to exit. Just as he reached the door, Fury's voice resonated. "For humanity's sake, I appreciate your efforts, Coulson." "Not at all, Director," Coulson replied with a slight inclination of his head, then resolutely departed the office. In the DC universe, Chino found himself wandering through the vast, snowy mountains. When asked why he had ventured into this realm, the answer was simple: he had run out of money. In the Marvel universe, he had indulged in games with Pamela and Venom, often teasing Gwen when she approached. He relished exquisite delicacies, drove sleek sports cars, and traveled extensively. This lifestyle was one he had scarcely dared to dream of in his previous life. However, he soon received grim news. His $50 million had dwindled to a mere $5 million. To realize his Paradise project, he had recruited personnel, acquired various supplies, machinery, and even purchased land to establish a company. This sum was woefully insufficient. Although he still held 20% of Stark Industries to sustain him, the extensive renovation of Hell demanded staggering resources and manpower. Hell lacked any lucrative commodities. He had to earn money. Whose wealth was most abundant? The affluent. And what do they cherish most? Life. Thus, he set his sights on the Lazarus Pit, the renowned resurrection pool of DC, capable of delaying aging and restoring youth. There were minor side effects, yet this was a trivial concern. The Marvel and DC scientists were quite adept at improvements. If necessary, they could dilute the effects. This time, Chino ventured into DC accompanied solely by Venom, while Pamela busied herself cultivating more resilient plants to thrive in hellish conditions. Upon arrival, Chino gazed at the castle atop the mountain, the stronghold of the League of Assassins. Addressing the snowy expanse before him, he inquired, "Could you inform your leader of my presence?" No response came. "Let me take over for a while. It has been ages since I last stretched my legs." Venom's voice echoed in Chino's mind. "Is my exertion insufficient for you?" Chino remarked, a hint of annoyance evident in his tone. "You doubt my capabilities?" Venom threatened. "Enough of this. We have pressing matters at hand," Chino quickly replied, well aware of Venom's audacity. As Chino advanced, A flurry of dark figures suddenly emerged from the snowy expanse. Assassins clad in white ninja garb swiftly encircled Chino, launching a barrage of throwing knives with no hesitation. "I extended you an opportunity," Chino declared, just as a shroud of black venom enveloped his form, effectively deflecting the oncoming blades. Realizing their knives were futile, the assassins unhesitatingly drew their katana, charging at him like a whirlwind of white, devoid of fear. Venom, observing this, let out a chilling laugh, her fists propelled by a fierce gust as she struck with incredible speed. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as the foremost assassins were sent hurtling through the air, their bodies tracing arcs against the backdrop of the snow, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones as they crashed into the ground, sending up plumes of snow. The once pristine snow was rapidly stained crimson, intertwining with the swirling snowflakes to paint a brutal and haunting tableau. While effortlessly countering the assassins, Venom quipped, "I fail to comprehend why, in this era, they still resort to melee weaponry." Chino replied, "It must be essential to the narrative. Otherwise, how would Batman confront an alliance of assassins wielding rifles?" Venom scoffed, "This premise is utterly ludicrous. I cannot fathom their reasoning." With that, she sent another charging assassin sprawling with a powerful punch. One assassin, attempting to ensnare Venom with a chain, was swiftly yanked towards her, meeting a swift end with a decisive blow to the head. Chapter 40. The Pool of Lazarus. A cold voice resonated, causing all assassins to halt mid-action upon its arrival. Unperturbed, Venom continued to dispatch two more foes, ultimately pausing when she noticed the remaining assassins stood frozen, lacking any intent to advance. Her gaze shifted to a middle-aged man with raven hair atop the mountain. Lei Xiaogu. "It is I. What brings you here?" Lei Xiaogu scrutinized Venom with intensity. "I am Chino. Here for you. How about becoming my subordinate?" Chino revealed his human visage, originally intending to seize the Pool of Lazarus, but upon seeing Lei Xiaogu, his ambitions shifted. She is responsible for the demon's tasks and territories, currently focused on expanding land. Frank is overwhelmed with logistics from Hell, establishing a new company and recruiting veterans. Even Banner has been pulled in to assist with various matters. With Coulson still alive, I cannot utilize him at present. Thus, Chino turned his attention to Lei Xiaogu, recognizing him as a valuable asset with wealth, resources, and 7 centuries of experience to manage most affairs effectively. Lei Xiaogu's eyes ignited with fierce intent as he abruptly drew a martial knife, its blade glinting ominously. "To claim the entire assassin alliance, do you possess the capability?" Chino thought helplessly as he watched Lei Xiaogu charge towards him. Has this man lost his senses? However, despite Lei Xiaogu's self-proclaimed mastery of martial arts honed over 7 centuries, he found himself utterly defenseless before Chino. In mere moments, Lei Xiaogu was sent crashing to the ground, a cloud of snow and dust rising around him. The surrounding ninjas, witnessing Lei Xiaogu's fall, rushed forward without hesitation, each wielding sharp blades and their eyes cold as ice. This time, Chino took matters into his own hands, sparing lives by skillfully incapacitating them all with precise control of his strength. "Let's strike a bargain. Do you possess any wishes? I shall assist you in realizing them." In exchange for the entire assassin alliance, Chino proposed, his gaze fixated intently on Lei Xiaogu. "Wishes? My desire is to eradicate all of humanity and establish an ideal world," Lei Xiaogu declared, his expression brimming with madness. "Ah, I can interpret that as follows. I can offer you a world devoid of humanity, allowing you to start anew and create a paradise filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers." "How fortuitous, for I share a similar dream," Chino replied, his eyes alight with excitement as he felt he had found a kindred spirit. "What kindred spirit? You two are worlds apart. What does it matter? Do you possess the ability to bring it to fruition?" Lei Xiaogu retorted, though the latter part of his statement was somewhat off. "Thus, the terms of our agreement shall be, I grant you a world free of humanity, where you may recreate a paradise, and in return, you shall hand over the Assassin Alliance to me." As soon as Chino's words fell, a rune appeared in the palm of Lei Xiaogu's hand. "What is this?" "Do not concern yourself with trivialities. Let us venture into the new world," Chino exclaimed, and in an instant, a door emanating an eerie glow appeared beneath Lei Xiaogu's feet. Before he could react, he found himself falling through it, with Chino following closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Lei Xiaogu felt as if he were blinking, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the mouth of a volcano, the ground beneath him awash with molten lava. Not far away stood a black palace, surrounded by colossal figures that traversed the earth, each step causing the lava to dissipate. The demons of the mountain were cleansing the lava. This is hell, Lei Xiaogu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his gaze vacant. Yet, having lived for 7 centuries, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, what you desire, a world devoid of humanity, can now be realized. You may start afresh in this new realm. I share your dream of transforming hell into a paradise filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Chino proclaimed, his arms waving with exhilaration as if he could already envision a bright future. A flicker of unease crossed Lei Xiaogu's expression. A similar dream? If his aspiration was to begin anew, it would indeed be hell from the outset. Transforming the entirety of hell? That was madness beyond compare. Do not entertain thoughts of refusal. Our contract has been sealed. Contract? Lei Xiaogu questioned, staring at his palm, with a once dim rune now radiated with light before vanishing. In that instant, his deep-seated desire to eliminate Chino evaporated, leaving only thoughts of submission. Master, who are you? Lei Xiaogu asked, his tone rife with reverence. I'm the demon king of this hell. Chino, the demon king has arrived, demanding the entirety of the Assassin Alliance. Is this his honor? Lei Xiaogu pondered, and the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Confronted by such a formidable presence, being embraced by it is perhaps a stroke of fortune. Lei Xiaogu bowed his head, kneeling on one knee, and declared, My master, I am willing to serve you. Chino and Lei Xiaogu returned to the realm of reality. As the awakened assassins caught sight of Chino, they surged forward, each bearing fierce expressions and palpable intent to kill. Halt! From this moment forth, my master shall be the new leader of the Assassin Alliance, Lei Xiaogu commanded with authority. The assassins paused in astonishment upon hearing Lei Xiaogu's proclamation. Before promptly sheathing their blades, their movements synchronized. They knelt on one knee and collectively proclaimed, We pay homage to our leader. Witnessing this, Chino could not help but admire Lei Xiaogu's exceptional control over the organization. I should arrange for she to learn from you, Chino remarked, turning to Lei Xiaogu. Yes, my master, Lei Xiaogu replied dutifully, having pledged his complete loyalty to Chino without a trace of defiance. Why not learn it yourself? Because I am lazy, Chino answered succinctly and resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Lei Xiaogu, take me to the pool of Lazarus. Chino issued the command without further ado. Lei Xiaogu nodded in affirmation and led Chino into the castle. The interior was dark and damp, shrouded in an aura of mystery. They traversed the winding corridors, skillfully avoiding hidden traps. Finally, they descended to the depths below. Following Lei Xiaogu, Chino arrived at a chamber where a pool of azure liquid shimmered invitingly, exuding an enigmatic essence. Chino's gaze was drawn to 2 figures by the pool, a statuesque woman carefully extracting a small amount of the pool's water to pour onto a bandage, which she then gently applied to the wounds of a silent child before her. The child bore an expressionless visage, seemingly numb to the pain, as if accustomed to such injuries. Though excessive use of the pool's water could drive one to madness, if administered judiciously, it served as the finest healing balm, unaffected by the training to come. Indeed, these wounds were inflicted by the very hands of the woman before him. Chapter 41. The Takeover of the Assassin Alliance. Talia perceptively sensed the subtle disturbance and turned her gaze, locking onto Chino with an expression rife with wariness and confusion. This place, save for her father Lei Xiaogu and herself, was not meant to harbor any others. Father, who is he? My master, the new leader of the Assassin Alliance. Lei Xiaogu replied calmly. Talia's heart raced with disbelief. How could her typically arrogant and deranged father submit to another? He must have been ensnared. With this thought, Talia rushed towards Chino, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Seeing this, Lei Xiaogu swiftly interposed himself to thwart her attack. After a brief exchange, Talia found herself subdued by Lei Xiaogu, rendered immobile. Kill him, Damien, Talia commanded her brother, Damien, with fierce urgency. Without hesitation, Damien lunged at Chino, brandishing his small knife. At that moment, a black tentacle suddenly lashed out, forcefully knocking the small knife from Damien's grasp and binding him in midair. Subsequently, a sinister black head emerged from behind Chino, baring its razor-sharp teeth in a menacing display directed at Damien. I particularly relish the tender flesh of young children. Stricken with terror, Damien's face turned as pale as a sheet, his small frame trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively turned to seek his mother, Talia. Despite having undergone the brutal training of the League of Assassins, he remained but a mere child, and in the face of such sudden fear, his vulnerability and dependency on his mother were laid bare. Venom, don't scare him too much, Chino remarked. Of course not. After all, he is the son of Batman. Venom muttered before gently setting Damien back on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the earth, he stood frozen in place, his eyes fixated on Venom as it transformed back into its human form. His small face appeared somewhat rigid, and he dared not resist Venom's playful pinching of his cheeks, resembling a frightened little rabbit, helplessly at the mercy of the strange creature. This little one is quite well behaved, Chino. May I keep him? Venom mused. Chino, exasperated, replied, Do you think it's just a pet you can take home because it's cute? Soon, I'll be taking the entire League of Assassins with me, and this little guy will return to his father. It's utterly irresponsible to leave a child in Bruce Wayne's care. Venom recalled the fates of several Robins, and couldn't help but grumble, each one more rebellious than the last. Isn't there, Alfred? He could take care of him too. They could have a family reunion. Chino was not inclined to shoulder the burden of raising someone else's child. Poor kid. With parents like that, none of them normal, Venom lamented as it tenderly stroked Damien's tiny head. Perhaps due to its transformation back into a human, Venom found itself becoming somewhat sentimental. Damien's eyes widened in confusion, completely oblivious to their conversation, merely wishing for the strange creature before him to depart swiftly. If you truly like him, we could have one of our own, Chino suggested. Not yet. I lack the ability to control genetics at this moment. If we were to have a child, it must be the most perfect one. Venom resolutely shook its head. Although capable of bearing children, it desired a child that would combine the genes of Pamela and Chino, a promise made prior. Talia was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Who on earth are you? She demanded angrily. Ignoring her inquiries, Chino strode directly to the pool of Lazarus. Activating his supervision, however, he found his sight obscured by the deep blue, rendering the source of the pool's water unclear. RASL goal. Order all assassins to return to the castle and remain on standby. No action is to be taken regardless of the circumstances, Chino commanded without looking back. Yes, master. Radiesal will replia respectfully. Once all the assassins had returned to the castle, Chino exhibited astonishing strength, effortlessly lifting both Ras Al Ghul and Talia with one hand while hoisting Damien with the other. With a powerful push of his legs, he soared into the sky. Superman? But isn't Superman dead? In the pure realm of flight, Talia soared through the skies, gazing down at Chino. Damien remained still and silent, prompting Chino to steal a few more glances. This little one was indeed well-behaved and had inherited his parents' handsome and beautiful features, making Chino consider raising him. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chino gently set down the person in his arms. He lifted his gaze to the majestic snow-capped peaks and charged headlong into the mountain, leaving behind a massive crater. What is he doing? Talia asked, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Lei Xiaogu. At that moment, she chose not to flee, her mind more occupied with deciphering the intentions of this enigmatic figure. A thunderous rumble reverberated, causing the snow mountain to gradually lift into the air. Talia's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the sight of that tiny figure beneath the mountain. Lei Xiaogu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, the master truly keeps his word, taking the entire assassin alliance away. Damien's mouth fell agape. In his understanding, such power was beyond human capability, and his little heart was profoundly shaken, simply gazing in awe at the incredible scene. Chino, cradling the enormous snow mountain in his hands, stepped forward into the abyss. Upon entering, he found Shi and briefly explained, Shi, keep this snow mountain here for now and arrange it as you see fit. She nodded in agreement, and Chino turned to leave. He soon returned to Lei Xiaogu. I grant you 5 days to settle your affairs. In 5 days, come with me. Lei Xiaogu respectfully nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Chino grasped Talia and Damien and, with a flash of his form, soared towards Gotham. As they journeyed to Gotham, Chino contemplated the need to find an opportunity to acquire spatial teleportation abilities, which would greatly facilitate future endeavors. Suddenly, he felt his leg ensnared and assumed Talia was frightened by the altitude, ignoring her. When he looked down to reassure her, he found her lips slightly curled in a captivating smile, her fair fingers gently resting on his chest, slowly wandering. What are you doing? He queried. Can't you tell? Perhaps we should find a hotel for a more in-depth conversation. Talia's soft, alluring voice floated through the air as her gaze boldly met Chino's, filled with unabashed desire. She yearned for a child with extraordinary abilities. If her offspring could inherit even half of his power, conquering the world would be a mere trifle. Your child is still here. Chino's eyes darkened slightly. Do not concern yourself with him, or if you find it thrilling, you may allow him to observe, Talia suggested. Believing Chino was merely being considerate of the child, her seductive smile unwavering as she leaned closer to him. She understood men all too well. If something seemed exciting, they were willing to try anything. Yet, she failed to anticipate that Chino was far from the ordinary men she was accustomed to. Chapter 42. Young Damien. Damien, still caught in the tension of flight and the bewilderment of an unknown destination, turned to investigate the commotion, his youthful face etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend what his mother was doing. "You are the first individual to incite my ire since my arrival in this realm," Chino suddenly declared, a suppressed fury resonating in his voice. This was concerning. Talia internally lamented her hasty actions, realizing too late that she had acted without understanding this man's disposition. And now she feared she would pay the price. Without hesitation, Chino thrust his hand, sending Talia's body plummeting from the heights like a kite severed from its string. "Mom!" Damien screamed in terror, his voice laden with fear and helplessness. He watched in horror as his mother fell rapidly, his small frame trembling uncontrollably. Venom. From behind Chino, a dark tendril emerged, swiftly extending to seize Talia with precision, suspending her in midair. "Chino, you cannot kill a child's mother before his very eyes." "I apologize, Damien," Chino sincerely expressed, having indeed been driven to madness in that moment. "Your mother is unharmed." As Damien gazed at his mother dangling above, he finally exhaled in relief. Though his eyes remained filled with trepidation towards Chino, the man who had nearly taken his mother's life. "Why such rage? You have seen countless narratives. Such plots are not unheard of." Chino's intense fury was incomprehensible to her. After all, as a non-human, even possessing all of Chino's memories, she could not grasp human ethics and morals. "Those are fabrications, thus I can indulge in them as mere fantasies. I am indeed licentious, yet not chaotic," Chino patiently elucidated. "I do not understand. You seem to relish engaging in various scenarios from those narratives. Perhaps when you become a mother, you will comprehend." Her allure was irrelevant to me at any other time, and under the right circumstances, I would not have shied away from indulgence. However, she cannot conduct herself in such a manner before her child. Chino glanced at the boy, who was staring down, and let out a bitter smile. The child was genuinely terrified, prompting him to hasten their flight towards Gotham. As Damien observed his mother suspended in the air, Chino's words left him in a state of bewilderment. Though he could not fully grasp their meaning, they were deeply etched in his mind. The sky over Gotham was shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds pressing down upon the city, evoking a sense of oppression and discomfort. It was still daytime, and Bruce Wayne remained indoors, engrossed in his research within the study of his manor. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared without warning, shattering the tranquility. His brow furrowed as he swiftly accessed the surveillance feed. On the screen, the enigmatic figure who had once replicated Superman's powers reappeared, this time cradling a child while Talia was bound behind him. Has he been among the League of Assassins? Bruce Wayne pondered, having spent this time tracking the elusive figure only to find him revealing himself uninvited. His expression grew increasingly grave as his mind raced, contemplating the intruder's intentions and potential actions. Chino lifted his gaze towards the surveillance camera and stated, "Bruce, I have matters to discuss with you. May we meet?" After a moment of silence, Bruce replied, "I shall await you in the reception room." Chino, holding Talia's hand, strode into the manor and arrived at the parlor, where Bruce was already seated, awaiting their arrival, while Alfred busied himself preparing tea. Without hesitation, Chino thrust Damien into Bruce's arms. "Here, your son, Damien." Bruce instinctively caught the child, momentarily taken aback by the words, his gaze instinctively shifting to the small face nestled in his embrace. The crisp sound of a cup falling to the floor echoed in the room. Alfred's eyes widened as he scrutinized Damien's features, which bore a striking resemblance to the young master. Chino jested, "Alfred, could you please serve me some fine tea this time?" "Of course, sir," Alfred replied with a smile, his tone warmer than before. Bruce sat there, cradling Damien, his emotions a tangled web of shock, concern, surprise, and a sense of responsibility, disrupting the probing he had intended. It was evident who the child's mother was, none other than Talia, swathed like a dumpling. Bruce's body stiffened, his hands unsure of where to rest, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar, yet intimate sensation of meeting his child for the first time. His gaze lingered on Damien, only to notice the child's furtive glances towards Talia and Chino, eyes filled with fear, as if he had yet to recover from the earlier peril. "Alfred, please take Damien away for a moment. We have matters to discuss," Bruce said, taking a deep breath in an effort to compose himself. "Yes, sir," Alfred replied, gently lifting Damien, just as the child clutched Bruce's clothing tightly and called out, "Mama." Bruce turned to Chino, his eyes conveying a silent question. Sighing, Chino turned his back to Talia and released his hold. "Be quiet and go with them." Talia rose, casting a glance at Bruce before leading the way out, followed closely by Alfred and Damien. I apologize for nearly taking the life of his mother in front of that child. It was my fault. Bruce's pupils dilated as memories flooded back to that dark alley. The sight of his parents lying in a pool of blood seared into his mind. An anguish and rage surged within him. "What is your purpose in coming to see me?" he asked, suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling inside him, his tone icy. "My purposes are twofold: to deliver the child and to seek you out," Chino replied calmly, producing a small vial of blue liquid and placing it on the table. "The pool of Lazarus. You have dominion over the League of Assassins." Bruce's gaze fixated on the vial, his expression grave. He recognized it well, having used it himself once. But he was more concerned with the implications of the other information. "That is about right. I hope you can use it as the core to create a potion, even if the effects are somewhat diminished." Chino took a delicate sip of tea, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. "Agreed, but I need to know who you truly are and what your intentions are with this," Bruce said, fixing his gaze on Chino, having consented to the transaction. Yet his eyes brimmed with vigilance and curiosity. Chapter 43, A World of Two. Bruce fixed his gaze intently on Chino, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through any facade. He sought to glean even the faintest hint from Chino's countenance, demeanor, and movements, yet the outcome left him profoundly perplexed and frustrated. This individual seemed to have materialized from thin air, devoid of any traceable past or discernible background. A quiet speculation arose in Bruce's mind. Could he be an extraterrestrial, an inhabitant from a distant galaxy, descending to Earth with unknown intentions? Or perhaps, like Diana, he had always resided in some secluded realm, entirely cut off from the outside world. This uncertainty filled Bruce with unease. He was accustomed to commanding situations, to discerning everything within the shadows. However, Chino's appearance enveloped him in a fog of confusion, rendering him directionless. Chino met Bruce's gaze with unwavering intensity, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Do I unsettle you? Aside from replicating Superman's powers, I have never committed any wrongdoing in this world. Moreover, I have aided you in locating your son." Bruce's eyes sharpened further. "This world? You are from another realm." Chino nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I am Chino, hailing from the Marvel Universe. In the future, an immensely powerful villain will annihilate half of all life across the cosmos, which is why I have come to your world in search of sufficient strength for self-preservation." Upon hearing this, Bruce furrowed his brow, his gaze rife with skepticism. "If I recall correctly, Marvel is a comic book company. Are you suggesting you emerge from the pages of a comic?" Chino nodded once more. "That's about right." Bruce's eyes grew sharper as he pressed on. "So you also glean my identity from these comics?" Chino replied softly. "Your universe is referred to as the DC Universe." "Ah, I see. Then I must be a character of significance in this narrative," Bruce stated, his tone steady and his expression remarkably calm, displaying no hint of alarm or disarray at the prospect that his existence might merely be a fictional construct. Chino regarded Bruce with a flicker of admiration. "Indeed, within your universe, you are a figure of considerable importance. In all of Gotham, the presence of Batman is undeniable, primarily embodied by Bruce Wayne. Though there are also instances of your father and your brother." Bruce furrowed his brow further, inquiring, "In other universes, I have a brother?" Chino nodded earnestly. "Correct. In that universe, young Thomas Wayne ended your life along with your parents, transforming into the nocturnal vigilante known as Owlman." Bruce's expression grew complex as he contemplated the existence of that divergent version of himself and his family, an unfathomable reality, indeed, that such events could transpire in an alternate universe. "May I traverse to your universe?" Chino declined, stating, "In this universe, everyone can depart, save for you." "Why is that?" Bruce queried. "You share a profound connection with a certain individual, one I currently cannot best. Moreover, should you leave this world, Gotham may very well face annihilation," Chino explained. Barbados perceives Bruce Wayne as the key to unlocking the portal to the material universe, and his disappearance could precipitate unforeseen consequences. "I understand." Chino rose to leave, having answered your question, stating he would return in 5 days. After his departure, Bruce remained seated on the sofa like a statue, his brow furrowed, lost in profound contemplation. He pondered the deep connections with a significant figure that indirectly threatened Gotham. The myriad of evils plaguing Gotham were also tied to this individual. What could their intentions be? These questions spiraled incessantly in his mind, yet he found no answers. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "Master Bruce," came a voice. Bruce jolted awake, realizing the night had crept upon him. "Alfred, come in." His voice bore a hint of fatigue. Alfred entered, accompanied by a freshly attired Damien. The young boy's face reflected a tinge of anxiety and confusion. Approaching Bruce, Alfred spoke gravely. Miss Talia has departed, and you ought to see this. Gently, Alfred rolled up Damien's sleeve, revealing a myriad of scars, some deep, others faint, an alarming tapestry of old and new wounds. As Bruce's gaze fell upon those scars, a flicker of anguish crossed his features. Does it hurt? Bruce asked softly, his voice low and tender as his fingers cautiously traced the scars, as if seeking to soothe the echoes of past pain. Damien looked up at the man before him, exhibiting a vulnerable expression. His mother had deemed him the strongest man, and as his child, he was expected to grow ever stronger to conquer him. Yet, this man bore vulnerabilities, his emotions foreign yet not distasteful. This realization left Damien in a state of confusion, his tender heart wavering in that moment. It no longer hurts, Alfred remarked. I just bathed Damien. Bruce listened intently, his expression inscrutable as he observed Damien. What do you think of that man from earlier? Strong, yet frightening. Do you despise him? Not at all. I see. Bruce contemplated in silence. Meanwhile, Chino had randomly descended upon a bustling city. Upon landing, the familiar figure of Venom swiftly appeared, affectionately leaning against him. Venom, for the next 3 days, let us relish our exclusive world together, Chino said with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chino, why come here? Is Gotham not suitable? Gotham is stifling and perilous. It truly does not provide the relaxation we seek. Chino chuckled lightly, taking Venom's hand as they melded into the throngs of the crowd. Having successfully acquired a human form, Venom astonishingly discovered the gift of human taste. Though these foods held no substantial nourishment for her, her curiosity was piqued, and she yearned to experience the culinary delights that Chino cherished. Walking side by side, they savored delicacies, sharing bites as they strolled. A content smile radiated from Venom's exquisite face, while Chino looked upon her with affectionate delight. Behind them, a young man could not help but cast an envious glance, inwardly lamenting the fortune of the man with such a beautiful girlfriend. Chapter 44. I Am Not a Hero. As Chino and Venom leisurely walked along the sidewalk, a deafening roar from an engine suddenly pierced the air, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire and the terrified screams of pedestrians. Chino looked up to see a black car barreling down the street like a wild stallion. At this reckless speed, it would collide with the innocent crowd in mere seconds. After finally enjoying a honeymoon, he was not keen on being disturbed by such unexpected chaos. Just as Chino was about to intervene, a dazzling flash of yellow lightning ignited beside him, and in an instant, the world around him froze. The horrified expressions of the pedestrians were etched onto their faces. The oncoming vehicle came to a halt, and the bullets shot into the sky hung, suspended in midair. Aside from Venom and Chino, there was also a bear man beside them. The Flash, Barry Allen, hurriedly donned his red costume, then began to whisk the pedestrians away at a bewildering speed. When it was Chino and Venom's turn, Barry nervously wiped his hands and fixed his gaze on Venom, exclaiming, I truly envy you. When will I ever find a girlfriend? As he reached out to grasp Venom in Chino's arms, he found nothing but air. We shall not trouble you, Chino replied. Upon hearing this, Barry lifted his head to meet their gaze. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could keep pace with him. In his nervousness, Barry inadvertently exited his Speed Force state. Ah! Screamed the pedestrians in terror. Regaining his senses, Barry realized that he had yet to save everyone. Just as he prepared to re-enter the Speed Force, a growl from his stomach reminded him that he had skipped lunch and lacked the energy. I will handle this. Chino stepped forward, facing the charging car, and with a single footfall, he struck down. Boom! The car's airbags deployed. The driver inside continued to stomp on the gas pedal, the tires screeching against the pavement, releasing plumes of white smoke. Barry stood by, dumbfounded. Although he too could stop the vehicle, the sheer power displayed by Chino left him in awe. Finally, the car came to a halt, and the door was flung open, revealing 2 armed robbers. The robbers leapt from the vehicle, their eyes bloodshot, cursing, You've ruined my good fortune, die. They raised their weapons and opened fire on Chino. Chino extended his hand, and in a blur of motion, he caught every bullet, forming a copper sphere made of the projectiles in an instant. I will say this once, kneel and beg for mercy. The 2 robbers, instead of heeding his warning, grew even more brazen, hurling insults back at him. Ha! What do you do to us? Come on, give it your best shot. They changed their magazine, preparing to spray the surrounding pedestrians with bullets. In a flash, Chino appeared beside them, his speed leaving only an afterimage. Effortlessly, he bent the barrels of their guns and seized them by the neck, lifting them off the ground. Are you not afraid of death? Chino's gaze was as frigid as ice. The robber scoffed derisively and remarked, "You so-called superheroes would never kill. If you dare, go ahead and make a move." Observing Chino's lack of response, a smug smile crept across his face. Despite the emergence of numerous superheroes after Superman's demise, each possessing unique abilities, they too adhered to the principle of not taking lives, knowing they would only spend a few days in prison. Upon hearing this, Chino's expression brightened with a hint of amusement. "I never claimed to be a hero. You're not a hero." The robber's voice quivered as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "I assure you, I will not kill today," Chino replied calmly. Before the robber could breathe a sigh of relief, Chino coldly continued, "But whether you survive in hell depends entirely on your own capabilities." The robber's face paled. "Wait, let me explain." Before he could finish, Chino relaxed his grip, sending him plummeting into a suddenly materializing portal, along with a nearby vehicle, vanishing in an instant. As the robber landed painfully on the ground, the sharp sting jolted him back to reality. "Ha, I knew I wouldn't die." He laughed heartily, but his mirth was abruptly cut off, his gaze turning vacant. For they found themselves in a colossal coliseum, surrounded by a circle of grotesque demons, who regarded their unexpected arrival with curiosity, as if appraising novel prey. "Boss, we've descended into hell," one of his companions stammered. "Is this an illusion?" The robber pondered. Before he could confirm, a green figure swooped down, instantly reducing them to a mist of blood. "The Hulk is angry." The Hulk roared as he stood, and upon noticing the car that had materialized beside him, he split it in two with a powerful blow. Grasping each half in his hands, he struck them together like colossal gauntlets, producing a thunderous sound. "Hulk, come on. Is that all you've got?" The abomination taunted. He noticed the two robbers, but paid them no mind. "Hulk, unstoppable." The Hulk bellowed, his massive legs propelling him forward like a moving mountain towards the abomination. The abomination did not dodge. Instead, he absorbed a barrage of Hulk's punches, retreating slightly while a wild grin spread across his face. With ribs visible beneath his skin, his muscles rapidly inflated, becoming exceptionally robust and firm. The once withered skin stretched taut over his bulging muscles, emanating an aura of terrifying power. "My strength is increasing." The abomination roared, delivering a kick that sent the Hulk crashing into the wall, then lunged at him, pummeling him mercilessly into the corner. The ferocious assault shattered the rock wall behind Hulk, transforming it into molten lava. Had this coliseum not been reinforced by the demons of the mountain, it would have been reduced to rubble. Despite the abomination's current upper hand, his victories over the Hulk had been few and far between. If he could not incapacitate Hulk before his strength reached its zenith, he would be the one to suffer defeat. "Hulk, keep fighting. Abomination, crush him." The demons in the stands fervently cheered for their favorite contestants, their voices reverberating like thunder. Seated at the highest vantage point, she observed the proceedings. Beside him, an unoccupied throne. The idea of this arena was proposed by the young master, who believed these demons, brimming with energy, needed an outlet for their exuberance. And in time, it could also yield financial gain. Thus far, the results appeared promising, as the demons had been notably more docile during this period. Before long, Hulk's massive hand, akin to a vice, seized the arm of Abomination. The grip unleashed an overwhelming force upon Abomination, rendering his arm immobile as if bound by iron chains. Abomination realized he had squandered his opportunity. Hulk delivered a powerful headbutt, causing Abomination to crumple to the ground in a daze. The arena erupted into raucous cheers, the name Hulk echoing throughout the Colosseum. Hulk raised his arms triumphantly, his face radiating satisfaction. He relished this environment. After a brief moment, Abomination regained consciousness and reached out a hand. Hulk grasped it and helped him to his feet. "I lost you again. You truly are formidable." Hulk, invincible. Although once they had been bitter enemies, time in the arena had fostered a bond between them. Chapter 45. No one can refuse a venomous girlfriend. Chino raised an eyebrow at the robber, who met a gruesome fate upon arriving in hell. Quite unfortunate, he thought, for it was a random selection, and he had not anticipated landing directly in the arena. After a brief moment of astonishment, the surrounding spectators quickly redirected their focus to Chino's display of prowess, showing little concern for the robber's disappearance, instead excitedly snapping photographs. "Hello, may we converse?" Chino smiled at Barry. I'm running late for work. Let us talk another time." Barry's expression was tense, his gaze darting as he desperately sought an excuse. Eager to escape, "I advise you to reconsider." Venom interjected, grasping Barry's shoulder with a grip that left him unable to break free. "All right, I know a superb burger joint," Barry replied, his face contorted in resignation, lamenting his misfortune. Weakened by lack of sustenance and confronted by two individuals who could match his speed, he realized escape was futile and reluctantly acquiesced. Moreover, Barry felt an unshakable heaviness in his body and increasing fatigue. As Venom released his grip, Chino noticed the core on his chest displaying the emblem of the Flash, a faint current flickering around it. Speed Force acquired. A subtle smile graced Chino's lips, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The Speed Force was arguably the easiest power to obtain within the DC universe. Although he had gained the Speed Force, Barry Allen was its origin, and in the Marvel realm, its usage was not limitless. Each activation required a return to the DC universe for replenishment. However, this posed little concern. Upon arriving at the burger joint Barry mentioned, which was devoid of patrons at this hour, Chino generously offered a treat. Barry, without hesitation, ordered a mountain of burgers, and Venom opted for a chocolate sundae. As Barry indulged in a feast of hamburgers, Chino also picked one up and took a bite, exclaiming, "The flavor is delightful, and the meat is juicy." After Barry consumed a staggering amount of food, he finally let out a contented sigh, leaning back in his chair, his hand resting on his stomach in satisfaction. Observing Barry, Chino chuckled teasingly. "Barry, do you feel a sense of security now? Believing you no longer need to worry about running out of energy?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Barry scratched his head and replied, "How did you know?" Chino smiled faintly, his gaze deepening as he slowly spoke. "Because I have been in your position before, under the control of someone whose strength I could not fathom. Even when there is no malice, one can feel like a marionette, losing control over their own fate, and that sensation is quite unpleasant." At that moment, the light in the establishment illuminated Chino's face, revealing a hint of bittersweet nostalgia. Venom rolled its eyes silently, thinking, it's that time again for Chino to showcase his skills. "I didn't mean to. It was just that." Barry started to apologize, having been placed in this situation. Yet now he willingly bowed his head. Chino felt a twinge of guilt and contemplated, "It feels a bit wrong to bully this naive future member of the Justice League." "It's nothing. It's only natural. I simply noticed your impressive abilities and wanted to converse," Chino said with genuine sincerity. "My ability was revealed without reservation on a rainy night, when Barry too believed in my good intentions." Venom blinked in disbelief, internally critiquing, "This guy has no guile whatsoever, even divulging the flaws of his own abilities without hesitation." Chino engaged in conversation about names, the direction of their abilities, the state of the world, and their favorite vehicles. Barry, for the first time, found someone who could match his rhythm and felt his guard drop entirely. "By the way, what exactly are your abilities?" Barry asked curiously, his gaze flitting between Chino and Venom. Chino smiled slightly before slowly extending his hand towards Venom. Understanding Chino's intent, Venom swiftly reached out, firmly grasping Chino's hand, their fingers intertwining. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded as Venom's form seemed to come alive, transforming into tendrils of black matter that began to crawl up Chino's arm. "Oh my gosh!" Barry exclaimed, startled by this sudden change. Leaping from his seat, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his expression filled with disbelief. However, in mere moments, his attention was captivated by the armor gradually taking shape on Chino's body. "Wow, that's incredibly cool!" Barry couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixated on the dazzling golden armor. "But wait, does this mean your girlfriend is not human? And what about that emblem on your chest?" Chino smiled gently, explaining, "Venom is not human. It is an extraterrestrial symbiote. As for my abilities, the emblem on my chest should give you a hint. It turns out to be an extraterrestrial being." Yet the notion of having an alien as a girlfriend leaves Barry somewhat perplexed regarding his friend's peculiar tastes. Chino, with a mischievous smile, embraced Barry and remarked, "Venom can transform into any physique. Whether it be the innocent and adorable type, the alluring and seductive type, or the elegant and noble type, whatever you desire. She can flawlessly embody it, fulfilling every man's fantasy. Moreover, she can eternally maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old, vibrant and beautiful." This declaration struck Barry's heart like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. After all, which man could resist the allure of such an endlessly captivating and perpetually youthful girlfriend? Leaning closer to Chino, he inquired, "Sister Venom, do you have any siblings to introduce?" "No, go away," Venom retorted irritably, noting that those who sought symbiotic beings typically did so for power, and it was the first time she had encountered someone in search of a girlfriend. "Oh," Barry replied, crestfallen, lowering his gaze. Don't worry, Barry. In the future, I'll help you find one," Chino reassured him. "Thank you, Chino." Venom remained quietly nestled on Chino, though she could exist independently now, being a symbiote. There was a certain comfort in being with Chino. Here, there was a familiar warmth, a harmonious synergy, and an indescribable sense of belonging. Chino, are you from Superman's hometown? Barry asked curiously. The recent Kryptonian invasion had revealed to the world that Superman was not the only one of his kind. No, but my abilities were derived from Superman. Chino replied calmly. Then, do you aspire to be the new Superman? Barry inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. No, I'm not a hero, nor will I become Superman. Chapter 46. This is not foolishness, it is sincerity. Barry, puzzled, pressed on why not. With such power, shouldn't you aim to save the world? Chino withdrew his gaze, focusing on Barry, and slowly articulated, everyone has their own choices regarding the use of power. I simply wish to live according to my own principles and protect what I deem significant. Barry nodded thoughtfully, though he only partially understood. Moreover, Barry, do you truly believe that Superman's existence is a boon? Chino remarked meaningfully, his eyes reflecting profound and intricate emotions. Of course, Superman has saved the world twice, and in doing so, has rescued countless families, Barry asserted without hesitation, echoing the sentiment held by most regarding Superman. However, both global crises were linked to Superman, and upon his demise, crime rates surged exponentially. Indeed, while Superman had accomplished innumerable good deeds, combating crime and averting natural disasters, this inadvertently stifled human potential and autonomy, with the dysfunction of police departments standing as a prime example. Chino's tone was tranquil, yet imbued with a thought-provoking gravity. From this perspective, the actions of Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne in eliminating Superman were justified. Superman had shielded humanity too effectively, and should he falter in his duties, the consequences would be dire. The malice inherent in humanity has the capacity to drown out its goodness. No one can remain benevolent indefinitely. Such a state only gives rise to a succession of antagonists who incessantly test one's limits, ultimately transforming into a colossal bomb. Are all our endeavors fundamentally flawed? Should our strength not be employed to rescue others? Barry, in a state of confusion, recognized his newfound abilities and felt compelled to combat malevolence and assist those in need. This sense of purpose drove him to resolve to protect the city and its inhabitants. However, the future promises an emergence of numerous superpowered criminals, necessitating the presence of heroes who must navigate the delicate balance between humanity and their extraordinary powers. Chino's expression grew somber. The impending alien invasions and incursions from parallel universes were far beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to resolve. What then should I do? Barry gazed at Chino, seeking answers. I do not know. I am no hero. You ought to be grateful that I do not engage in crime. Chino replied irresponsibly, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Barry felt a wave of frustration wash over him, presenting a barrage of questions, yet lacking the answers himself. However, in the future, you may consult a certain individual who possesses the knowledge to mediate the relationship between ordinary people and the extraordinary. Who? A glimmer of hope reignited in Barry's eyes. Batman. Should I seek him out in Gotham? Barry had heard tales of the Dark Knight. He'll come to find you. Barry remained skeptical, but at that moment, he had no alternative but to place his hopes in the enigmatic figure of Batman. Chino glanced up at the darkening sky and remarked, Barry, it is getting late. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Chino, if there is anything I can assist with. Barry's eyes betrayed his reluctance, his words imbued with sincerity. It involves engaging in some adult activities with your dear Venom. Chino quipped, a playful grin gracing his features, delivering a metaphorical jab to Barry's heart. Allelicht, Chino, will we meet again? Barry's expression reflected a hint of melancholy, yet he remained hopeful. Certainly, Flash. Farewell. With that, Chino's form shifted slightly, soaring into the sky like a rocket, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the vastness of the night. Goodbye, Chino and Venom. As he heard the farewell echo behind him, he mused, I think I am beginning to understand why you are fond of this silly boy. It is not folly. It is sincerity, which is timeless, though some may not deserve such authenticity. Whispers floated through the night sky. 5 days later, during this interval, Chino and Venom indulged in a honeymoon across picturesque locales, reveling in the beauty of nature by day and engaging in their private escapades by night. Venom wholeheartedly catered to Chino's every whim. Though her face remained unchanged, her form could adapt to his desires. At times, she embodied the vivacious spirit of a youthful maiden. At others, she transformed into the alluring visage of a mature woman, seamlessly portraying the charm of various ages. Moreover, her wardrobe was a dazzling array, ranging from opulent evening gowns to playful skirts and various swimsuits, leaving onlookers in awe. Chino could not help but exclaim that the wisest decision of his life was to steal Venom. A smile of satisfaction and happiness radiated from his face, his eyes brimming with affection and appreciation for Venom. Even if you say so, I have nothing to reward you with. During this time, he had experienced every play imaginable. Your presence is the greatest reward for me. If I had such eloquence in my past life, I wouldn't have remained single all along. Well, that was because I had not met you. Dressed in a hoodie, Chino soared through the skies, flirting with venom. Gotham, Wayne Manor. Chino descended at the entrance, standing tall and poised, pressing the doorbell. Previously, he had stormed in with great intensity, but this time he approached as a genuine guest. Ding dong. Good morning, Mr. Chino. Alfred swiftly opened the door, his expression somewhat complex. Good morning, Alfred. Chino greeted him with a smile, only to suddenly notice Alfred regarding him with a rather melancholic gaze. Alfred, I apologize for my previous rudeness, but I'm not here to cause trouble this time. Surely, you need not look at me with such eyes, Chino remarked, puzzled. No, I'm merely surprised to see you so early. Alfred sighed helplessly and turned to lead the way. His steps were steady yet tinged with urgency, as if he wished to complete this task swiftly. Isn't it good to be early? As a steward, you should value time highly. Chino inquired with curiosity, recalling a time when Bruce had stayed out too late and Alfred had promptly ruined breakfast. Yet this time, I would prefer if you arrived later. I would not be displeased even if it were postponed a few days. Alfred's tone carried a hint of resignation and reluctance. He led Chino to a room. Here we are, the master is inside. Chino, filled with suspicion, could not fathom the situation, but nonetheless pushed the door open, only to slam it shut again. What is the matter, Mr. Chino? Am I having a hallucination? Chapter 47. Daughter? Chino once again opened the door, and the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. It was a spacious kitchen where Bruce Wayne, impeccably dressed in a suit, donned an apron as he skillfully busied himself at the stove preparing breakfast. You're here. Would you like some breakfast? Bruce said without turning, his voice calm and natural. Yes, I would like some, thank you. Chino steadied himself, taking a seat at the dining table, yet his gaze remained fixed on Bruce's industrious figure. Observing the smile still lingering at the corner of Bruce's lips, Chino felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Have I crossed into another parallel universe? Chino murmured. Incredulous. Clearly, you have not, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Chino rubbed his eyes, reaffirming that what lay before him was no illusion. He could hardly fathom that Gotham's Dark Knight, the illustrious Batman Bruce Wayne, could possess such a side. Shortly thereafter, Bruce presented a plate of exquisite Western breakfast, with sandwiches arranged neatly and the egg yolk of a fried egg displaying a tantalizing hue. As Chino took a bite, a look of satisfaction illuminated his face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Incredible, Bruce. You possess quite the culinary skill. I studied culinary arts at Le Cordon Bleu, Bruce replied, without turning his head, his hands deftly continuing their work in the kitchen. You're the third person to sample my cooking. Who were the first and second? Chino inquired curiously, still chewing his food. Alfred and my daughter, Damien. Bruce's voice was steady and calm. Oh, your daughter. Chino gasped, nearly choking on his food, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just then, Alfred entered with Damien. Clad in a casual suit, her small figure radiated a newfound liveliness, a stark contrast to the initial chill she exuded. Approaching Chino, she promptly seated herself beside him. Did you not check what you sent? Bruce remarked, as he presented a plate of breakfast to Damien, thoughtfully accompanied by a glass of milk. How do I check? Strip her down? If only Talia had left her some long hair, I would have noticed, Chino said with a hint of exasperation, recalling their first encounter when Damien had rushed toward him bare-chested. Who would have thought she was a girl? This was not how comics depicted her. My mother says long hair is inconvenient for assassination, Damien stated flatly, her youthful face bearing an unsettling maturity and coldness. The adults present exchanged dark glances, simultaneously casting a look towards the door. Chino shook his head and resumed his breakfast. After all, she was not his child, and gender was of little consequence. I would like to ask you for a favor, Bruce said, removing his apron and taking a seat across from Chino, his expression serious. What is it? Speak freely, Chino replied casually. Become Damien's godfather and take her away. Chino's movements halted, and an abrupt silence enveloped the kitchen, broken only by the sound of Damien's cutlery clinking against her plate. That's too troublesome. I refuse, Chino stated without hesitation. First, take a look at this, Bruce said, handing a folder he received from Alfred to Chino. Upon opening it, Chino discovered a formula for a medicinal concoction, a healing agent, though the numerous technical terms were incomprehensible. A thoughtful summary at the bottom caught his eye. It detailed the removal of the madness induced by the Lazarus Pit. While its healing properties were not as potent as the original, it could treat most external injuries, excluding fatal areas. This was part of our previous transaction, Chino remarked. Turn the page, Bruce prompted. Chino flipped to the next document, his gaze immediately drawn to an eye-catching title. Transfer agreement for 20% of Wayne Enterprises. Wayne Enterprises, a monumental business giant in Gotham City and globally, boasts an extensive and profound range of operations. Its influence permeates every aspect of society, and owning 20% of its shares undoubtedly signifies immense wealth. Chino's lips twitched. The scene felt all too familiar. Do you affluent prodigies always give stocks? Like Iron Man? Tony Stark? Bruce raised an eyebrow slightly, having spent some time perusing Marvel Comics. Indeed, I possess this potion along with a 20% stake in Stark Industries. And I have also garnered the allegiance of the Assassin Alliance. Financial resources are not a concern, Chino stated calmly, arms crossed. It is not a matter of money. As long as we have the blueprints and formulas, Wayne Enterprises can produce the technological weaponry and laboratory concoctions in the shortest possible time, Bruce asserted earnestly. Meanwhile, Damien quietly consumed her breakfast, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, as if she were indifferent to being treated as a mere commodity. We have reached an agreement. Chino had yet to speak when Venom emerged, transforming into a human form to lift Damien, exclaiming with delight, a delightful, soft human offspring. Damien stiffened, casting a pleading glance towards Bruce. He did not intervene, merely scrutinizing Venom for a moment before returning to his thoughts. Alfred, the butler, wore a complex expression, his lips moving silently, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Witnessing this, Damien lowered her head, her tiny fists clenched tightly, concealing her disappointment. Very well, I consent, Chino declared, noting that Venom rarely exhibited such fervent affection for anything. Bruce nodded in response, and then turned to Alfred, instructing, Alfred, please assist them in gathering their belongings. After acknowledging the command, Alfred led Venom and Damien out of the room. As their figures gradually receded, an enveloping silence descended upon the space. You must recognize that crises abound in the Marvel realm. Why entrust your child to such a world? Chino furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Bruce, filled with confusion. In the face of Chino's inquiry, Bruce remained composed. Yet you still opted for the Marvel Universe over the DC Universe. This suggests that the DC Universe bears greater peril, or that within the Marvel Universe, one can survive any crisis. Chino fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the truth that whether through the Hell Bracelet as a sanctuary or employing Lucifer as a trump card, survival was indeed possible. You speak wisely, in the Marvel Universe. Regardless of the crisis encountered, while saving the world may not be guaranteed, I can ensure the survival of those around me. That is sufficient. Allow her to remain an unworried, ordinary child. Chapter 48, The Enemy. Outside Wayne Manor, Damien stood quietly beside Venom, her small form appearing somewhat rigid, having been abandoned in quick succession by her biological parents. Her stoicism surpassed that of her peers, showing remarkable strength without tears or tantrums. Her delicate face was taut, her eyes reflecting a blend of defiance and confusion, as if she were striving to suppress her inner turmoil, resembling a small, silent statue, evoking deep sympathy. Alfred's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his gaze lingering on Damien, filled with reluctance. The imposing structure of Wayne Manor loomed solemnly behind him, its ancient walls seemingly sighing in anticipation of the impending parting. Having spent decades with the Wayne family, he had nearly regarded young Master Bruce as his own child. Now, just as he had finally welcomed a delightful granddaughter, she was to be sent away at such a tender age. Bruce clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening from strain. It would be impossible to claim he did not cherish this daughter. Throughout the 5 days, Batman had not made an appearance. Aside from the first 2 days spent engrossed in concocting antidotes, the remainder was devoted to accompanying Damien. However, Gotham, with its dark and decaying essence, a city rife with peril and chaos, was undeniably an unsuitable environment for a child's upbringing. He inhaled deeply, striving to restore a semblance of calm to his expression. Chino dispatched 10 containers into the abyss, marveling inwardly. Truly, Bruce has anticipated every conceivable scenario for Damien's future, from modes of transportation to the minutiae of jewelry. Every detail has been meticulously accounted for. Turning to observe Bruce's awkward demeanor, Chino chuckled, Bruce, why the long face? Surely, you don't believe I won T return your daughter? Is traversing the world so effortless? Bruce furrowed his brow, skepticism etched in his gaze. Just a few steps? And it is indeed easy, Chino replied nonchalantly. Bruce was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I have mentally prepared myself for a lifetime of separation. even instructing Alfred to maintain a cold demeanor towards Damien to sever emotional ties, thus preventing her from developing any yearning for them or harboring resentment towards you. Alfred, however, paid no heed to Bruce's concerns and approached Damien, kneeling before her with a gentle admonition. Miss Damien, when you arrive there, be sure to behave and refrain from causing mischief. If you encounter any grievances, do not hesitate to inform Mr. Chino. Remember to eat on time, sleep well, and dress warmly in this cold weather to avoid catching a chill. Your studies must not fall by the wayside, although the environment may change. Knowledge remains the most invaluable treasure, and do not try to be strong on your own. If you face difficulties, seek assistance, for everyone will come to appreciate you. Damien gazed at Alfred, her eyes filled with confusion. These past days have been devoid of training, injury, and the unpleasant nutritional drinks. Each day had brought sweet little cakes. While her father appeared aloof, he nonetheless told her stories every night and took her out to play during the day. Why must I be abandoned? Is it because I am too weak? Damien's voice trembled. Is that the reason for my mother too? Her small fists were clenched tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Miss Damien. Alfred's tears cascaded down his wrinkled cheeks. Bruce stood frozen, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate an explanation that remained unspoken. Chino nudged Bruce forward to face Damien. I am merely responsible for her care. Do not expect paternal affection from me, for I am still but a child myself. Bruce inhaled deeply, kneeling to meet Damien's gaze, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Damien, it is not because you are weak, nor is it an act of abandonment. Your father loves you, dearly loves you. Yet, this world is fraught with dangers, and I cannot always ensure your safety. Entrusting you to Uncle Chino is a hope that you may grow in a safer environment, far removed from the darkness and strife here. Your father will always think of you, and once circumstances improve, he will bring you back. Observing this, Chino swiftly took out his phone to capture the moment, a sly smile gracing his face. This was one of the rare vulnerable moments of Batman, deserving of commemoration. Venom rolled her eyes, retreating into her human host. The child would eventually belong to her. There was no need to rush. Dad! Damien paused slightly at Bruce's words before extending his arms to embrace him, burying his small head tightly in Bruce's embrace. Once Damien's emotions settled, Chino said, All right, let us depart, and cradled Damien in his arms. Chino, who is the enemy? Bruce fixed his unwavering gaze upon Chino, his eyes filled with determination. Are you certain you wish to know? This knowledge may plunge you into despair. Chino furrowed his brow. No one could predict the form Barbados would take, not even Batman, who had yet to face various invasion battles. I am Batman, Bruce declared, his words resonating with undeniable resolve. Chino sighed and produced a mind ring, stating, Release your resistance. This cannot be spoken of directly. Bruce instantly recognized it as the ring that had once controlled him, a flicker of caution in his eyes, yet he relaxed his mind. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Bruce's consciousness. The sinister forms of the Bat family, the mysterious and formidable X-Metal, the Court of Owls lurking in the depths of darkness, and the source of Gotham's malevolence, Barbados. Chino transmitted the complete narrative of the metallic catastrophe. After a while, Bruce slowly opened his eyes, his complexion pale, accepting a handkerchief from Alfred to wipe away the blood trickling from his nose. This is my adversary. How does it feel? Anger that makes me want to kill him. Bruce's gaze was icy and furious. Even if the enemy were stronger than Superman, Batman would harbor no fear. Here's a piece of advice. This information can only serve as intelligence, not as a prophecy. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate. I am well aware. Indeed, he was Batman. After Chino soared into the sky, Bruce gazed in the direction of his disappearance, a hint of distraction in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he turned and entered the Batcave. At the cluttered desk filled with documents and equipment within the Batcave, Bruce opened his computer and began to devise a series of plans. The Justice League initiative saw his fingers flying across the keyboard, new content continuously appearing on the screen. The Court of Owls dissection plan was filled with cold precision. The anti-Bat plan was designed to counter the Bat family situation. Considering Chino's replicative abilities, Bruce's expression grew increasingly grave. In the darkness, Bruce's shadow was cast upon the wall by the computer's glow, resembling a massive bat, poised to pounce at any moment. Chapter 49. The Professional Demon King. In the sky, Damien looked down, his eyes reflecting vigilance. What is the matter, Damien? Chino inquired. In recent days, there have been moments when I felt as though someone was watching me from behind. Inheriting Bruce's gift, coupled with a year of rigorous training, underestimating Damien would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. There she was, Talia, ever present at Wayne Manor. Chino found himself puzzled by that woman's intentions. claiming to love her child while simultaneously enticing him in his presence, yet denying her affection only to follow him closely today. Mother has not abandoned me, Damien smiled. Godfather, where shall we go next? He inquired, his demeanor revitalized upon realizing that his parents had not forsaken him. We shall seek out Ra's al Ghul, your grandfather. He is my most significant ally in this world. Chino mused, contemplating the necessity of his presence for establishing a company, training forces, and organizing a faction. Can I grow stronger? Damien's eyes sparkled with longing. Have you not heard Bruce's explanations before? Chino chuckled helplessly. He has encountered formidable foes, and I wish to aid father. Damien replied, his innocent expression evoking a bittersweet reflection in Chino. Indeed, little girls possess a tenderness that boys often lack. Unlike the male version of Damien, who had caused his father much strife. Of course, surpassing your father is permissible, provided you grow up joyfully. For that is how you can support him. Chino smiled. Yes, I shall exercise daily, drink milk, and study. Damien's youthful voice chimed in the air. What a well-behaved child. Chino's eyes softened with affection. Indeed, perhaps we should have a daughter in the future. All right, let us have a son as well, so we can nurture two privileged heirs. Certainly, let us have two. Upon reaching the original location of the snow-capped mountains, they beheld an assembly of the League of Assassins. A dark swarm akin to a multitude of black ants. Venom swiftly fashioned a superhuman suit, imbuing Chino with an imposing aura. As he descended from the heavens, his golden cape billowed fiercely in the wind, and his armor gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the sun's rays. Hail, Master! Ra's al Ghul knelt on one knee, his voice resonating with authority and respect. The assassins behind him fell in unison, bowing deeply. Hail, Leader! The sound of their collective voice thundered through the air, causing the surrounding snow to cascade down. Damien sat nestled in Chino's embrace, eyes wide in awe at the breathtaking spectacle before her. Countless assassins knelt in perfect alignment, their overwhelming presence causing her small heart to race. She gasped, filled with wonder at the grandeur of the scene. Rise, Chino commanded, his serious tone snapping Damien from a reverie. Ra's al Ghul, report on the situation. All combat personnel of the League of Assassins are in position, and we possess sufficient resources to sustain operations for a century, along with a portion of commercial and undercover personnel gathered. The rest remain unchanged, Ra's al Ghul reported respectfully. Let us proceed, Chino declared, opening a massive portal and stepping through first. Behind him, Ra's al Ghul led the League of Assassins and their supplies. Surging forward like a powerful tide, Damien swayed gently in Chino's arms, keeping pace with his strides. As Damien's vision dimmed, it soon cleared to reveal an entirely unfamiliar and eerily enchanting world. The blazing inferno, the curling black smoke, and the bizarre topography evoked a sharp intake of breath. Father, where are we? Damien's voice trembled. I neglected to mention, my name is Chino, and I am the Demon King of Hell. Chino's voice resonated with unusual clarity amidst the chaos. At that moment, a volcano erupted behind Chino, spewing forth molten lava like a great dragon ascending into the sky. The title of Demon King is not a favorable one in any realm. Initially, Damien's face paled in fright, but she quickly bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Damien, are you not afraid? I am the Demon King, Chino remarked with keen interest. I was a bit frightened at first. But you are my father, Damien replied, her voice still quivering, yet her gaze unwavering. You are remarkably astute, Chino said, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a warm smile and affectionately ruffling Damien's hair. The assassins behind them were thrown into disarray, many displaying expressions of terror and whispering in alarm. However, under the stern reprimand of Lei Xiaogu, they quickly regained their composure, though traces of fear lingered in their eyes. Soon, a flurry of dark shadows descended from the sky, stirring a tempest that raised clouds of dust. We pay our respects, young master, came the booming voices of She and the Hulk, along with the abomination, as they knelt on one knee. We bow to your majesty. The demons behind them echoed in unison, some bearing sharp fangs, others sporting massive wings, exuding a fearsome aura. This is Lei Xiaogu, who will henceforth lead the Assassin's Guild and manage various affairs in the mortal realm. He has been a leader for 7 centuries, and you may learn from him, Chino introduced. Lei Xiaogu, this is she, the commander of the demons. You can consult her about their powers and how to form contracts to gain abilities, Chino continued. Understood. They replied in unison. Chino then turned to the Hulk and the Abomination, who were both dust-covered from a recent skirmish. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves lately, Chino said with a half-smile. Hee hee, Hulk likes it here. The Hulk grinned, revealing a broad smile of gleaming white teeth. Young master, is this your daughter? The abomination inquired. Noticing the small figure behind Chino, she also stole glances, but with pressing matters at hand, she refrained from asking. The abomination's question piqued her curiosity. Under the abomination's gaze, Damien shyly retreated behind Chino, peeking out to examine the two giants before her. No, she's my goddaughter, Chino corrected, gently patting Damien's head. The abomination, aware of how terrifying his transformed form could be, reverted to his human guise, clad in a specially designed combat suit that was quite flexible. He still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Bronsky produced a black pendant from his pocket and handed it to Damien. This is a gift from Uncle Bronsky. Damien glanced at Chino, who nodded approvingly, prompting her to extend her hand to accept it. Thank you, Uncle Bronsky. Hulk wishes to emulate, but upon glancing down at his own form, clad solely in oversized shorts, he scratches his head in exasperation, his gaze drifting toward the demonic figure beside him, adorned with a pair of crimson wings. Chapter 50, The Near Death of Banner. A piercing cry escaped the avian demon, its fierce countenance twisting in anger as it sought to identify the audacious soul daring to exhibit mischief before its majesty. However, upon recognizing the Hulk, its fury dissipated, replaced by a clear gaze, and it silently turned away, acknowledging the overwhelming strength before it. Hulk, a gift. The Hulk grinned widely, extending a handful of feathers. Thank you, Uncle Hulk. Damien accepted the offering, his small hands tightly clutching the delicate plumes, his expression a mix of emotions. Chino couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. That's not an uncle. Hulk is likely of a similar age to you, so it should be brother. Bronsky nodded in agreement. Hulk, brother? Damien's mouth fell agape. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld Hulk's massive frame, pondering what one must consume to attain such stature. Hearing the title bestowed upon him, Hulk joyfully thumped his chest, producing a resonant sound. At that moment, she approached, cradling a gem the size of her fist. This is a gift from Aunt She declared with a smile, presenting the jewel to Damien. Damien regarded the aunt, who stood merely a palm's height taller than himself. Thank you, Aunt She, he replied sweetly, carefully accepting the gem into his hands. She nodded approvingly, gently ruffling Damien's hair. After Chino conveyed some important matters to She, he vanished, reappearing in the Marvel Universe. Upon opening his eyes in a manner, he was greeted by a lush expanse of green. Vines of various shapes clung to the walls, interwoven with vibrant plants and blossoms that seemed to glisten with dew. Chino was astonished to find a bountiful fruit tree sprouting from the ceiling. Had he not recognized the familiar dining table, he might have doubted his arrival. Godfather, are we going to live in the forest from now on? Damien inquired, his small frame obscured by the pile of gifts, his voice muffled from behind the heap. No, Pamela, I am back, Chino called out, instantly recognizing her handiwork. As if responding to his words, the surrounding flora began to fade, the vines receding like a tide, flowers wilting and withering, restoring the manor to its original grandeur. Damien peeked out from behind the gifts, astonished by the miraculous transformation, his face alight with disbelief. Pamela appeared at the doorway, adorned in a green dress, reminiscent of a spring sprite, her face radiant with joy and excitement as she rushed towards him. My dear, I missed you so much. Pamela enveloped Chino in a tight embrace, as though wishing to merge her essence with his. I too, Pamela, must inquire how you transformed the estate in such a manner. The plants warned me of impending danger, compelling me to summon some flora to safeguard the manor. Danger? My oversight this time, I apologize. A cold glint flickered in Chino's eyes. Having already demonstrated his strength, there were still those who chose to misbehave. No matter, my dear, this little one. Pamela's gaze fell upon the small figure beside her, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly pushed aside Chino, leaning in closer to Damien. Is this the child promised to me by Sister Venom? To have arrived so swiftly, with eyes like mine and hair akin to deer, Pamela exclaimed, her face blooming with a radiant smile reminiscent of flowers in spring. Cradled in Pamela's embrace, Damien felt the warmth enveloping him, captivated by the unreserved affection glimmering in her eyes, and did not resist. If Sister Venom regarded him as a mere plaything, the ant before him was filled with adoration, as if he were the most precious treasure in the world. Observing Pamela's expression, Chino felt a pang of sympathy. He was unaware of the depth of Pamela's yearning for a child. Sister Venom then emerged, declaring, Pamela, this is Batman's child. Our own has yet to be conceived. Pamela looked at Chino, confusion evident in her eyes. My dear, how did you come to bring Batman's child here? The world from which Batman hails is fraught with danger, and he entrusted the child to me. I am now his godfather, Chino hastily explained. Pamela's gaze dimmed slightly, the brief flicker of despondence unmistakable. Yet she continued to regard Damien with tenderness. "Child, what is your name?" Pamela's voice conveyed boundless warmth. "Damien Wayne," he replied obediently, softened by Pamela's gentleness. His demeanor noticeably relaxed. "I am called Pamela, and you may also refer to me as Mother Pamela." Her voice was as gentle as the breeze, her gaze brimming with anticipation, as if it could melt even the iciest of hearts. Damien hesitated, contemplating the expectation in Pamela's eyes, before eventually uttering, "Mother Pamela." "What a good child you are," Pamela responded, her face lighting up with a smile as brilliant as spring blossoms. She leaned down, pressing her crimson lips against Damien's cheek, bestowing a tender kiss. At that moment, Sister Venom approached, eagerly exclaiming, "Damien, call me Mother Venom." "Mother Venom," Damien obediently echoed, observing their harmonious interaction. Chino could not help but smile knowingly as he stepped out of the room. Just then, Frank and Banner appeared slowly. Frank strode in with steady, forceful steps, his face still bearing a serious demeanor, yet a subtle softness flickered in his gaze. "Welcome back, young master." "Young master, you have finally returned. I am nearly exhausted." Frank is nothing short of relentless, sleeping only 3 hours a night and dragging me along with him, Banner lamented, his face etched with fatigue and dark circles unmistakably present. Since being pulled away by Frank, he had been inundated with various responsibilities, scarcely finding time for rest. Despite wanting to request a break from Frank, he found himself unable to voice it, seeing that Frank appeared even more overworked than he, teetering on the brink of sudden death each day. He found himself transformed from the mighty Hulk into an ordinary man, unlike Frank, a super soldier capable of enduring 5 sleepless nights. Chino, observing Banner's demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. "Banner, you have endured much. Please take the time to rest. I have found an assistant for you." Both Banner and Frank exhaled in relief. One, devoid of the Hulk's energy, was but an ordinary man. The other, adept at violence and soldier training, yet utterly perplexed by the intricacies of running a company, conducting interviews, and managing complex data reports, hence his insistence on involving Dr. Banner. "Who is it, sir?" Banner inquired, eager to meet the newcomer. Chino raised his hand and waved gently in the air, causing a portal to materialize before them. Leixiegu stepped forth. Within the portal's luminous glow, a figure gradually emerged. Leixiegu strode forward with a measured pace, his expression grave yet respectful, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chino. "Young master." Chapter 51. Banner is deceased. Leixiegu, an immortal with 7 centuries of experience, was equipped to handle any situation and brought along a considerable entourage. Henceforth, the affairs of the company would rest in his capable hands, Chino solemnly announced. Frank furrowed his brow, suspicion clouding his eyes as he remarked, "Young master. Can he be trusted?" "Of course. I have him bound by a demonic contract," Chino replied with calm assurance. At this revelation, Frank's tense demeanor relaxed, allowing him to proceed methodically with the company handover. Banner, visibly fatigued, greeted Chino and stated, "Sir, I must take my leave to rest. If I don't, I truly shall not endure." With that, he hurried towards the adjacent house in the estate. "Banner, wait," Chino called out to the departing Dr. Banner, producing a formula and a vial of Lazarus pool water, presenting them to him. "Banner, I may require your assistance for a while longer. Please help me test this formula." "You may attend to it after you've rested," Chino expressed, wishing to ensure Bruce's work was thoroughly examined. With a resigned sigh, Banner accepted the documents, casting a cursory glance, intending to address it post-rest. Suddenly, he halted, his expression sharpening with focus as he scrutinized the formula. The paper detailed various data and effects of the water, along with the research direction for the potion. "Young master, is this accurate?" Banner's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes fixated on the blue liquid as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. "The pool water is genuine. Yet I still wish for you to verify the formula for any potential issues. This will be our company's primary product," Chino stated, his expression serious and earnest. "The formula should be sound, though it is evident the creator was pressed for time. Based on the research direction, 5 distinct potions could be developed." Banner examined the materials in his hands, his gaze intense, mind racing. "After all, I only granted him 5 days to complete it." Chino remarked that it had only taken a day, and the remainder of the time had been spent in the company of Damien and indulging in comic books. "Master, may I apply for the award certificate under my name for the subsequent formula?" Banner's eyes sparkled with fervor, his intense gaze seemingly capable of igniting the documents in his hands. Such an invention, potent enough to transform the world, was a distinction every scientist yearned for. "Certainly, I have no need for such accolades," Chino replied without a trace of hesitation. "Thank you, master." Banner initially erupted with joy, but in the next moment, he clutched his heart in anguish, carefully placing the pool water and documents down before collapsing to the ground. Banner, you are too excitable. Just as Chino was about to summon Venom for aid, Dr. Banner transformed into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind only a scattering of clothing. Banner had perished. Frank and Reishogu also took note of the unfolding situation. Frank, how long have you been exploiting Banner? Chino gazed at Frank in disbelief. Not long, merely a month. Frank replied, somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. Reishogu regarded the man with trepidation, contemplating the extent of Frank's methods that could drive a person to such a state. Even his own Assassin's Guild had not caused deaths by sheer exhaustion. Before long, a portal materialized before Chino, and Banner emerged, wrapped in a tattered cloth. Master, I shall head to the laboratory now. He cast a resentful glance at Frank, who felt an unsettling chill from the look. Banner gathered the clothing and documents from the ground and turned to leave. Banner, you may take a break. Chino called after him. No need. I have just been revived. My body has returned to peak condition, and there is no better time than now, Banner excitedly responded, quickening his pace. As he swiftly departed the estate, he muttered to himself, Nobel Prize, Scientific and Technological Innovation Award, Medical Contribution Award, Outstanding Invention Award. His voice faded into the distance, leaving Chino with a look of exasperation, an awkward Frank, and a still trembling Reishogu. Chino turned to Frank and said, Let Reishogu handle the company's affairs. You should expedite the formation of the magic equipment team. Frank lowered his head slightly and replied, Yes, master. A fleeting expression of relief passed across his face. He knew he was not suited for such responsibilities, and managing the estate was already his limit. Suddenly, Frank's phone rang, and he swiftly answered it before opening his portable computer to receive a video file. The screen displayed a scene of robots chasing one another above the city. Abret de King spectacle. Is this Tony's call, Frank? Chino inquired with curiosity. I did not recognize the caller. It was a woman's voice, instructing me to tell the master to save Tony. Frank responded, shaking his head with a furrowed brow. A woman? Let's find out, Chino said, stretching leisurely, appearing unperturbed. Tony bore a mark, and the absence of an immediate response indicated he was not in mortal danger. Reflecting for a moment, Chino called out, Venom, Pamela, Damien, would you care to witness the grand battle of the robots? A chorus of unanimous agreement echoed as Venom swiftly coursed through Chino's body, embracing Pamela, who in turn held onto Damien. Their forms flickered and ascended into the night sky. Frank and Ricehog exchanged a glance, shrugged, and resumed their tasks. Above the city, Tony Stark, clad in his dazzling iron armor, stood out brilliantly against the vibrant lights and darkened heavens. He nimbly navigated through a swarm of robots, each turn and dash imbued with resolute vigor. The robots, dense as locusts, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen as they relentlessly launched assaults upon Tony. With powerful energy beams erupting from his hands, he sent several robots flying, yet an even greater number swiftly replaced them, their bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. Sparks erupted upon his armor as Tony's expression grew serious and focused. He executed continuous aerial maneuvers to evade the onslaught. Come on, you hunk of scrap metal, Tony bellowed, intensifying his energy output as another wave of robots disintegrated under his assault. However, soon enough, a new swarm of robots surged forth from the factory below, resembling a tumultuous tide of darkness, swiftly filling the void left by their predecessors. Damn it, Obadiah, where did all these reactors come from? Has it been a tech leak? Tony cursed furiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face flushed with anger within the confines of his suit, while deftly dodging the attacks from the robots. He desperately pondered strategies, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him as the relentless foes continued to multiply. Chapter 52. The Death of Black Widow? Under Chino's urging, Tony had been diligently gathering evidence, preparing to incarcerate Obadiah. Yet recently, Obadiah had relinquished his power, pleading for a peaceful retirement. Ultimately, Tony's heart softened. After all, Obadiah had played a paternal role for many years. Thus, he restored Obadiah's authority, bestowing upon him a leisurely position to truly enjoy his twilight years. Little did he know, amidst his relaxation, employees of Stark Industries, including Pepper, had been abducted. Upon learning this distressing news, he hastily donned his armor and soared into action. To his astonishment, he was greeted by an overwhelming number of robots. Each robot was equipped with weapons and reactors, no matter how many he destroyed. New ones continuously emerged from the factory below. He contemplated obliterating the factory directly, yet the presence of innocent lives within posed a moral dilemma. Sweat streamed down his forehead, his eyes brimming with anxiety and fury, Yet he had to endure, continuing to maneuver against the robots, while seeking a solution that would resolve the crisis without endangering the innocent. Within the factory below, a lithe red-haired woman clad in black combat attire stealthily infiltrated through the ventilation ducts. She was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha focused intently on the robot parts being produced below, her expression grave. Having infiltrated the factory, Fury, this place has transformed into an arms manufacturing facility capable of producing a mechanical soldier within mere minutes, Natasha whispered into her communicator. On the other end, Nick Fury's irate voice resonated. Damn it, Obadiah is intent on instigating war? First, locate the hostages. If that fails, obliterate the base. Understood, Natasha replied, swiftly seeking a concealed corner before carefully emerging from the ventilation duct. Fury, was that call you had me make truly beneficial? We remain uncertain if that demon has indeed returned from the abyss. While vigilantly surveying her surroundings, Natasha inquired in hushed tones. Days prior, an array of flora had blossomed around the demon's estate, presumably the work of the poison ivy, serving to protect the manor, yet it had recently vanished entirely. The demon had returned, and with his connection to Stark, he would undoubtedly come. Nick Fury asserted with conviction. Since the emergence of Chino, S.H.I.E.L.D., had incessantly gathered intelligence on him. His abilities and appearance mirrored those of the comic book superhero, coupled with Pamela's powers, name, and her entirely blank history. Analysts speculated that the demon could traverse comic book realms, potentially transporting others with him. Let us hope so, for against these metallic monstrosities, my gadgets are of little efficacy. Natasha expressed her resignation, as what was initially a mission to infiltrate Tony Stark's vicinity had abruptly morphed into a hostage rescue. Fortunately, her role was confined to locating the hostages, with a special operations team designated for the extraction. Natasha navigated through the dimly lit and labyrinthine factory corridors, and after a series of tense and arduous searches, she finally discovered the location of the hostages. Fury, I have located the hostages. We can proceed, Natasha murmured, pressing her earpiece. Natasha, hurry. Yet all that emanated from the earpiece was a cacophony of static. Instantly, the hair on Natasha's body stood on end. Years of combat experience alerted her to imminent danger, prompting her to vacate her position without hesitation. In the next moment, a luminous electric whip lashed down where she had just stood, leaving a deep mark on the ground, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed earth. Look what I have found, a lost little kitten, a mocking voice echoed, revealing a suit of armor starkly dissimilar to the mass-produced mechanical soldiers before Natasha. This armor, crafted from evidently superior material, gleamed with a chilling sheen. Two long whips entwined with electricity flickered ominously at its sides, poised to deliver a fatal blow to any adversary. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment's pause, Natasha drew her pistol and unleashed a barrage at the reactor embedded in the armor's chest. The bullets whistled through the air, igniting sparks upon impact with the armor. Once her ammunition was expended, the armored figure sneered. Out of bullets? Then it's my turn. As the shoulder compartment slowly opened, a micro-missile propelled forth in an instant. Damn it, Natasha cursed, pivoting to flee. Yet, no matter how swiftly she ran, she could not outpace the missile. In an instant, she was engulfed in a torrent of flames. Ivan Vanko, what are you doing in the factory with missiles? Do you intend to blow us to the heavens? The furious roar of Obadiah echoed from within the armored suit. Encountering a small kitten, Ivan Vanko's voice betrayed a sense of nonchalance. Cease your foolish antics. If you wish to spare your father's life, you had best get to work, Obadiah reprimanded without reservation, his tone laced with menace. Yes, Ivan Vanko replied, his gaze icy and filled with resentment. Yet he had no choice but to comply with the order. He then maneuvered the suit and turned to leave. Ever since he learned that Tony possessed the technology for a miniature reactor and armored suit, he had been intent on seizing it for himself. However, Tony had since grown wary of him, even investigating his transgressions, leaving Ivan with no opportunity to strike. At that time, his bitterness only deepened. One day, his thoughts drifted back to years past, recalling that others, too, possessed reactor technology. Thus, he searched far and wide, ultimately locating that individual. However, the person was now gravely ill, yet fortunately, his son was exceptionally talented and, like Tony, had successfully miniaturized the reactor. Thus began Obadiah's scheme. He feigned a change of heart, relinquishing all his power to create a facade of redemption while secretly controlling Stark's weapons factory. Next, he coerced Ivan Vanko into crafting an armored suit, kidnapping hostages, and luring Tony, hoping to display his formidable strength to the nation. Ivan Vanko entered the control room, where he saw Obadiah intently fixated on the screen, which displayed a tumultuous battle among robots. Indeed, let them exhaust their energy, and then I shall crush you. Everyone will witness the might of my mechanical soldiers. I shall become the new arms dealer of this nation. Obadiah cackled madly, his laughter sharp and grating, as if it could shatter the walls of the control room. His eyes were a void, black as an endless abyss, devoid of any glimmer of light. Beside him stood a massive, 3-meter-tall suit, exuding an oppressive aura. Ivan Vanko stood behind, watching Obadiah's near-manic demeanor, a chill of dread creeping into his heart. Chapter 53. Quite kind to employees. Natasha, oblivious to her physical pain, slowly opened her eyes to find herself standing atop a high building. Not far away, Stark was engaged in a fierce battle. How did I end up here? Of course, it was I who saved you, came a voice. Who? Natasha instantly became alert. Turning to look behind her, there stood a man, a woman, and a child. The Demon King? Natasha gasped. Indeed, Chino nodded slightly, disregarding her as he gazed intently at the sky. Natasha, your location has changed. Where are you? Nick Fury's voice suddenly crackled through her earpiece. Fury, I am on a high building northwest of the armory, and I have encountered the Demon King, Poison Ivy, and a child. How much time has passed? Natasha stepped into a corner, responding with a discreet signal, her gaze sweeping over Chino and the others. 8 seconds passed. Nick Fury's reply caused Natasha's pupils to constrict. Factoring in the time she was discovered during the attack, it was actually less than a second. Fury, in an instant, I found myself 300 meters away atop a high-rise, and for reasons unknown, Tony Stark had not detected our presence at such a close range. Natasha's signaling fingers trembled slightly. On the other end of the communication, Fury remained silent, contemplating for what felt like an eternity. Since the moment the Demon Lord appeared, they had been tirelessly gathering intelligence about him. Flight, superhuman strength, summoning demons, and now the emergence of super speed and extensive invisibility. Who in this world could possibly control him? A profound unease enveloped Fury's mind. He steadied himself and said, Natasha, request the Demon Lord to assist Tony and the hostages. Understood, Natasha replied, her confidence in handling men unwavering. She adjusted her breathing, swayed her slender waist, and approached Chino with an alluring grace. Mr. Chino, I am grateful for your rescue. At this moment, the Black Widow's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with admiration and joy. Her exquisite visage paired with her tender gaze was enough to stir the heart of anyone who beheld her. Not at all. You should take them away, Chino replied, promptly opening a portal. Under the guidance of the Assassin Alliance, a group emerged from within. Oh my god, I'm back from hell. I just took a picture. I'm gonna post it on Facebook. I need to go home and change my pants. The once tranquil rooftop suddenly erupted into a cacophony of voices, intertwining with joy, excitement, and chaos. Natasha gazed at Chino in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. In the span of a mere second, he had not only saved her, but also rescued all the hostages. What astounding speed. Thank you for your assistance, Natasha said, her voice laced with gratitude. However, upon noticing that Chino disregarded her intentions, she bit her lips slightly, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Yet she quickly regained her composure and prepared to depart with the hostages. It was only natural. A man often displayed gentlemanly behavior when surrounded by other women, Natasha mused, her curiosity about Chino intensifying. At that moment, a blonde rushed over. Is this Mr. Chino? Please, save Tony. Pepper's voice was filled with urgency and anxiety, her eyes pleading. She was well aware of the identity of the robots attacking Tony. Given the dire situation, perhaps only this Demon Lord before her could save him. She had heard Tony speak of their amicable relationship. Chino recognized the woman before him. No, I'm just his employee, Pepper stammered, her cheeks reddening, her gaze evasive, as if she sought to clarify. All right, I shall take it as such, Chino said with a mysterious smile. Mr. Chino, could you please save Tony first? Pepper implored once more, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Yes, Chino replied, turning his gaze towards the factory, his eyes gleaming with a blinding red light. In an instant, a crimson beam shot forth, striking directly into the factory's armory. The factory erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a towering inferno ascending into the sky, enveloped by billowing clouds of smoke. Pepper stood frozen in shock, her mouth agape. Her sole intention was to rescue Tony, never anticipating Chino's crude and drastic measure of obliterating the factory entirely. Natasha, shaking her head in exasperation, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had aimed to handle the matter discreetly, but now, how could they possibly cover this up? Oh well, let Fury and the others deal with the headache, she sighed, relinquishing her thoughts on the vexing issue. Above the factory, Tony was hurled into the air, struggling to regain his balance. No, he shouted in despair, watching helplessly as the factory below erupted in flames. Anxious and frantic, he longed to dive down, yet was thwarted by the relentless mechanical soldiers blocking his path. In that moment, he discarded concerns for energy expenditure, channeling every last bit into his chest. Cluster cannon. A barrage of energy beams erupted from his core, wielding unparalleled might. Wherever the light struck, the mechanical soldiers were pierced, leaving gaping holes and sending metal fragments flying in all directions. Having vanquished the mechanical foes, Tony plummeted towards the ground. His thrusters sputtered and flickered, unstable as if they might extinguish at any moment. Nevertheless, he miraculously landed safely on the ground. Beholding the factory reduced to rubble, flames still raging around him, there was no trace of surrender in Tony's eyes. He maneuvered his battle suit, now low on energy, with great difficulty through the debris. Each lift of his heavy mechanical arm was accompanied by the creaking of armor and the flashing of warning lights. Jarvis, initiate life scan, he commanded. Sir, under these circumstances, survival is improbable. Silence. I ordered you to initiate. Scanning now. Tony anxiously observed the projection, finding no signs of biological matter, only the grim possibility of charred remains. In the distance, Chino wore a mocking grin, mimicking Tony's tone to provide a voiceover. Silence. I ordered you to initiate. He could not suppress a laugh. What do you suppose he's searching for, his employees? Chino asked teasingly. Pepper, cheeks flushed, maintained her composure. Certainly. After all, despite his neglectful, capricious, and arrogant nature, he is rather kind to his employees. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the armored suit within the ruins, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Do you all think the same? Pepper suddenly remembered the group of Stark Industries employees behind her. Certainly not. Our boss has never looked after us. He doesn't even know our names. The employees chimed in, each voice laced with playful sarcasm. Chapter 54. The Enigmatic Obadiah. Kinovor anoiu smile. Allow me to share an insight. When dealing with someone as prideful as her, it is best to be straightforward. Otherwise, unless you are willing to endure a significant setback, she will not take the initiative, much like the current situation. Pepper gazed at Tony, who was tirelessly rummaging through the ruins in the distance, her eyes glimmering with a complex array of emotions: concern, anticipation, and a subtle yet resolute determination. She bit her lip, seemingly contemplating Chino's words. I understand now. If you dare to refuse me, I shall resign and seek employment as a nanny in his household. With that, Pepper turned and descended the stairs, her high heels echoing sharply against the floor. The Stark employees exchanged glances, promptly following in her wake. Natasha chuckled, shaking her head. This mischievous one had taken to usurping Cupid's role, which was quite an eye-opener. She chose not to intrude upon the sight of Chino's family huddled together. Chino sat at the edge of the rooftop, tightly embracing Pamela and Damien. Tony must treat me to a grand feast to express his gratitude, for I have rendered him considerable assistance, Chino declared with pride. I imagine if he were aware of your orchestrated explosion, he would be quite eager to consume you. Pamela retorted with a roll of her eyes. You are well aware of my physique. It is quite resilient, Chino replied with a mischievous grin. How annoying, displaying such behavior in front of children. Despite her words, Pamela leaned in for a kiss, while Venom, seated nearby, nestled against Chino's arm. Whom were you referring to when you spoke of a prideful individual? Venom inquired. Ah, no one in particular. I merely seek a kiss, Chino pouted. Oomph. Venom did not refuse and shared a kiss with Chino. Damien, perched on Chino's lap, let out a loud burp, feeling inexplicably full despite not having eaten much. She rolled her eyes in exasperation, observing the chaotic yet sweet scene before her, silently lamenting the perplexing nature of adults. Amidst the rubble, the faint detection of life signals resonated in Tony's ear through Jarvis's voice. Upon hearing this, Tony's spirits lifted, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He hastily made his way towards the location identified by Jarvis, the debris creaking ominously beneath his feet. He lifted a massive steel plate to reveal a battered suit of armor, wires protruding and sparks flickering. Though it differed from the previous mechanical soldiers, the distinctive design unmistakably bore the hallmark of the same creator. Upon seeing Tony Stark, the damaged helmet illuminated and gradually opened, revealing a disheveled face. Blood pouring from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Even with the protection of the iron armor, The immense shockwave was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. A weak voice emerged from the man's lips, Tony Stark. With a thud, Tony dropped the steel plate, a cloud of dust swirling around him. Whiplash. Ivan Vanko is dead, without even a proper line to utter. Under normal circumstances, he might have been intrigued to interrogate the source of the opponent's technology. However, in this moment, with mechanical soldiers, kidnappings, and explosions all intertwined, his heart brimmed with fury, longing only to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. Tony knelt on the ground in anguish, his hands clenched into tight fists as he struck the earth with fervor. The once irreverent countenance was now etched with suffering and despair, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Even the indomitable steel armor could not withstand the force of this blow. How could Pepper's frail body endure such a burden? At this thought, Tony's heart felt as if it were gripped by an unseen hand, causing him pain so intense that breathing became a struggle. A low, mournful sound escaped his throat, tears welling in his eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. His figure appeared desolate and solitary amidst the ruins behind him, which seemed to rise under the influence of some mysterious force, though Tony, steeped in sorrow, remained oblivious to it. Meanwhile, his advanced armor shifted into a low-power mode, silently safeguarding him, its myriad sensors and alert systems now in a state of semi-sleep, thus failing to detect the looming danger. Suddenly, a hoarse cry, as if from the depths of hell, shattered the silence. Tony. The voice was laden with boundless hatred and fury, sending chills down his spine. Tony's body involuntarily shuddered, and instinctively, he turned his head. Yet before he could discern the source of such a terrifying sound, a massive steel arm lunged towards him. With a deafening crash, an immense force slammed into Tony, propelling him like a cannonball, his body careening uncontrollably through the air, tracing a long arc. He then fell heavily to the ground, spinning like a rogue top. Each collision with the unforgiving surface ignited a myriad of dazzling sparks. And after a series of violent tumbles, Tony managed to stabilize himself on one knee. However, he paid little heed to his injuries, enduring the pain as he lifted his gaze towards the direction of the earlier attack. As he beheld the scene before him, a chill raced up his spine. Obadiah was controlling the colossal ironmonger, its armor battered and torn, the cockpit exposed, flames licking at the damaged areas, even making it appear larger. Disturbingly, half of Obadiah's body within the cockpit had transformed into ghastly white bone, wreathed in an eerie fire. The grotesque visage of Obadiah was illuminated in a way that rendered him particularly fearsome, resembling a demon that had clawed its way from the abyss of hell, exuding an aura of death and destruction. Obadiah, are you truly still alive? Tony gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Indeed, I am in unprecedented form, Tony. I have underestimated you. Obadiah's voice resounded from the ironmonger, brimming with audacity and dread. The cockpit, now fully repaired, gradually closed, encasing Obadiah securely. As he believed the factory had been obliterated by Tony, he was truly terrified, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. Although he could not comprehend the bizarre state he found himself in, he undeniably felt invigorated. Let's die now, Tony shouted in fury. A massive Gatling gun emerged behind Ironmonger, whirring violently, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames, with bullets sweeping forth like long whips. Damn it, Tony cursed, hastily taking cover behind a sturdy wall. Bullets rained down upon the barrier, reducing it to a battered ruin within mere seconds. Tony dared not linger for even a moment. Dragging his weary body in a desperate flight, the energy alarm of his armored suit blaring incessantly in his ears, each step felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Chapter 55. The greatest genius of this century. Chino observed the sudden turn of events. This was the power of the Ghost Rider, Mephisto. Pamela cradled Damien, gently saying, "Darling, go." Venom swiftly reattached itself to Chino, instantly forming a golden superhero armor that radiated brilliance. Just as Chino intended to soar to the rescue, he hesitated. There was no rush. Tony seemed to possess other methods. His gaze was fixed intently on the distant battlefield. "Ha ha!" Obadiah laughed maniacally, utterly oblivious to his own body, as the flesh belonging to humanity was being incessantly eroded. These strange flames were voraciously consuming his life force, yet he had succumbed to madness, completely unaware of it. Tony found a large steel plate to temporarily shield himself from Obadiah's onslaught. "Sir, the armor's energy is down to 2%. In 5 minutes, it will shut down completely." Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Pressed against the continuously vibrating steel plate, the immense impact felt as though it had rearranged his internal organs, making him nauseous. "Jarvis, Initiate Apollo mode. Tony gritted his teeth and commanded. Sir, Apollo mode has never been tested, and your armor's integrity is only at 72%. It may explode immediately. Jarvis replied with concern. Engage, Jarvis. Do not make me repeat myself. Tony bellowed. Yes, sir. Apollo mode activated. The armor on Tony's chest began to morph, ejecting the depleted reactor and replacing it with a pattern of black and white. Dad, Mom, Pepper, bless me. Tony closed his eyes, silently praying. Meanwhile, the Gatling gun's bullets pierced through the steel plate. Chino was wholly focused. Should the bullets breach the armor or any anomaly occur with Tony's energy, he would be ready to spring into action. In the next instant, a colossal fireball erupted around Tony, the powerful heat wave instantaneously vaporizing bullets and steel. Tony Stark, truly the greatest genius of this century, Chino murmured to himself. What? Obadiah exclaimed, halting his fire, as the screen displayed nothing but blinding white. After a few moments, that dazzling brightness gradually faded. The scarlet armor glowed like blazing embers, fiercely radiant. Surveying his surroundings once more, the once solid ground had utterly vanished, replaced by a tumultuous sea of molten lava. Obadiah, prepare to meet your demise. Tony's voice emanated from his armor, cold and resolute. The armor's eyes glimmered with a blinding red light, and the piercing gaze sent a shiver down Obadiah's spine, inciting a furious rage within him. Damn you, Tony Stark! Obadiah bellowed in a frenzy, commanding the Ironmonger to launch another assault. The Ironmonger unleashed its full firepower, with the machine guns roaring madly and a swarm of mini-missiles released like a hive of angry bees. Anti-tank rockets howled through the air, while the laser beam from its chest ruthlessly targeted Tony. Such ferocious firepower indeed made the Ironmonger capable of challenging a formidable army. However, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Tony merely raised his hand. A blazing flame shield materialized before him, absorbing all those fierce attacks, transforming them into molten iron. Even the powerful laser beam vanished the moment it made contact with the shield. Tony advanced towards Obadiah, his steps steady and strong. The projection before him displayed astonishing data. Energy 200-250300. The Apollo mode centered around the flame ring, lifting the limitations of the ring to maximize solar energy. Yet, Tony had failed. He had neither found materials capable of withstanding such energy nor devised a mechanism to control its output. Once activated, it could not be halted. The best outcome would be to become a colossal bomb, powerful enough to obliterate the city into the depths of the sea. I truly am the world's largest arms dealer. Tony remarked bitterly. Jarvis, assist me in drafting a will. Upon my death, Stark Industries shall be bequeathed to Chino, and all my assets shall be donated to the Children's Foundation. Yes, sir. By this time, he had reached Obadiah. Why won't you die? It was the same in the desert, and now again, why refuse to perish? Obadiah screamed hysterically, completely unhinged, as the laser beam from his chest continued to blaze brilliantly. This time it ends, Obadiah. Tony gritted his teeth, enduring the immense laser beam as he slowly reached out to crush the reactor. With a fizz, the reactor sparked a few times before becoming completely inoperative. Under the control of Hellfire, the Ironmonger feebly swung its iron fist at Tony, instantly melting into molten iron, subsequently losing all power. Tony could already feel a wave of intense heat approaching. The energy shield could only endure for a few more seconds against this overwhelming force. We must depart, Obadiah. Tony tightly embraced the belly of the Ironmonger, and the thrusters beneath his feet and behind him erupted with immense flames, slowly lifting both of them into the air. Tony! Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, sharp as a whistle, reaching Tony's ears. A jolt of realization surged through him as he quickly glanced downward. Not far below, a graceful blonde woman was sprinting towards him with fervor. The golden tresses danced wildly in the wind, reminiscent of a radiant beam of light. Pepper. She was unharmed. A profound sense of joy and relief surged within Tony's heart. However, before he could fully savor this delightful surprise, another voice penetrated his ears. Wait, Tony, I admit my mistake. I truly misjudged this time. Please spare me. I am willing to relinquish everything. Obadiah's voice trembled with palpable fear and panic. At this moment, Obadiah was utterly flustered, unable to fathom how events had spiraled so out of control. He understood Tony's nature all too well. Once he made a resolute decision, it was not easily altered. Now, he had finally discerned Tony's impending actions, for no one knew Tony better than he did. It was too late. At this juncture, Tony had ascended hundreds of meters into the sky, and the projection screen before him displayed the energy levels steadily rising. 700, 750. Each fluctuation felt like a countdown to destiny, evoking a sense of dread. From the moment you kidnapped Pepper, it was already too late. Tony's words pierced Obadiah's heart like a sharpened blade. Confronted with Tony's unwavering resolve, Obadiah was engulfed in despair. He let out a furious roar, "Damn it!" This exclamation was laden with boundless anger and regret. Chapter 56, The Proposal Scene. Tony slowly closed his eyes, and the world around him seemed to quiet down. His thoughts surged like a tide, prompting him to reflect on his life. In his youth, Tony shone like a brilliant star, swiftly emerging with extraordinary talent and genius. His name resonated throughout the realms of academia and innovation, and people held deep admiration and expectation for this young prodigy. Yet as time passed, the adult Tony gradually became ensnared in a vortex of rebellion and decline. The once ambitious youth, brimming with dreams, had now become indulgent and lost. He strayed from the righteous path, chasing fleeting thrills and vanity, squandering his talents on trivial pursuits. Now, as life approached its end, Tony's heart brimmed with regret and helplessness. He recalled the unspoken words, the emotions buried deep within. He thought of the endeavors he had longed to pursue and realize, yet had been thwarted by fear and hesitation, never to be acted upon. What a dull existence it was. Words left unsaid, actions unattempted. How regretful it was. Tony wished fervently for time to reverse, to amend all. Is this the beginning of a revolving lantern, Tony? A voice, filled with mirth, resonated. Tony abruptly opened his eyes, and a figure clad in golden armor appeared beside him. Chino. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted in the sky, its brilliance illuminating the dark night as if it were day. No, Tony. Pepper knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Pepper, are you shedding tears for your boss? A voice, as if born of a mirage, reached her ears. Pepper abruptly raised her tear-streaked gaze, staring incredulously at the somewhat disheveled Tony before her. She rose to her feet, her steps faltering as she approached him, while Tony opened his arms, ready to embrace her. Bestow upon me a kiss of reunion, Tony jested with a playful grin. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air, causing Tony's head to tilt, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. A searing sensation flared across his cheek. That slap stung. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her tear-kissed lips pressed against his own. Tony's pupils dilated, and he thought to himself, could I perhaps receive a few more of those? After a prolonged moment, they parted, and the surrounding employees, filled with trepidation, bore witness to this scene. I adore you, Tony Stark. What is your response? Pepper fixed her gaze on him, her fierce expression seemingly conveying a warning. Dare to refuse, and prepare for another slap. Tony opened his mouth, yearning to acquiesce, but do not regret it again, Tony. The voice of Chino echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Tony stepped back, causing Pepper's expression to darken before it transformed into determination. In her heart, she resolved, I shall not yield. However, in the next instant, Tony knelt on one knee, unveiling a small box that revealed a dazzling gemstone ring within. This is my answer. Marry me, Pepper, Tony declared, his gaze brimming with hope and affection. Pepper, in disbelief, covered her mouth, her eyes once again welling with tears. She had envisioned this moment countless times, yet never anticipated it would arrive so suddenly. Simultaneously, a radiant mycelial blanket began to unfurl around them, blooming with roses of myriad hues, instantly transforming the space into a breathtaking sea of blossoms. The fragrant aroma enveloped the air, transporting onlookers into a dreamlike reverie. It was, without a doubt, the most splendid proposal scene imaginable. Natasha, hidden in the background, could not suppress her own wistful expression. There exists no woman untouched by the allure of such a moment. Pamela slowly withdrew her hand, her gaze filled with envy as she watched Tony and Pepper, a quiet yearning awakening within her. She too longed for a romantic experience akin to this, desiring marriage herself. Do not rush. I've yet to find the perfect engagement gift. Our proposal shall occur before the eyes of the world, Chino said gently. Indeed, I trust you, my dear, Pamela replied, enveloping Chino in an embrace, sealing it with a kiss. Damien, nearby, wore a complex expression, inwardly muttering. Haven't they shared enough kisses for one day? Isn't it exhausting? Ido, Pepper replied, her voice slightly trembling, suffused with joy and excitement as she extended her slender hand. Tony carefully placed the ring upon her fourth finger. They then embraced, their kiss deep and fervent. The surrounding crowd was swept up in the atmosphere of happiness, erupting into enthusiastic cheers and applause. Every employee's salary will rise by 50%. Upon hearing this, genuine smiles illuminated the faces of the crowd. as they bestowed their heartfelt blessings upon the newly engaged couple. Tony, with Pepper at his side, approached Chino, his face radiant with gratitude and joy. Chino, this is the third time you've saved me. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Tony said sincerely. Not all. After all, I too witnessed a touching spectacle tonight. Chino jested with a smile, his gaze flitting between Tony and Pepper. Pepper, somewhat embarrassed, dabbed her eyes and spoke softly. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Yet, she held Tony's hand tightly, a blissful smile perpetually gracing her face. Turning to Damien, she inquired with a smile. Is this your child? Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Damien Wayne, he replied politely. Chino shook his head, explaining, This is a friend's child. I am now her godfather. Godfather, Pepper softly repeated the term. Tony and Pepper exchanged a glance, mutually affirming their thoughts through shared looks. In the future, we would like you to be the godfather of our child as well, Tony stated earnestly. Are you serious? Do you envision me as a kindergarten principal? Chino remarked with an exasperated expression, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Tony raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips, radiating his characteristic irreverence. Hey, buddy, don't be so reluctant. Being the godfather to my child would be an honor for you. Besides, with your skills, looking after a few children would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Observing Tony's self-assured demeanor, Chino chuckled helplessly. All right, since you both have such faith in me, I will reluctantly agree. However, you must hasten to create your offspring. Pepper's cheeks flushed deeper as she gently nudged Tony, who erupted into hearty laughter. Rest assured, we will make an effort. Chino, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't been able to find you, and your phone shows it's out of service, Tony inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. I am preparing to establish a company to facilitate my hell renovation plan. The hell renovation plan? What is hell like? May I see it? Sure. As Chino agreed, a radiant glow emanated from his wrist, and before he could react, a crimson portal abruptly materialized, and a scarlet hand seized his wrist with force. Chapter 57, Mephisto. The hand clutched Chino, yanking him into the abyss. Oh my God, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. Natasha, her pupils dilating. What was that hand? Pamela cradled Damien, her worried gaze fixed on the direction from which Chino had vanished. Damien too looked anxiously at where Chino had disappeared. It's all right, Pepper. Tony maintained a calm demeanor, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Moments before, help me stage a scene, Tony. Can't we wait? I need time to create a new suit. No, I detest rodents. I cannot rest until he is dealt with. Thank you. It's nothing. It should have come to me. You need it. A ring? Meanwhile, Chino opened his eyes to behold a blood-red palace. The walls appeared to ooze with blood, and the air was saturated with a potent, acrid scent of iron. Before him stood a demon with crimson skin and black hair, its towering, twisted form exuding a chilling aura. Welcome to your new realm, the Lord of Hell, Chino. Mephisto sat upon his lofty throne, gazing down upon Chino with an expression imbued with cunning and avarice. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance, Mephisto. A subtle smile graced Chino's lips, his gaze unwavering as it met Mephisto's. The latter found Chino's reaction peculiar, his calm demeanor entirely uncharacteristic of one who has just entered the depths of hell. However, he dismissed the thought. After all, hell was his dominion, and no one could outmaneuver him here. Bring forth the feast, Mephisto commanded. Soon, a procession of grotesque demons entered, placing an array of dishes before Chino. A steaming bowl of boiled human brains, a soup with eyeballs that seemed to still be moving, and roasted thigh meat that appeared to twitch, all served as the sinister banquet for the evening. Honored guest, please dine, a decaying corpse infested with maggots wobbled as it set the utensils before Chino, several of the creatures falling onto the table in front of him. Mephisto crossed his arms, leaning back in his throne, anticipating Chino's discomfort as a sinister smile spread across his face. Chino twitched slightly, questioning inwardly, do you truly wish to consume the venomous soup of human brains? What nonsense are you spouting? Hold on, the answer will soon reveal itself. I can hardly contain myself. Be patient, return to Pamela, and cleanse your eyes. Very well, I shall endure a bit longer. Speak plainly, Mephisto. Chino's eyes remained fixed on Mephisto, ignoring the repugnant demon feast laid before him. His tone tinged with impatience. Hand over your hell core, and I shall grant you passage to the human realm, Mephisto greedily declared, his scarlet eyes fixed intently on Chino, exuding a predatory glint, as if Chino were already ensnared within his grasp. In the human realm, the faintest trace of demonic energy had bypassed the three great magical barriers of Earth, instantly capturing his attention. Consequently, He dispatched a doppelganger to the human world to seek out the source of that energy. A human capable of summoning demons. Many years ago, Hell had been shattered by a catastrophe, and Mephisto had acquired a fragment, ascending to the status of Hell Lord. Now another fragment had emerged, in the hands of a human who could summon demons at will. By connecting to his Hell, Mephisto could launch an assault on the human realm, reaping souls in abundance. Moreover, his strength would remain unscathed. Even one as formidable as Agamotto would find him an insurmountable challenge. However, despite extensive searching, he had yet to detect the presence of that human. Even their estate was shielded by an extraordinarily unique force, rendering him unable to penetrate. Reluctantly, he resorted to targeting Obadiah instead. "Is this why you manipulated Obadiah to draw me out?" Chino inquired. Indeed, his resentment lured me. Yet he proved utterly inept. Failing to harness even a fraction of the spirit of vengeance, Mephisto scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Indeed, quite ineffectual. If only a fraction of his power could be unleashed, even Tony's Apollo mode might struggle to prevail. The invulnerability of the Ghost Rider, comparable to that of Wolverine, is treated as a mere disposable resurrection token, which certainly diminishes its stature. A flicker of regret glimmers in Chino's gaze. "Grant me your hell, and once I have dominion over Earth, I shall share it with you." Mephisto, ever the purveyor of deceit, feigns sincerity, yet beneath his facade lurks treachery. "Truly, why don't we formalize a pact?" Chino remarks with a smile that teeters on the edge of mockery. Mephisto, momentarily at a loss for words, is unaccustomed to being on the receiving end of contract negotiations. This unexpected turn leaves him somewhat disconcerted. His countenance darkens instantaneously. His crimson eyes blaze with a ferocious light as he growls, "Chino, consider your position carefully. You find yourself in my dominion, where your very existence lies within my grasp. With but a flick of my finger, you shall endure endless torment, eternally ensnared." He spreads his arms wide, exuding a potent and malevolent aura, as if the entirety of hell responds to his call. "I have endured your insolence for far too long." Chino finally reaches his breaking point, upending the table and reducing the nearby corpse to a pulp. Like a released arrow, he propels himself towards Mephisto, disregarding all caution. "Foolhardy!" Mephisto sneers derisively, raising his hand to seize Chino, that hand seemingly infused with boundless dark magic, intent on capturing him effortlessly. However, at the moment of contact, boom! A thunderous explosion erupts as a red figure crashes through the throne, soaring towards the heavens, stirring a tempestuous whirlwind that sends stones and dust flying in all directions. The demons in hell watch, slack-jawed, as their lord ascends like a mere plaything, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Impossible! How do you possess such formidable strength? Mephisto, tumbling through the air, struggles to regain his composure, his garments tattered, hair disheveled, and face marked by disbelief. Typically, a lord of hell derives strength from their realm. The longer one remains outside hell, the weaker they become. Yet, Chino defies this logic. Hovering aloft, his gaze icy, he derides Mephisto. "Do you presume I am constrained like you, a lord imprisoned by hell? I am a demon king. Such audacity! This is indeed Mephisto's hell." As Mephisto's furious roar reverberates, a crimson beam descends from the heavens, crashing down upon Chino with the weight of 1,000 mountains, forcibly driving him back to the earth. How immensely heavy! The ground beneath Chino shatters as debris erupts, his form contorting as he bears an unimaginable burden. Chapter 58, The Battle in Hell. "I shall confine you in the deepest abyss of hell, where neither space nor time exists, until you are willing to relinquish your claim over it," Mephisto declares cruelly, his voice echoing throughout hell, imbued with unending authority and coldness. A mere mortal dares to believe that acquiring a fragment of hell could enable him to rival me. Such delusions are laughable. Relying solely on superhuman strength is somewhat inadequate. One must attempt to combine abilities. Chino found himself immobilized under tremendous pressure. Indeed, even superhuman strength pales in comparison to the weight of an entire world. Within the core of his chest, alongside the emblem of the god of humanity, another symbol began to illuminate. "Let me witness if your powers can uphold a fragment of hell." Chino beamed with exhilaration. The forces of the god of humanity entwined with those of the tormented demon, enveloping him entirely. Henceforth, I shall be known as the god of destruction. The oppressive weight upon him gradually dissipated, and the god of destruction, Chino, slowly straightened his back. "Mephisto, is this truly the extent of your hell's weight? I refuse to believe it." Mephisto stared in shock, his face contorted with disbelief. How could anyone withstand the weight of an entire world? Boom! The crimson aura surrounding Chino intensified, akin to blazing flames, as the pit beneath his feet expanded, completely breaching Chino's biological force field and reducing his garments to mere dust. Simultaneously, the greater the harm he endured, the stronger Chino became. Now it is my turn. Before Chino's words had fully escaped his lips, he instantly materialized before Mephisto, delivering a punch that resonated with a series of sonic booms throughout hell. Mephisto barely had time to react before he was sent crashing to the ground, akin to a cannonball, striking a distant peak and shattering it into fragments, sending plumes of dust soaring. This is not my hell. I can unleash my full power without restraint. Before Mephisto could emerge from the rubble, Chino's eyes suddenly glowed red. A beam of searing heat, 2 meters wide, shot forth directly at Mephisto, the overwhelming energy mercilessly driving him deeper into the earth. Where the beam passed, rocks instantly melted into molten lava, bathing all of hell in a fiery glow. In a flash, Mephisto vanished into the depths of the earth, only to reappear in the sky moments later. His chest bore ghastly burn marks, with charred innards visible, yet he swiftly returned to his former state. In hell, slaying a lord of the underworld is nearly impossible. All demons, heed my command. Mephisto's voice thundered through hell, summoning a tide of demons that surged forth like a dark wave, relentlessly charging at Chino. What does it matter how strong you are? You are but one, whereas my demons are countless. Mephisto roared, brimming with confidence. Demons, none of you are unique, Chino retorted with a scoff, simultaneously gesturing with his hand, revealing a colossal portal behind him. Roar! Roar! A chorus of deep growls resonated through the air, the first to emerge being the Hulk, his immense form exuding an aura of oppression. Following him were Abomination, Barca, and Shang, among others, as more and more demons continuously gathered behind Chino, creating a formidable and daunting sight. What are your commands, my lord? As she approached Chino, she gazed at his robust physique, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Stop those demons. Do not disturb me, Chino stated succinctly before charging towards Mephisto. Annihilate those demons. In Shi's understanding, as long as they eradicated all the demons, there would be no interference with the young master. In the depths of hell, the two armies of demons collided instantaneously, a cacophony of battle cries reverberating through the air. The demons on Chino's side surged forth like ferocious beasts. The Hulk, with his colossal fists, sent multiple enemy demons flying with each devastating blow. The abominable foes retaliated fiercely, showcasing formidable combat skills. Basa and Shangan led their legion of demons, rampaging through the enemy ranks, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. In contrast, Mephisto's legion, despite their numerical superiority, faltered under the overwhelming force of Chino's demons, crumbling like a house of cards. Their attacks were effortlessly countered, their defenses breached repeatedly, and their formation descended into chaos. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs and drenched in blood, as Chino's demons pressed forward relentlessly, driving their adversaries into a dire predicament. Panic began to swell within Mephisto's ranks, their morale shattered as they scattered in flight, only to be ruthlessly pursued. The entire arena resembled a scene from a hellish nightmare, with Chino's demons reigning supreme over this bloody domain. Where do these demons hail from? Mephisto pondered, observing the unfamiliar demonic essence on the ground. They seemed birthed from the very depths of hell. Yet how could there be such a disparity? And within this realm governed by humanity, dare to fight me and divide your focus? Chino bellowed, and in an instant, he materialized before Mephisto, his right hand unerringly grasping his opponent's head. At that moment, Chino exuded an aura of chilling terror, plummeting towards the ground with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous crash echoed as Chino wielded Mephisto's head as a weapon, forcefully striking it against the unforgiving earth. Dust and debris erupted into the air, while Mephisto, ensnared in Chino's grip, let out a wretched howl of agony. As Chino barreled forward, he carved a profound and harrowing trench through the inferno of hell. Ah, cursed wretch! Mephisto roared in anguish, enduring the excruciating pain as he swiftly began to summon the infernal flames around him. The blazing fire enveloped him entirely, transforming him into an enraged beast, clawing and lunging at Chino. However, for Chino, the damage inflicted by these hellish flames did not deter him. Rather, it served as a powerful catalyst, amplifying the tumultuous strength within him. As Mephisto charged towards him, Chino's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of his already formidable fists upon Mephisto's form. With each strike, there resounded a deafening roar accompanied by dazzling brilliance. Those fists, imbued with a terrifying power capable of annihilating worlds, rained down upon Mephisto with relentless ferocity, their residual force reverberating through the depths of the earth, gradually forging an immense expanse. The very realm of hell trembled under the intensity of this fierce battle, as if on the brink of collapse. The demons on the surface, sensing the vibrations and lamentations emanating from the depths of hell, were gripped by profound terror. Was hell destined for destruction? She led several demons to the palace and proclaimed, "Your Majesty intends to transform hell. We are in dire need, and the demon lords here appear quite affluent. Go forth and procure treasures from their vaults. Bring them all to me." Chapter 59, The Slave Contract. She, accompanied by a faction of demons, charged through the castle with unbridled fervor. Under Mephisto's command, the castle lacked substantial demonic guardians, presenting an unusually vacant and desolate atmosphere. "Where do you hail from?" "Wait, I surrender." Under She's command, they showed no mercy. All demons encountered were slain with resolute determination, leading them swiftly to the treasure vault. The vault's grand door stood firmly shut, yet this posed no obstacle for them. With a mere wave of her hand, she unleashed a formidable force that shattered the door into fragments. Inside, mountains of treasures and rare artifacts glimmered enticingly under the radiant light. A glimmer of excitement flashed in She's eyes as she led the demons into the vault with alacrity. "Gather the hoards and artifacts. Space demons, devourers, take it all." At She's command, the space demons, their forms resembling that of humans, opened their abdominal orifices, unleashing a tremendous suction. This force seemed capable of drawing everything within its grasp, as the gold, silver, jewels, and rare artifact from the vault were uncontrollably pulled towards that gaping mouth. All devoured in an instant. The devourer demons, appearing as colossal serpentine creatures, gaped their cavernous mouths wide, voraciously consuming everything within the vault. Their throats seemed bottomless, swallowing precious gems and mysterious scrolls without hesitation. However, the wealth amassed by Mephisto over countless eons was simply too vast. Even the combined efforts of the two demons could not hastily transport it away. "Wait, stop. I concede, I no longer wish to contest your hell." Mephisto's plea was abruptly cut short as Chino delivered a devastating blow, sending him crashing away. He had truly surrendered this time. The sheer magnitude of Chino's terrifying strength made it clear that continuing would lead to the destruction of his realm. "I refuse to accept your surrender." In a flash, Chino pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Each punch bore the weight of inexhaustible force, leaving Mephisto powerless to retaliate, his anguished cries lost amidst the storm of blows. "Do not presume I am without recourse." Mephisto's eyes widened in fury as he attempted to wield the authority of hell to expel Chino. "What have you done in my realm?" Suddenly, Mephisto's expression shifted dramatically as he realized, with horror, that hell was resisting his control. Evidently, someone was meddling at the core of hell. "Guess." Chino observed his reaction, and in his heart, he understood that venom had succeeded. In a dimly lit underground chamber, a blood-red crystal emitted an eerie glow, tightly enveloped by dark fabric. Had he been discovered? Venom's raspy voice echoed, and with the revelation of their presence, he commenced a full-scale invasion, simultaneously lifting the immense pressure that had been imposed upon Chino. From the moment they became aware of Mephisto's malice towards Pamela, they had schemed to eliminate him. However, to slay the Lord of Hell, one must first unseat him. Thus, from the moment they were drawn into hell, they had been covertly searching for the location of its core. Once they located it, the two promptly split up to execute their plan. Chino was tasked with diverting Mephisto's attention, engaging him in a fierce battle in the open, while Venom stealthily infiltrated the hidden depths below, aiming to seize the Lord of Hell's position. "Get away from me!" Mephisto, frantic and desperate to escape, attempted to rush back to his castle, only to be relentlessly thwarted by Chino. In that moment, he resembled a powerless punching bag, receiving blow after blow from Chino. Freed from Hell's oppressive grip, Chino finally unleashed his full might, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. The surrounding demons, paralyzed by fear, ceased their actions. The very foundations of hell trembled violently, fissures cracking open in the ground as if heralding the apocalypse. Hulk and the others had long since fled back to the castle, which managed to endure the turmoil only due to the relentless fortifications provided by the mountain demons. "What terrifying power! This is the full strength of His Majesty," Barca exclaimed, gazing at the figures in the distance engaged in battle. "I must admit, Hulk, your ability to withstand a punch from the young master without perishing is truly remarkable." said Zing-Yi, casting a glance at Hulk. Hulk, it hurt, Hulk murmured, gingerly touching his abdomen, still haunted by the memory of that fateful blow. Feeling a phantom pain surge through him. Wait, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Pure souls, spellbooks, wealth. I can offer it all. Just cease this. Mephisto, now stripped of his previous bravado, pleaded with palpable fear. He deeply regretted his actions. What he had drawn in was not a mere sheep, but a ferocious Tyrannosaurus. Now, he merely hoped that this dragon would relent. If the erosion continued, he would truly lose his position, becoming merely a powerful demon rather than the Lord of Hell. At that point, even if this demon king did not strike, countless other demons would covet his soul. The longer one's life, the more one treasures it. Then sign this. Upon hearing those words, Chino halted mid-air, producing a piece of black parchment and tossing it towards Mephisto. A demon contract? Mephisto examined it, watching his expression darken to an extreme. What was presented was no demon contract. It was a slave contract. Setting aside the fact that becoming his slave would mean relinquishing all possessions, which could be endured. After all, Chino was human, and even if he were long-lived, he could eventually outlast him. Yet the contract clearly stated that upon his death, the contract would automatically transfer to his descendants. If his descendants perished, he would follow them into oblivion. He sought not merely to be a slave, but also to serve as a caretaker and protector. I am the Lord of Hell. How dare you humiliate me so? This is intolerable. You might as well kill me, roared Mephisto, his face etched with resolve. Then perish. Chino raised his fist, poised to strike once more. Wait, let us converse, Mephisto exclaimed in a panic. Your refusal to sign the contract and your unwillingness to embrace death leave me in a precarious situation, Chino remarked with a sense of resignation. Who truly finds themselves in a predicament? Mephisto seethed inwardly, caught in a tumult of sorrow and rage, tears unshed. Feeling his authority eroded by 5%, he clenched his teeth. I concede. Ultimately, it appeared as though Mephisto expended his last reserves of strength to utter those 3 words. After a moment, sensing the erosion continued. Now, at 6%, he cried out, cease at once. His voice was hoarse with urgency and fear. First, sign a contract. Chino remained unmoved, gazing at him with unwavering determination. Realizing he had no alternative, Mephisto trembled as he grasped the pen and inscribed his name upon the infernal contract. No sooner had he signed than he transformed into a blazing inferno, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the power of the contract indelibly marked his soul, becoming an inescapable fetter. Chapter 60. The Ascendant Demons. Hasten your people to retreat. Mephisto glared at Chino through gritted teeth, his eyes aflame with fury and hatred. He had never endured such humiliation. Chino stood with arms crossed, silent, observing him coldly. What are you waiting for? Mephisto implored desperately, but before he could finish, a searing gaze struck him, propelling him backward. With a thunderous crash, Mephisto's body collided violently with a low mountain peak. The earth trembled and stones of various sizes cascaded down, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. You ought to realign your attitude, slave. Chino hovered slowly above Mephisto, his eyes still aglow with crimson light. Mephisto struggled to lift his head, gazing up at Chino with despair and wrath. He acutely felt the loss of 8% of his authority. Should this continue, the consequences would be dire. He gradually bowed his head, kneeling heavily upon the ground, trembling as he spoke. I beg for your forgiveness, my master. Proceed, slave. Chino regarded him with indifference, devoid of any emotion. Yes, Mephisto replied softly, rising with a profound sense of despondency, as if bereft of his very soul. Obediently trailing behind Chino, in a mysterious underground cavern, the walls adorned with countless runes flickering with an eerie luminescence completely isolated the atmosphere, possessing formidable defenses that even spatial transmission could not breach. Were it not for Chino's hell bracelet sensing the area, even the most astute explorers would struggle to locate this place. How much time has passed? Uncertain of Kinu's fate, Venom murmured with a heart full of concern. In this inferno, the passage of time is imperceptible, and the core of hell has been under Mephisto's dominion for many years. The challenges only grow more formidable as time progresses. This was especially true given the symbiote's innate corrosive traits. Without them, hope would be utterly extinguished. Suddenly, the tightly sealed rock wall creaked open, and a crimson demon strode in with heavy steps. Mephisto, could it be that Chino had been defeated? Venom's heart sank at the thought. Yet, just then, a familiar voice emerged from behind Mephisto. How could that be? If defeat were the case, I would have been the first to appear, urging you to flee. Chino's confident voice resonated, causing Venom's anxious heart to settle. From the depths of shadow, Chino emerged slowly, his steps steady and powerful, exuding an intangible aura of authority. Mephisto, bowing his head and standing aside, displayed an uncharacteristic humility, devoid of the arrogance and flamboyance one would expect from the Lord of Hell. As Chino approached, the atmosphere grew heavy. His resolute visage flickered in the dim light, and the depths of his eyes sparkled with the glimmer of victory. "Why are you parading around in the nude? You startle me. Quickly, tell me what transpired." Venom bluntly interjected, exposing a dark head from the crimson crystal. Indeed, Chino stood unclothed, yet he bore no hint of embarrassment. The perfection of his form was undeniable, and amidst a realm filled with demons, he and Venom shared an intimate understanding. "Couldn't I at least feign modesty? After all, I have emerged from arduous battles." Chino grumbled, momentarily dropping his facade. "Once we return, Pamela and I will allow you to indulge in your theatrics to your heart's content. Hurry up." Hearing this, Chino's face brightened, his thoughts racing with the realization that Venom had devised a new scheme. In essence, this fellow was simply fearful of death. Chino animatedly recounted the events, while Venom nodded occasionally in comprehension. Meanwhile, Mephisto, head bowed, seethed in silence, his eyes twitching with frustration. He wished they would refrain from furthering the erosion. Nonetheless, the encroachment of power continued unabated, now reaching 10%. "So once we finish this, we can return home," Venom concluded. "Yes, this fellow has already forged a pact," Chino remarked, his confidence in the contract unwavering as he placed his hand atop Venom's large head. Venom began to flow towards Chino, transforming in an instant into a striking superhero suit. "What is this?" Chino asked, gazing at a piece of red crystal in his hand, puzzled. "It is the core of hell that I have eroded. It serves me no purpose," Venom explained. Mephisto's eyes widened in shock, his heart bleeding at the thought. This was his realm, his very lifeblood. "Master, might you consider returning it to me?" Mephisto implored, his expression obsequious as he gazed longingly at Chino. Although eroded, he believed that with time, he could regain control. "Return it to you indeed?" Chino casually toyed with the crystal, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. "Indeed, my master, should I lose this core, my power would diminish by 10%, rendering me susceptible to attacks from other lords of the abyss." Mephisto hurriedly interjected, his tone laced with urgency and pleading. "A mere 10% is sufficient to safeguard your life. Consider it a token of our meeting." Unfazed, Chino remarked, promptly affixing the crystal to his wrist. Since the moment it was introduced, he felt the abyss yearning for this artifact. Shortly thereafter, the crystal was swiftly absorbed, causing the boundaries of his dominion to expand, seemingly augmented with new capabilities, which could be explored later. What formidable power! The sovereign has triumphed. Meanwhile, in the treasury, Yushi suddenly sensed a surge of immense power coursing through her. As the overseer of the abyss, she reaped the greatest benefits and could perceive the shifts within her realm. "You worthless fools, hasten to claim the sovereign's reward." With a sharp crack of her whip, she admonished them. The already fatigued space demons and devouring demons jolted, their pace in seizing treasures hastening further. How exhausting! We were just on the verge of saturation, yet the capacity for power has expanded. "Master, why do you radiate light?" In the vicinity of the castle, the abominable demon, in search of remaining demons, inquired of the tormented demon, who was now aglow with a crimson light. "I know not," replied Bassa, equally perplexed. Though his strength had increased, he was certain this transformation was linked to the sovereign. With a sudden burst of fury, Mephisto spat blood, his heart aching as he sensed his own power dwindling, even perceiving the boundaries of the abyss beginning to collapse. "Do you have an objection?" Chino cast a frigid glance at him, one that seemed capable of freezing his very soul. "No, my master, merely the remnants of my prior injuries." Mephisto quickly lowered his gaze, his body trembling slightly, too intimidated to resist. "That is well." Chino averted his gaze, inspecting the crimson crystal once more. Although he could easily command Mephisto to relinquish all of his abyssal cores, he understood that a powerless Mephisto would inevitably fall prey to the attacks of other lords of the abyss, or even his own demons. In that scenario, he would have to intervene to rescue him. With this thought, he recognized that a living Mephisto was far more valuable than a deceased one. Chapter 61. A certainly feeble deity Chino departed the subterranean cavern with Mephisto, preparing to return to the castle, during which Mephisto remained resolutely silent. Upon his return to Mephisto's castle, Chino commenced gathering his demons for departure. In a short while, a host of grotesque and varied demons assembled, lining up neatly before Chino. "Young master, may we take this one with us?" Hulk, who had developed a fondness for pets, asked, eager to bring one to Milan and Dala. After a period of learning, Hulk was now capable of speaking normally. The abominable demon and Hulk each held a 3-meter-tall demon wolf, which whimpered in terror like a small dog. Yes, but you must keep a close watch on them. Do not harm anyone. After the abominable demon and Hulk dragged their pets through the portal, Chino inquired, "Where has Yushi gone?" "I do not know, Your Majesty," Basar replied, shaking his head in confusion. "I haven't seen her since the battle commenced." "Young master, I have returned," came Shi's voice as she hurried out of the castle, followed by a throng of gilded demons cautiously carrying 2 round objects. The once svelte figures of the demons were now grotesquely stuffed with various treasures, at any moment threatening to spill their contents. Approaching the already dressed Chino, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Shi's eyes. "What is this on you?" Chino inquired, astounded, gazing at Shi, who resembled a small golden idol, and at the 2 spherical demons being hoisted by a cadre of little golden mountains. He could not recall any demons in hell that were so rotund. Was it due to the lavish fare they had been enjoying lately? "We discovered the treasure vault of this hell. Your plan, young master, requires substantial funds, but these 2 demons are utterly useless, unable to carry everything away," she remarked, pouting in dissatisfaction. The space demon and the devouring demon, stuffed to the brim, rolled their eyes in agony, silently lamenting their plight. For this woman was more devilish than the demons themselves. Mephisto merely cast a cursory glance before diverting his attention, secretly deriding the demons for their lack of discernment regarding such ordinary treasures. "You have worked hard," Chino said with a gentle smile, tenderly ruffling her hair. Although the treasures she brought were but a drop in the bucket for his grand scheme, he would not refuse her gesture of goodwill. It wasn't difficult at all. "Young master," she chirped, her face glowing with contentment. "Please return for now. We shall discuss your rewards later." Chino waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, young master," she replied, leading her cadre of golden mountain-like demons, who carried the 2 spheres through the portal. "Slave, behave yourself lately. Do not wander into the human realm." "I will summon you if needed," Chino stated, his face expressionless as he regarded Mephisto. "Yes, master," Mephisto replied, lowering his gaze, utterly submissive, his tone exceedingly respectful. Chino said no more and stepped into the portal, while Mephisto maintained a posture of deference until Chino's figure vanished completely. Only then did he slowly straighten, the humility on his face dissipating, replaced by a shadow of resentment and bitterness. Mephisto surveyed the devastated hell, surrounded by crumbling peaks, fissured earth, and the wails of demons. His eyes blazed with a fierce anger, as if he could incinerate everything in sight. "I have never suffered such a loss. You thought a mere contract could bind me? You underestimate me. Human," Mephisto sneered through clenched teeth, his voice laced with fury and malice. Upon reaching the vault's entrance, he pushed it open, only to be so enraged that he spat blood. Countless years of accumulated treasures had been swept away, leaving behind only a few worthless heaps of gold. Curse it all. Mephisto seethed, longing to rush out and eliminate that human, but the contract forced him to relent, certainly not because he was incapable of doing so. In the corner of the treasury, I opened a stone slab and retrieved a tome bound in black chains of magic. Fortunately, the book of contracts remained intact. Mephisto let out a sigh of relief. This was once the cornerstone of his existence. He opened the book, reciting the obscure and arcane incantations of dark magic, his deep and malevolent voice echoing through the vast emptiness of the treasury. In this world, all contracts are effective only when supported by demons and deities. Humans, brasayur shalvas. I shall ensure you pay a most excruciating price. As the sinister incantation continued to flow from his lips, a torrent of black smoke enveloped Mephisto, his power surging like an invisible tide, tracing back through the contracts buried deep within his soul. A wicked grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with a frenzied desire for slaughter. If the adversary is weak, he shall be slain. If strong, a price must be paid to relinquish the contract. Humans, await your doom. Possessing a connection to the infernal realms, all demons and lords shall seek to obliterate you and seize your hell. Mephisto's laughter rang out, reverberating through the inferno, as if he could already envision the gruesome fate of Chino. His strength and consciousness struck like a pitch-black lightning bolt, instantaneously traversing the endless expanse of time and space, arriving upon a desolate planet. The earth lay cracked and lifeless before him, marked by 4 immense craters. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, devoid of any sign of life. As Mephisto surveyed this environment, more dreadful than hell itself, a thought crossed his mind. It must be a feeble deity, for those who revel in pleasure would never choose to linger in such a forsaken place. A scornful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with avarice and cruelty. As he envisioned the moment, he would effortlessly shatter the chains of his contract and regain his freedom. Are you the demon of this world, bound by my contract? In this lifeless, silent planet, a melodious voice suddenly broke the stillness, akin to celestial music, yet jarringly out of place in such desolation. Mephisto turned towards the sound, and there stood a beautiful woman, poised and graceful, not far from him. In the eyes of a demon, she was a vision of exquisite beauty. He cautiously sensed her aura and discovered her power to be feeble, her essence resonating with the same energy as the contract within his soul. The woman sensed Mephisto's scrutiny but merely smiled, her expression as refreshing as a spring breeze, yet imbued with an elusive mystery. You are the deity behind this contract, are you not? Mephisto spat menacingly. Indeed, what is it that you seek? The woman surveyed Mephisto with calm composure. I command you to release me from this contract, or else. Before Mephisto could finish his threat, the storm on this planet abruptly subsided without warning. Chapter 62. The Terrified Mephisto. It was then that Mephisto comprehended the entirety of his surroundings, horrified to discover he was standing atop an enormous cranium. As I gaze upon the vast expanse, I am able to discern the entirety of this colossal form's interior. Indeed, the interior, this body larger than a planet, has been dissected. Organs, grander than mountains, lie exposed in the void. Moreover, the ground upon which he stands is not the edge of a hollow cavity, but rather the eye socket of that massive skull. Only 4 fathomless dark orifices remain, seemingly narrating the immense suffering and torment once endured. By the heavens, the celestial assembly, exclaimed Mephisto, his voice laced with disbelief and profound dread. In this boundless universe, the celestial assembly represents the pinnacle of individual existence, rumored to possess terrifying power capable of contending with the 5 great deities. Yet now, the very celestial assembly before him has been subjected to dissection. Though merely an entity of energy, Mephisto felt a chilling sensation rise from his spine, swiftly enveloping his entire being. This chill seemed poised to freeze his very soul, compelling him to tremble uncontrollably. You know him, came Lucifer's voice, quiet and unannounced as he appeared beside Mephisto. His physical form is formidable, likely crafted by some creator, and his abilities are commendable. However, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Unwilling to serve my purpose, I shall transform him into a puppet. With indifference, Lucifer stepped upon the colossal skull. In an instant, the once deceased explorer stirred, slowly kneeling in the void. This scene sent a wave of horror coursing through Mephisto, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and cold sweat to cascade down like a waterfall. His eyes widened, his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. Lucifer slowly turned his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Were you about to command me? The smile seemed to emanate from the depths of a hellish abyss, radiating an infinite chill and malevolence. Upon hearing this, Mephisto's heart sank, fear consuming his rationality. Run! This thought erupted in his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to relinquish this fragment of power and consciousness. In an instant, that power and awareness dissipated in the void like fireworks, vanishing without a trace. In hell, Mephisto abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if he had just escaped the depths of death. Who was that woman? What a terrifying presence, he muttered, still shaken. Suddenly, a voice behind him caused his pupils to constrict. You run quite swiftly. A hand gently rested upon Mephisto's shoulder. Such a simple gesture rendered him instantly immobile. He attempted to summon his magical power, only to find it as stagnant as still water. He sought to invoke his infernal authority, yet there was no response. Even the ability to die and resurrect eluded him. At that moment, despair enveloped Mephisto. Would it not be better to serve as a humble slave? It seems he has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. As if hearing his thoughts, a voice reassured him. Do not worry. You are but a servant to the little one. I shan't play with your life. However, your behavior has been somewhat unruly, and you require proper training. Moreover, I am quite curious about the anatomical structure of this cosmic demon. Before his words could fade away, Mephisto's form vanished into the abyss of hell, as if engulfed entirely by darkness. Unbeknownst to Chino, a series of breathtaking events unfolded in hell. At this moment, he had returned to the mortal realm. He found himself in the opulent parlor of the manor. Pamela, I am back, Chino exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open, and a green figure burst forth. My dear, you have finally returned. Pamela's heartfelt cry resonated. Pamela, A radiant smile blossomed on Chino's face as he enveloped the rushing Pamela in a tight embrace. "I've missed you so much, darling. You vanished for 10 days. Pamela buried her head in Chino's embrace, her voice thick with longing and a hint of grievance. "I apologize, this time. It took a bit longer to eliminate the enemy completely." Chino gently caressed Pamela's back, his expression laden with remorse. Following the battle, Chino had gained a clearer understanding of the limits of his power. While he was not invincible, only the 5 great deities could rival him in this world. Pamela scrutinized Chino with concern, her gaze flitting across his form. "Are you injured?" "No, I left him in utter disarray," Chino replied, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor light and filled with confidence. He gently squeezed Pamela's hand, hoping to reassure her. Yet, Pamela remained unconvinced, reaching out to tenderly caress Chino's face, as if seeking confirmation of his unscathed condition. "Is it true? Do not hide anything from me." Chino captured her hand, placing a soft kiss upon it. "My dear, I am truly fine. Do not worry." At that moment, Damien, hearing the commotion downstairs, rushed down from above. "Father, you have returned." His face lit up with surprise. Just then, with a swift motion, Venom appeared, embracing Damien and nuzzling against him incessantly. "Damien, so sweet and soft. Did you miss me?" Venom, mother." Damien gasped, feeling somewhat breathless from the tight embrace. After breaking free from Venom's hold, Chino found himself in a state of undress, leaving Pamela momentarily taken aback. "My dear, do hurry and change your clothes," Pamela urged, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, right." Chino felt a hint of embarrassment and hurried towards the bedroom. In hell, modesty was inconsequential, but in the mortal realm, he retained a sense of bashfulness. Upon changing, Chino returned, and Pamela began preparing some food. Delicious. Chino relished the ribs, having fought fiercely in hell without even a sip of water. Now, the food tasted exquisite. "Slow down. If you run out, I will cook more," Pamela chuckled, noting that it was a Chinese dish she had learned to prepare. Seeing Chino enjoy his meal so heartily, Pamela's appetite was piqued, and she joined him. "Damien, try the chocolate." Venom presented a large platter of assorted chocolates. Though capable of consuming human food, chocolate was her favorite. "Thank you, Mother Venom." Damien accepted the chocolate and began snacking on it. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Tony? What brings him here?" Chino, still chewing his food, sensed the mark on Stark and felt a twinge of confusion. Pamela, however, was accustomed to it. With a gentle wave of her hand, she commanded the plants at the door to slowly open. "This fellow visits daily, inquiring whether you have returned, as if he believes your presence is the reason for his confrontations with adversaries." Pamela shrugged in resignation. Chapter 63. A visit from Tony. "Good afternoon, Miss Pamela. Has Chino returned?" Tony pushed open the door with Pepper, instinctively asking the question he had posed every day for the past few days. Today, he held no real hope. "Chino, long time no see. Have you eaten?" Chino's voice rang out. "Chino, you're back," Tony exclaimed, turning with delight towards the source of the voice and swiftly making his way to the dining table. "Yes, just returned. You both should join me for a meal," Chino replied with a smile. "Sorry to intrude, Mr. Chino." Pepper politely nodded and took a seat beside Pamela. The two had become good friends over these past few days. "Great. I rarely indulge in Chinese cuisine," Tony said unabashedly, finding a spot to sit. Pamela smiled slightly and used her powers to add 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. "Indeed, Chinese food is best accompanied by steamed rice." "This is delightful. Perhaps I should invent a robot for making Chinese dishes," Tony remarked while eating. "When you do, please ensure I receive one. A cooking robot would be invaluable." Chino thought of the chefs in hell, who, if not for their high salaries, would have gone on strike. For the demons, there could eat like no other. "Small problem," Tony confidently replied, continuing to savor the delicious meal as the restaurant filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Pepper observed the towering mound of chocolates in Venom's bowl and quietly inquired, "Pamela, is it really all right for her to consume so much chocolate?" "Not to worry. Sister Venom isn't from Earth. Her staple food is chocolate," Pamela explained with a smile. "An extraterrestrial?" Pepper exclaimed in surprise, but then recalled that Mr. Chino was also a demon king, and her expression gradually settled into calmness. Venom extended a piece of chocolate towards her. "Try this. It's the finest chocolate around." "Thank you." Pepper graciously accepted the chocolate and placed it in her mouth. "Have you been getting enough rest lately?" Venom noticed Pepper's slightly haggard appearance and asked with concern. "Indeed, with Obadiah's demise, the explosion at the arms factory, and Tony becoming Iron Man, there's been an overwhelming amount of chaos," Pepper replied, feeling a headache coming on. Although she had been visiting daily, it was typically just for half an hour or to deliver gifts before departing. Today, it seemed she had no time to spare for leisure, and with a resentful glance at Tony, she thought of the night ahead, filled with work. Tony, feeling a bit sheepish, chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I've been updating the iron armor, leaving all the company matters to you. I appreciate your hard work, Pepper. Let me help you with that," Venom offered. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Pepper said, glancing at Tony, and upon receiving his encouraging nod, she agreed. Venom grasped Pepper's hand, and the dark entity silently permeated her being. Moments later, Venom released his grip and declared, "All done." Instantly, Pepper felt a surge of vitality coursing through her once fatigued body. "Wow, Pepper, your face!" Tony exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What's wrong with my face?" Pepper asked, perplexed, as she touched her skin, noting its newfound smoothness. Pamela, manipulating the flora, presented her with a mirror. "Oh my goodness!" Pepper gazed at her reflection, hardly able to believe her eyes. Though she had diligently used expensive skincare products and cosmetics, her skin had dulled with age. Now, however, it appeared as youthful as in her earlier years, devoid of any wrinkles, fair and smooth, radiating an enchanting glow. "I'm truly grateful," Venom, Pepper expressed, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. "No problem," Venom replied, mimicking Tony's earlier tone with a nonchalant air. Pepper's laughter rang out, bright and melodious, as her rapport with Venom deepened in that moment. The three women finished their meal and took Damien to the sofa for a chat. "Venom's abilities never cease to amaze me," Tony remarked, his gaze filled with wonder. "Indeed, my wife is the best," Chino said proudly. "Pepper is the most remarkable," Tony countered, unwilling to concede. The two men engaged in a spirited debate over whose wife was superior. "I'm truly grateful, my friend. I scarcely know how to express my thanks," Tony said earnestly, looking at Chino with a serious expression. "From saving my life to nurturing my relationship with Pepper, I owe you an immense debt. How about I give you an additional 10% of shares?" Tony offered, clenching his jaw, knowing this was the maximum he could afford without jeopardizing the company. "Please, I'm planning to start my own company soon. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, could you assist me with a small favor?" Chino replied with a smile. "It better not be something trivial. Otherwise, I might think you're insulting me," Tony said, sipping from a glass of water. "Transforming hell. Do you think that's a monumental task?" "Cough, cough, cough," Tony sputtered, choking on his drink, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Natural beauty. How is the progress?" "Not yet begun. Unfortunately, I am currently short on both funds and manpower, and I am dealing with the surrounding lava. I need to see what you refer to as hell first." Tony felt he had perhaps overstated his capabilities. Managing lava? What a harsh environment that would be. No problem. The two decided to venture into hell. "Venom, Pamela, Damien, Tony, and I are heading to hell for some business," Chino informed his family. "I want to go too." Pamela immediately chimed in, reluctant to part from her beloved so soon after their reunion. "Pepper, would you like to join?" Venom invited her. "Absolutely," Pepper replied without hesitation. Her curiosity piqued about what the legendary hell truly entailed. "Pepper, my dear, perhaps there's a throne of flames prepared especially for you in hell," Tony jested, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Humph, you always tease me. If such a thing exists, it would likely be meant for you," Pepper retorted playfully, casting a mock glare at Tony. "Perhaps the demons of hell would regard you as a distinguished guest, presenting you with a plethora of burning jewels," Tony continued, embellishing his imagination with vivid descriptions. "Then you would be the demons' prime target for their pranks. Let us see how witty you remain," Pepper said, crossing her arms in feigned indignation. "Oh, come now, dear, perhaps there exists a mysterious spring in hell that grants eternal youth," Tony quickly soothed. Pepper replied with a bemused expression. "How could such a thing possibly exist?" "It indeed does," Chino interjected earnestly. "What?" exclaimed Tony and Pepper in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. "The potion I am about to sell possesses such qualities. I shall send some your way," Chino smiled in response. "Good brother, Chino. By the way, does that potion have any particular effects?" Tony inquired with a lecherous grin and a raised eyebrow. "Fear not. It certainly will," Chino assured him. Chapter 64. Tony's plan. As Tony stepped through the portal, he was immediately blinded by a radiant golden light, taking a moment to adjust to the brightness. However, when he finally beheld the scene before him, he stood frozen in sheer astonishment. Before him lay mountains of gold and jewels, their dazzling brilliance nearly overwhelming. "Chino, did you not claim you were lacking both manpower and finances? The wealth here could purchase the entire world. Are you jesting?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I, too, am at a loss for this situation," Chino replied, equally stunned. He had never anticipated such a transformation of his realm. Pamela's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is utterly extravagant. Pepper covered her mouth, murmuring, "I have never seen such an accumulation of riches." Venom, brimming with excitement, declared, "Wow, this is truly a sea of treasure. I want to explore." In the distance, a voice resonated, "You worthless creatures, hurry and move these to the palace." "But boss, the palace is nearly overflowing," a demon responded tremulously. "Then why not establish a new palace? Must I teach you everything?" The voice retorted with hands on hips, exuding authority. "Yes," came a meek reply. Chino approached the commotion, observing a throng of demons tirelessly transporting treasures in carts, the scene chaotic yet bustling. Reflecting thoughtfully, Chino began to grasp the source of this bounty. Chino called out, "Young master." She, startled by the sudden address, quickly turned around. "What is happening?" With Shi's explanation, Chino learned that these treasures were from Mephisto's vault, inadvertently brought back by two demons who, upon stumbling, had expelled the riches in a chaotic burst. "Young master, with such an abundance of treasures, your renovation plan is bound to succeed." She gazed expectantly at Chino, her eyes shimmering with excitement, eagerly awaiting praise. "I beg to differ," Tony replied gravely, surveying the scattered gems and gold coins. "Why not?" She glared at the human, her eyes brimming with indignation. If such a vast amount of gold were to flood human society, it could precipitate a severe economic crisis. In the worst-case scenario, it might even trigger a world war, Tony stated with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, selling it outright is not an option." Chino furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the consequences after a moment of contemplation. "How disheartening," she murmured, pouting slightly, "after all the effort I put in." At that moment, the devils of consumption and spatial origin indicated they had something to contribute. "It is not entirely impossible to sell, provided we regulate the quantity. Selling it gradually should pose no issue, as gold is also a consumable in industry," Tony explained slowly. "That is a relief," she sighed, her anxious heart finally at ease. Thankful that her efforts were not in vain. She, "Consult the devils participating in this venture. Inquire if they desire anything. If not, convert it into currency for them, as it may prove useful in the future," Chino instructed methodically. "Yes, young master," she replied respectfully. "Do you have any desires?" Chino inquired, looking at her. "Young master, I have none." She glanced at Chino furtively, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Leave her reward to me." Venom chuckled, wrapping an arm around she as they headed toward a corner. "Venom, my dear." She did not resist, obediently following along. Chino turned to Pamela, instructing, "Pamela, take Pepper and Damien to explore. If you find anything you fancy, feel free to take it." "Of course, darling," Pamela replied, leading Pepper and Damien toward the mountain of treasures, aware that her beloved had matters of importance to discuss. "Chino, take me to a higher vantage point," Tony requested. "Okay," Chino responded, effortlessly lifting Tony by his attire and soaring toward the palace's heights. "What a dreadful flying experience," Tony exclaimed upon landing, hastily adjusting his clothing. "You're no beauty. Did you expect me to give you a princess, Carrie?" Chino teased. "I'd rather perish," Tony retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. After their conversation, Tony surveyed the hellish landscape, devoid of warm sunlight and fertile soil, with only clusters of erupting volcanoes and clouds of dust overhead, falling into a contemplative silence. Transforming this desolate environment into a natural forest would require, even with his intellect, a century at the very least. "Is it impossible, Tony?" Chino queried, observing Tony's silence. "How could it be? I am Tony Stark. Do not conflate me with those ordinary scientists," he scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically, as his mind began to race with various design concepts. "First, tell me about your original plan," Tony said, snapping back to focus and addressing Chino. "According to my plan, I intend to enlist the demons to manage the surrounding volcanoes, absorbing the energy within and subsequently filling them to transform them into dormant volcanoes. Following this, soil will be transported from external sources to blanket the land, ultimately allowing Pamela to cultivate new flora for planting." Upon hearing this rather rudimentary scheme, one might even consider it an affront to the very notion of a plan. It appears to rely solely on brute force. Alas, this concept of yours surely sprang from a moment of impulsive inspiration, did it not? Tony, with a resigned gesture, pressed his forehead in disbelief. "Well, initially I had Dr. Banner on board, but he is currently preoccupied with company matters and the formula, so I decided to give it a try myself. Moreover, I came to seek your assistance." "The greatest genius of this century, Tony Stark." Chino scratched his head, acknowledging that he was not cut out for scientific endeavors, yet he held firm belief in Tony's capabilities. "Ahem, very well. Who could refuse a friend?" Tony chuckled with pride, then turned serious. Let me first share my plan with you. He elucidated every step clearly, from the magma energy generation device to the large air purification towers. The preliminary plan is set. I will deliver the blueprints and production lines in a few days for your direct use. Having spoken at length, Tony could no longer suppress his thirst. He licked his lips and drank deeply from the glass of water Chino had handed him. Chapter 65, The Magical Incantation. Chino patted Tony on the shoulder, sincerely expressing, "You have worked hard, Tony. This is indeed a tremendous help. I believe hell will surely be revitalized." Tony pursed his lips, his gaze filled with confusion as he inquired, "Chino, why undertake such a thankless endeavor? Do not attempt to deceive me with the S-H-I-E-L-D rhetoric. If your sole aim is to enhance the quality of life, constructing a steel metropolis would suffice. Why go to such lengths to renovate hell merely for aesthetic appeal? Such reasoning is implausible." Chino remained silent for a moment before retorting, "What do you think motivates my actions? The Ark of Noah?" Tony fixated on Chino, visions of Obadiah, the Lord of Hell, and mountains of treasure flashing through his mind. An instinctive feeling enveloped him. The human world was becoming increasingly perilous. "Chino, can you enlighten me? With such formidable power at your disposal, why do you still require this?" Tony's eyes brimmed with inquiry and perplexity, seemingly awaiting a response that would convince him. "I have glimpsed the future, an alien invasion, the return of deities, the annihilation by demonic forces, supervillains, and the scything of time." Chino spoke slowly, his tone grave and weighty. As Chino recounted his vision, Tony's expression grew increasingly grim, as though shrouded by a pall of gloom. He did not doubt Chino's words. The grand and resolute plan for the transformation of hell laid bare everything. "So, this is your sanctuary, a fortress to protect oneself in times of crisis," Tony remarked, his tone tinged with somberness. "How could this be? Hell has become my home, and I genuinely wish to enhance its appearance. Another intention is to establish it as a stronghold and a secure base. Do you perceive me as someone so timid and apprehensive?" Chino's eyes widened as he regarded Tony with a look of incredulity. "Apologies." Tony's tone carried a hint of remorse. "You must have deduced the origin of my abilities." Chino stated bluntly. During the previous encounter, when Natasha referred to poison ivy, he had surmised that they might have some awareness, though he had not deliberately concealed it. Indeed, the powers of Superman from DC Comics are utterly extraordinary, Tony reflected, recalling the information he had previously encountered. "Precisely. I have replicated Superman's strength. Most of the crises mentioned earlier are within my capacity to resolve. However, I am concerned that in the heat of battle, I might neglect those around me. Hence, the plan to transform hell was conceived, much like how your carelessness resulted in Pepper's abduction," Chino remarked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tony relaxed. He had witnessed a glimpse of Chino's abilities. Nodding, he replied, "I see now. I misjudged you, Chino. Nevertheless, your considerations are indeed thorough." Chino continued, "In the face of such a level of crisis, even the slightest oversight could lead to irrevocable consequences. I do not wish for those I care about to be plunged into danger." Tony wholeheartedly agreed. "I comprehend your sentiments. Having experienced Pepper's ordeal, I too have come to appreciate the significance of safeguarding those close to us." Chino smiled, therefore. "This transformation of hell is not merely for refuge, but also to provide everyone with a stable sanctuary. Thus, Tony, I require your assistance. The sooner we construct this hell, the better." Tony, invigorated by this, responded, "Rest assured, we shall collaboratively mold this hell to confront future crises. Here, take this, a pass to hell for you, and another for Pepper, enabling her to retreat directly to hell in times of peril." Chino handed over 2 stone plaques, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, a subtle, mischievous smile fleeting across his face. Internally, he reveled in his triumph. The Minister of Hell Construction has arrived. Just as Chino was elated to have found a Minister of Construction, a sharp exclamation pierced the air from a distance. "Pepper!" Tony turned to see Pepper approaching, astonished. She soared past on a broomstick, alighting joyfully beside Tony. Soon after, Pamela, Venom, Sia, and Damien followed suit, though they were not riding brooms. "Tony, this is exhilarating," Pepper exclaimed, waving her broom with cheeks flushed in excitement. "Pepper, how did you accomplish this?" Tony furrowed his brow, taking the broom from her for a meticulous inspection, muttering, "It's quite light, wooden, and devoid of any energy, merely a broom for sweeping." "No, it's not the broom that's the issue, it's the power of magic." Chino sensed the excess magical energy surrounding them. "My dear, we have discovered this." Pamela handed over a book. "An introduction to magical spells? Does Mephisto's treasury truly contain such a tome? Chino received the introduction to magical spells from Pamela and, within mere seconds, swiftly leafed through the entire tome. His gaze was focused and rapid, his fingers turning the pages with such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable. But from which demon did you borrow your magical powers? Chino's expression grew serious as he scanned the group with scrutiny. In the Marvel Universe, all magic is borrowed from deities, such as Vishanti and Dormammu. However, this comes at a cost. The physical toll is secondary, for wielding magic often entails borrowing strength from certain magical entities. This is akin to a loan. The user must bear the responsibility of repayment. Failure to repay on time or violation of the pact with a magical entity could result in dire consequences. Young master, it's my borrowing. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with timidity. I have plenty of magical energy. I just lent a bit for my young master's friend to play with. Darling, don't blame she. We couldn't resist the temptation of trying out the legendary magic. Pamela quickly defended her. Chino, I'll keep an eye on them. It's all right. Venom reassured, unfazed, understanding Chino's concern for the girls. Godfather, I am truly sorry. Damien lowered his head, witnessing Chino's anger for the first time. I apologize, Mr. Chino. Pepper echoed, her tone earnest. Tony refrained from interceding, well aware that in this world, nothing is lent without reason. Either one shares a strong bond, or there are debts to be repaid. Is the interest from demons so easily repaid? Chino furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before stating, consider this a warning. Fortunately, nothing disastrous occurred this time. It was she's magic, but dealing with those demons is no trivial matter. It could lead to significant trouble. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their reluctance as they gazed at their brooms, enchanted by the allure of magic. After a moment of contemplation, Chino declared from now on, your magical energy will be funded by hell, but it may only be used within hell. As he spoke, a blinding crimson light emanated from his wrist, akin to a vibrant thread, instantly connecting the infernal magic with them. Hell followed him. If one day they ventured to other realms, it would not just about plummeting from the skies. The group immediately felt a surge of magical energy coursing through them, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they cheered joyfully and eagerly took to the skies. You should join them and keep watch, Chino instructed she, who was nearby. Yes, young master, she replied, her spirits lifted as she soared into the heavens. Chapter 66, Pepper in Flight. Tony gazed up at Pepper dancing joyfully in the sky, his eyes filled with tenderness and nostalgia. I have never seen Pepper smile so radiantly. She always appears so busy or is left cleaning up my messes. Chino patted Tony's shoulder, saying, perhaps the pressures of daily life have been overwhelming, granting her this rare moment of relaxation. Moreover, you should not linger in contemplation here. Let's join the fun. Upon finishing his words, Tony suddenly felt a surge of unfamiliar strength within him, while a book was thrust into his hands. I'll go first, Chino declared, leaving behind a broom as she swiftly ascended into the sky towards Venom and Pamela. Tony gazed at the broom Chino had left behind, shaking his head in disdain. I am Tony Stark. How could I ever rely on such a contraption for flight? As he muttered to himself, he opened the book and located the page on flying. This incantation is rather peculiar, he remarked. After reading it haltingly, he found himself gradually levitating. The sensation of flight was entirely different from donning his armored suit. It was a wholly self-reliant experience, swaying precariously in the high-altitude winds, devoid of a sense of security. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that he had soared at heights of 8,000 meters. After a moment of self-encouragement, Tony endeavored to stabilize his form, drifting upright towards Pepper. Having executed several intricate maneuvers, Pepper floated gracefully as if the wind itself were guiding her, having fully mastered the art of flight. Humanity's yearning for the sky had never waned, and in this moment, Pepper reveled in the exquisite sensation of soaring freely, joyfully calling out, Pamela, Venom, I adore hell. Her beaming smile radiated like a blossoming flower, vibrant and enchanting. Then hell shall always welcome your arrival. Miss Pepper, Chino, the Lord of Hell, replied with a smile, contemplating the potential for developing hell into a tourist destination. It was worth considering, perhaps incorporating flight as a unique feature, albeit with certain restrictions to prevent chaos. Pepper, I'm coming. Tony's rigid form drifted towards them, his expression taut, feeling disoriented by the lack of solid ground beneath him. What sort of pose is that, Tony? Ha ha ha. Pepper laughed heartily at Tony's awkward demeanor, relishing the sight of the usually confident and suave Tony Stark facing a challenging situation. Her laughter echoed in the air, filled with joy and warmth. Initially embarrassed, Tony found himself captivated by Pepper's youthful exuberance and radiant presence. In his moment of distraction, his still uncertain flying skill dissipated, and he was swiftly pulled down by gravity. Ah, Tony! Pepper's expression shifted abruptly as she instinctively maneuvered the broom downward, catching Tony with precision and allowing him to perch atop the broom. "Are you all right, Tony?" she asked, her face etched with concern as she tightly embraced his waist, fearing he might fall again. Although Tony felt a tinge of embarrassment, the sensation of her golden hair brushing against his face and the softness behind him stirred something within him, prompting him to say, "Pepper, hold me tighter. I'm a bit scared." "Then let us descend," Pepper replied, preparing to guide the broom downwards. "No, just let me acclimate up here for a moment." Tony quickly interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing that she was no longer a mere teenager, Pepper smiled softly and tightened her hold on Tony. "Is this all right? The intensity is just right." Tony's lips curved slightly upward, savoring this moment of warmth. "To my surprise, I find myself partaking in someone else's romantic indulgence." Venom hovered in the air, observing the sweet interaction between Tony and Pepper, unable to suppress a murmured comment. "It's quite normal. I've been witnessing their closeness daily. Ever since they solidified their relationship, they've been inseparable." Pommy waved her hand dismissively, wearing a look of accustomed familiarity. Meanwhile, Damien was engrossed in experimenting with other forms of magic. She was nearby, keeping an eye on the little one who needed supervision among the group. "Chino, what are you up to?" Venom inquired, noticing a crimson screen appearing before Chino. His curiosity piqued. "High altitude, falls 1T cause injury. Instructions for utilizing flying magic. Restricted areas." "Chino, are you coding a game?" Venom asked, his face a picture of confusion. "Something like that. There will be many humans in this realm of hell, and I plan to incorporate some unique features and limitations," Chino replied, nodding as his fingers swiftly danced across the screen. After absorbing fragments of hell, he sensed a transformation in this place. Beyond executing precise commands, the territory of hell was expanding, and its power was intensifying. If he could absorb enough cores, he might even forge a bridge connecting the Marvel and DC universes through hell. However, he was in no rush. He would only consider it once he possessed the strength to contend with the 5 deities. "Chino, can I have a go?" Venom's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands itching to try. "Sure, you can help me brainstorm potential scenarios." Chino readily offered a section of the screen. "Awesome," Venom exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he flew over to Pamela, bubbling with enthusiasm. "Pamela, let us play together." Pamela smiled and nodded, and the two promptly began manipulating the screen, their expressions focused and absorbed. Chino paid little mind to them. Even if conflicting commands arose, they could be adjusted. He continued to concentrate on perfecting his part, the red light illuminating his earnest face. As time flowed gently, they returned to the human realm, where dusk had already settled. Pepper still held onto the broom, planning to take it home, and she hopped in place. "Returning to the ground feels a bit strange," she said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "We can always plan another visit to hell next time, dear. Once the official plans commence, the scenery will be even more beautiful and enjoyable," Pamela replied with a smile. "Yes, yes." Pepper nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Thank you, Chino. Today was truly a perfect day," Tony said, patting Chino on the shoulder, a look of contentment radiating from his face. "What a splendid date." Chapter 67, A Wonderful Evening. After bidding farewell to Tony and the others, Chino prepared to take a well-deserved rest. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. "See, what brings you out here?" Chino raised an eyebrow, regarding the petite silhouette. Sir, it was Madame who summoned me," she replied, with her head bowed and hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. She unexpectedly lied to the young master in a voice as faint as a whisper. "Chino, let us take she's shopping tomorrow and allow her to stay here for the night," purred Diu, playfully clinging to Chino's arm. Pamela nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, my dear. She has been quite exhausted lately. Let her relax a bit." I did not object, though I was somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, I acknowledge, "You have indeed worked hard during this time." "It is no trouble at all. Serving the young master is my honor," she replied, lifting her head to meet Chino's gaze with unwavering determination. Chino smiled gently, saying, "Do not be so formal. Tonight, rest well, and tomorrow, enjoy yourself to the fullest." A radiant smile blossomed on Shi's face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, madam. Chino, you should also rest early these days, you know?" Chino looked at Damien with concern in his eyes. "Uncle, I've always gone to bed early," Damien replied, puffing out his chest. "Then what accounts for those dark circles under your eyes?" Chino teased, playfully pinching Damien's cheek. "Well, uncle, I've been playing a bit late recently," Damien's voice lowered, and his gaze faltered. Stark had previously gifted Damien a gaming console. Damien, if you are playing in the middle of the night, I shall confiscate it for a while. Pamela suddenly recalled, her expression darkening as she fixed a stern gaze upon him. I'm sorry, Aunt Pamela, Damien stammered, initially flustered, but upon seeing Pamela's displeased demeanor, he quickly lowered his head in contrition. The suppressed emotions within the Assassin's Guild gradually found solace during this warm period of life. It's all right, Pamela. Chino has been guilty of this too. Du stepped forward, gently soothing Pamela. This time, I shall not confiscate it, but Pamela is also concerned for your health. Children who do not sleep may not grow tall. You wouldn't want to only reach your opponent's knees when helping Bruce in a fight, would you? Chino feigned a stern expression to frighten Damien. He was not overly concerned about the matter. After all, children are naturally curious, and he too had gone through such phases, albeit with a need for moderation. This tactic, however, proved effective. Imagining such a scenario, Damien nodded earnestly. I understand, uncle. I want to stay up late again. Good boy, Chino said gently, ruffling Damien's hair. Communicating with children like him was effortless. They discerned right from wrong and exhibited remarkable self-control. Pamela, please take Damien a bathe. I shall wait for you in the room. Chino winked, his gaze laced with playful intimacy, as the familiar sweetness was always enticing. Pamela's face flushed slightly, and she playfully rolled her eyes at Chino, softly chiding, you always know how to be improper. She then lifted Damien and ascended the stairs. Could you lend me a hand? Huh? Of course, Madame Pamela. She, momentarily lost in thought, quickly responded and hurried to follow. I'm sorry, Aunt Pamela, for disappointing you. Disappointment is not the issue. I merely worry for your health. As punishment, you must drink an extra half cup of milk each morning, Pamela instructed. Yes, Aunt Pamela, she replied obediently. As the sound faded away, Chino turned to Venom, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Do not forget our prior agreement, he urged. Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction. But first, a thorough cleansing is in order. Together, Chino giggled, grasping Venom's hand, eagerly leading him towards the bathroom. A night passed. The sky outside remained shrouded in dimness. Chino, groggy, opened his eyes only to find himself immobilized as if bound. He glanced down to see Venom tightly embracing him on the left and Pamela nestled against him on the right, while Yuki lay nestled in between. The wild and enchanting scenes of the previous night began to crystallize in his mind. It was indeed the first time he felt utterly exhausted. I must admit, Chino sighed. Ever since I received Logan's healing factor, I believe my endurance was boundless. Yet last night's events revealed that even a robust physique has its limits. Master still. Yuki's soft murmur broke the silence, her small face nuzzling against Chino's chest, reminiscent of a languid kitten. Are you a succubus or a shapeshifter? Chino pondered silently, yet remained still, closing his eyes once more and murmuring, let's sleep a little longer. A beam of sunlight ascended from beyond the window, casting a gentle glow upon the disheveled bed. Master? Yuki squinted, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she beheld Chino's slumbering visage. Like a playful kitten, she crawled closer, planting a kiss upon him. Yuki, good morning. Chino was stirred awake by her movements, gradually opening his eyes, his voice laced with the languor of early awakening. Ah, Yuki jolted, her eyes widening in surprise. This is not a dream. I am so sorry. I did not mean to use you as a bed. Flustered, she scrambled to rise. Upon seeing Yuki upright, Chino also sat up in bed, smiling at her as she stood by the bedside. Weren't you quite bold yesterday? Why the sudden shyness now? Yuki, her face flushed, covered it with her hands. Her voice barely a whisper, Master, I overstepped last night. That is of no consequence. If anything, I found it quite delightful, Chino remarked, a reminiscence of pleasure gracing his face. Though he favored the older sister, a change of flavor was occasionally refreshing. As long as the master is satisfied, Yuki murmured. Her gaze lowered. Chino then noticed the stains on Yuki's body. You must feel quite uncomfortable with all that stickiness. Let's take a shower. Without further ado, Chino picked Yuki up and carried her towards the bathroom. Once the shower was on, Chino attentively washed Yuki's hair, gently applying shower gel and meticulously cleaning her body before placing her in the bathing pool to soak. Yuki reveled in her master's care, her heart brimming with joy. I have finally received this. Next, it was her turn for cleansing. Master, allow me to assist. Very well, help me scrub my back. Initially, Yuki dutifully complied, but before long, her hands began to wander elsewhere. Chino, he gently chided, it appears you have strayed. Yuki's voice carried a hint of shyness and playfulness. You seem a bit uncomfortable, but you will have to wash again shortly. That is of no concern, Yuki replied, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 68, Shopping. After Chino and you finished their bath, they were met with Venom's teasing remark. Were you satisfied yesterday, master? The elongated tone was imbued with a hint of flirtation. Hearing this, Chino felt a rush of excitement and quickly suppressed the thought, replying, Venom, be normal. If this continues, we won't need to go out today. Understood, Chino, Venom said, retracting her playful demeanor. Good morning, Lady Venom. You greeted respectfully, fully aware that without Venom's assistance, securing the young master would be impossible. You may call me sister directly, Venom smiled. No, you as a servant. You remained firm in her identity, having refrained from changing her address even in the bathroom. As you wish, call me what you prefer, Chino said. Yes, young master, you replied. By the way, where is Pamela? Chino turned to inquire of Venom. Pamela is next door bathing. She should be preparing breakfast now, Venom responded. All the chefs in the manor are in hell, and Frank is busy forming a team. Chino had initially considered recruiting new chefs, but Pamela had stopped her, claiming she had little to do and would take care of the meals herself. Descending the stairs, they found Damien already seated at the dining table, awaiting breakfast, while Pamela busied herself in the kitchen. Lady Pamela, I am here to assist you, he said, hurrying into the kitchen. You were so exhausted yesterday. Are you feeling all right? Pamela asked with concern. You shook her head, accepting a plate from Pamela's hands. Lady Pamela, I am fine. Demons have a strong recovery ability. How impressive, no matter what kind of splits you perform. Pamela said, a hint of envy in her voice. Knowing that despite her own strength bolstered by the essence of nature, she still could not compete with Chino. Lady Pamela, Yu's hand trembled as she held the plate. Let us not speak of it. At the dining table, Damien said sweetly, Good morning, Godfather, Mama Venom. Good morning, Damien. Chino responded with a smile. Damien, you smell delightful, Venom said lovingly, planting a kiss on Damien's cheek. Although she had abstained from human brains, the essence of a developing human child still brought her joy. Damien sat quietly in Venom's embrace, initially fearful but gradually accustomed to her presence, realizing she bore no ill will. Damien, what have you been up to lately? Chino began to show concern for Damien's well-being. Studying, training, and playing games, Damien replied, his cheeks involuntarily flushing at the mention of games. After a moment's thought, Chino asked, Damien, would you like to go to school? His gaze was filled with care. Although Damien was intellectually mature, Chino felt it was not ideal for a child to remain cooped up at home. What is school? Damien furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the term. School is a place where a group of people of similar age learn new knowledge and can make friends, Chino patiently explained. Godfather, I already have a dedicated teacher for learning, but what is a friend? Are they powerful? Damien wore a perplexed expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Among the members of the Lei Xiao Gu, there were dedicated instructors responsible for his education. Moreover, the training he received from the Assassin Alliance during his formative years had significantly shaped his worldview, leading him to believe that strength was paramount, rendering the concept of friendship rather nebulous to him. Chino found himself momentarily speechless, opening his mouth yet unsure how to address Damien's inquiry. A hint of helplessness crossing his features. Haha, Venom, unable to contain himself any longer, erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the room as he observed Chino's awkwardness. Chino shot a dark glare at Venom, feeling a sense of inner frustration. Meanwhile, Damien remained utterly bewildered, glancing from Chino to the laughing Venom, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. Once the laughter subsided, Venom turned to Damien and said, Although you have an appointed instructor, the individuals at your school may not be particularly formidable, yet this mundane existence is one your father experienced and desired for you. Damien lowered his head in contemplation, a trace of thoughtfulness gracing his youthful visage, before looking up and declaring, Then I wish to try the life my father once led, Godfather. Venom raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Indeed, I shall make arrangements. Chino nodded in agreement. At that moment, Pamela and she approached, carrying plates. Darling, what just happened? Why is Sister Venom laughing so heartily? Pamela inquired with curiosity. Before Chino could respond, Venom eagerly recounted the earlier incident. School? That sounds splendid. It will allow you to interact with peers. Upon hearing this, Pamela gazed at Damien with warmth and approval. After finishing breakfast, the group set out together. This time, Chino took the wheel while the others gradually settled into the vehicle. Sunlight streamed onto the car, casting dazzling reflections. The vehicle smoothly departed from the estate, and along the way, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and conversation. In addition to their previous plan to go shopping, they intended to buy some clothing for she. After all, her wardrobe consisted solely of leather attire and whimsical pieces, which, while suitable for personal admiration, were not appropriate for public display. They arrived once more at the Manhattan district, where the previously dilapidated streets had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if the prior chaos had never occurred, restoring everything to a semblance of normalcy. Chino walked at the center, flanked by Venom on the left and Pamela on the right, two stunning women of contrasting styles, drawing the attention of many passersby. Venom exuded a bold sensuality. Pamela radiated grace and elegance, while Chino embodied a dashing charm. Together, the trio undeniably became a striking sight upon the street. As for Damien, who was being led by She from behind, he was often mistaken for the child of the two women, provoking a flurry of envious glances. These gazes contained a mixture of admiration for Chino's fortune and jealousy towards his ability to attract two captivating women. They arrived at a large clothing store, which was spacious and well-lit, with racks adorned with a plethora of garments. Venom and Pamela enthusiastically selected various outfits for She and Damien, occasionally seeking Chino's opinion. How about this Lolita dress for She? Quite nice, rather adorable. Let us have her try this dress next. Indeed, it's beautiful. Damien looks quite dapper in that tailored suit. Indeed, he exudes charm. Venom gazed at him, speechless. Is not bad all you can say? Well, it's quite splendid. Never mind, you can just observe. In a moment, Pamela and Damien transformed into fashion dolls, experimenting with various styles, which ignited their enthusiasm. Venom and Pamela also tried on several outfits, and by the end, it had evolved into their personal showcase. Chino watched, utterly captivated. Black stockings and suspenders suited Venom and Pamela, while white stockings complemented the evening look perfectly. As for Damien, he had already settled beside Chino, enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 69. The Organization Protecting Earth. However, this scene soon attracted malevolent attention, and Chino frowned. The emblem of the god of the mortal realm illuminated. Those subtle whispers were crystal clear. They were preparing to strike. These wealthy individuals were obvious targets. Reed, there are too many people here. It would be unwise to act directly. Fool, just take them to a secluded spot before making a move. I've had my eye on that redhead for quite some time. I'll take the smaller one. Chino's eyes flashed with a chilling hue, his frosty gaze seemingly capable of freezing one in an instant. Godfather? Damien, seated nearby, felt a shiver run down his spine, fearfully glancing at the formidable figure beside him, sensing a powerful aura of menace. The murderous intent radiating from Chino dissipated in an instant as he reached out to ruffle Damien's hair. Apologies, Damien, did I frighten you? Chino's tone was laced with sincerity. Godfather, who has angered you? Damien inquired as he lifted his head. I am not angry, merely reflecting on some unpleasant matters. Chino smiled gently, a warmth radiating like a spring breeze, filling the atmosphere with comfort. He truly was no longer enraged. After all, who would harbor anger towards the deceased? Soon, several individuals approached from different directions, among them a woman of decent appearance. The woman walked up to Chino and suddenly collapsed, her words unspoken. A knee descended from above, crashing heavily onto the woman's neck, leaving her fate uncertain, whether unconscious or truly lifeless. The surrounding shop staff had yet to scream. The FBI was conducting an operation to apprehend a gang of criminals. One agent, kneeling on the woman, inadvertently caught Chino's gaze, triggering a cascade of cold sweat. Although Chino had made an appearance that night, the cameras were positioned too far to capture his true likeness. The public remained oblivious to his real identity. Yet, he was acutely aware that if this gentleman before him ever lost his temper, the entire nation would be at risk. As the situation escalated, those around, sensing danger, attempted to flee, only to be swiftly subdued by several plainclothes individuals who promptly escorted them away without uttering a word. The entire process was executed with precision, taking less than 30 seconds, and the onlookers barely had time to comprehend the unfolding events before it all concluded. Mr. Chino, it has been a while. A gentle voice called out, imbued with warmth and familiarity. Chino turned to see Coulson, clad in casual attire, emerging from a corner. His face bore the same amiable smile as always, a bag of beverages in hand. Here, a drink from the East. I believe it tastes delightful, Coulson offered, handing over the beverage. As Chino leaned in to examine the green packaging adorned with 2 English letters, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even in a Marvel universe, this was still a familiar sight. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. Instead, he opened a bottle and handed it to Damien, who was beside him. Is S-H-I-E-L-D monitoring me? Chino's gaze was fixed on Coulson, his eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny. Coulson maintained his expression, replying, Not all. We simply monitor every major shopping mall. This was the truth. After confirming Chino's abilities, no one dared to surveil him. However, there were alternative methods, traffic surveillance, mall cameras. Any detection of Chino or his companions would trigger an alert to SHIELD. That's acceptable. Chino nodded slightly, his expression softening somewhat. Who would appreciate free bodyguards? I hope to avoid seeing them. Understood. They will be executing the death sentence this afternoon, despite Coulson's seemingly amiable demeanor. It was crucial to remember that he was an level 8 agent, while Hawkeye was only level 7. Mr. Chino, may I inquire about your whereabouts during this period? Coulson asked casually, though his eyes betrayed a sense of probing curiosity. He had reviewed the report of a crimson hand that had seized and then vanished. It was Nick Fury who prompted your inquiry, Chino replied absently, his attention fixated on the fashion show of Venom and her companions. Indeed. The director has been losing sleep over your absence, Coulson said with a resigned shrug as he sat opposite Chino, careful not to glance at the captivating scene behind him. I'll inform you of my expenses today through the delivery service, Chino said in a relaxed tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Coulson's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected such an easy revelation. No problem, he responded without hesitation. I had a skirmish with another lord of the underworld and seized a few treasures. It was that simple, Chino remarked nonchalantly. Another underworld? Are you implying there is more than one hell? Coulson's expression instantly shifted to one of profound shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, counting myself, there are 10. Chino dropped this bombshell casually. 10, Coulson exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Chino couldn't help but chuckle at Coulson's incredulous expression. Regaining his composure, Coulson stated, you must be deceiving me. If there were 10 demon lords, the earth would have been obliterated long ago. Not at all. Those beings are merely kept at bay by the mystic masters, unable to breach earth, Chino countered, his laughter subsiding as he revealed the truth. Coulson sighed in relief and asked, who are the mystic masters? They are a clandestine organization with a legacy spanning millions of years, mostly indifferent to fame and fortune. They stand as the true guardians of Earth against the invasion of those demonic entities, far surpassing your SHLD in their protective efforts, Chino said, his eyes reflecting a flicker of admiration. Coulson silently regarded Chino, his gaze clearly questioning how he managed to enter this realm. I am different. I have my connections, Chino replied, raising an eyebrow. Though uncertain why the Supreme Mage had yet to make an appearance, he presumed that his existence was tacitly accepted. And where might they be? Coulson wished to inquire further, yet Chino had already risen from the sofa and departed. The questions have been addressed. I entrust you with passing my regards to Nick Fury. May he find restful slumber ahead. Observing Chino's retreating silhouette, accompanied by a gaggle of companions, Coulson couldn't help but let out a wry smile. A good night's sleep. Such tantalizing words, yet they leave me restless. Sir, how shall we proceed with this? A previously undercover agent appeared, gesturing toward a pile of garments. Settle the bill. Have it delivered to the manor, Coulson replied, exasperated. However, we lack sufficient funds, the agent responded, visibly troubled. I shall cover the expenses. Coulson suddenly realized they were surrounded by luxury items, with even the least expensive garments costing thousands of dollars. He would later seek reimbursement from SHIELD. With this thought, he sighed deeply. Chino and his entourage continued their shopping spree, indulging in a fashion show while purchasing lavish items. Although wealth was abundant, spending one's own money paled in comparison to the thrill of acquiring something for free. Chapter 70, The Sandman. Feeling that their shopping excursion had reached its zenith, the group returned to the restaurant from their previous visit. They gathered around a table, savoring exquisite desserts. Pamela gazed out the window at the bustling street, relishing the moment as she remarked, the weather today is splendid. No sooner had she spoken than a colossal sandstorm roared past the window, instantly obscuring the sunlight with a veil of dust. Chino and the others exchanged silent glances. This is the second time, Pamela defended innocently. Simultaneously, a white figure darted by outside. Is that Gwen? Manhattan. The massive sandstorm rampaged down the street, ultimately halting abruptly beside an armored truck at the bank. What on earth is that? A guard exclaimed in terror. Before he could finish, the ferocious dust cloud knocked him unconscious. Another guard, in a panic, grabbed the radio and shouted, the armored truck is under siege. Request assistance. Amidst the swirling storm, grains of sand began to coalesce, forming a tall man clad in a green striped shirt. Flint Marco revealed himself, striding into the armored truck, stuffing 2 bags of cash and preparing to make his escape. Suddenly, several police cars screeched to a halt, blocking the intersection. Drop the money. Officers disembarked, weapons drawn, their expressions taut with tension. I do not wish to harm you. Stand aside, Flint warned loudly, a note of caution in his voice. Fire. At the command, a hail of bullets rained down upon Flint, piercing his form. Yet instead of blood, sand cascaded from the wounds. I told you, step back. Flint's arm transformed into sand, sweeping outward with a fierce motion. Countless grains shot forth like bullets, whistling through the air. The officers' faces paled as they dove behind their vehicles, the sound of sand colliding with metal ringing in the air. Seizing the moment while the police were incapacitated, Flint pivoted to flee in another direction. At that instant, a white figure descended from above, swiftly shooting webs to ensnare the bag of money in his grasp, yanking it away with force. Sandman, this is not yours. The ethereal figure gracefully descended, revealing the ghost spider. Gwen, return my money, Flint shouted in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, already seething from the police's gunfire, and now incensed further by Spider-Man's interference. Flint roared as he charged at Gwen, countless grains of sand swirling around him like a tumultuous tide. Gwen nimbly leaped and dodged, her movements akin to a dance in midair, while continuously shooting webbing to restrain Flint. You are committing a crime, Sandman, the ghost spider declared emphatically. I only need the money, Flint bellowed, asserting that this world had never been fair to him, and he was determined to fight for what he believed was his. A fierce chase ensued on the streets, with the police anxiously observing from the sidelines, reluctant to intervene, fully aware that their firepower seemed futile against Sandman. A massive fist of sand coalesced and hurled towards the ghost spider. As Gwen ran, she pondered her strategy, knowing she could not allow Flint to escape, or he would continue his criminal ways. Suddenly, she spotted a construction site nearby, and an idea sparked in her mind. The ghost spider intentionally led Flint towards the construction site. Focused solely on reclaiming his money bag, Flint remained oblivious to Gwen's intentions, relentlessly pursuing her. Upon entering the construction site, the ghost spider adeptly maneuvered between various building materials using her webbing, significantly limiting Flint's sand-based attacks. Enraged, Flint roared, demolishing the surrounding structures in a futile attempt to locate the ghost spider. You cannot escape, Flint shouted. Hiding behind a massive steel beam, the ghost spider quietly observed Flint's movements. Noticing Flint's attention was solely on finding her, she seized the opportunity to shoot webbing, binding several heavy construction materials together. As Flint approached, the ghost spider yanked the web with all her strength, sending the materials crashing down upon him. Flint was unable to evade in time, becoming trapped beneath the debris. Phew! It's finally over, the ghost spider sighed in relief. However, just as she believed the situation was resolved, the sand beneath began to stir. Flint miraculously emerged from the rubble, now more furious than before. You have completely enraged me. Flint's form instantly transformed into an immense, blinding sandstorm, surging towards Gwen with the force of a natural disaster, as if he intended to engulf her within its raging tempest. Bring it on, let me test this move. Gwen raised her hand, and the emerald ring on her ring finger glowed with brilliance. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped around her, and a monumental tornado erupted from the ground. No. Flint desperately attempted to solidify his form within the sandstorm, but as he began to coalesce, the tornado's powerful suction tore his sand particles away, causing them to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, all that remained was a tempestuous yellow tornado, while Flint's figure vanished without a trace. Done. Gwen lifted her mask, revealing the delicate contours of her lower face, and exhaled deeply. It was the sweltering summer, and donning this tight-fitting suit for battle was proving quite uncomfortable. What hassle, she murmured to herself, pondering when the lecherous rogue would return. She pressed a kiss to the ring in her hand, as if it still held the warmth of Chino, and felt a pang of longing for him. A few days prior, she had sought him out, only to find Pamela and his newly adopted ward at home, leaving her heart somewhat desolate. Spider-Woman, the astonished police officers and armored car personnel stood agape, staring at the stationary tornado before them. Gwen lowered her mask and addressed them. Officer, I've told you, call me Ghost Spider. Spider-Woman doesn't quite suit me. All right, Ghost Spider, the visibly amused officer replied, gratitude shining in his eyes. Most held a favorable view of this arachnid, who consistently aided in maintaining order. After all, her presence had significantly reduced police casualties, despite some believing she undermined the authority of the precinct and was uncontrollable. Chapter 71, An Obsession with Family Ties. Ghost Spider, could I trouble you for an autograph? A young officer gazed at Gwen with adoration, excitement flickering in his eyes. Female Spider-Man fans outnumbered their male counterparts. Of course, Gwen replied, accepting the paper and pen the officer offered, fulfilling a small wish of her admirer. After signing, she returned to the corner where she had previously lingered, retrieving the handbag she had reclaimed from Sandman and presenting it to the officers. "This is the stolen cash taken by Sandman. Please examine it. Thank you for your efforts." The officer replied solemnly, yet was oblivious to the tremors of sand surrounding the construction site, gradually being drawn into the whirlwind. Initially, no one paid heed, as they focused on devising a plan to deal with Sandman. However, the tornado began to spiral out of control, the once steady column of wind violently swaying, its howls growing increasingly shrill. "P.S. coming out. You all need to get back," Gwen warned. No sooner had she spoken than a towering 10-meter sand giant erupted from the tornado, the forceful gusts kicking up dust all around. "I said, give me the money," the sand giant bellowed, raising its colossal fists high before bringing them crashing down. The immense shadow swiftly engulfed Gwen and the officers, a suffocating pressure weighing upon them. The officers were paralyzed by the terrifying sight, their legs trembling and faces pale as they contemplated fleeing but found themselves rooted to the spot. Gwen, of course, could escape effortlessly. Her abilities would allow her to vanish in an instant. However, she knew the officers would be reduced to mere pulp beneath the giant's crushing fists. "I hope it won't hurt too much," she thought, crouching slightly to gather her strength before leaping into the air. A surge of air formed beneath her, propelling her upwards like a cannonball towards the colossal figure. As she neared the giant's massive fists, she clenched her teeth and tightened her grip, bracing herself for the impending impact. Indeed, one should cherish oneself. A voice of resignation echoed in her ears as Gwen felt an arm encircle her waist. Subsequently, a gentle force emerged, deftly dissipating her forward momentum. A resounding boom reverberated through the heavens as the colossal fist above her erupted, transforming into a cloud of dust. The fierce wind generated by the punch howled like a ferocious beast, forcefully scattering the debris into the distance, creating a veil of haze. The shockwave from the disintegrating arm caused a massive sand giant to lose its balance, crashing backward against an unfinished building, producing a dull thud and raising a cloud of dust. "Chino!" Gwen exclaimed in delight, her eyes brimming with excitement and joy. The officers on the ground gazed up at the sky, mouths agape, their expressions filled with astonishment and reverence. The golden cloak swayed wildly in the wind, resembling a blazing flame. The armor emblazoned within gleamed with a piercing brilliance, its perfect physique exuding an unparalleled sense of strength, while the handsome visage seemed as though meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Even without having witnessed his true form, one could discern his identity. The Demon King, an officer could not help but utter, his voice trembling with fear. Unlike Spider-Man, Chino's ability to summon demons and his near-catastrophic actions elicited only dread from the masses. Chino descended slowly from the sky, his feet lightly touching the ground as he released his hold, smiling down at Gwen who still leaned against him. His gaze filled with affection. "How about we head home, and you can lean on me for a while?" Chino teased, his voice soft and magnetic. "Wait, when did you return?" Gwen instinctively replied. Then, regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly stepped out of Chino's broad and warm embrace. "I just got back yesterday. We can chat later. The matter is not yet resolved," Chino said, glancing at the sand giant that had regained its footing. The sand giant absorbed the surrounding sand, rapidly mending its form, unaware of the existence of the Demon King after just emerging from prison. "Why is everyone trying to stop me? I'm only taking a little money." "Not all of it." The sand giant roared in anger, his voice filled with resentment and defiance. "Who cares about that? I'm here because you nearly harmed my girl." Chino's eyes sparkled with intensity. A hum resonated as a searing beam shot forth, the blinding red light piercing the sand giant's body like a sword. Upon contact with the red light, the sand giant's form transformed into molten glass. "Oh!" Flint screamed in agony, manipulating the sand to form barriers while attempting to restore his body. However, as the construction site's sand diminished, Flint could only utilize the sand within his own body to fend off the assault, causing his enormous figure to shrink continuously. At the site, scarlet glass flowed forth, radiating an excruciating heat. The surrounding officers wiped the sweat from their brows, too apprehensive to retreat. Soon, Flint's form had dwindled to less than 5 meters. "Penny, Daddy will bring you a lot of money for your treatment soon." A fierce and resolute glint flickered in Flint's eyes as his body, reduced to a mere meter of grit, swiftly amalgamated the scattered sand with the shards of glass upon the ground, forming a makeshift shield. He pressed forward, enduring the oppressive gaze with painstaking effort. "Penny?" The sound of his voice was captured by Penny's extraordinary hearing. Chino recalled a version of the Sandman who had resorted to thievery for the sake of healing his daughter. As the shield in Flint's grasp dwindled, despair began to wash over him, Yet at that moment, the intense scrutiny finally vanished. An opportunity. Frank, abandoning the nearly molten glass in his hands, made an attempt to rush forward, but weakness overtook him, and he collapsed, a mere pile of dust. Had he truly reached his limit? Was money so paramount to him? Gwen felt a pang of melancholy. Although Flint was an adversary, the courage he had just displayed in charging toward death was undeniably stirring. Chino offered no reply, his gaze fixed upon the dust, as he retrieved a pendant containing a photograph. A token of familial love? In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Before Gwen could ponder Chino's whereabouts, he reappeared, carrying several bags of sand which he let spill to the ground, forming a mound. Time passed, yet still there was no movement, as if Flint had truly succumbed to death. Do you not wish to see Penny again? Chino's voice resonated softly. Flint, whose consciousness had begun to drift into slumber, was jolted awake by those words. Penny, I must bring the money back. This thought flashed wildly within Flint's mind, reigniting the almost extinguished flame of his will. His fervent obsession for his daughter stirred within him a primal instinct for survival. The mound of sand began to tremble once more, slowly coalescing into a human form. The process was fraught with challenges, collapsing repeatedly, yet eventually, it succeeded in taking on a humanoid shape. Why do you save me? Flint gazed at the man before him with a complex expression mere moments ago. This very man had nearly taken his life, and now he had chosen to rescue him. Chapter 72, 1 million monthly. Chino extended the pendant toward him. I have taken a liking to your capabilities. Would you consider working for me with a legitimate income? Flint solemnly accepted the pendant, aware that refusing was not an option, and inquired, how much? $300,000, Chino stated as he revealed his compensation. Not enough. I demand 1 million within a day, and I shall sell you my life. Flint shook his head resolutely. The medical expenses for my daughter have already accrued to 100,000. At least 1 million is required for her treatment. Gwen felt a tumult of emotions. Had he resorted to robbery solely for the sake of his daughter? No problem. Just sign here. Chino produced a black demonic contract. The Sandman possessed formidable potential, capable of momentarily contending with him given ample sand. Flint took a glance at the document. 1 million seemed agreeable, and he grasped the pen to sign. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead and his eyes widened. Have you made an error? Chino furrowed his brow and inspected the contract. I offer a monthly salary of 1 million. As an employee, you will become my lifelong subordinate. Is that not correct? Chino queried, his expression one of confusion. 1 million per month. The police officers wore expressions of astonishment, scarcely able to believe their ears. Who was this benefactor? No, Chino. How could you possibly have so much money? Gwen interjected, unable to contain her disbelief. Flint gazed at Chino with incredulity, suspicion evident in his eyes. Surely he was not being deceived. Did I not mention? I am a shareholder of Stark Group, holding 20% of the shares, Chino remarked, tilting his head slightly. Absolutely not. Gwen discovered that there were numerous facets to her boyfriend that she remained oblivious to. Shall we sign? After-tax salary, Chino said as he waved the contract in his hand, the paper rustling audibly. Let us sign, boss. Flint exclaimed without hesitation, swiftly inscribing his name on the contract, his hand moving with astonishing speed, as if fearing that the contract might vanish if he delayed. He had thought it was 1 million a year. Who was unaware of Stark Group, a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions. Let us proceed. Just provide the card number, Chino stated while retrieving his phone, intending to have Lei Xiaogu transfer the funds. Boss, I just got out of prison. My ID and card are all frozen. Is it possible to receive cash instead? Flint scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Chino's gaze shifted to the 2 bags of ill-gotten gains on the floor. Cash was indeed at hand. A slender figure obstructed Chino's view. That won't do, and furthermore, since you've recruited him as your subordinate, he must also compensate for the damages he has caused, Gwen stated, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Were it not for the fact that he didn't kill anyone this time, I would have insisted on sending him to prison. I was merely observing. I never suggested robbing him, Chino replied, reluctantly diverting his attention, his gaze now resting upon Gwen's slender form. Clad in that fitted attire, Gwen's exquisite curves were perfectly accentuated. Her slim waist was delicate to the touch, her long legs straight and powerful, complemented by her alluring figure, exuding charm and temptation. What are you staring at? Gwen shyly turned away from his gaze, inadvertently accentuating the enticing curves behind her, further enhancing her graceful demeanor. Nothing. I simply wish to provide you with a new battle outfit, Chino stated, his gaze unwavering, unabashed in admiring his girlfriend. Gwen felt a flush of warmth from his intense gaze and hurriedly moved behind him, forcefully turning his head towards Flint. Stop looking. You should deal with him first. She chided playfully. So, does that mean once you handle this, I can look freely? Chino's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Absolutely not. Gwen huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Flint kept his head down, not daring to breathe, his heart racing with anxiety. He had nearly struck the boss's beloved moments ago. Chino turned toward the door and called out, Coulson, come here and lend a hand. Coulson stepped confidently into the room from the doorway, evidently having overheard the earlier discussion. Chino, what do you need my assistance with? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Clear his identity. In return, I can provide you with a piece of ordinary information, Chino replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. No problem. Within 10 minutes, Flint's criminal record will be entirely erased, and he will be an ordinary citizen, Coulson declared without hesitation. Gwen observed the illicit transaction without uttering a word, and the police, too, pretended not to see. Such is the nature of this country. As long as there are sufficient exchanges of interest, one can engage in any endeavor. Flint, however, was visibly exhilarated, trembling with excitement at the prospect of seeing his daughter openly. Flint, go to this address and seek out a man named Lei Xiaogu. He will advance you 1 million. Chino said, handing him a note. Chino then turned to the police, instructing, you all should go as well. Each of you will receive 10,000. And those injured will receive 15,000. Any losses incurred will be reimbursed at full value. Flint, this amount will be deducted from your salary next month. Oh yeah. The police and the cash couriers erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. 10,000 was equivalent to 2 months' salary for them. Notably, the courier who had been knocked unconscious looked at Flint with gratitude, as if the earlier conflict had never transpired. Flint held no objections. The prospect of receiving a hefty sum outweighed any minor deductions. Is this acceptable? Chino asked with a smile, his gaze fixed on Gwen. It's mediocre, Gwen replied, though her lips curled into an involuntary smile beneath her mask. Go to the GGSH restaurant. Pamela and the others are there. I'll join you shortly, Chino added. All right, Gwen nodded, turning gracefully to depart, her figure appearing particularly enchanting in the sunlight. Collison pondered. The identity of the ghost spider was not a secret to them. They could elevate her father's position as a favor. Once everyone had left, Chino turned to Collison. Ask quickly. My date isn't over yet. The location of the mystic sorcerer. This information is not as inexpensive as you might think. Collison, undeterred, decided to give it a try. A hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico yesterday. Do you know its origin? I didn't know about that. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? Chino raised an eyebrow, teasingly withholding details. Don't tell me the gods are descending to Earth, Collison replied with a wry smile. Not quite. To put simply, the thunder god made a mistake and was cast down by Odin to undergo trials and regain his powers. What should we do? Collison asked, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A meeting between mortals and deities was unprecedented. Do not fret. Just ensure his safety, refrain from disturbing his trials, and even offer some assistance in his endeavors. You can consider it a diplomatic engagement with extraterrestrial beings, Chino said, his demeanor relaxed, as if it were of little consequence. Chapter 73, Gwen's Physical Data. Collison furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with anxiety and unease. It sounded simple, yet if that thunder god were to encounter trouble on Earth, they could be faced with an interstellar war. The consequences would be dire. Earth could plunge into endless calamity. Relax. Nick Fury has experience with such matters. Just report it to him. Collison recalled an alien who had masqueraded as a human years ago, feeling a weight settle in his heart. After obtaining the desired information, Collison hurriedly departed. Chino soared to the rooftop of the restaurant, his battle attire instantaneously transforming into venom. Their hands intertwined as they descended the stairs together. Gwen had already arrived, cheerfully chatting with Pamela and Sue, her face radiating joy. Damien sat nearby, his expression a mixture of turmoil and confusion. Venom boldly plopped down beside Sue, casually seizing a pastry from the table and popping it into his mouth. Chino lifted Damien, placing him on his lap, and inquired, What are you thinking about, Damien? Damien quietly asked, should I call her Mom or Annie? Although he had addressed her as Auntie just days prior, the ring on her finger, resembling one that a mother would wear, now suggested a new maternal figure. The lively chatter abruptly ceased, despite Damien's whisper. The individuals present were far from ordinary and heard him clearly. Just call me Annie, Gwen responded, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness and fluster. Ha! Let's stick with Annie for now. You can call her Mom when Annie moves into the manor, Chino teased. Grinning at Gwen. Who is your Annie? Gwen shot him a glare, suddenly recalling that Damien was still nestled in his embrace, and quickly clarified, Damien, I wasn't referring to you. You should still call me Annie. Gwen's expression grew complex as she reflected on how she had reached the age where she could be addressed as Annie. At just 19, still in her school years. It struck her as peculiar. Damien obediently nodded, his childish voice chiming, Okay, Gwen, Annie. The group erupted into laughter at Damien's adorable demeanor, the atmosphere becoming much lighter. After finishing lunch, the group enthusiastically continued their excursion. This time, accompanied by Gwen, they had an agent from Miss H. Ildy trailing behind to settle the bill. Chino deliberately lagged, half a step behind, stealthily walking alongside Gwen at the rear. Gwen remained silent, biting her lip, her gaze wandering uncertainly. Chino, too, kept quiet, directly grasping her fingers. Gwen attempted to pull away, but found herself unable to escape his hold, a subtle blush creeping across her face. Chino toyed with her fingers, delicate and slender, the tips gliding softly over her palm, as if savoring the intimacy and warmth. Gwen allowed him to play with her hand, her blush deepening, yet she did not retract, merely lowering her head, avoiding his gaze. Gwen, he prompted, what's the matter? Share your physical data with me. Gwen's face instantly flushed a vivid red, akin to a ripe tomato, as she vigorously attempted to shake off Chino's hand, to no avail. Pervert, what do you need that for? She retorted, both embarrassed and indignant. Though she had tacitly accepted being his girlfriend, his direct demand for her physical data felt excessively forward. Fool, what are you thinking? It's obviously for crafting your battle suit, Chino replied, somewhat exasperated. Battle suit? She echoed, incredulous. Your outfit has no protective qualities whatsoever and lacks any special features. It resembles a mere costume. What costume? That was a design I spent considerable time perfecting. Gwen protested, slightly miffed, turning her head away, her lips forming a subtle pout. Apologies, I misspoke. There is no defensive armor. Therefore, I intend to design a new suit for you. One that at the very least can withstand bullets, Chino's explained patiently, his eyes reflecting earnestness and focus. Gwen turned her head, noticing the concern in his gaze. Her cheeks flushing as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered a few numbers. Chino's gazed at Gwen in surprise, who became increasingly embarrassed under his scrutiny. Breaking free and rushing to Pamela's side. What happened, darling? Did someone upset you? Pamela asked with a smile, gently stroking Gwen's golden hair, having intentionally created an opportunity for the two before swiftly approaching. No. Gwen clung to Pamela's arm, her ears burning with embarrassment, acutely aware of the piercing gaze directed at her from behind, feeling utterly humiliated. Venom, could you assist me in checking on Damien? She suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Of course, Venom replied readily, delighted at the prospect, as he scooped Damien into his arms, nuzzling him while murmuring, so fragrant and soft. Venom, please be gentle. Damien sighed helplessly, his little face a mixture of exasperation and indulgence. She stood still, waiting for Chino's to catch up, and once he was by her side, she took a step forward. Chino's naturally took She's small hand and inquired, What is it, She? Young master, I just overheard your conversation. There is a type of demon spider in hell whose silk possesses remarkable strength and self-repairing capabilities. It should meet your requirements, she said earnestly, looking up at Chino's. This material sounds promising. Gather some for me. How'd you come to know of it? Chino's asked, intrigued. I discovered it while making a suit for you using hell spider silk, but you typically wear Venom's attire, so it went unused, she replied softly, a hint of regret in her tone. Who says it went to waste? In a few days, the company will officially launch. Bring the suit to me then. Chino's gently squeezed She's small hand, a warm smile gracing his face. Yes, young master, she beamed, her radiant smile reflecting that her efforts were not in vain. Chino's continued to caress She's fingers, sensing something was amiss. She, this is for you. She looked on in confusion as Chino's produced an ice blue ring and placed it on her finger, her consciousness instantly connecting to it, comprehending its purpose. Young master, I cannot accept this, she protested, attempting to remove it and return it to him. Keep it, and do not return it to me. Chino's firmly grasped her hand, his tone resolute and unyielding. The ice storm ring, zero ring capable of drawing energy from the frigid depths of outer space. It can unleash waves of cold, freeze the air, lower the temperature of objects or individuals, and even approach absolute zero. It can entrap foes within ice blocks or colossal waves of snow and ice. Chapter: The Thunder God's draft has a touch of poison. As the two strolled leisurely down the street, a small halo appeared above them, and a beam of light flashed, causing a piece of paper to fall. Chino extended his hand to catch the note, unfolding it to reveal the message. Assist the son of Odin in completing his trials. And the reward shall be a designated artifact. Chino tilted his head, pondering inwardly, It resembles a quest from a video game, yet according to the timeline, Thor's trials should have concluded by now. Venom leaned in for a closer look. Should we accept it? Surely, who would refuse a gift of an artifact? Without hesitation, Chino replied, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Upon speaking, he signaled an OK gesture towards the sky, indicating his acceptance. The gesture was resolute and unwavering, as if he could already envision the artifact beckoning to him. Focusing intently, Chino attuned himself to the coordinates of Coulson, with his eyes tightly closed. His formidable mental prowess manifested like invisible tendrils, traversing the barriers of space to precisely lock onto the target. Amidst a surge of magical energy, a hellish portal slowly materialized before him. In a flash of light, Chino instantly found himself beside Coulson. Upon his arrival, he was enveloped in the dim ambience of a bar. The lighting was subdued and ethereal, with the air thick with a mingled sense of smoke and liquor. "Mr. Chino, how'd you get here?" Coulson inquired, a look of surprise and confusion etched upon his face. "That is a question for you. Odin has assigned me a task to aid his son in completing his trials," Chino replied, taking a seat at the bar, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. "Is it truly impossible?" Coulson sighed, his brow furrowed, an expression laden with concern. A sudden crash echoed from a distance, followed by a booming shout. "Is there anyone else?" Laughter erupted. Chino's enhanced vision pierced through the crowd, revealing a burly blond man, his complexion flushed and eyes glazed yet exuding arrogance. The table before him was littered with empty glasses, precariously balanced. After a robust figure dragged the inebriated man away, a bearded giant raised the hand of the blond man. "I declare the victor of today's Bacchanalian contest is Thor." Cheers erupted from the crowd, a thunderous cacophony that seemed capable of lifting the very roof of the bar. Chino squinted. If he wasn't too mistaken, the announcer was Crossbones. Moreover, the bartender, DJ, dancers, and even patrons were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. His keen perception easily noted that they were all armed, concealed in strategic locations. Only a handful were genuine patrons, blissfully oblivious to the tense and raucous atmosphere, lost in their revelry. "Excuse me, could I have 2 glasses of chocolate milk?" Chino addressed the bartender. "Chino, I wish to sample the taste of alcohol." Venom expressed with curiosity. "Prepare her a glass of chocolate liquor." Chino instructed the bartender with a turn of his head. "Very well, sir. But the tavern is out of milk. It will take some time to procure some," the bartender responded, nodding in acknowledgement, as he naturally recognized Chino as a fellow agent of S.H.I.L.D. Once the drinks of liquor and milk were served, Chino finally inquired, "Coulson, what is the situation? This operational plan does not align with your usual style." Coulson offered a wry smile and began to recount the details. Upon receiving news regarding Chino, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. agency placed significant emphasis on the matter. Personnel were deployed across various locations in the town, meticulously observing all passers-by, until a golden-haired man appeared, devoid of any information in the national database. Consequently, an attempt was made to engage him in conversation. Thor, in search of his hammer, attempted to assist him but ultimately failed, leaving him in a state of despondency. The strategy devised by S.H.I.E.L.D. was to feign the demeanor of benevolent ordinary citizens by inviting him for drinks. Yet therein lay the issue. This individual became addicted, spending each day immersed in the tavern's atmosphere. They were at a loss as to how to manage the situation, uncertain whether any aggressive action might lead to a rekindled animosity towards Earth upon regaining his powers. Thus, they found themselves in a quandary. Coulson, shaking his head in resignation, expressed his growing concern through his increasingly troubled demeanor. His eyes betrayed a sense of anxiety and unrest, evidently troubled by the predicament. Chino furrowed his brow, his expression somber. "Have you encountered any scientific teams prior to this?" he inquired. "No. Upon receiving your report, we expelled all outsiders from the town. Now, the only inhabitants are the uninformed locals and S.H.I.L.D. personnel," Coulson replied. Chino was taken aback by the implication of his own involvement, feeling a pang of regret. In the original timeline, Thor had the companionship of a woman during his bewilderment upon being banished to Midgard and during his subsequent failure to lift his hammer. Now, without her presence, he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. With this thought, Chino sighed in resignation. Thor rushed onto the stage, exuberantly shouting at the DJ, "Hey, crank up some electrifying music." The DJ responded with an OK gesture and, without hesitation, turned up the volume to its maximum, unleashing a deafening wave of sound. Startled by this sudden cacophony, Venom dropped his glass, shattering it on the floor. Chino, it's too loud, Venom exclaimed, his tone laced with irritation as he clamped his hands over his ears. Come in my body, Chino swiftly extended his hand, and Venom flowed up his arm and into his form. Subsequently, Chino enveloped himself in a bioforce field, successfully shielding himself from the ear-splitting noise. Chapter 74. The Love of She. You wish to be a servant, and I will allow it. Yet I desire to present you with a ring, which is also my choice. Though I do not comprehend the source of your fear, the ring signifies my promise to protect you until my last breath. After a brief silence, she tugged gently on Chino's hand. Master, could you please crouch down for a moment? Chino complied, and before he could fully process the request, a petite pair of lips pressed against his own. The kiss was tender and fleeting, yet imbued with profound affection. I love you, master, but I only wish to be your servant. She's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, her cheeks flushed and her eyes brimming with love. I love you too. Chino replied, drawing her tightly into his embrace as if he sought to meld her essence with his own. Bystanders were taken aback by this scene. Although this country prided itself on freedom, she appeared to be underage. Some individuals halted, eyes wide in astonishment, before regaining their composure and preparing to call the authorities. A few burly men approached, their faces contorted with anger, ready to confront Chino. What are you all staring at? Hurry and run. Gwen dashed forward, seizing the hands of She and Chino as they sprinted away. Pamela and Venom clung tightly to Damien, striving to keep pace. Ha ha, isn't this amusing, Damien? Venom's sister, please stop laughing, or we shall be surrounded. Thus, the scene of Chino racing through the streets alongside captivating beauties was laid bare for all to witness. Gwen led the charge, pulling She and Chino along, while Pamela and Venom struggled to keep up with Damien. Their hair whipped chaotically in the wind, expressions reflecting either tension or exhilaration. Bystanders turned their heads. Some gaped in astonishment, others raised their phones to capture the moment, while a few pointed and murmured behind them. In that instant, they became the most conspicuous figures on that street. Within the Demon King's palace, a portal quietly materialized. She emerged slowly from within, striding through the dim corridor where ethereal blue flames danced upon the stone walls, illuminating her petite visage. A gentle smile occasionally graced her lips, a reflection of her contentment. Though she longed to remain at her master's side, the affairs of the underworld demanded her attention, forbidding her prolonged absence. Arriving at her usual workspace, she was met with a cacophony of frustrated voices. Why must demons construct restrooms? Can't they just relieve themselves outdoors? No, she interjected, those lands are destined for future cities. We cannot allow such indiscretions. I was merely a foot soldier, unversed in administrative duties. And why is Hulk absent? What use is he if he cannot even read? Damn it, when will that fellow return? I don't know, perhaps in 2 or 3 days. Moreover, I advise you to treat She with greater respect. She may return as the new queen. Her? Transform into a delicate little carrot? Impossible. At that moment, the door creaked open. The room fell into an instant silence. Bronsky and Basar lowered their heads, feigning earnestness in their tasks. Mora placed her formidable arms on the table, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing She. You're back so soon. Yes, leave the remaining tasks to me. Mora quickly vacated her spot, relief washing over her. Wonderful. These documents nearly drove me mad. She efficiently navigated through the tasks without lifting her gaze. You've all worked hard during this time. It wasn't arduous, merely tedious. By the way, how did it go? Did you win over His Majesty? Are we to address you as Queen now? Mora inquired, her curiosity piqued. Bronsky and Basar perked up their ears, well aware of She's mission during her absence. He remains my master. A tender smile graced She's face. Meanwhile, across the desk, Basar straightened his posture, a smug grin spreading across his face. I knew it. His Majesty could never be drawn to someone as feeble as you. His gaze burned with palpable disdain, akin to flames igniting with contempt for She. Even after being vanquished by Chino, he refrained from striking you, regarding him merely as an individual who had fortuitously triumphed through hellish privileges, unworthy of any respect. Beside him, Bronsky sat quietly, engrossed in paperwork, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding turmoil. After all, the status of the Hell's steward appeared unchanged. You, as if oblivious to Barsa's taunts, continued his actions with unwavering composure, unaffected by the derision directed at him. Mora suddenly turned her head, her eyes flashing with a fierce, demonic intensity as she glared at Barsa, her gaze seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Subsequently, she swiftly approached you from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her ample bosom resting gently upon his head like a soft cushion. It's all right, you. We shall return next time. Mora's voice was tender, Perhaps you could take a cue from my physique. It seems humanity is quite fond of it, and even the sovereign was captivated at first glance. She nuzzled against you, attempting to console her friend through this intimate gesture. The two had been together since their days of struggling like ants in hell. Back then, you had willingly ventured into the paths of formidable demons to protect them both, often enduring bullying in exchange for meager protection and scant sustenance. Mora, as a healing demon, had always been there to mend U.S. wounds, pulling her back from the brink of death time and again. Once, when chosen by the former Demon King to meet the new ruler, Mora had hesitated to attend, fearful of the unknown dangers. Yet you, harboring a glimmer of hope, was willing to take a gamble. Amidst the throng of powerful demons jostling them, you never wavered, continually altering her appearance in an effort to attract the new monarch's attention. It was only at the last moment, when she had nearly given up, that Chino called her forth, bestowing upon her the fortunate gift of hellish authority. Upon returning to hell, Yu's first act was to wield that immense power to subjugate all the demons who had once tormented her and Mora, mercilessly striking them down like a vengeful goddess, releasing years of pent-up resentment. Thus, her heart harbored profound gratitude towards Chino, a sentiment akin to that of a devotee towards their deity. Yu's feelings for Chino were intricate, a tangled mass of emotions. Love blossomed within her heart like a resplendent flower, each petal inscribed with admiration for Chino, the brilliant star illuminating her world amidst the darkness of hell. Yet, fear accompanied her like a shadow, entwining around that flower with cold thorns. She dreaded that her love might shatter like fragile bubbles, feared that her affections would seem inconsequential in Chino's eyes, and was terrified of losing this hard-won warmth. Amidst this tumultuous whirlpool of emotions, you felt adrift. Thus, she chose to become a servant, believing that as long as she played the role of servant, she would not be discarded. Chapter 75, The Impetuous Dr. Banner. As the gentle breeze caressed her, she tilted her head softly. Her voice, though delicate, resonated with an undeniable conviction. Mora, becoming a servant is my aspiration. A sigh of resignation escaped Mora's lips, for she understood that she's resolve was immutable. Bassa scoffed derisively. Now that you've returned, I shall take my leave. Do take your time. He gestured dismissively towards Bronsky. You boy, come with me and let us spar. A competitive glint flickered in his eyes. Bronsky's expression faltered. Bassa had become his combat mentor, while she was the formidable steward of the underworld. Both were figures he dared not offend. Mora's face flushed with indignation, ready to voice her objections, when she interjected, Bronsky, you are free to go. Your efforts over the past few days are appreciated. Her words acted as a soothing balm, allowing Bronsky to exhale in relief. However, Bassa's triumphant smirk was short-lived as she coldly announced, Bassa, you are tasked with managing the demon lavatories. On what grounds? He roared, his fury palpable. Do you intend to impose your infernal authority upon me once more? His countenance twisted into a sinister grin, for he had only aided her due to his awareness of her intentions. But now that she had not succeeded, his compliance was no longer guaranteed. Is this sufficient? She's lips curled slightly as she slowly produced a necklace from her attire. The necklace appeared ordinary, yet the blue ring adorning it shone like the most resplendent pearl in the depths of the ocean. This is a ring. Boss's voice faltered, his muscles tensing as if frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the ring. He recognized its significance in this realm of the damned. The Emperor's women bore such tokens of extraordinary status. This is a gift from His Majesty. Mora's eyes sparkled with astonishment, her fingers reaching out to touch the ring of profound meaning. Indeed, she replied with a gentle smile, retracting the ring back into her garment with a tenderness akin to cradling the most fragile of treasures. She safeguarded it with her hands, her gaze brimming with reverence, as if only by keeping it close could she find solace. This ring was a presence more vital to her than life itself. Unperturbed by Mora's eagerness, she remarked, I have never claimed failure, and I shall forever remain a master's servant. Mora paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she soon comprehended Shi's sentiment. She was all too familiar with the depths of Shi's unwavering thoughts and stubborn determination. With a soft sigh, Mora's eyes reflected understanding and compassion. Ah, I grasp your feelings. Bassa, however, was oblivious to their exchange, though he understood that provoking the steward of the underworld might be permissible. Antagonizing a woman of the Emperor was a perilous game indeed. Silently retreating to his desk, he seized the documents concerning the lavatory plans, his demeanor exuding an unspoken melancholy and despondency. The former bravado had vanished, leaving him akin to a defeated rooster. Bronsky hastily followed suit, eager to assist elsewhere. His steps hurried as he sought to avoid further complications. Mora, indifferent to their plight, remained engrossed in uncovering the latest gossip surrounding Shi. Evening, enlighten me on how you achieved this. Your Majesty adores you. Indeed, he is particularly fond of holding me close. One exhilarating experience. On this day, Chino arrived at a towering skyscraper, its magnificent structure gleaming under the sunlight, the glass facade reflecting dazzling rays. Adorning its exterior was a devilishly designed emblem, the Demon Group. He strode in with a measured gait, entering a spacious and brightly lit hall where a blonde beauty manned the reception. Upon seeing Chino, her face momentarily flickered with awe and reverence before she gracefully knelt. Greetings, leader. All members of this organization were currently drawn from the Assassin Alliance, well-trained and disciplined, solely devoted to executing Chino's commands. Take me to see Lei Xiaogu. Yes, leader, the receptionist replied respectfully, rising to guide Chino to the elevator. With practiced ease, she revealed a hidden set of buttons on one side of the elevator and pressed one, causing it to descend gradually. The upper section was merely a facade for the outer employees. The true core lay below, where the headquarters resided. As the elevator doors opened, Lei Xiaogu had long been awaiting his arrival with utmost respect. Master, he bowed slightly. How are the company affairs progressing? Chino inquired as he stepped out of the elevator. All facilities and factories are in place and ready to commence production of the potions and press releases, Lei Xiaogu responded. Excellent. Let us see how Dr. Banner is preparing. Chino nodded in satisfaction, silently commending Lei Xiaogu's reliability and efficiency. The two made their way to a laboratory, surrounded by a throng of individuals, each with their own imperfections. Chino refrained from disturbing them, instead moving to peer through a window on the opposite side. Inside, Dr. Banner was conducting experiments, with a disabled man lying on the examination table. Ready to embrace your new life? Banner asked with an odd grin. Yes, doctor, the anxious subject nodded, having earned this opportunity by outmaneuvering all his comrades. Fear not, I have tested this on lab rats. A mere slumber is all that is required. As Banner administered the anesthetic, he subsequently injected a blue serum. Before long, the potion began to take effect. The two healed wounds on the subject's legs split open, revealing the emergence of two tiny infant feet. Banner, exhilarated, observed the new appendages, applying various instruments for examination. The nervous system is connecting, the bones are growing, and the blood vessels are normal. I have succeeded, he exclaimed joyously, prompting cheers from the onlookers outside the window. Doctor, I am in pain. My feet are emerging. The experimental subject suddenly awoke, startled by the sight of his newly formed feet. Banner furrowed his brow. The potion's effect had rendered the anesthetic ineffective. Watching the man cry out in agony while fixating on his feet became somewhat bothersome. After rummaging through the laboratory, he seized a large iron rod. Doctor, what are you intending to do? The experimental subject's face turned ashen with fear, his voice trembling. Chapter 76, The Enhanced Serum. Does it not hurt? The anesthetic is ineffective for you. We can only resort to physical sedation. Rest assured, you will not perish, most likely. Banner approached him, brandishing an iron rod, his expression somewhat menacing. Wait, doctor, I can endure this, the experimental subject exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, urgently calling for a halt. Truly. Banner regarded him with skepticism. I assure you, truly. The subject nodded fervently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If that rod strikes me, my brain will surely splatter. After a moment's hesitation, Banner reluctantly set down the rod. Outside, a commotion persisted, prompting him to angrily fling open the door and bellow, silence. Who is making that noise? I am in the midst of administering treatment. Instantly, the outside fell silent, everyone rendered mute, too frightened to utter a sound. However, as Banner concluded a shout, an unexpected figure appeared. Young master, what brings you here? I came to observe your progress with the serum. But, Banner, how long has it been since you last slept? Chino remarked, noting the pronounced dark circles under Banner's eyes with concern. Sleep? I rested for merely 2 hours 38 hours ago. I feel splendid. Even if I were to die, I would resurrect in perfect condition, Banner replied nonchalantly. Goodness, no wonder you've been so irritable since we last met, Chino sighed, turning his attention to the incomplete individuals beside him. What is the situation with them? Young master, their members recruited by Frank. Due to their physical impairments, they are unable to undergo training, so they have been assigned to me for experimentation. To allay any potential disapproval from Chino regarding human experimentation, Banner added. They are all volunteers, and my experiments are conducted with safety precautions, ensuring no risk of fatality. The nearby subjects eagerly chimed in. Young master, Dr. Banner speaks the truth. We are all here of our own volition. Indeed, young master, we are willing to take some risks for a chance at recovery. We trust Dr. Banner, and we believe the organization will grant us a new lease on life." Each individual voiced their determination, their fervor seemingly affirming their preparedness for whatever lay ahead. They had come well aware of whom they were serving, the Demon King. They would not hesitate to sell their very souls for a sound body. They would do anything. They had endured enough betrayal from wives, once promised lovers departing in the wake of their deformities, leaving only indifference in their wake. The sorrow of their parents, the profound helplessness and pain in their eyes cut through them like a knife, repeatedly piercing their hearts. The scorn of friends and relatives, the harsh jeers still echoed in their ears. The disdain from their children, once cherished, now looked upon them with repulsion and fear. What did their past contributions to this nation amount to? Glory and medals seemed utterly insignificant against the backdrop of their shattered bodies. The hardships of life did not lessen in the slightest due to former achievements. Chino pressed his palm downwards, and the atmosphere fell into hushed tranquility. A warm smile graced his face. "Do not be anxious. I have not expressed dissent regarding human experimentation. I comprehend the anguish you endure. Trust me, soon you shall experience a rebirth here, provided you labor diligently for me. Power, life, wealth, and health, these shall all be yours." Upon hearing Chino's words, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with glimmers of hope. "Young master, we shall certainly work hard for you and will never betray your expectations." Chino nodded with satisfaction. Although he was not adept at the art of persuasion, the tangible results he could offer were far more effective. "Very well, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Banner. This experiment has proven remarkably successful, and henceforth, everyone shall be restored to their original selves." "Yes, young master." The individuals saluted Chino before preparing to depart. "Take that one inside with you. Once his leg has healed, have him come to me," Banner called out to them. Upon hearing this, a figure with half a burned face and another missing an arm entered the laboratory, lifting the experimental subject and carrying him away. "Garcia, Wyland, be gentle. Do not damage my little foot," the experimental subject exclaimed. "Why are you silent? Are you discontent because I defeated you in the lottery? No. Where are you taking me?" "This is not the direction of the dormitory," he cried in terror. However, the two men paid no heed to his pleas and continued on their path. Once everyone had exited, Banner ushered Chino and Ciegu into the laboratory, eager to showcase his success. "Young master, over the past few months, I have developed 3 distinct serums." Excitement danced in Banner's eyes as he spoke, picking up a syringe. "The first is a strengthening serum. Theoretically, it can enhance strength 2 to 3-fold upon injection. Beyond that, it may induce violent and bloodthirsty side effects." Banner deftly grasped a small white mouse, injected it with a small amount of the red serum, and placed it into a high-strength glass enclosure. Inside, another white mouse quietly resided in the corner, noticeably larger than the newly introduced one. Chino fixated on the changing creature. It initially exhibited restlessness, darting about the glass box, its tiny claws scratching against the walls, producing faint squeaking sounds. Gradually, its body began to swell, transforming from a frail form into a robust silhouette. Eventually, it settled down, coexisting peacefully with the larger mouse in the enclosure, both remaining quietly in their respective corners. Then, Dr. Banner seized another white mouse, administering a larger dose of the serum, and subsequently placed it in a new glass box. At first, the mouse displayed no reaction, but after a few seconds, its body began to enlarge incrementally. Soon thereafter, its demeanor shifted to one of aggression as it wildly raced within the glass confines, colliding with the walls and viciously gnawing with its sharp teeth, emitting piercing, shrill cries. Its eyes appeared bloodshot, reflecting a state of utter madness. This mouse's strength had increased by approximately 4-fold. Thereafter, no further effects were observed despite increasing the dosage. Unless a novel formula for the serum were to be devised for experimental combination. Banner expressed his regret as he picked up the electric baton, which had been prepared in advance, and reached into the glass enclosure. The frenzied little white mouse remained oblivious to the imminent danger, continuing its frantic attempts to escape. The moment the baton made contact with the mouse, a surge of electricity coursed through it, causing the mouse to convulse violently a few times before it lay still, lifeless. "I will seek out the formula for the potion," Chino remarked. "However, I wonder if the new version of the serum will be compatible after injection." "Not to worry," Banner replied. "I have used the pool of Lazarus as the primary ingredient. As long as the main component remains unchanged, there should be minimal adverse reactions. However, if the subject possesses an exceptionally strong constitution, the serum may prove ineffective and is only suitable for ordinary individuals." Chapter 77. Youth upon hearing Banner's response. Chino pondered the potential interactions with several potions known for their severe side effects, curious whether they might yield novel effects when combined with the pool of Lazarus. Lei Xiaoguo's expression was one of astonishment. Although he was aware of Banna's research on the pool of Lazarus, he had previously paid little heed to it, having spent 7 centuries without grasping its mysteries. Now, hearing of Banna's remarkable achievements, he mused that had he possessed such a potion in the past, he could have easily ruled the world. Banna deftly removed the lifeless mouse and gently placed it in a cup filled with a green serum for immersion. This is a revival potion, though it cannot truly be described as resurrection. If vital organs are excessively damaged, if the head is missing, or if the time since death is prolonged, the subject will still perish, he explained earnestly as he worked. Before long, the little mouse began to exhibit slight movements. Initially, just a subtle tremor, but as time passed, the convulsions intensified. After several minutes, to everyone's astonishment, the mouse opened its eyes and awakened, attempting to struggle out of the cup. However, before it could make any further moves, an electric baton was thrust in, delivering a powerful current for a full minute. After a prolonged wait, the mouse remained motionless, showing no signs of revival. Once the brain is severely damaged, resurrection becomes impossible, and this revival potion can only be administered through immersion. Banna casually set the baton aside. The consumption of the pool of Lazarus was considerable. I have observed that the waters of the infernal pool can replenish slowly, yet the revival potion could only restore a limited number of individuals before it ran dry. Let this potion be considered a welfare benefit. Family members of core group personnel may apply for its use in the event of accidental death, with each allowed 3 opportunities. Lei Xiaogu, make a note of this, he instructed. Chino, however, seemed indifferent, viewing the potion as a success in its own right, unworthy of excessive concern. Yes, sir. I have noted it down, Lei Xiaogu promptly replied, quickly retrieving a small notebook to meticulously record Chino's instructions, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Banna, too, wore a look of delight. He was clearly a core member, and who could guarantee that their loved ones would remain safe from unforeseen accidents? With this thought, his joy swelled further. He then enthusiastically began to introduce the final potion. The limb regeneration elixir, my most satisfactory creation, has already been observed by you, young master, and demonstrated no flaws following previous trials with test subjects. Banner proudly presented his prized work. The youth restoration and longevity serums are in the experimental phase. With a little more time, success will soon follow. Chino gazed at the azure potion in his hand, his eyes reflecting admiration, and inquired, Banner, is there anything you desire? Nothing at all, my lord. You have granted me a normal life, which is all I have ever wished for, Banner replied with a smile. His gaze filled with gratitude towards Chino. No one could truly comprehend the sensation of awakening in an unfamiliar place, forced to hide in desolate corners while facing relentless pursuers. Despite the busyness of recent times, this was the life he had been striving for. Chino pondered for a moment. While Banner's sentiments were noble, one could not remain empty-handed indefinitely. Over time, who would manage tasks for him? Henceforth, from the proceeds of these potions, you, Dr. Banner, shall receive 20%. Furthermore, in 3 days, the company will officially debut, and you shall present information regarding the limb regeneration and healing serums, while the revival and enhancement serums will be kept internal. Upon hearing this, Banner's expression shifted from disbelief to overwhelming joy. Thank you, my lord. With the astonishing effects of these potions, they are bound to fetch exorbitant prices. Moreover, presenting them will ensure that the world recognizes me not as the destructive and uncontrollable Hulk, but as the esteemed Dr. Banner. He envisioned himself standing in the spotlight, basking in accolades and admiration. This would be the most glorious moment of his life. Thus, take this time to rest well and prepare to present yourself in the best light. However, Banner remained oblivious to Chino's words, lost in his own world, muttering his speech. Chino, observing this, shook his head with a rueful smile and began to explore the laboratory with newfound interest. In such a vast laboratory, it was disheartening to see only Dr. Banner toiling away. Once the official presentation occurred, recruiting additional personnel would become essential. Otherwise, the continual strain on Banner's efforts weighed heavily on his conscience. As Chino surveyed the various instruments and equipment in the lab, he quietly contemplated future plans. Suddenly, he noticed a large jar on a table. Curious, he approached and peered inside, discovering what appeared to be white pig fat, glimmering slightly. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to inhale its fresh aroma. Banner, what is this? Chino turned to ask. Awakened from his reverie, Banner replied, My lord, This is the residue filtered from the revival and limb regeneration serums. I initially intended to recycle it to see if I could create a healing ointment, but it failed. It only serves to make the skin a touch softer. Soft? Chino glanced at his own palm, noting its fair complexion. Chino glanced at Leixigu's hands, noting their bronze skin, slightly coarse, indicative of potential results. Leixigu, immerse your hands in the solution, he instructed. Yes, master. Leixigu promptly rolled up his sleeves and slowly submerged both hands into the jar. As time passed, 10 minutes later, Leixigu withdrew his hands and washed them clean, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The hands now appeared as delicate and fair as a woman's, even emanating a faint radiance, a stark contrast to their previous rugged state. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful outcome. Chino inquired with excitement. Banner, what is the yield of this product? Substantial. A small bottle can produce several large jars. Young master, do you intend to sell this? Banner replied, a hint of confusion on his face. Indeed, it's possible that the profit from this could surpass those of the potions combined. Though this jar seems modest, it could be diluted. The noticeable effect on Leixigu's skin after just 10 minutes suggests that even a fraction of this solution, 1/10 or even 1/20th, would suffice. 3 days from now, you shall introduce this cosmetic. Banner. And what shall we name it? We shall call it Youth. Chapter 78, Damien's First Day at School. As news of the Demon Organization's press conference spread, various factions received the information. The Demon King is launching a company. What does he intend to sell? Demons from hell. Haha, the Demon King? Raven, investigate this matter. Let us observe for now. The Demon King's power is beyond our capacity to confront. Beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, the world was rife with undercurrents as various powers schemed in the shadows, awaiting the unpredictable outcomes of the press conference. Unbeknownst to Chino, who was wholly absorbed in other affairs, the commotion stirred by the Demon Organization's announcement was unfolding around him. The following day, gentle sunlight bathed the entrance of a New York elementary school, where a group of beautiful women gathered, their focus centered on a little girl. Damien, today marks your first day at school. Be sure to pay attention in class. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask the teacher. And here, this is for you, seeds of a carnivorous plant that I have carefully nurtured. If anyone bullies you, throw it at them. Let consume them. Pamela said as she tucked a small bag of seeds into Damien's pocket, her eyes filled with concern. My sweet, fragrant little darling, return home early. Mommy Venom will miss you dearly. Venom hugged Damien tightly, affectionately nuzzling against him, her reluctance palpable. Miss Damien, this is for you. A black obsidian dagger, exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through steel. Keep it for your protection. She placed the dagger into Damien's small backpack with a serious expression. Frank, listening to this series of absurd admonitions from behind, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, pondering anxiously. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for just a day at school? Indeed, with no special duties today, Frank assumed the role of butler once more. As the women finished their farewells with Damien, it was finally Chino's turn. Chino and Damien exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In summary, study diligently. If it proves too challenging, ensure you eat well and do not go hungry, understood? Chino awkwardly managed to utter this statement. Yes, I understand, father. Damien responded with a serious nod. Observing this, Frank also nodded in agreement, thinking, now, this resembles a proper admonition. However, Chino still appeared concerned. He crouched down, lifted Damien's pant leg, and inscribed a demonic symbol on her calf. I have sealed a demon upon you. Should you ever be bullied, simply cry out demon, and a meat shield will appear to protect you. But do refrain from using it indiscriminately, Chino cautioned Damien. Demon? Frank's mind conjured images of formidable figures. Although unsure of which one it might be, given young Master's disposition, their strength was undeniably formidable. You are indeed the most absurd, young master. Frank could not help but internally scoff, pondering the appropriateness of granting such summoning abilities to a child. Was he not concerned that the young lady might misunderstand and treat it as a game, invoking it carelessly? Frank gazed at the serene elementary school before him, a repository of cherished childhood memories, where he had arranged for Damien to enroll and which had once been his own alma mater. Yet now, he was beset by worries, his mind uncontrollably conjuring terrifying images of the school being obliterated under a demon's rampage, with the air filled with the terrified screams of children. Today, we will welcome a new classmate. Please introduce yourself. The teacher at the podium announced. I am Damien Wayne. Her voice was clear, tinged with a hint of haughtiness. The classmates seated below began to whisper among themselves. She is so beautiful. I saw her get out of a luxury car today. She must be very wealthy. Damien, too, surveyed her future classmates, perceiving them as diminutive and naive. Noticing that Damien had no further intention of speaking, the teacher pointed to a seat by the window and said, "Damien, you may sit over there. We are about to commence the lesson." With an expression devoid of emotion, Damien walked to her seat, listening to the teacher's incessant lecture. While a male classmate beside her incessantly attempted to engage her in conversation, she found it exceedingly tedious, as she had already learned all this material before. Why does father want me to attend such a place? The life of ordinary people is so dull. It would be far better to train, Damien pondered silently. Her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and annoyance. Enduring until the class concluded, Damien disregarded the classmates eager to converse and headed straight to the restroom. Upon washing her hands and exiting, a group of tall boys obstructed her path. "What do you want?" one boy said arrogantly. "Why didn't you respond when I spoke to you during class?" "Because we were in class," Damien replied calmly, thinking inwardly that her classmates were not only childish but also foolish. "I don't care. From now on, whenever I speak, you must reply, or I'll have my brother beat you up," the boy threatened menacingly, while the other boys behind him clenched their fists in a show of intimidation. However, to Damien, they appeared as nothing more than a few menacing snow foxes. He silently assessed their stances, internally critiquing their glaring vulnerabilities, observing their relaxed physiques. He mused that it would take him no more than 10 seconds to dispatch them. Yet, at least some intriguing characters had arrived. A faint smile crept upon his lips, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. To pass the time, he thought it would be amusing to defeat them in 30 seconds. Just as he was about to make his move, a sharp voice rang out. "Nathan, are you bullying your classmates again?" A wooden stick swooped in from behind, striking several boys with precision, causing them to scatter in panic. A girl in an orange hoodie wielded a broom, brandishing it with remarkable flair. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine, but you've stolen my prey," Damien replied, somewhat disgruntled, crossing his arms defiantly. "Stolen your prey? Wow, that sounds so cool. Hello, I'm Chen Xiaoyu, but you can call me Xiaoyu." With a cheerful smile, Xiaoyu tossed aside her broom. "Hello," Damien responded coldly before turning away and heading towards the classroom. She had already contemplated requesting a withdrawal from school, deeming it unnecessary to waste time on someone she would not see again. Damien pondered how to approach Chino. Chapter 79, The Demon Group Press Conference. Unfazed by the cold reception, Xiaoyu was determined to befriend the cool Damien. "I just transferred here 2 weeks ago. I used to study in the East. I saw you get out of a luxury car today, accompanied by a butler. Is your family quite wealthy? By the way, your surname is Wayne, just like Batman in the comics." "What did you just say?" Damien suddenly halted, turning to face Xiaoyu, his eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. The mention of Batman's name in another realm astonished him. "Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight from the comics. Haven't you seen it?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at Damien. After a moment, she added, "Oh, by the way, this country recently banned the sale of comics. I was looking forward to reading the latest edition. This was all Chino's fault. After speculating that the Demon King could derive power from comics, SHIELD had imposed a complete ban on DC Comics to prevent the creation of characters capable of world destruction. Even those authors were imprisoned for tax evasion. Do you have any comics?" Damien inquired. "I can pay for them." Xiaoyu laughed in response. "You like comics too? No need to pay. They're in my backpack. We can read them together during lunch." "Thank you." 3 days later, outside the Demon Group building, a throng had gathered. Media reporters brandished their cameras, while individuals from various walks of life congregated, each harboring their own intentions. The interior of the building was opulently decorated, illuminated by dazzling lights. As time progressed, the press conference officially commenced. Tony and Pepper had also arrived. Chino also noticed Logan being halted by security for smoking, accompanied by several companions, notably a fellow in a wheelchair. Professor X sensed Chino's gaze, glanced over, and nodded. Chino returned the gesture, silently instructing Venom, "If you sense any intrusion into my memories, eliminate him immediately." "Understood." At the podium, Chino, clad in a sleek black suit, approached the speaking platform with poise. He cleared his throat, surveying the audience, and began, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Demon Group's press conference. Today I stand before you, immensely proud to unveil our group's latest achievements. This is not merely the culmination of our team's relentless efforts, but a steadfast commitment to the future." Chino paused. The audience fell into an expectant silence, eagerly awaiting his next words. Next, our esteemed head of the research department, Dr. Banner, will present our new products. Dr. Banner, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, approached the podium, acutely aware of his racing heart. He took several deep breaths to quell his anxiety. Lifting his gaze, He looked resolutely at the audience and began to introduce the healing agent and the limb regeneration serum. Dear friends, first, I would like to present the healing agent. This remarkable formulation can heal various internal and external injuries in an astonishingly short time, providing significant efficacy for common abrasions, fractures, or even severe organ damage. Dr. Banner held up a vial of the healing agent for all to see, emphasizing its simplicity of use. Merely inject it into the patient, and its effects will be swift. He then set down the healing agent and picked up a vial of the limb regeneration serum. Next, we have the limb regeneration serum, a groundbreaking achievement of our research. Regardless of how long the limb has been absent, provided the wound is properly treated, this serum will enable the complete regrowth of the limb, restoring it to its original state. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, awestruck gasps echoing throughout the room. At this moment, a voice from the crowd raised a challenge. How can we be assured this is genuine? Are there no side effects? The speaker, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and glasses, regarded Dr. Banner with a serious expression, clearly skeptical of his presentation. Of course not. We can conduct a live demonstration, Dr. Banner replied, having anticipated such a query. A blond man stepped forward, brandishing a dagger, and without hesitation, slashed his arm, blood gushing forth. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience. Good heavens! This is utterly insane. Is this real? How can one harm themselves in such a manner? The crowd erupted into chaos. Confusion reigning as Tony quickly covered Pepper's eyes. The injured man, expressionless, displayed his wound, flesh torn open, even revealing bone, an alarming sight that was hard to behold. After the demonstration, he swiftly injected the healing agent into his arm, administering only a third of the vial. Such a minor injury can be healed with just a third of an injection, explained Banner beside him. The audience found this utterly absurd. A hand severed halfway, blood pooling everywhere, and they were calling it a minor injury? It appeared as though his bleeding had ceased. A keen observer noted that the crowd was fixated, and the camera was trained on the wound. Indeed, the bleeding had stopped, and a scab had begun to form. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. After 10 minutes, the scab detached on its own, and the injured man calmly cleaned the blood from his arm. Astonishingly, apart from a faint red mark, there were no signs of injury. The once deep and gaping wound seemed to have never existed. His skin was as smooth and unblemished as that of a newborn. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. It was truly astounding, almost unbelievable. If this could be widely distributed, who knows how many lives it could save? The atmosphere was charged with admiration and cheers, as the entire venue buzzed with excitement. Tony, too, was intrigued. Who wouldn't he be drawn to something that could save lives? Chino, how do you plan to sell this? I want 100 bottles. Chino rolled his eyes and tossed a nearby box over. This is all there is. Take it if you wish. Come back for more when you run out. Tony opened it to find 20 bottles each of the healing agent and the limb regeneration serum. Pepper, who stood nearby, also noticed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Mr. Chino, you're welcome. You've assisted me greatly in my endeavors," Chino replied with a smile. As Tony's equipment gradually came into place, the pace of development in Hell accelerated immensely. Once desolate and silent land was now alive with the roar of machinery and bustling activity. Advanced excavation tools, drilling equipment, and transport vehicles moved about, kicking up clouds of dust. Through the collective efforts of all, a miraculous oasis had begun to emerge at the heart of Hell. Tony held up a white jar and inquired, "Chino, what is this?" "There S no label. That S for pepper." Chino began to explain its purpose when an unexpected voice interrupted. "That potion is a fake. That individual is a mutant. I know many mutants possess formidable healing abilities." A middle-aged woman in a suit, holding a microphone, stepped forward. Cameras around her swiftly focused on her, and the gaze of Professor X and his associates also converged on her. Chapter 80. Thanks to this lady's contribution, surrounding journalists looked at her with expressions of incredulity, thinking to themselves how she could be so oblivious to whose press conference this was. Even if they shared the same doubts, they wouldn't dare voice them, especially considering the compensation they received. The middle-aged woman exuded confidence. She was fully aware of the mastermind behind the demon invasion. She had conducted thorough investigations, discovering that the demon lord had only appeared in public once, and that incident had resulted in no casualties. The uproar had been significant, yet the aftermath was minimal. With so many people present, it was inconceivable that all the journalists could be eliminated. Such actions would preclude any possibility of continuing to operate within the human realm. Banner explained that they could conduct a test on the experimental subjects to confirm. The middle-aged woman immediately seized upon his linguistic error, questioning, Are you implying that you currently have no means to ascertain whether this individual is not a mutant? Banner faltered momentarily. I would like to inquire, Dr. Banner, whether these drugs have undergone human trials. The middle-aged woman pressed on aggressively. They have, but... Banner attempted to clarify. Tony internally cursed the situation. Any admission, regardless of its justification, would incite public scrutiny. Moreover, Dr. Banner, I harbor doubts regarding your status as the inventor of these pharmaceuticals. The middle-aged woman continued to challenge him. The therapeutic agents were developed by others. However, the limb regeneration serum is indeed my creation. Upon uttering these words, the cameras in the room zeroed in on Banner, while the journalist below feverishly documented the revelation. Wait, Banner stammered, anxiety creeping in as he had not anticipated such a scenario. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and his complexion turned a shade of crimson as his hands instinctively clenched and then relaxed. Banner, allow me to take over. Chino ascended the stage. My apologies, sir. I have inadvertently disrupted the press conference, Banner lamented, his head bowed in guilt. Not all. Merely a minor unexpected incident. Chino reassured, patting Banner's shoulder with an encouraging glance. Do not dwell on it. I shall manage this. Chino turned to face the audience, his gaze steady and piercing. This demeanor unnerved the middle-aged woman, yet she feigned composure, exclaiming loudly, What? Did I strike a nerve, inciting you to violence against me? Those around her subtly distanced themselves. Chino calmly shook his head. Not at all. I am here to address your previous inquiry. A triumphant smile spread across the middle-aged woman's face as she felt vindicated, believing he would not dare to commit murder. First question. You stated that the experimental subjects are mutants. May I ask, are you a mutant? Chino inquired. The middle-aged woman hesitated slightly before responding. Of course not. I possess a certificate verified by the state. Tony shook his head, muttering, This woman is in for a rough time. In the next moment, Chino smiled. Then I must request you to serve as the subject for this experiment. Before she could comprehend, the middle-aged woman found herself on stage, where the experimental man raised his dagger and, without hesitation, inflicted several cuts upon her limbs and abdomen. Ah! The woman's piercing scream echoed, her visage contorted in excruciating agony, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. The audience gasped in shock. Some covered their mouths in horror, while others averted their gaze in disbelief. Pepper pushed Tony's arm away. Tony, it's all right. I must become accustomed to such occurrences. Despite her pale complexion, Pepper's resolve remained unwavering. Pepper. Chino injected the remaining therapeutic serum into the middle-aged woman's body. As time passed, her injuries gradually began to heal. She shakily stood, her eyes filled with dread, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if caught in a relentless shiver, fearfully regarding Chino. She finally comprehended that the title of the Demon King, Chino, was not mere embellishment. At this moment, her heart was heavy with regret, lamenting her reckless provocation. Chino spoke gently, expressing gratitude to the lady for her contribution to the experiment, promising a small gift upon her departure, and requested her to return to her seat. Yes, replied the middle-aged woman, her voice trembling, too frightened to defy him, her legs still unsteady as she walked unsteadily back to her seat. The scent of a disturbing mixture of urine, blood, and sweat clung to her. The surrounding audience instinctively recoiled. Some gazed at her with pity, shaking their heads in dismay, while others sneered and whispered derisively, relishing the irony of her predicament. She overreached, and now she bears the consequences, they mused. After all, she sought the chance for overnight fame and had nearly succeeded. The middle-aged woman bowed her head, wishing to vanish into the ground, her heart brimming with remorse and dread. Once the podium was cleared, Chino disregarded the tumult below and announced, Next, we shall address the second question. We have indeed conducted human experiments, and now, the participants will take the stage. As his words fell, a group of deformed individuals emerged from backstage, their bodies twisted, faces marred, and wounds unmistakably harrowing. An immediate silence enveloped the audience, all struck dumb by the shocking scene. Chino declared, They are heroes of this nation, who have risked their lives for its sake. In the line of duty, they faced countless perils, sacrificing their physical integrity and enduring immense suffering. Yet, they have never complained, nor have they surrendered. The potion we developed offers them a glimmer of hope to reclaim a semblance of normalcy in their lives. Pausing briefly, he continued, Their voluntary participation in these experiments is not solely for themselves, but to ensure that others like them may not endure the same fate in the future. This is the very essence of our human experimentation. The participants began to speak in unison. Indeed, we are all willing participants. Without this potion, we would have succumbed to despair. One, lacking his lower limbs, lamented, "My wounds ache daily, and I rely on painkillers just to survive. I'm only 25. Another, his face marked by burns, spoke with a trembling voice. This potion is our only hope. A middle-aged man, blind, added, I am not as afflicted as they are. I merely wish to see my child once more. Tears blurred the eyes of the journalists in attendance, yet their cameras remained steady, capturing every poignant moment. Their hearts were profoundly stirred, and their pens raced across their notebooks, eager to share this moving scene and its heartfelt words with a wider audience. Tony, typically irreverent, now wore an expression of solemnity and respect. Pepper was so moved that tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 81, Waste. Observing the atmosphere shift, Chino continued. In light of these heroes' selflessness, Dr. Banner's potion has achieved monumental success. Now, let us welcome the first participant of the experiment, Will. A barefooted man stepped onto the stage. Will, please introduce yourself. Chino prompted. Yes, Will replied. Will addressed the reporters, stating, I was once a member of the Marine Corps. During a mission, I suffered the loss of both legs due to an explosion and had to undergo amputation. As he spoke, Will unhesitatingly removed his trousers, revealing his shorts. The stark contrast in skin tone below his thighs was evident, with not a single hair in sight. A reporter seated in the front row leaned in, gently touching his leg to verify its authenticity. A voice from the audience inquired, Mr. Will, do your new legs resemble your original ones? Indeed, they do, and I dare say they feel even better than my previous legs, as I had knee arthritis before. With that, Will stepped back and executed several flawless backflips. His movements were graceful and fluid, landing with poise, showcasing the agility and strength of his new legs. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, and the sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air. Seeing that the demonstration had reached its peak, Chino signaled for the participants to exit the stage. Mr. Chino, may I first inquire about the price of this miraculous serum? One reporter stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No need to be nervous. I rather enjoy being called the Demon King. Chino replied with a relaxed smile before continuing. The price for a vial of the regeneration serum is $5 million. A stir swept through the audience. This price, in light of the serum's astonishing effects, was indeed steep, especially considering that most disabled individuals find themselves in dire financial straits. Chino added, however, we have devised a plan allowing disabled individuals to purchase the serum for only $50,000 with the option of financing. The conditions are that it can only be purchased once, and the serum must be administered on site. Thank you immensely, Demon King. A male reporter stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. My wife is a ballet dancer who lost a leg a year ago. She has been despondent, gazing at her dance photos. Your proposal has offered our family a renewed hope. The male reporter bowed deeply to Chino, and the audience cast him looks of compassion and admiration. Chino then stated, now, let us address the third question. The treatment serum was indeed invented by another individual who is no longer with us. The subsequent research has been taken over by Dr. Banner, with the most successful creations being the regeneration serum and the youth serum. What is youth? Someone questioned, noting that it had not been included in the prior introduction. Youth represents a woman's most vital years, a fleeting moment that lasts only a few years, which we aim to extend. Chino's voice was laced with allure as he clapped his hands, prompting a group of women clad in kipeos to emerge gracefully, their movements light and elegant. Each woman carried a cup of liquid and a small mirror, distributing them to everyone present. However, when it came to the previously mentioned middle-aged woman, she received a large bottle, evidently the small gift referred to earlier. A middle-aged woman gazed at a large bottle of liquid before her, her expression turning quite grim as those around her erupted in quiet laughter. This lady, hissing softly, drew Tony's attention to a woman in a cheapao passing by, prompting him to instinctively wish to engage her in conversation. However, a sudden sharp pain in his waist caused him to inhale sharply. Pepper, I merely wanted to inquire where they purchased their garments. I thought to acquire some for you as well. The cheapao is indeed exquisite, he remarked. Captivated by the elegance of the dress, Pepper momentarily shifted her focus from Tony. Sensing her distraction, he quietly exhaled in relief. Chino observed someone already sipping from the cup labeled youth, and declared, ladies and gentlemen, youth is not meant to be consumed. Rather, it should be applied to your faces. If you are uncertain, feel free to apply it to your palms. Logan awkwardly set down his cup as Stork and Jean erupted in laughter nearby. The audience began to apply the liquid cautiously, with some timidly using it on their hands, while a bolder few dared to apply it to their faces. A small cup's worth was sufficient to cover either a face or two hands entirely. As time flowed steadily, the reporters in the audience, noting the pause in the presentation, began to organize their notes from the day's revelations. The information was indeed substantial, ranging from miraculous healing potions and limb regeneration serums to the enigmatic youth elixir. Each discovery held the potential to create worldwide headlines. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the audience. A young female reporter, convinced of the efficacy of the resurrection serum crafted by Dr. Banner, boldly applied it to her face. Holding up a mirror, she gazed in disbelief at her reflection. The dark circles from countless nights of overtime had faded, and her skin appeared exquisitely supple. "My hands too," she exclaimed. The rapid results were unlike anything offered by conventional cosmetics. A chorus of awe filled the crowd as they turned to examine the areas where they had applied the youth elixir, their faces awash with astonishment and disbelief. The middle-aged woman in the crowd, feeling the piercing stares around her, tucked the bottle into her bosom. "Logan, Scott, please give me yours. I will pay," Jean implored eagerly, her gaze fixed on the youth elixir in her companion's hands. Professor X offered a resigned smile, passing his unused potion to her. An idea sparked in Tony's mind as he reopened the previous jar, revealing a milky liquid, and then glanced back at the rapidly diluting youth potion. "Chino, how much has this been diluted?" "It indicates his regard for us," he remarked. Pepper seized it, cradling it carefully in her arms. "This is youth itself. Next, Dr. Banner will elucidate the effects of this elixir." With that, Chino prepared to depart when a reporter rose from the audience. "Mr. Demon King, I would like to pose another question. Please proceed. What are your views on mutants?" The collective thought among the surrounding reporters was that this individual sought to stir the pot. They wore expressions of amusement, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Professor X's gaze deepened as he murmured, "Raven." Chino paused thoughtfully, while the audience held their breath in anticipation of his response. "As for my perspective, it is likely both immensely useful and exceedingly wasteful." "Useful, wasteful?" The female journalist was somewhat taken aback. She had heard numerous evaluations and perspectives regarding mutants, often characterized by terms like monster and threat to humanity. However, the concepts of utility and wastefulness were indeed novel to her. In Chapter 82, The Third Path of Mutants, the journalist inquired, "On what basis do you make your assessment?" "I cited a well-known figure, Magneto, whose abilities are widely recognized, particularly his control over magnetism," Chino remarked. "But have you ever considered what such powers could achieve? Terrorist attacks, missile control, just think about it." Chino scanned the audience with a piercing gaze. "I understand that magnetism is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, with numerous applications, yet Magneto has only mastered the manipulation of metals. He needs to return to school," a somewhat learned journalist interjected. Laughter rippled through the crowd, except for the female journalist, whose gaze remained icy upon him. "Are you all fools? Who asked for your opinion?" Chino retorted, leaving the room enveloped in silence. "What does controlling metal signify? It means he could construct skyscrapers with the ease of a child building with blocks. With a touch of audacity and innovation, he could entirely abandon traditional architectural styles, creating his own, such as floating towers or mobile buildings. If only Magneto were clever enough, he could ascend to become a titan of the construction industry, with countless individuals clamoring for him to build their homes, rather than languishing as a terrorist." Chino concluded, his eyes ablaze, challenging the audience to ponder why they had never considered such possibilities. The female journalist regarded Chino, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, as this perspective was one she had never contemplated before. Charles sought to integrate with humanity, while Eric, driven by hatred, aimed to eradicate it. Yet, Mr. Apocalypse, the mutants possess numerous uncontrollable factors that have historically resulted in considerable casualties. For instance, Professor X's power is mind control. Who wouldn't fear that? A journalist remarked. The disdain toward mutants is not merely a consequence of certain organizations and authorities defaming them. A portion of the blame lies with the mutants themselves. Many of them acquire their abilities during adolescence or childhood, a phase when hormones dominate their brains, leaving them devoid of self-control. Indeed, I too detest such abilities. Should I discover an attempt to invade my mind, I would not hesitate to eliminate the threat without question. Chino glanced indifferently toward a corner. "Professor, this fellow," Scott exclaimed, his fists clenching involuntarily. "He is not wrong. Who doesn't resent that ability?" Logan crossed his arms. "Logan, you truly are in league with Apocalypse," Scott retorted, his annoyance directed at Logan. "Scott, it's all right. He is merely reminding me." Devoid of malice, Professor X remained unfazed, his expression tranquil and his tone gentle. He was far more interested in what Chino would articulate next. The female journalist's expression dimmed slightly. Indeed, the mutant community itself harbored issues that no single individual could resolve. Then why not separate from humanity? Separate? To where? The desert, Chino remarked, The abilities of mutants are extraordinarily diverse, ranging from controlling the weather, creating water sources, to manipulating soil and fostering plant growth. All these elements are essential for the creation of an oasis. Coupled with Magneto's powers, constructing a steel city in the desert would not pose a significant challenge. The journalist's eyes sparkled momentarily, as if she glimpsed a new hope. As long as they can be separated. Professor X fell into contemplation, recognizing this as a third path beyond his and Eric's philosophies. Very well, let us proceed with the press conference, Chino declared, stepping down from the podium. Sensing no further inquiries. Initially, he had contemplated recruiting mutants for Hell, but the intention was too overt, leading him to suggest the desert instead. Though the concept seemed simple, the execution proved challenging. Presently, mutants were fragmented. Aside from Professor X's school and Magneto's Brotherhood, there existed the Hellfire Club, led by the White Queen, along with myriad other organizations, each unwilling to concede to the others. Success would only be attainable if all mutants united, yet such unity appeared implausible. Only when the mutant community suffered severe setbacks could he emerge as a savior. Chino returned to his seat, and Tony cautioned, Chino, it is not merely the mutants' powers that instill fear. There are numerous conflicts of interest at play. Your speech favoring mutants today may stir discontent among many. Let them be dissatisfied. As long as they do not obstruct my view, I would not hesitate to unleash a genuine demonic invasion, Chino replied, a fierce glint in his eyes. I will issue them a warning, Tony said resignedly, aware of the futility in his efforts. While open confrontation was unlikely, covert actions would undoubtedly persist. At that moment, a maid donned in a Cheongsam approached. Chief, someone seeks your presence. I understand. Please escort them to the backstage, Chino instructed. He had already deduced their identity and turned to Tony and Pepper, saying, Tony, Pepper, I must excuse myself for a moment. You both have been quite busy lately. Tony shrugged. Farewell, Chino, Pepper smiled warmly. Nodding, Chino followed the maid to the conference room. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a familiar figure and eagerly embraced him. Logan, long time no see. Kid, let go. You're an adult now, not a child, Logan replied with an air of disdain, though he made no attempt to break free. Hey, it's been ages. Besides, you reek of smoke. It's utterly foul. I won't be hugging you again. Chino fanned his nose, a hint of distaste on his face. You little brat, Logan chuckled, slightly relieved to see that the boy had not changed much. He was still as spirited as ever. Logan, I've established a large company. Would you consider working for me? No way. I haven't even spent the $1.5 million you gave me last time. What a pity. I had hoped to offer you a rather easy and lucrative job. What kind of job? A drug tester. With your robust physique. Not doing so would be a waste. You just want to use me as a guinea pig. $10,000 for each trial, with salary and bonuses calculated separately. Well, that might not be entirely unacceptable. Logan stroked his chin, an expression of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Jean observed them playfully from behind. Her gaze filled with a mixture of curiosity and confusion as she pondered which of the two was the authentic version of Logan. The domineering figure she had seen on television, or the carefree young man reveling in playful banter. Scott, somewhat displeased, recalled the professor's previous instruction to maintain silence. Chapter 83, The Dead End of Mutants. After a brief frolic, Logan remembered the purpose of their gathering. Chino, allow me to introduce someone to you. Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair forward, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. Greetings, Mr. Chino. I have longed to meet you. I am Professor Charles Francis Xavier. Hello, Charles, I am Chino, Chino replied, offering a warm handshake. The fact that Chino was of Asian descent surprised Charles, who responded in fluent Mandarin. Indeed, Charles, your Chinese is quite remarkable. Hearing his mother tongue in this alternate world brought a sense of familiarity to Chino, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. I have a profound interest in Eastern culture and history, which prompted me to study Chinese for a while, Charles explained, his eyes reflecting admiration and respect for the culture. Despite being aware that Charles was intentionally fostering a connection, Chino found himself drawn to him. Thus, they delved into discussions about Eastern culture, customs, and cuisine. Charles's breadth of knowledge was indeed impressive, as he effortlessly navigated any topic that arose. Meanwhile, Logan and Scott stood nearby, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend the conversation, while Jean managed to catch a few phrases but struggled to keep pace with the rapidly shifting subjects. After some time, Chino paused, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Charles's brow, and kindly instructed a servant to prepare some tea and refreshments. Charles, I am delighted to have this conversation with you. Shall we move to another location to discuss matters further? Chino suggested in English, his expression sincere. Most willingly, Charles replied, visibly relieved and smiling. his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he realized they could finally engage in serious discourse. The servants soon presented an array of pastries, tea, and juice, with Logan's whiskey specially prepared. "Kid, you truly understand me," Logan exclaimed, joyfully uncorking a bottle of whiskey and taking a hearty swig. Jean, intrigued, sampled the Eastern pastries, taking a delicate bite that revealed her contentment. Scott, observing the earlier camaraderie between the Demon King and the Professor, lowered his guard, seated himself beside Jean, and casually reached for a piece of pastry to savor. "Charles, do try the green tea from the East," Chino suggested. Having always had a penchant for tea in his previous life, he had sampled green, black, and white varieties. "Quite delightful," Charles remarked, taking a sip and offering praise. Once he had finished his tea, he shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "Mr. Chino, I wish to inquire about the possibility you mentioned regarding establishing a city in the desert." Chino, devoid of any surprise, remarked, "If you could control all mutants, there would be merely a 1% chance." "I cannot do that." Charles shook his head, his expression grave. It was not solely his morals and ideals that prevented him, but the realization that should he proceed in such a manner, neither humanity nor mutants would ever forgive him. The trust he had painstakingly built over the years would vanish in a thin air. "At most, there's only 1,000th of a chance, perhaps even less," Chino stated, his tone merciless, showing no deference to Charles as he began to unflinchingly unveil the harsh reality. "Constructing a city in the desert is the simplest part. Do you possess the wealth? The sustenance and needs of thousands, the materials for building homes. Each expense is astronomical. Moreover, the nations of this world would never permit mutants to unite. Behind every mutant organization lurks the shadow of a nation pulling the strings, yourself included. Not me. I merely seek to collaborate with the government, hoping to integrate peacefully with humanity." Charles ardently conveyed his philosophy, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Observing Charles's eyes, Chino discerned that this universe's Professor X was a quintessential idealist, stirring within him a complex array of emotions. He did not despise idealists. It was precisely these visionaries that rendered the world a better place. "Do you know why this country tolerates your existence? The most formidable telepath in the world. And yet you remain oblivious to the fact that the government clandestinely hunts mutants. Their aim is to develop a weapon capable of eradicating all mutants at once. The only reason they currently tolerate the existence of Xavier's school is due to their fear of you turning against them, leading to mutual destruction." Chino's words sliced through Charles's heart like a blade. He fell silent, his once bright eyes dimming. He had always known the truth, yet he had been evading it, deceiving himself. He had hoped that through the efforts of the X-Men, humanity would come to accept mutants and alter their perceptions. But now, confronted so bluntly by Chino, he felt a wave of powerlessness and despair wash over him. Logan, too, lost interest in drinking. Although he lacked memories of the past, his time spent at Xavier's school had provided him with a sense of ease. The professor's subtle care for him had not gone unnoticed. The sound of high heels echoed through the room. Scott stared in astonishment at the unusually composed Jean. "So, according to your reasoning, the only correct path is that of Magneto, waging war against humanity?" Jean approached Chino, her hair billowing. Jean remained calm. Charles regained his composure, noticing her unusual demeanor, preparing to strengthen the mental seal. "Wait, Charles." Chino raised a hand to intervene, inadvertently awakening a flicker of the Phoenix Force within Jean, yet still chose to respond to her inquiry. "Certainly not. Magneto's path is a dead end. If he dares to pursue it, I will be the first to eliminate him." Chino's gaze was icy, exuding an aura that was chilling. The company had only just begun. Personnel had yet to be recruited. If war would break out, resources worldwide would become scarce, jeopardizing the advancement of the Paradise Project. The atmosphere surrounding Jean suddenly wilted. She was acutely aware of the Dark Lord's formidable power. The alliance of the demon army and humanity spelled inevitable doom for mutants. "What shall we do? Are mutants doomed to perish?" Jean could not restrain her tears, transforming from a fierce, commanding presence into a pitiful figure, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. This. Chino's composure faltered, and he rubbed his temples in mild frustration. "How can one bear to see a beauty weep? I must comfort her. Tonight, another will join my harem." The voice of venom echoed in his mind. "I have all I need," Chino silently retorted, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, a solution was not entirely out of reach. Jean gazed at Chino through tear-streaked eyes, yearning for a perfect answer. "The reason mutants are hindered is due to the absence of a king who can rival nations and unite all mutants. Charles, your indecisiveness is a flaw, while Magneto, driven by hatred, only seeks conflict. There were once two capable leaders, but you allowed them to perish. Chino crossed his arms contemplatively. Charles understood whom he referred to, the Black King and Apocalypse. But if they were allowed to succeed, chaos would engulf the entire world. Their ideologies and methods are misguided and would usher in endless calamity, Charles countered. Yet, you cannot deny that they could provide a safe haven for mutants. Though their aims diverge, they both uphold the supremacy of mutants. Chapter 84. I Can Bear Your Children. Charles fell silent, for he had to concede that Chino was correct. The powers of the Black King and Apocalypse were formidable, and the X-Men's victories over them were largely fortuitous. If it were they, perhaps the plight of mutants could indeed be altered. But to what end? A misguided path, even if it yields temporary change, ultimately leads to destruction. Charles furrowed his brow, ensnared in a web of deep conflict. Chino, however, observed Chino thoughtfully. Was this not an existing counterbalance to nations? A spark of hope ignited within her. What about you? Could you become our Dark Lord? At her words, Chino froze, contemplating inwardly. My plans are not yet ready, and she presents herself so willingly. Have you already taken her into your fold? So compliant? Venom's voice resonated in his mind. You've been with me long enough to know if I've taken anyone. Chino mentally rebutted. Professor X2 regarded Chino, pondering. Was this not a ready-made solution? An individual from the East, entirely neutral, harboring no prejudice against mutants, and capable of forming friendships? Furthermore, he possessed immense power, and the demon invasion had shown no subsequent developments, as if it had never occurred. The professor's gaze was filled with anticipation and scrutiny, weighing the pros and cons. Scott continued to ponder why Chino had become this way. Logan, on the other hand, thought it quite advantageous for the boy to become his boss. Such a generous leader was hard to come by. Chino fell into contemplation, striving to organize his thoughts, his brow furrowed, his gaze profound, as myriad ideas whirled rapidly in his mind. As Chino observed his indecision, she assumed his reluctance stemmed from the daunting prospect of opposing the entire world for an unfamiliar group. Did you not previously assert that mutant abilities could be harnessed for constructive purposes? Our X Academy boasts numerous talents. Weather manipulation, laser vision, energy shields. There's so much potential here. And we could help you amass considerable wealth. She urged, her gaze infused with longing and anticipation, hoping Chino would acquiesce. But I am not a mutant. I would not gain their acceptance, Chino replied, a hint of distress crossing his features. It matters not. As long as you offer us protection, mutants will be your subordinates. Professor, do you not concur? Chino turned to Professor X, her eyes brimming with urgency. Very well. While I cannot guarantee the acceptance of all mutants, those at X Academy will certainly recognize your authority, Charles resolved, determined that, having exhausted all other avenues, this newfound possibility was worth pursuing. His gaze was unwavering as it rested on Chino, as if placing all hope upon him. Chino felt a surge of mirth bubbling within him, almost incredulous at how easily this was being offered. Just as he was about to reluctantly express his consent, Chino contemplated what leverage she possessed and boldly declared, I can bear you a child, ensuring that your offspring may inherit the mantle of mutant leadership. Her proclamation stunned everyone present. Logan, caught mid-drink, sputtered, while Scott's eyes widened in disbelief, and Charles appeared nearly speechless. Chino himself was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She must be dreaming. My first child must be mine, followed by Pamela, and she. Who does she think she is? Venom screamed in Chino's mind. He could pursue as many women as he wished, for only she could remain by his side eternally. Yet, how could he allow a newcomer like Chino to claim such a privilege? Calm down, calm down. I have not acquiesced to her proposal, Chino murmured, patting his head to soothe Venom. He noted the resolute gleam in Chino's eyes and recognized that the Dark Phoenix was beginning to awaken, influencing her character. Chino had painted a picture of a desolate future, casting himself as her last hope. He surmised that she would gladly kneel and serve him. The thought caused him a profound headache. Becoming a ruler is not as simple as you imagine. Take the time to ponder it further, Chino spoke slowly. Chino appeared dazed, as though her very soul had been lost. However, my company will soon be conducting recruitment. Those from your academy are welcome to apply, he added, watching her eyes light up with realization. She stepped closer, embracing Chino, her body trembling slightly. Thank you, Dark Lord. I will strive to bear you children, however many you desire. Scott, overhearing this, felt his heart shatter, his complexion draining of color. Logan gave a thumbs up, knowing Chino once had a beloved, leaving him temporarily uninterested in pursuing women. Chino sensed Venom within him growing restless, eager to lash out, and hastily pushed Chino away. Please refrain. I already have a beloved and do not require your assistance in procreation. Chino waved his hand dismissively. Observing Chino's flustered demeanor, Chin smiled. You still possess such deep affection. However, I shall not relent. What on earth are you implying, Chin? Are you suggesting I become a third party? Stetko's face transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions, both furious and vexed. How could he, with a partner, dare to provoke Chin? Yet, he found himself in no position to voice his discontent, as his relationship with Chin was merely that of colleagues. Ahem, the discussions have reached a conclusion. Let us bring this gathering to a close. Before we part ways, I have a token of appreciation for you all. Chino hastily diverted the conversation, eager to finalize matters and depart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Time was of the essence. Charles cooperatively smiled, his gaze harboring a subtle, almost imperceptible anticipation. He secretly hoped that Chin might become Chino's beloved and bear him a child. The tradition of social gatherings has endured through the ages for good reason. The door swung open, and 5 maidens entered, each carrying a silver box before them. What is this, young man? Logan inquired, extracting a vial of red liquid. A strengthening elixir, an internal product that can enhance physical attributes by 2 to 3-fold. The stronger the recipient's physique, the weaker the effect, Chino elucidated. Excellent. Without a hint of doubt, Logan injected himself with the serum. As the potion coursed through his veins, his body reacted swiftly, his temperature surged, muscles swelled, bulging as if they might burst through his clothing. Soon thereafter, his muscles contracted, and a pained expression crossed Logan's face. After a moment, he regained his composure, exhaling heavily, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Chapter 85. Acquiring New Abilities. My strength has nearly doubled. Thank you, my friend, Logan exclaimed, shaking his fist, his countenance brimming with excitement and gratitude. Who wouldn't relish the prospect of gaining power without side effects? Chino pondered Logan's declining healing factor due to age, suspecting that the Edelman alloy might be toxic, or perhaps genetically modified food was to blame. You should test your healing ability. There ought to be some changes, Chino suggested. Without hesitation, Logan extended his steel claws and struck his arm. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as 3 gaping wounds erupted upon his arm, revealing the silver of bone within. Even before the blood could flow, the wounds began to mend. Within mere seconds, the injuries were fully healed, the skin returning to its former smoothness. The healing ability had indeed intensified. Previously, it would have taken several seconds longer. Chino mused that it was more a restoration than an enhancement. Scott also opened the small box before him, revealing a strengthening elixir, which he too injected without delay. What is this? Chin inquired, observing the small vial within the box, puzzled, as it did not resemble a typical potion. This is a youth elixir. It can be used sparingly over an extended period. Initially, I intended to provide you with a strengthening potion, but reconsidering its side effects, I opted for this instead. Chino explained patiently. Are there side effects? I feel splendid, Logan proclaimed, raising his arm to showcase his bulging muscles, displaying his newfound strength. What is happening to my body? A startled cry echoed nearby, and several individuals hastily turned to see what was amiss. Scott, who had once possessed a well-proportioned physique, now appeared remarkably robust. His fitted attire was stretched taut, as if he had suddenly expanded in size. This is the side effect, Chino remarked with a hint of resignation. Logan is already quite muscular, so it's less noticeable on him. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Scott replied, a touch of despair in his voice. I intended to, but was interrupted by Logan. Chino shrugged innocently. Logan approached Scott, giving a reassuring pat on his broad shoulder. Isn't this rather splendid? You look far better than your former scrawny self. Really? Scott glanced at Jean, wondering if she would appreciate his current appearance. In the next moment, he was utterly frozen. Jean gently kissed Chino on the cheek, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I truly adore your gift. Logan, witnessing the scene, offered a consolation. Give it up. You can't compete with him. With a sound akin to shattering glass, Scott's heart felt as though it had splintered into countless pieces. He stood there, immobilized, his eyes filled with despondency. Charles gazed at the azure potion before him. Rebirth serum for severed limbs. Indeed, your legs remain. The reason you're in a wheelchair must be due to nerve issues. This serum is ideally suited for you. Chino wiped the lipstick mark from his face. Thank you. Chino. Charles felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't mention it. I shall administer the injection, Chino stated as he prepared the serum, deftly removing the needle cap and aiming it at Charles's neck. No one intervened. Having already chosen to trust Chino, they acknowledged that he was destined to become a powerful mutant. Charles shut his eyes, patiently awaiting the serum's effects. Gradually, he began to feel warmth and tingling in his legs. After so many years since he had taken to the wheelchair, his legs had not felt anything at all. That long-lost sensation quickened his heartbeat and hastened his breath. As the tingling subsided, Charles opened his eyes and slowly extended one leg to touch the ground. He could move. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes sparkled with tears of joy, and his lips quivered with excitement. Then, using his wheelchair for support, he shakily stood up and began to walk, gripping the table for balance. Initially unsteady, his steps were tentative and his body wavered. But he gritted his teeth and refused any assistance. After a while, he found himself walking normally. His strides grew steadier, and his face radiated an indescribable joy, as if he had been reborn. Jean and the others watched the professor with exhilaration. Over the years, Professor X had become akin to a family elder. Their eyes brimmed with delight and pride, genuinely happy to see the professor standing once more. "Charles, you no longer need that wheelchair. May I have it?" Chino quipped, having somehow seated himself in the wheelchair, playfully maneuvering the joystick back and forth with a mischievous grin. Moreover, this wheelchair automatically adjusted the backrest to perfectly conform to the user's body, providing exceptional comfort. It was then that they realized this formidable young man was merely a recently matured child. Jean felt a pang of guilt for placing such a heavy burden upon Chino, silently chastising herself. "Certainly, you have bestowed upon me a far superior pair." Charles smiled benevolently, for previously, Chino's aura had been so overpowering that he had been unaware of this aspect. "Oh, how delightful! I shall venture outside," Chino exclaimed eagerly, maneuvering the wheelchair with the exuberance of a child who had just received a new toy, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Let us depart as well," Charles remarked with a gentle and composed smile. "Professor, there remains a box, unopened," Scott indicated towards a crate, a look of curiosity adorning his face. "That belongs to others." With that, Charles pushed the door open and stepped outside, followed by the others in succession. Once all had departed, a figure stealthily entered through the window, a female journalist who had posed a question earlier. Her movements were light and agile, landing with barely a sound. Upon opening the box, she discovered 2 vials of green elixir and a note. "Therapeutic agents," she murmured, glancing at the note. "Please persuade Old One to read more architectural literature. I have several billion-dollar projects awaiting his attention." "Old One? What an intriguing appellation," the journalist whispered, a smile gracing her lips. She grasped the box, and with a swift motion, transformed into a maid previously seen, hastening towards the exit, oblivious to the slight flicker of her shadow. Outside, Chino, who was racing around the plaza in his wheelchair, paused to gaze at the image of Professor X on the core, a smirk forming on his lips. "Strength, speed, intellect. I am devoid of any weaknesses, truly a bountiful harvest." Venom emerged, settling on Chino's lap. "Then why not opt to replicate Jean's abilities? The power of the Phoenix is far superior," Venom inquired, perplexed. Chino, cradling Venom's waist and basking in the sun, languidly replied, "The Phoenix Force is an energy entity merely residing within Jean. The likelihood of us replicating it is slim, and it may provoke her, inciting Charles and the others' disdain and vigilance. Therefore, it is not advantageous. Nevertheless, that girl will eventually join your harem. At that juncture, the Phoenix Force will be at our disposal." Venom chuckled. "Who can predict the future? Let's allow things to unfold naturally. The foremost priority now is to consolidate and enhance our existing strength to confront any potential crises." Chapter 86, The Tycoon Scheme. At that moment, the shadow behind Chino abruptly darkened, extending forward as ripples danced across its surface. An assassin clad in black ninja attire appeared before him, assuming a half-kneeling position. The shadow seemed to possess a life of its own, enigmatic and mysterious. "Leader, the target has departed." The assassin's voice was low and respectful, echoing distinctly in the vast plaza. "Indeed, your efforts are commendable. Locate her base, and you may conclude your mission," Chino replied with a tranquil demeanor. "Understood, leader," the assassin responded, before vanishing back into the shadow, as if they had never existed, leaving behind a shadow that gradually returned to normalcy. All assassins within the League chose to contract the powers of the Shadow Demon. This is an extraordinarily bizarre, yet formidable power that enables them to traverse the realm of shadows with ease. Whether it be assassination or infiltration, everything becomes effortless, akin to phantoms lurking in the darkness, silent and elusive, rendering defenses futile. The sole drawback lies in the daylight, where the shifting shadows are easily discernible. The entire Demon Syndicate serves as the stronghold for the Assassin Alliance, a fortress of formidable defenses and intricate mechanisms, interwoven with countless shadowy forces. Merely possessing the ability to change form, one cannot hope to infiltrate or escape unnoticed. Even Batman would struggle against such odds. As journalists departed, a tempest of public opinion quietly brewed. The following day, newspaper sales soared, and the internet buzzed with news of the Demon Syndicate. An overwhelming deluge of reports flooded public consciousness, saturating both traditional media and emerging online platforms, all captivated by this trending topic. Among the most fervent discussions was that of youth, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating the release of a new product. There were even whispers of insiders willing to procure it illicitly, as the clamor for purchases grew incessantly. Dr. Banner's reputation surged, earning him the moniker Dr. Youth. He became the focal point of admiration and adulation, engaging in a whirlwind of award ceremonies and social gatherings, where throngs sought his favor, hoping he might develop an elixir for longevity. It is said his schedule is booked 3 months in advance, as he flits from one event to another, seemingly tireless. However, with the product's impending release, the medical and beauty industries faced unprecedented upheaval. The stock market trembled as if struck by a violent earthquake, with related stocks plummeting into disarray. Countless owners and investors found themselves devastated in this storm, their despair leading some to the rooftops in hopelessness. They harbored an intense animosity towards Banner and the Demon Syndicate, cursing them with clenched teeth, as if all misfortunes stemmed from their actions. In a lavish yet oppressive conference room, anxiety hung thick in the air. What do we do? We've incurred losses even before the official launch. If we proceed, we shall all be destitute, bellowed a corpulent man, his face quivering with rage. Why does a demon, instead of reaping souls in hell, intrude upon our world to seize our wealth? Another sharply dressed man slammed his hand upon the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Huh, a demon? Do you not see the paupers below, idolizing him as a deity? Selling to us for $5 million while they pocket $50,000. He stands to gain nothing, merely robbing us, cried a flamboyantly dressed woman, her finely crafted visage now appearing somewhat grotesque in her fervor. Yet, for the sake of their futures, they had no choice but to part with their riches. Present were the opulently adorned magnates, titans of the medical and beauty industries. The elegance of your had vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a haranguing shrew, leaving only a torrent of fear and rage. Enough. I did not summon you here to lament. Let us devise a plan together. A middle-aged man rapped his knuckles upon the table, the sound resonating with gravitas and authority, and the room fell into silence. He was the leader of this assembly, possessing various enterprises, yet the onset of the sale had left him reeling from substantial losses. What could be done? The demonic army witnessed that day was not something the nation could contend with. A middle-aged woman slumped in her chair, her expression one of despair, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to conceal her weariness. Moreover, he himself wielded formidable power. Any attempt at forceful seizure was utterly futile. Another middle-aged man had resigned himself to his fate, contemplating the liquidation of all his assets at a pittance, hoping to transition into another line of work, thus preserving a semblance of affluence in the future. His voice was steeped in resignation and despondency. A group of young individuals prone to violence proposed we could resort to theft. An elderly man chuckled sinisterly, his fondness for power rendering him reluctant to relinquish it. The emergence of the Demon Lord presented him with a glimmer of hope for prolonging his existence. Yet, such a prospect might require an all-consuming sacrifice. He could not possibly acquiesce. If only he could obtain the formulas for those potions, a flicker of madness and determination shone in his eyes. We could enlist someone to pilfer them. If he dares to retaliate against us, we shall disseminate the formulas worldwide. I doubt he could withstand the entirety of the globe. The old man grew increasingly animated, the wrinkles on his face contorting in excitement. And regarding the mutants, he continued, we could manipulate public opinion to coerce him into surrendering the formulas. Another chimed in, a glint of malice gleaming in his eyes. And what of Dr. Banner? He is aware. We could abduct him. This audacious notion was put forth. You are mad. He is the Hulk. The Demon Lord could vanquish him. The true identity of the Hulk was no secret to them. A more rational individual promptly countered. He ought to revert to normal. My associates pressured him at the press conference, and he did not transform. That merits consideration. A flicker of hope reignited in their eyes, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of success. Thus, they commenced to strategize, each contributing their wealth and resources, with ample personnel and weaponry at their disposal. Had Chino been an ordinary individual, perhaps they would have truly consumed him. Once the meeting concluded, the majority departed with a blend of apprehension and anticipation. hastening to orchestrate their respective tasks. In the shadows, they perceived a glimmer of light, striving to grasp this final hope to salvage their crumbling empire of wealth. One corpulent magnate returned to his estate, his steps hurried, and his demeanor fraught with anxiety. He descended into a clandestine basement, illuminated by a dim yellow light, where a modified digital intercom lay, possessing an effective communication range of 50 kilometers. Chapter 87, Magneto. The magnate picked up the intercom, unlocking it with his fingerprint, and held it to his ear, where a cold voice emerged. Codeword: Rebirth. Is the code correct? What is it? The magnate recounted the entirety of today's meeting, inquiring. Should I take action? No need. The voice on the other end faltered. Those magnates remained oblivious to the demon lord's true nature. Do they not know? The entire world, combined, may not stand chance. After a brief silence, the other party spoke. Let us not act rashly. The higher-ups have no intention of confronting the Dark Lord, but we can convey a message to him, perhaps to earn some favor. This piece of intelligence may hold little value for the Dark Lord, yet it serves to express their goodwill. The wealthy man, somewhat anxious, remarked, moreover, my hospital is on the verge of bankruptcy. Understood. The information you've provided this time is quite valuable. I shall report it to the higher-ups and arrange for you to acquire a construction company. The wealthy man felt a surge of joy, knowing that his opulent lifestyle could continue. Hail Hydra! After ending the call, he tossed the intercom into the furnace, watching as it twisted and warped in the flames. This is the advantage of being backed by a grand organization. No matter how one plays the game, as long as one does not betray or get discovered, there is never any consequence. Those who struggle on the precipice of life and death, fighting desperately to devise plans, cannot fathom the intricacies at play. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly far more fortunate and secure. With this thought, a slight smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips as he turned to leave the basement. In an empty steel warehouse, Raven slowly transformed back to her original form, gracefully striding toward the interior. This was the temporary base of the Brotherhood. She approached a high platform where a figure clad in a steel helmet was silently gazing at the sunlight outside, lost in thought. Eric, I have returned. Raven's voice shattered the silence. Raven, welcome back, Eric replied, turning to face her. She recounted all that transpired at the meeting, including Charles's resurgence. A flicker of guilt and joy crossed Eric's eyes. Despite their paths diverging, the bond they once shared remained indelibly etched in the depths of their hearts. However, upon hearing that Charles had agreed to let the sudden emergence of the Dark Lord become the new king of mutants, Eric fell into deep contemplation. While his old friend may be weak, his insight was undeniable. Raven, what is your opinion of this Dark Lord? Eric's gaze shifted to her, imbued with curiosity. Without hesitation, Raven replied, mysterious, powerful. He clearly recognized my presence, yet chose to remain concealed. His stance toward both mutants and humans appears no different. It is worth exploring. She had pondered these questions on her way back, harboring little optimism for the paths of Charles or Eric, having previously felt compelled to follow the more pragmatic Eric. Now, with the emergence of a new hope, she wished to give it a try. Who? Eric's demeanor chilled, before the final syllable escaped his lips. The surrounding hard metal melted in an instant, transforming into sharp spears that shot toward the ceiling. Whoosh! A series of sounds erupted as the ceiling was pierced, creating a multitude of large holes through which sunlight poured in. The sharp spears, having breached the ceiling, did not cease. Instead, they morphed mid-air, rapidly dividing into countless slender needles that surged forth in all directions. Eric, is someone eavesdropping? Raven quickly realized the situation and swiftly retreated to a concealed corner to avoid disrupting the impending battle. Eric sensed the atmosphere for a moment before speaking. He has departed. It appears to be a spatial ability, manifesting and vanishing suddenly. Had it not been for the metal he carries, I would not have detected him. Should we relocate our base? Raven inquired. She felt a sense of relief, as their conversation did not pertain to any confidential matters. Before Eric could respond, someone burst in. The first to appear was a robust man with golden hair and a golden beard, his sharp nails clawing at the walls, and in a few agile movements. He was at Eric's side, surveying the surroundings with vigilance. Before long, other members of the Brotherhood arrived. Leader, what has transpired? Eric's actions had drawn their attention, and they assumed there was an enemy incursion. It's nothing. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Mystique, Eric stated. The Toad glanced at the gaping hole in the ceiling, wondering how this could be considered nothing. However, seeing that the leader seemed unperturbed, he led the others away. There is no immediate need to relocate the base. I shall ponder over the Demon King's situation further, Eric said, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Raven understood that it was somewhat unrealistic to expect Eric to abandon a path he had steadfastly followed for many years, and she nodded in agreement. "This is a gift from the Demon King," she said, opening a small box and handing it over before turning to leave. As she reached the doorway, Eric's voice called out behind her. "Raven, please help me gather some architectural books." "Understood." A smile graced Raven's lips as she realized Eric was genuinely contemplating the Demon King's words, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Chino remained oblivious to the clandestine plots of the affluent and was indifferent to them. With nothing to do, he wandered to the school to pick up Damien alongside Venom and Pamela. Among the throng of parents collecting their children, Chino stood out remarkably. His tall stature, strikingly handsome features, and unique aura rendered him exceptionally noticeable in the crowd. As the school bell rang, a flurry of exuberant little ones rushed out. "Chino, can we sneak 2 of them home?" Venom eagerly asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "No. All right then. Sister Venom, Damien is out." Pamela's words captured Venom's attention. Damien emerged hand in hand with little Yu, spotting Venom bounding towards him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Did you miss me, my little darling?" Venom exclaimed cheerfully, her face beaming with warmth. "Of course, I did, Mother Venom," Damien replied obediently, albeit with a hint of nonchalance that nonetheless filled Venom with delight. "Wow." Little Yu gasped in surprise, her eyes wide as she watched the traditionally aloof Damien, now cradled like a doll in the embrace of the beautiful sister. The scene struck her as amusing, prompting her to giggle uncontrollably. Chino and Pamela approached, noticing little Yu. Chino knelt slightly, extending his hand towards her with a gentle smile. "Hello, young lady. Are you a friend of Damien's?" Little Yu gazed at the handsome older brother, her eyes filled with astonishment, before reaching out her small hand to shake his. "Indeed, I'm the best friend of Damien," replied Xiaoyu with a bright and innocent voice. "You are quite impressive. I thought with Damien's peculiar personality, he would struggle to make friends this semester," Chino teased with a chuckle. Chapter 88, The Obtrusive Package. Xiaoyu stood proudly, her hands on her hips, declaring, "It's easy to be friends with Damien. She is actually quite pleasant to be around." Pamela, amused, reached out to pinch Xiaoyu's cheek gently and said, "Xiaoyu, you are truly adorable. Where your family? Uncle Long should still be on his way. He is always late." "Are you Damien's siblings?" Xiaoyu blinked her bright eyes. "Not quite. We are her godparents," Chino explained with a smile. "How cool. Just like the mafia in the movies." Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, her little face brimming with wonder and admiration. At that moment, Damien was set down. "Would you like to come play with us?" Venom's gaze fixed on Xiaoyu, eyes eager, sensing a delightful allure about her. Maybe next time," Xiaoyu said, glancing at the beautiful sister, feeling an inexplicable hint of fear, instinctively taking a small step back. "Xiaoyu, where are you?" Came a voice calling. "It's Uncle Long, Damien, and my siblings. Goodbye," Xiaoyu called out, dashing toward the source of the voice. "Such a dear," Venom lamented, pouting in disappointment. "I haven't even hugged her yet." "That's what you get for scaring her," Chino said, shaking his head helplessly. Pamela took Damien's small hand, and they walked toward the car, the golden rays of the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. "Damien, did you enjoy school today?" Pamela asked softly, her gaze tender as she looked at Damien. Damien shook his head before nodding. "Class was quite dull. It was all knowledge I'd already learned. However, it was fun to read comics with Xiaoyu during recess." "That's wonderful," Pamela said, feeling a sense of relief that Damien finally had a peer to connect with. "Godfather, may I take the comics to show my father?" Damien hesitated a moment before cautiously asking. "What comics?" Chino inquired curiously. "This one, Batman," Damien said, retrieving a comic from his backpack and handing it over, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chino glanced at it and nodded. "Sure, I'll collect other related comics for you as well, and when the holidays come, I'll take you back with me." "Thank you, Godfather," Damien replied, carefully putting away the comic, a gift from Xiaoyu. Chino was unconcerned, although this world had DC comics. They were vastly different from the entertainment-rich realm of his past life. Here, most DC comics focused predominantly on the individual exploits of Batman and Superman, with minimal crossover, and the Justice League was utterly dormant. Not to mention SHIELD had effectively shut down DC Comics. In Chino's view, collecting these comics and handing them over to Bruce would merely help him understand the powers and origins of heroes from his world, having little impact on his personal life. However, one cannot help but ponder the nature of the gift bestowed upon him by his daughter. A mischievous expression danced upon Chino's face. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon inspection, he discovered a text message. It was densely packed with various plans concerning the demonic organization aimed at him, even detailing specific times and numbers with clarity. The final note read, "Hydra sends its regards, Your Majesty." Chino raised an eyebrow. Hydra was rather astute. It would be wise to seize the opportunity to bring them under his control. Such a remarkably useful organization being annihilated would indeed be a pity. As for their classification as an evil organization, let us not forget that the efforts of S.H.I.L.D. in maintaining world order over the years have been largely attributable to them. As night enveloped the city, the demonic organization stirred. A group of mercenaries clad in black combat attire, fully armed, stealthily approached a mysterious and perilous structure. Yet, amidst this unit, one figure stood out conspicuously. "Oh, are you curious why I am dressed so flamboyantly? Ha! I shall soon be drenched in the blood of our enemies." The flamboyant individual suddenly spoke, as if showcasing his valor to an unseen camera. "Shut your mouth, you idiot Deadpool, and lower your voice. Who are you even talking to?" A burly bald man in the group hissed in irritation. Were it not for Wade's impressive combat history, he would never have permitted such a neurotic individual to join this mission. "Of course, my fans," Deadpool replied in a hushed tone. He then turned to the camera beside him, winking and whispering, "You dare call me an idiot? Just you wait. When this is over, I shall wield my sword and give that bald head a super smooth hairstyle." The bald man chose to ignore him, contemplating the reward of $5 million each upon the successful completion of a mission, telling himself to endure as he planned to eliminate Deadpool afterward. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the demonic organization, several pairs of eyes quietly opened, silently observing their actions. "Oh," Deadpool shivered, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the time he was followed by a G after a restroom visit, though that G could no longer be a threat. Muttering to himself with a look of disdain, Deadpool trailed behind them. They smoothly arrived at the top-level laboratory, which was eerily deserted, as if the entire organization had clocked out for the day. The laboratory was filled with green vials, each accompanied by a plethora of complex formulas that dazzled the mind. "Therapeutic agents? This is far too easy," the bald man remarked, somewhat astonished. However, upon seeing the abundance of vials, he could not afford to be overly discerning. These represented wealth. He began filling a bag with the contents. Deadpool, not to be outdone, swiftly followed suit. "My dear boss, do not take offense. I can only say that your security system is practically non-existent. But in light of our camaraderie, once I receive my bounty, I shall return the formulas, while these vials shall serve as my labor's reward." Hey. Deadpool, brimming with excitement, muttered to himself, contemplating the monetary value of these potions, which could fetch tenfold their worth on the black market. While all the mercenaries busied themselves loading the vials, an unnoticed shadow flickered beneath their feet. Once the laboratory had been thoroughly ransacked, a sense of unease began to permeate the group, but their greed for the gold before them rendered such feelings irrelevant. Upon departing from the demon organization, they collectively exhaled, the tension in their bodies temporarily easing. Following their plan, they hastily made their way to the delivery location. Chapter 89. Thank you for your contributions. In a clandestine warehouse, the aged tycoon appeared, flanked by 4 bodyguards. "The goods are secured," he stated ominously. "Indeed. Where's the money?" queried the bald man, his wariness evident. Trust was a luxury in their line of work. The old tycoon cast a dark glance at him, then coldly instructed a nearby bodyguard, "Open it." Responding to his command, the bodyguard pressed a button, illuminating the corner with a blinding spotlight. As the light flooded the area, it revealed a towering heap of cash, all brand new American bills, stacked high like a small mountain. The tightly bundled stacks glimmered enticingly, silently proclaiming the power of wealth. 10 individuals, a total of $50 million. The bald man and his comrades' eyes widened in astonishment, greed overtaking their senses as they gazed upon the monetary mountain. To the bald man, the riches appeared boundless, and he eagerly produced the potion formula, yearning to hand it over. Suddenly, a chilling glint flashed. He felt a cold breeze brush against his scalp, quickly followed by a warm liquid trickling down his cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his head, only to find it stained with bright red blood. Before he could comprehend the unfolding horror, his body lurched forward uncontrollably. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, his smooth skull rolling away from his body and ultimately resting at the feet of the tycoon, grotesquely positioned like a bloody delicacy. "Once I retire, perhaps I could become a hairstylist. I would surely be in high demand," Deadpool mused, nodding in satisfaction at the clean incision. The old tycoon, snapping back to reality, was unaccustomed to such a grisly scene after a lifetime of luxury. His stomach churned violently, and he vomited. This fool attempted a double cross, eliminate him. The others reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and aiming at Deadpool. In the dimly lit warehouse, chaos erupted as gunfire filled the air, the silver glint of blades clashing with bullets. creating a dazzling but deadly display of light. Deadpool was too close, and in mere moments, he became a phantom among them, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. His blade danced through the air, each swing painting the surroundings with crimson, his movements as swift as lightning, rendering him nearly impossible to track. The warehouse echoed with screams and the sound of metal clashing, as Deadpool, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, mercilessly harvested lives. The wealthy man hurriedly retrieved the formula and, under the escort of his bodyguards, swiftly exited the warehouse. Deadpool soon disposed of his companions, shaking the blood from his blades, his body riddled with bullets yet undeterred in his movements. 50 million, and with these vials he would instantaneously become a billionaire. He muttered to himself, approaching a pile of cash, eagerly kissing the bills. However, his elation was short-lived as he noticed something amiss with the colors of the notes. Upon inspecting them closely, he discovered they were merely sheets of blank paper, with only the first bill being genuine. The rest were counterfeit. "You deceivers!" Deadpool cursed furiously. In the next moment, a burst of flames erupted before him. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, flames soaring high, a scorching wave surging forth, engulfing Deadpool in an instant. Outside, the wealthy man observed the warehouse ablaze, a smug smirk upon his lips. A bunch of paupers, yearning for money. They could very well seek it from the devil himself. Despite the unforeseen mishap, the outcome remained unchanged. Glancing at the formula in his hand, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his murky eyes. With the formula for the potion, coupled with the youthful doctor, wealth and immortality would soon be his. Ha ha ha! His boisterous laughter echoed through the night sky, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Yet, before he could revel in his mirth for long, a figure burst forth from the flames, an infernal being entirely engulfed in fire, wielding two steel blades and rushing at him with a malevolent ferocity. "Hand over my money." Deadpool's raspy voice emerged from the blaze. His face grotesquely melted into a skeletal visage, still alive, fixating his single eye on the wealthy man. The money was fake. The stolen potions were gone. His dreams of sudden wealth had been shattered, and this old man had become the object of his deepest loathing. "Kill him. Slay him." The wealthy man, paralyzed by fear, shouted hoarsely, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" For bodyguards drew their firearms, firing without hesitation at the oncoming Deadpool. Yet he did not falter. Bullets erupted from his body, some even tearing away chunks of flesh, but he seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly charging forward. The bodyguards, gripped by terror, had never encountered such a reckless madman. Fear seized their hearts in an instant, prompting them to flee. "You fools, take me with you." The wealthy man cursed, leaning heavily on his cane as he too attempted to escape. He had always played the game of business, employing underhanded tactics, never having faced such a terrifying scene personally. Yet, it was too late to run now. "You will pay for blowing up my money." Deadpool had already reached him, a sinister grin on his face, bringing his blades down towards the man's legs. "I'll give you the money, whatever you want." The wealthy man whimpered in terror, shutting his eyes. Yet he felt no impending pain. Drips of liquid fell from his pant legs onto the ground as he cautiously opened his eyes, revealing a man clad in a ninja outfit standing before him, a headless corpse lying at his feet. The elderly tycoon had yet to utter a word. "Come with us," the ninja-clad man coldly remarked. "Whose allegiance do you claim? Are you unaware of my identity? How dare you speak to me in such a commanding tone?" The elderly magnate, mistaking the assassin for an ally, resumed his haughty demeanor, oblivious to the scornful glint in the assassin's eyes. At that moment, two similarly attired assassins emerged silently from the shadows on the ground. Number 1, the 4 who fled had been dealt with. Number 2, escort this magnate back to the base. Number 3, take care of the bodies on the ground. Understood. Only then did the elderly magnate comprehend that these saviors were not allies at all. "Who are you?" he cried out in terror. Number 2 approached the magnate, unceremoniously seizing his shoulder and gradually sinking into the shadows. "Wait, I have vast wealth. Regardless of what your benefactor offers, I shall pay double, no, triple, quintuple." The elderly magnate's voice, filled with desperation and dread, echoed as he struggled. His once omnipotent power was utterly futile in this dire moment, and the height from which he had once looked down upon others crumbled before the onslaught of despair. As the shadows began to engulf his head, Number 1 coldly uttered, "His Majesty the Demon King sends his gratitude for your contributions." Chapter 90. The disorganized mob blocking the gun. Regret and despair clouded the magnate's eyes as he desperately attempted to scream, yet only incoherent whimpers escaped his lips before he was completely swallowed by the shadows. Observing the vanishing magnate, Number 1 seemed to grasp why the leader had prompted him to convey that message. Hey, brother, could you flip me over? I really don't wish to lick the dust off the ground. It might contain remnants of excrement. Number 1 glanced down at the severed head, astonished that it still possessed life. He kicked it over, revealing that the once destroyed face and eyes had been restored, albeit marred, resembling a visage corroded by acid. Oh, thank you. Although I dislike being treated this way with your foot, it is certainly preferable to using my tongue. Hey, mate, though you remain silent. I can tell from your gaze that this face resembles a rotting avocado, Deadpool quipped self-deprecatingly. Initially, he intended to feign death, waiting for these individuals to depart before seeking a way to reattach his head. However, upon realizing they were aware of Chino, he abandoned that notion. Number 2, gripping Deadpool by the ankle, approached and stated, his body still has a pulse. What should we do? Encase him in cement and sink him to the bottom of the sea. Number 1 replied expressionlessly. Deadpool, overhearing their discussion, was immediately alarmed. Though that course might not guarantee his demise, the thought of enduring such interminable darkness was terrifying. No. I know the Demon King. Chino, right? We are fabulous partners. Deadpool shouted loudly. Exchanging a glance, Number 1 instructed, take him back to the base, report to the leader, and deliver the imposter to Dr. Banner for experimentation. With Deadpool's head cradled in Number 1's arms, they slowly descended into the shadows. Oh, be gentle. The skin I just regenerated is sensitive and tender. And, mate, your embrace is so warm. It reminds me of my mother's touch. The incessant chatter of Deadpool echoed in one's ears, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He swore to the demon lord that should this fellow dare to deceive him, his body would remain for experimentation while his head sank to the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, in a clandestine safe house, an assassin addressed Dr. Banner with utmost respect. Thank you for your cooperation. I shall escort you back to the banquet shortly. Dr. Banner, gazing at the shadowy figure of his captor, shook his head in disappointment. After days of this charade, it was enough. He longed to return to his laboratory. Initially, the affair had seemed novel, surrounded by beauty and flattery from titans of various fields. Yet, gradually, the conversations turned mundane with inquiries such as, how is your research progressing? Are there any side effects of a serum? Would you consider joining our company? Are you interested in taking on apprentice? Such self-serving and tedious dialogues filled him with profound annoyance. The allure of research in the laboratory far surpassed this. Moreover, he had not seen Betty in quite some time and wondered how she was faring. This thought flickered through Dr. Banner's mind, accompanied by an indescribable complexity of emotions. On the following day, the Demon faction acquired numerous assets in the beauty and pharmaceutical industries at remarkably low prices. Simultaneously, the streets saw an increase in the number of homeless individuals. Chino did not end their lives. Instead, he compassionately administered healing potions to restore their health. Perhaps, living with nothing was a far greater punishment for those once consumed by greed than death itself. In the Affluent Alliance, a meeting that once brimmed with attendees now had several vacant seats, as some individuals had not returned. What shall we do, Toby? Elle and the others have been dealt with by the Demon Lord. Just the other day, I saw Billy begging on the streets, lamented a wealthy individual in a corner, his countenance grim and voice trembling. If all else fails, let us go and offer our apologies to the Demon Lord. He is willing to sell medicine at low prices to the impoverished. Surely he will forgive us. Indeed, we could offer him a few companies. He might find that beneficial. The group engaged in anxious discussions, their tones rife with trepidation and unease, with the alliance on the brink of collapse. A resounding bang echoed as a robust tycoon slammed his hand on the table. Silence, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. You all squawk like headless flies. What resolution can this chaos yield? The meeting room fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixed on the irate magnate. He was the wealthiest member of the alliance and had been elected as its leader. Yet, Tom interjected, the Demon Lord has already taken action. We're no match for him. Moreover, the healing and resurrection potions are about to be released. If we do not liquidate our assets soon, it will be too late. We are not in your position. You possess other industries while our fortunes are predominantly tied to the pharmaceutical and beauty sectors. Should they collapse? The faces of the gathered individuals were etched with anxiety and helplessness. Tom's brow furrowed deeply, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with despair. Enough. Calm yourselves, he shouted once more. What is there to fear? Even if the Demon Lord is formidable, we must not concede so easily. Is everything still fine here? What does this imply? The Demon King dares not take direct action against us. Do you truly believe that pleading for mercy will prevent him from releasing his potions? Eventually, You will all find yourselves in dire poverty. It's merely a matter of time. You can either join me in defeating the Demon King or end up sleeping on the streets in the future. Do you comprehend this, fools? Tom's words awakened everyone. The terrifying prospect of becoming destitute ignited flames of anger and resentment in their eyes. Their previously wavering resolve solidified, and the wealthy began to rise, preparing for their next course of action. Only Tom remained seated at the head of the table, retrieving his phone. How have the medical and beauty-related industries fared in the sell-off? We must cancel all collaborations related to New York and arrange for the fastest flight to Mexico. We must evacuate. After instructing the next steps, Tom stood and made his way to the door. What a farce it would be to confront the Demon King head-on. He was not that foolish. Since the previous plan had failed, continuing with it was unnecessary. Leaving those fools behind was merely a means to have them serve as shields. The reason he had managed to expand his enterprises so extensively was his understanding of the necessity to let go, although this would significantly reduce his assets. As long as he had capital, he could rise again. A smirk graced Tom's lips as he opened the door, only to be met with an unfamiliar silhouette. A sudden shock coursed through him, and his smile froze, his eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. "Who are you?" Tom asked, forcing himself to appear composed as his hand discreetly reached towards his waist. Lei Gu, executive president of the Demon Group, came the expressionless reply, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Tom, seemingly able to see through all his subtle movements. Chapter 91, Flint's Work. Tom's heart raced. It was one of the Demon King's men. Without uttering a word, he drew his automatic pistol and unleashed a rapid succession of shots at Lei Gu. Bang, bang, bang. 8 bullets struck precisely at Lei Gu's heart. Logically, even with a bulletproof vest, the tremendous impact would shatter ribs. However, Lei Gu remained immobile, his clothing unscathed. Tom did not relent. In 0.6 seconds, he reloaded and aimed at Lei Gu's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he saw clearly. A dark figure stood in front, and the bullets fell as if into water, causing no ripples whatsoever. Lei Gu extended his hand, revealing 16 bullet casings that clinked as they fell onto the marble floor, producing a crisp sound. Shall we continue? No. I'm rather curious as to when the Demon King began to monitor me. Tom dropped his pistol, realizing that facing a superpowered individual required, at the very least, a fully equipped team to pose a threat. From the very beginning. How did you manage this? I am very cautious. I always communicate via letters. The locations of our gatherings vary each time, and my vehicles are always the most inconspicuous. How did you accomplish this? Lei Gu found himself somewhat admiring the businessman before him, calm under pressure and meticulous in thought, fitting his master's criteria. Come forth. No sooner had Lei Gu spoken than a figure clad in ninja attire emerged from the shadows behind Tom. Tom felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. For days, he had been accompanied by someone. A wry smile escaped him. To the Dark Lord, their every action seemed nothing more than child's play. Even now, the master had yet to reveal himself, allowing mere subordinates to toy with them at will. According to his master's intent, they were to be played with until the end, yet here they were, attempting to withdraw from the game midway. Thus, you come to punish this evader. Tom surveyed his surroundings for any other presence, even in the face of superhumans. He did not relinquish the thought of resistance. No, this game could conclude prematurely. The true purpose of his master was to select the most capable among them as a subordinate. And so, you have chosen me. A fiery glint ignited in Tom's eyes. A fervent yearning for power and strength. In the face of formidable foes, surrender could also be deemed a wise choice. Affix your name. Lei Gu produced the infernal contract he had prepared in advance. Tom, disregarding the inscriptions upon it, fixed his gaze directly into Lei Gu's eyes. Can I also acquire superpowers? Indeed, hundreds of diverse abilities await your selection. Should you achieve significant merit in the future, immortality may not be out of reach. Then I have but one choice. Tom withdrew a dagger from his bosom, slicing his finger to use his blood as ink, swiftly inscribing his name upon the contract. I shall pledge my loyalty to His Majesty the Dark Lord. His voice rang out with firmness and clarity, his gaze brimming with ambition for the future. On the other side, Chino sensed the completion of the contract. With Lei Gu's capabilities, any task could be executed flawlessly. The company's swift return to stability was indeed largely attributable to Lei Gu's efforts. Chino inquired what reward he desired. Lei Gu's response was a longing to grow stronger and return to the Assassin's Guild. Coincidentally, the Hydra had sent news of the actions of the affluent, prompting Chino to allow Lei Gu to select one to serve as his aide in managing company affairs. Chino and Venom arrived at the entrance of the demon group. Passing by a beach park, they observed a burly man assisting a child in building a sandcastle. The man, imposing yet gentle, watched the child with tender affection, guiding her hand in crafting the perfect form. The little girl giggled joyfully, her small hands tirelessly molding the sand, her face radiant with innocent delight. Sunlight bathed them, painting a heartwarming and beautiful tableau. As Chino approached the beach park, Flynn also noticed them. "Boss, boss," the little girl called out in a sweet, high-pitched voice. "Hello there, little Penny," Chino replied with a gentle smile. "Flint, how is little Penny's health?" "She has recovered, though still somewhat weak. She requires some recuperation." "Then, please seek out Lei Xiaogu shortly to request a healing potion. That should hasten her recovery." "Boss, I haven't contributed much." A hint of guilt crossed Flint's face, his voice low. He had prepared himself for research and dissection, yet all that was required was a physical examination. Instead, he was assigned a security position, spending his days playing with his daughter around the Demon Tower, with a holiday every week. With a substantial salary, even Jenny's demeanor towards him softened significantly. Chino smiled, which was quite natural, as he pointed to the imposing edifice behind them. "Flint, you have yet to grasp the gravity of your position. This is our Demon Tower. For now, all is well, but in the future, we shall attract the scrutiny of countless adversaries. I cannot remain here every day. Thus, I require your capabilities to safeguard this tower and eventually to protect this city." Flint gazed upon the Demon Tower, its towering structure shimmering under the sunlight. A profound sense of duty swelling within him. "Boss, I assure you, as long as I draw breath, this tower shall not fall to any foe." His gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. "Very well, I place my trust in you." Chino patted him on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with confidence and encouragement. Just as Flint's spirit ignited with determination, a shrill scream pierced the air behind him. He swiftly turned to see the proprietress affectionately embracing their daughter. Little Penny was being tickled, her laughter ringing out like music. Flint relaxed. Had it been a male, one punch would have turned him into a pancake. "Flint, isn't it time for little Penny to start school? It's not ideal for her to be constantly surrounded by adults, devoid of peers. Indeed, I have been delaying it due to her illness, but now that she is better, I worry about the prospect of bullying at school." A shadow of concern crossed Flint's face. Having been a victim of bullying himself, he understood the anguish it entailed. "Let her be placed in the same class as my goddaughter. I trust your judgment in all matters." Flint had always held immense faith in his boss, knowing that every decision made was meticulously considered and for the greater good. After discussing the necessary preparations for school, Chino departed with Venom. "Farewell, little Penny." "Goodbye, Venom." Flint held his daughter, watching her wave with a hint of reluctance, convinced that she needed friends her own age. "Penny, would you like to go to school?" "Daddy, what is school?" "It is a place where you can make friends and play together." "Then I want to go to school, Daddy." Little Penny blinked her large eyes, her face alight with anticipation. Flint affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, "Then I shall prepare everything for you." Chapter 92, Deadpool. Chino and Venom arrived at Banner's laboratory, and before they even reached the door, a cacophony of voices echoed from within. "Doctor, you must save me." "I'm not a doctor. You may call me Dr. Banner." "All right, Dr. Banner, do I still have hope? If not, please help me donate my second brother. He hasn't experienced enough yet." "Shut up. You're not dead, so stop talking nonsense. And who would want that?" "Dr. Banner, I can no longer feel my body. I must be paralyzed. Moreover, that is a rotary accelerated jet Armstrong cannon. I've used it for 20 years, and it remains as good as new." Chino shook his head in exasperation and stepped inside. Banner was wielding a metal rod, seemingly intent on smashing something. Upon noticing Chino and Venom, he lowered it. "Young master." "Madam, you have arrived," Chino remarked. "Banner, how is his condition?" Banner adjusted his glasses and began to articulate the findings of his overnight research. "This individual possesses a most peculiar physiology. His cancer cells coexist with self-healing factors, achieving a delicate equilibrium that bestows him with formidable healing abilities. However, as these healing factors are foreign entities, having not undergone genetic modification, they've been integrated into his genome in a rather crude manner, resulting in a conflict between his healing factors and cancer cells, manifesting in disfiguring side effects." Chino cast a glance at the motionless figure of Deadpool, lying stark naked upon the examination table, save for a white cloth draped over his lower half. A metal needle was inserted into his neck to inhibit the self-repair of his nervous system. "Wade, do you not intend to greet your admirers?" The name Wade conjured images of a dashing figure, possibly that of a celebrity, a notion that delighted him. "But I am Deadpool. You have mistaken me for someone else." Deadpool rambled on with irreverent banter, a smirk on his face, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated agony and embarrassment. Venom tilted his head. That incessant chatter must surely belong to that lunatic, Wade. Hey, little girl, you have never even met Wade. On what grounds do you label him a lunatic? Wade shot a glance at Venom, confirming that he had never encountered her before. So, does that jog your memory? Venom's form morphed back into its original shape, a black, sinewy body with pallid eyes and a mouth full of fangs. Oh my goodness. Deadpool's eyes widened in astonishment, his exaggerated expression suggesting his eyeballs might pop out. Startling even Banner. Observing Deadpool's reaction, Venom reverted to a human appearance. Now, do you recognize me? Boss, your appetite is quite formidable. Might you share the experience with me? I too wish to undergo such a transformation. Deadpool's gaze was complex, tinged with curiosity, wonder, and admiration. He no longer denied his identity as Wade. Indeed, I am Wade, your former idol. Merely days after our last encounter, I was diagnosed with cancer. After enduring a series of torturous ordeals, I survived, though my body was left in this abominable state. I bear this visage. I cannot even return home. That damn Francis. I shall find him and restore my original appearance. Oh, by the way, the Stark stocks you urged me to purchase plummeted, which sent my heart racing, but then they soared, allowing me to profit immensely. Deadpool seemed to have unleashed a torrent of grievances, his expressions oscillating between fury and delight, his thought process rather erratic. Chino interjected, profited immensely. Yet you resorted to thievery in my domain? Deadpool's expression froze momentarily before he retorted, I initially aimed to swindle some mercenary fees, but alas, that old coot detonated both the serum and the money. It pains me to even think of it. Would you consider working under me? Impossible. While your generosity is commendable, I must pursue Francis. If my face does not revert, Vanessa may leave me. Deadpool replied rapidly, his eyes reflecting determination and a longing to restore his appearance. That is an impossibility, Dr. Banner stated. What did you say? The expression on Deadpool's face gradually faded. Restoring his appearance was impossible. Only by achieving a balance between the self-healing factors and cancer cells within him could he remain unharmed. However, should that equilibrium falter, he would either succumb to the cancer cells or allow the self-healing factors to spiral out of control, resulting in a grotesque transformation. At the very least, I do not believe that someone who conducts such crude experiments possesses any other alternatives. Before Banner could finish a statement, he was abruptly interrupted. You're talking nonsense. It must be due to your own inadequacies that you say such things. Francis has claimed he can revert me to my original form. Indeed, I shall seek him out immediately. I will prove to you that I can change back. Deadpool bellowed in fury, and his body, which had previously been hindered by a damaged nervous system, slowly sat upright. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and his furious demeanor seemed capable of tearing everything before him apart. The hope of regaining his appearance was the very motivation that had sustained him thus far. To hear someone declare it impossible was akin to extinguishing the last flicker of his hope, an unacceptable notion. How can this be? Banner exclaimed in disbelief, hastily approaching the instruments for examination. Under the scrutiny of the device, the metallic spikes that had severed his entire nervous system were being forced from their place by the surrounding flesh, with 1/3 of the nerves already repaired. Ding! Deadpool yanked the metallic spikes from his body, discarding them carelessly on the ground. He wrapped a white cloth around himself, glanced at Chino, and left without looking back. His resolute silhouette exuded an air of reckless determination. Just as Deadpool was about to exit, Chino spoke up, I can help you regain your appearance. Deadpool halted, turning to face Chino, yet remained silent. 10 minutes to effect change. Chino's voice was calm and assured. A demonic contract materialized in his hands, emanating a mysterious, shadowy glow. This is the contract of CS abilities. Sign it, and you shall be restored. Without hesitation, Deadpool took the contract and inscribed his name, reasoning that things could hardly worsen. In an instant, the contract vanished without a trace upon his signature. Deadpool felt a surge of new abilities within his mind, excitement flickering in his eyes. As he harnessed these powers, the pockmarks on his skin visibly began to heal, transforming from uneven surfaces to smooth perfection. His hair also began to flourish, rapidly transitioning from sparse strands to a dense mane, reminiscent of wild grass in spring. In a matter of seconds, Deadpool reverted to his former self, now possessing an even more flawless physique. Gazing at his reflection, he ran his fingers through his lush hair, admiring his handsome visage against the smooth wall, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Oh, dear heavens, my dear boss, I am utterly in love with you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Wade exclaimed, embracing Chino with fervor. I have no affinity for men, especially not in the nude, Chino retorted, pushing him away with disdain. Deadpool's eyes glimmered mischievously as he transformed once more, his body gradually becoming slender, the once oversized fruits now complemented by a delicate waist, the scarf that had been draped around him falling to the ground. Dr. Banner stood in stunned silence at the scene before him. How about this? If you were the boss, I wouldn't mind offering you my first time, exclaimed the enchanting Deadpool, flaunting her voluptuous figure with an alluring twist of her waist. Banner noticed blood trickling from his nose, while Chino simply closed his eyes in disbelief. It wasn't he, as if he lacked female companionship. He certainly wasn't desperate enough to be swayed by such antics. Moreover, someone nearby was about to erupt. It was one thing for a woman to act this way, but for a man to compete with him? Did they truly think him a mere corpse? Venom shifted into battle mode, his eyes wide with fury, flames of rage igniting within them. With a fierce punch, he sent Deadpool flying, her body crashing into the steel wall with a resounding thud. Yet Venom's wrath was not appeased. He lunged forward, seizing Deadpool's legs and pummeling her into the ground like a whack-a-mole, again and again. Boom! 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 Each impact echoed with thunderous sounds, creating deep craters in the floor, dust swirling into the air, while the surrounding equipment trembled precariously. Cowering in a corner, Banner trembled and whispered to Chino, "Aren't you going to intervene? Forget it. Let Venom vent her frustrations. She has been in a foul mood lately." Chino replied with resignation. He hadn't anticipated Venom's transformation to be so profound, even experiencing hormonal fluctuations, which caught him off guard. Understanding dawned upon Banner, who gazed sympathetically at the bloody Deadpool, silently chiding her for her insolence. Reminded of Betty's demeanor in similar situations, he shuddered involuntarily. It was more terrifying than the Hulk. The commotion soon attracted others, triggering alarms that suggested an enemy attack. As they rushed in, they were met with the sight of a dark creature violently assaulting a woman. Venom, interrupted, revealed a human face, irritated, and asked, "What do you want?" Recognizing their boss, they hesitated before offering the weapons they carried. "We came to ask if you need any arms." "Thank you." Venom accepted the two blades without hesitation, immediately turning them on Deadpool with a ferocity that suggested dismemberment was imminent. The Assassin's Guild members cautiously closed the door, blocking their approaching comrades, and whispered, "Don't go in. The lady is in a foul mood." Once everything subsided, Chino escorted Venom out of the laboratory, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The floor pockmarked. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and equipment in disarray with scattered broken parts. Banner surveyed the chaotic laboratory with a resigned sigh, picking up the fragments to piece together what remained. On the street, the hustle and bustle thrived, the noise rising and falling like waves. "Feeling better now?" Chino smiled at Venom. "Indeed. I hadn't realized how troublesome the human body could be, so easily swayed by hormones," Venom replied, clutching Chino's arm, a hint of lingering anger still evident on her face. "Then why not return to my body? That way, you wouldn't be affected. One must inevitably acclimate. Or how else could I bear your children in the future? Shall I return with an embryo nestled within your body? Wouldn't that mean you would be the one giving birth? Would you care to experience that?" The playful tone of the mercenary's words was laced with a flirtatious charm. And as she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter illuminated by the sunlight, radiating with an enchanting brilliance. "No, this burden should rest upon your shoulders," Chino responded, shaking his head in feigned exasperation, yet his face was adorned with a fond smile. The following day, sunlight cascaded upon the headquarters of the Demon Group, where a recruitment fair was set to commence. "Hey folks, good morning. I'm Wade, but you can call me Deadpool. Of course. You may also refer to me as Handsome if you prefer." At the entrance of an office, Deadpool, clad in his flamboyant red armor, warmly greeted the applicants arriving for interviews. His face bore that signature mischievous grin, and his lips were incessantly uttering quips. "Hey there, gorgeous. Join us, and I assure you, each day will be filled with surprises. Handsome fellow, don't hesitate. Come conquer the world with us." The applicants observed this vivacious character with curiosity, some unable to suppress their laughter, while others wore expressions of confusion, pondering the intentions of this seemingly irreverent individual. A few even displayed disdain, choosing to ignore Deadpool's exuberant greetings and walking straight inside. After his recovery, Deadpool chose to remain, securing a position within the company. Francis was in no rush. He believed in taking his time. Chino had purchased a small residential complex nearby to serve as employee accommodations, and Deadpool had also welcomed Vanessa to join him. Vanessa was elated that her partner had finally found a legitimate job. Inside the office, Tom nervously glanced at his colleague and inquired, "Boss, Is it truly acceptable to have him as the receptionist? Won't this tarnish our company's image? Relax, Tom. You're one of us now. Besides, I am practically a warlord who nearly invaded a nation. What image could possibly be at stake? Chino leaned back in the boss's chair, exuding an air of casual confidence. Moreover, in the future, our group will encompass mutants, aliens, and demons. If Deadpool can't adapt, we might as well not have invited him in the first place. I see. Boss, Tom replied, realizing that his previous mindset as a subordinate needed to shift. However, being a leader's aide had its merits. The entire operation of the company was entrusted to him. The leader would not meddle recklessly, but would focus solely on achieving desired outcomes. With superpowers, extended lifespans, and the ability to resurrect, as long as one did not cross the leader's boundaries, anything was permissible. As Tom contemplated these thoughts, his initial anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination and confidence. He silently vowed to serve Chino diligently, to honor the trust and privileges bestowed upon him. This was also the essence of the demonic contract. Regardless of initial intentions, once the pact was sealed, betrayal was not an option. To Chino, hell was merely a bonus. The demonic contract was the true gift bestowed upon him by Lucifer. Outside, the unmistakable voice of Deadpool echoed. Number 1, step right in. The boss is getting impatient. It's me. Chapter 94, The Mutant Applicant. Hello, here is my resume. A somewhat trembling voice emerged as Chino observed the nervous individual before him with hollow sleeves. He casually glanced at the resume before setting it aside, while Tom, seated nearby, diligently perused it. Mr. Connors, why not procure a limb regeneration potion? Chino inquired. Connors touched his severed arm, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Sir, I have been out of work for quite some time. I can scarcely afford a meal, let alone such luxuries. His eyes revealed profound helplessness and bitterness. In this world, there were no Osborns, and no one sought after disabled researchers. Mr. Connors, your resume states that you have researched limb regeneration technology. Surely, you are aware that our group already has products available for sale? Tom's expression was grave, his gaze fixated on Connors, exuding a professional demeanor. Yes, but my technique was developed using lizard regeneration genes. Connors' expression darkened, his voice dropping to a somber tone. However, your research projects have not yielded success, and your resume indicates that you have been dismissed by multiple companies. Tom paused, discerning that this downcast scientist was merely taking a chance. Connors' gaze grew increasingly dim. He anticipated the next words would likely be to return home and await a response within a week, regardless of the outcome. To his astonishment, however, Mr. Connors, you are hired. Please come to work tomorrow. Connors lifted his head in disbelief, staring at Chino with wide eyes filled with astonishment. He had been accepted? Regarding your salary, since you have no successful research, the monthly remuneration will be $20,000. Additionally, there is a staff accommodation available for you to move into at your convenience. Why? Connors remained silent for a moment before asking. Despite having secured the job he desired, his curiosity compelled him to seek an answer. Perhaps it is the unwillingness in your eyes. I wish to see if your research might yield other surprises. Thank you for your acknowledgement. You may leave now. I have another round of interviews. Once Connors exited, Tom could not help but ask, Boss, even if his research were successful, it wouldn't be of much use to us. Whether it is useful or not, I can treat it as decoration, Chino replied nonchalantly. He could not very well disclose that in another world, he was known as Dr. Lizard. The next candidate was a man with a watermelon-shaped head. Chino glanced at the resume and noted, Otto Gonçalves Octavius, what luck today. Dr. Octopus has also arrived. Just as Otto was about to introduce himself, Chino interjected, You are hired. Please come to work tomorrow, regarding salary. Otto opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Is there anything else you would like to ask? Chino inquired. No. Otto was filled with confusion. Had his resume truly been that impressive? It seemed he had succeeded with just a cursory glance. After Otto departed, another individual confidently strode in, declaring, If a disabled person can secure a position, I am certain I shall have no trouble. Tom cast a glance at his boss, noting his apparent disinterest, before he began to peruse the resume in his hand. Upon reading only halfway, he promptly discarded it into the trash bin. You may leave now. Why? The applicant queried. Cruz University has been defunct for 15 years. If you truly graduated from there, you would be at least 29 years old, yet your resume states you are only 26. Next time, consider employing a more sophisticated method of fabricating your resume. There was a printing error. I am actually 36. The applicant attempted to argue. Deadpool, remove him. Tom declared, losing patience with the man's nonsensical protests. All right, my friend, let's engage in a more profound discussion. Deadpool instantly rushed in. seizing the man by the collar and dragging him out as one might a small chicken. Following this, Chino refrained from further involvement, occasionally glancing at the resumes for familiar names. Tom maintained an air of professionalism and seriousness, meticulously examining each resume and posing relevant questions to the candidates. His demeanor focused and solemn. Aside from Connors and Otto, only 2 candidates remained. Next, at this command, the door slowly opened to reveal a girl with green hair who entered empty-handed, failing to present a resume. Tom furrowed his brow. To him, this signified a lack of seriousness. Nevertheless, adhering to protocol, he proceeded. Please, introduce yourself briefly. The girl with green hair fixed her large eyes intently on Chino. Tom frowned, thinking she might be another one attempting to seduce the boss for personal gain, having encountered far too many such individuals. Just as he was about to call for assistance, she spoke. My name is Lorna Dane. I have never attended school. I'm a mutant. A mutant? Chino's interest piqued. Although the job listing had stated that mutants were welcome, Lorna was the first to come forward. The students from X Academy had yet to arrive. Could you demonstrate your abilities? Chino inquired with keen curiosity. Lorna's green locks lifted, dancing as if animated. Her raised hands became enveloped in a luminous green glow, resembling playful sprites that flickered and leapt. The entire room transformed into a fantastical metallic realm, where all metal objects jubilantly danced and spun, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Magnetic manipulation? What is your connection to Magneto? I do not know him. Upon mentioning Magneto, Lorna's expression turned cold. If you do not know him, then so be it. Chino did not press further, a delighted smile gracing his face. Today has indeed proven fruitful. Your salary will be $50,000 per month, and you may reside in the employee dormitory. Do you have any other requests? I wish to stay by your side. Lorna's demand caught Chino off guard. Tom, however, furrowed his brow, sensing the girl's intentions were not altogether innocent. Yet Lorna remained resolute, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chino, seemingly determined to achieve her goal. Why? Don't tell me it's love at first sight. I do not believe in such nonsense. Chino frowned. Do you not recall our encounter in the alley? The room fell silent, with only Chino lost in his memories. Tom had already resolved to gather his belongings, realizing this was not merely a new employee, but potentially the new lady boss. Alley? He had ventured into the alleyway only twice, once to discover Pamela, and the other time to rescue a mutant. You are that mutant. Why did you not attend Xavier's Academy? Chino inquired, his gaze resting upon Lorna with a hint of curiosity. I do not trust them, she replied. Chapter 95. The helpless target of Nick Fury. Chino fell silent. Trust is indeed a delicate matter. So, do you trust me? Well, because you saved me and gave me money, Lorna nodded, her green eyes clear and resolute, filled with sincerity and gratitude. Chino regarded her, slightly perplexed, wondering if he had a face that exuded kindness. However, you are too weak to accompany me. Only when you could defeat Magneto shall we reconsider. Tom, find her some instructors, perhaps in the field of magnetism, or see if Dr. Banner has any interest. Yes, sir. After issuing his orders, Chino intended to take his leave. Wait. Lorna suddenly called out to him. I just need to defeat Magneto, right? Indeed, Chino replied without turning back, exiting the room. As he departed, he heard Venom's deep, somewhat mocking voice echo in his mind. Why not agree? That little one looks quite earnest. Yet, he mused silently, I cannot fall for every individual I meet. I am not a stallion, and such behavior would be unfair to you all. I wouldn't team mind, for your harem is akin to mine. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping is exquisite, and each person possesses a unique allure. Venom chimed, its tone lewdly humorous. Chino felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at the voice echoing in his thoughts. Influenced by his memories, Venom had become indiscriminate in its affections. Had Chino been female, it would have gravitated towards women. Thankfully, Venom's form remained that of a woman. Otherwise, Chino would feel an unsettling sense of another man residing within him. At this thought, he shivered involuntarily and quickened his pace, striving to cast aside these jumbled notions. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury scrutinized the mission report submitted by Coulson, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Securing Thor's friendship could provide an opportunity to integrate him into the Avengers initiative. His combat prowess and knowledge of extraterrestrial matters were invaluable to Earth. Nick Fury nodded slightly, secretly calculating the subsequent plans, his one eye gleaming with shrewd determination. A knock sounded at the door. Director, according to intelligence, Professor X is en route to New York with a portion of the X-Men, expected to arrive by 4 this afternoon, an agent reported gravely. Did they file a prior notice? Nick Fury's expression darkened. Yes, They stated their reason was to join the demon group. Another mention of the demon group made Fury's head throb. He rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. This was the first time he encountered such a frustrating target. In an official legal context, due to the therapeutic potions and rejuvenation elixirs released by the demon group, numerous high-ranking officials have granted their approval, eagerly anticipating the swift development of an elixir for longevity. In terms of public reputation, the limb regeneration potion can be acquired at a modest price, saving countless families. Should Chino desire it, even the statue of God could be exchanged for him. Militarily, Nick Fury has viewed previous footage, regardless of whether Captain Marvel could triumph. The truth remains that Chino is not alone. He commands an army of demons. Should he dare to act, this nation would undoubtedly face obliteration. Furthermore, the Avengers initiative he devised relies heavily on Banner and Tony, whose absence is now a significant loss. He feels fortunate that Thor did not intervene. Otherwise, his plans would have already been thwarted. Nick Fury takes a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure and helplessness as he paces back and forth in his office, contemplating strategies. Although Chino has not engaged in actions that threaten the world and has, in fact, made considerable contributions, the safety of an entire world rests precariously upon the goodwill of one individual. The thought deepens Fury's burden. This uncertainty is akin to a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. He murmurs to himself, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily. Meanwhile, aboard a bus on the highway, several members of the X-Men are engaged in conversation. "Jean, my dear sister, could you spare a bit of your youth for me?" A stunning beauty with white hair and dark skin leans against Jean. "Aurora, haven't you also purchased some youth?" Jean replies. In response, Aurora rolls her eyes. "That's nothing like your youth. Yours takes effect immediately, while mine requires several applications to even come close to your results. That sorcerer must have diluted it countless times and charged me $500 for a single can. He's more unscrupulous than a swindler." Aurora complains, her expression rife with indignation. Jean furrows her brow, her demeanor turning serious. "Aurora, remember the importance of the king. He bears the hopes of mutants." "I apologize, Jean," Aurora quickly concedes, a conciliatory smile gracing her face. In truth, she holds a favorable impression of the unseen sorcerer, but she is merely disgruntled by the comparative efficacy of their respective youth elixirs. Jean retrieves the youth potion Chino gifted her. "Just take a bit and mix it with your potion. The results should be significantly enhanced." "Thank you, dear sister." Aurora beams, eagerly opening her half-used potion and reaching for Jean's. "Stop. I only permitted you to take a little. Exactly, just a smidge. You've already taken half. Aren't we best friends?" "Not at this moment. I'm so disheartened. As compensation, let me take a bit more." "Aurora, I'm about to get angry." Scott observes the two bickering women ahead, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. He has already had a heart-to-heart with the professor and has moved on. Next to him sits a blue-skinned, sharp-eared individual named Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner. His hands are tightly clasped, his body trembling slightly, his face a canvas of tension and anticipation. He wonders whether the sorcerer will accept him, and if there will be others like him. Kurt Wagner whispered softly, his gaze brimming with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown. Scott remarked, "Do not be daunted by the title of Dark Lord. Subjectively speaking, he is a benevolent individual." "Yes, I understand. He has salvaged numerous families, and God shall bless him," Kurt affirmed earnestly, his tone reverent. Kurt, being well-versed in the online realm, was aware that the prevailing sentiments towards the Dark Lord were predominantly positive, with any unfavorable remarks having been expunged by Tom's associates. It would be prudent not to voice such sentiments in his presence. He is indeed a Dark Lord, and one can never ascertain if he holds any grievances with the Almighty, Scott cautioned, shaking his head. "I apologize. I did not mean to," Kurt murmured, his head bowed. After Hank, the blue beast, submitted his report, he adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Charles, is this justification truly sound?" "Fear not, Hank. We are merely a band of job-seeking mutants," Charles replied with a smile. Indeed, it was not long before a notification of application approval appeared on the computer screen. "The influence of the Dark Lord is quite substantial. I am beginning to believe your words, Charles," Hank expressed, astonished, his azure fur quivering slightly with his movements. Chapter 96, The Opportunity for Mutants. As Charles and his companions arrived at the facade of the Demon Corporation, he gazed upon the edifice, his heart laden with myriad reflections. He was acutely aware that this meeting held paramount significance for the future of mutants. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are here to seek collaboration," Charles spoke gently. The group nodded in unison, following Charles into the building. Inside the lobby, the modern decor and high-tech apparatus dazzled the eye. A woman clad in professional attire approached them. Welcome to the Demon Corporation. I am the receptionist, Ellie. Please follow me. The leader is awaiting your arrival, she said with a smile. Charles and his party followed Ellie to a conference room, where Chino was already seated, anticipating their arrival. Venom was also present by his side. Chino, having acquired telepathic abilities, no longer felt the need to be on guard around Charles. Welcome, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you. This is my partner, Venom, Chino said with a smile. Venom glanced at Jean, who reciprocated his gaze. Professor X also smiled in response. Mr. Chino, it is delightful to see you again. We have come to discuss the future of mutants. Chino scrutinized the newcomers. Aside from the few familiar faces, there were several new ones. Beast, Nightcrawler, and Storm. They are all quite remarkable individuals. Charles, won't you introduce the new members? Chino inquired. Certainly. Allow me to introduce Hank, whose ingenuity has birthed many of the high-tech marvels at X Academy. Hank stepped forward, bowing slightly, and courteously said, "Greetings, Mr. Chino." His voice was deep and resonant, with a glimmer of wisdom shining in his blue eyes. "Hello, Mr. Hank," Chino replied with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration for yet another technological prodigy. "This is Kurt, whose ability is teleportation. He has long wished to meet you," Professor X introduced. "Greetings, Dark Lord. I beg your pardon, God," Kurt stammered, momentarily flustered. Having misspoken, it matters not. Your visage seems remarkably familiar. Perhaps you and my demon might coexist harmoniously. Chino reassured Kurt, a gentle smile gracing his face. Indeed, I too wish to meet them. Kurt, somewhat agitated, felt that his unusual appearance set him apart from this world. There will be an opportunity. Once Charles concluded his conversation with the others, he introduced the final individual. This is Storm, Aurora, whose ability lies in the manipulation of weather. Stepping forward, Aurora inquired. "Demon King, may I inquire if attaining true youth is feasible under your command?" Chino paused momentarily, then nodded. "Certainly, I can provide you with a kin each month. The boss is generous. I find myself increasingly fond of you." Aurora's eyes sparkled with delight. After everyone was seated, Logan glanced at the drinks on the table, casting a look at Chino, a true brother. At that moment, Charles spoke up. "Mr. Chino, let us discuss the future of mutants." Chino nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Charles, I have also been contemplating this matter. I possess two proposals. Please do share. The first is to bide our time. The timing is crucial. While the reputation of mutants has improved somewhat through your efforts, it remains insufficient. Thus, we must await a crisis formidable enough to threaten the world and then save it. However, we have attempted this a few times before, with results that have not sufficiently altered public prejudice." Charles sighed softly, a hint of worry crossing his features. The events involving Apocalypse and the Black King were indeed threats to world safety, Charles remarked, his gaze revealing reflections of the past. Yet, it appears that public bias has not significantly shifted as a result. These incidents did not lack the potential to change the narrative. Rather, they were known to too few. Apart from certain high-ranking officials, the populace remains oblivious to the truth of these events, believing them to be mere conflicts among mutants. Even if you save the world, the general public will consider it your duty. Many among you have been witnesses, and upon the conclusion of such events, how does the media portray you? Chino's gaze swept across the attendees. In the case of the Apocalypse incident, the news reported only the damages and casualties, attributing it solely to mutants, with little else mentioned. Scott's expression grew somber. The name Alex Summers weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a burdensome stone, causing him pain with each recollection. Aurora's demeanor darkened as well. Her head bowed. She had played an accomplice in that incident. Although she ultimately came to her senses, the guilt remained, a scar that would never fade. This is precisely why mutants lack a voice in this world. Coupled with Magneto's sporadic acts of terrorism, it is no wonder the public harbors ill will towards you. A look of helplessness and exasperation crossed Chino's face. "It is all Magneto's fault for hindering progress," Hank exclaimed angrily, his blue visage flushed with emotion. Were it not for his continual acts of extreme terrorism, the plight of mutants would not be so dire. Charles found himself at a loss for words in defense of his old friend. He slightly lowered his head, his expression rife with helplessness and bitterness, his lips pressed together. It cannot be said otherwise. Every matter possesses duality. While Magneto's actions are undoubtedly extreme and destructive, in a certain sense, they have instilled a sense of caution among those in power regarding the treatment of mutants. This trepidation has, to some extent, afforded mutants a temporary reprieve and a breath of fresh air, albeit at the cost of immense destruction and suffering. The mutants present recalled their battles with the Brotherhood, vivid scenes of intense clashes flashing through their minds. Both sides shared an unspoken understanding. They would not kill mutants. Charles steadied himself. Yet, a global crisis does not simply manifest at will. How long must we wait? Soon, within a year at most, it will emerge. Chino's tone was resolute. Recently, he too had sensed the immense energy fluctuations. Thor had returned to Asgard, and an alien invasion would soon follow. Chino tilted his head slightly, as if envisioning the breathtaking battle that awaited them in the future. I can feel that a great storm is approaching, and it shall present an opportunity for mutants. Upon hearing Chino's words, the group was filled with both anticipation and a tinge of apprehension. They were hopeful that mutants might indeed find a chance to alter their fate amidst this crisis, yet concerned about the extent of destruction and sacrifice this unknown threat might bring.